「 失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよういつまで邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じたみてる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Hey guys, welcome to Ascent Santa Clara. Yeah, it's a great event for Grand Archive, and we are live now. I'm Mark from Solar Games, and joining me is my co-caster, Jim the Eternal. Jim, how are you doing today?
I'm doing excellent. I'm really psyched to be here. The vibe is great.
Yeah.
The room is so full.
Yeah.
This is my first Ascent, so I'm very excited. Very
cool.
excited.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about it so far?
I'm so excited because the players are so excited. I'm looking through the house and there's cosplayers, there's people who are excited about silver, there's people who are of course here for steel. That's by the way sold out.
Oh wow.
Packed house, right? So we are fully packed for this event. Yeah, I mean, like the decoration's amazing. If you were in the Ascent area and you didn't see this, there's a gigantic Christmas tree in the area. It's not quite behind us, but also, we have this really nice background here. You can see the players. They're literally live right behind us as well. So it's amazing. It's going to be an amazing event. I'm super excited.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just given the crowd behind us, right? You can almost feel the energy here so far.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you were saying, the venue just looks amazing, and I'm sure it's going to be an incredible event.
And the production this time around is so much better than before too. I mean, we just every single time improve. I mean, you guys on the stream are going to see it soon, but there are some really cool effects that we're going to have for this event as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think most of the usual suspects for Steel are here,
Yep.
and of course, so they're all over the room. I've already seen a bunch of the teams are here as well. Just pregame, it feels like they're very confident about what they're playing this weekend.
Yeah, I hope so. I think people have put a lot of effort into this event, right?
Yeah.
People have kind of settled on what the meta is going to look like. People sort of know what they're up against.
Yeah.
And I think they're definitely ready to bring their A game.
Okay. What do you think the meta is going to be this weekend? What are you looking
well,
forward
I mean, it's not that controversial,
Yeah.
right? I think there's going to be a lot of slimes.
Front and center, folks.
Right? There's going to be a lot of Slimes. I think there's going to be a lot of Razor Gale.
Yeah.
I'm expecting to see a fair amount of Merlin.
Okay. Yep.
I think the one real question is how much Water Allies caught on after
Yeah.
Christchurch,
Yeah, yeah.
since it made kind of a splash there.
Mhm.
Haha. But but
It's
yeah.
almost like it emerged from the depths, you know?
Oh ho ho.
Yeah, I got you.
But yeah, I'm expecting to see kind of the big names that everybody's expecting.
Yeah. What do you think about Wind Allies?
I honestly don't think Wind Allies is that well positioned.
Ooh,
I
okay.
mean, I know Wind Allies did extremely well at
Yeah.
Christchurch, right?
Yeah.
But Wind Allies into Slimes is okay, and Wind Allies into Razor Gale is just not very good for Wind Allies.
Yeah. And we're looking at taking a quick look at the event hall. It's a really gigantic space we have here. By the way, if you guys haven't noticed it, the chairs are upgraded. I'm really excited about these chairs. And look at all these players. By the way, this isn't registration like the usual years. This is actually for the Ascent stores because the Ascent store is featuring not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 very exciting Ascent store exclusive, which I'm hearing. I think a lot of the deck boxes are actually already sold out. Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me. This line was long an hour ago, and it's still long.
Yeah. And they're just kind of going down the list, and you can see like everyone's still kind of like getting their specific items and such merchandise, set up. But I know some of these players actually have been in line for quite a bit to really kind of go for some of these really exclusive items.
There's some really neat stuff that's
Yeah.
exclusive to this Ascent store too, right?
Yeah.
We've got Trisket and Arasana T-shirts. I think those
Yeah.
are new to this event. Some very, very cool deck mats. There's a signed UD play mat. The full lineage for Jin and Kongming have
Yep.
play mats.
Yep.
Just an incredible array of things that are available here.
And don't forget my favorite ally, Xiao Dun, has a playmat as well. And we are looking at that giant Kongming one, and along with all the T-shirts in the back as well. So yes, I mean, also big shout out to all the cosplayers. I think honestly, for cosplaying this region in NorCal, in California, Northern California, it's really strong for cosplay. I saw a bunch of really great cosplays already, and I think some of the big hitter cosplayers will be, debuting their show a little bit later as well. So it's really cool. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the results of the cosplay contest. That's always
there's a
always
cosplay
been
right behind
fantastic.
us. Look. Yeah, it's so colorful, so wonderful. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. What is? I've actually never asked you, Jim. What's your favorite champion? What deck do you play?
I'm a Dirty Slimes player.
Oh, okay.
I saw that Slimes came out with the Recollection deck, and I was already in love with Sylvie at the time. Like I'm a big believer in a lot of the Terra Regalia.
Okay.
It's just some amazingly powerful tools there
Yeah.
that just never had a deck until Slimes became a deck.
Yeah.
And Slimes, well, no one can say that I didn't hitch my cart to a winner.
That's Hey, look, if it's performing consistently well in a lot of events, right? Of course, the slime package has just been very, very powerful. In fact, it's
a little controversial.
so much of it has already bled into other decks, right?
Yeah,
I see Baby
yeah.
Grays and this general like Baby Green, and of course you have your slime shields, that 12 slime combo going to a lot of decks, right?
Yeah, every win deck can play, that set of 12 Slimes and feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, cool. What do you think? Are there any other potential decks that like are more of the like hidden, a diamond in the rough type of thing for this field today? Whether you're kind of hoping for? How about that?
I will say hoping for. Honestly, I'm hoping to see some Luxem. Luxem is sort of my favorite deck from back in the day.
Oh, okay.
I played a little bit of Luxem, and just in general, I really like the feel of sort of being that kind of level of in control. You start getting the Luxem sites going, and it's like nothing can kill you.
Yeah. I want to see some funny like Mordreds, for example.
Ooh.
And just it's one of those decks that like one of our co-casters one of our co-hosts for Talk GA is a big Mordred fan. So always want to see 1 or 2 Mordreds just kind of show up and always kind of be there, present. It's a really interesting champion, right? So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Somebody was telling me about a Mordred Stratagem deck, and I don't know if that's viable. I don't know if that's good, but wow, do I want to see it in action.
There's a lot of floating memory in that deck for sure. Yes, and that deck can definitely utilize all the floating it can get. Right? Yeah. Totally makes sense.
What about you? What's your favorite deck?
The thing is, I've just been playing Merlin for a long time, right? But I'm gonna be honest. I feel like like Merlin is a really good deck, and it just kind of like makes you feel powerful, no matter kind of like what matchups you go into.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. But I think overall, though, it's one of those things where I feel like I need to graduate from it. So for this season, I've been playing almost no Merlin. Yeah.
Wow.
I played a lot of Koming. I played a lot of Jin. I do, I love how Jin plays. I don't like how Jin sometimes just can't find the finisher, right? That big cancel for the attack against a water deck is always really rough. Like, and other decks can kind of see it coming. So it's a little bit rough for Jins out there, but I do love how the deck plays. Yeah.
That's very understandable. Honestly,
Yeah.
Jin feels kind of similar to Merlin in that respect, right? Powering up to 3, building up your resources, building up your influence,
Yeah.
and then a little bit more emphasis on the one big hit rather
Yeah.
than the control elements for Merlin. But
Yeah.
I definitely understand the appeal.
Yeah.
Exia is so difficult to deal with.
For sure, for sure. I also like towards the end of like right before this cast, I think last locals, I did also play the Water Nico deck just to kind of see it. I've never actually piloted myself.
Sure.
It's very good. It's very good.
It is
It's
very good.
Yeah. And if we are going to be seeing a lot of Razor Gale Comings, I think that deck is fairly good into that matchup.
Yeah,
And Nico is going to be good against the Razor Gale Coming. Yeah.
I think that's pretty likely. Nico, one of those decks that just gets better the more experience you have with it, right?
Yeah.
More familiarity with the field, more familiarity with how you need to play your cards
Absolutely.
against your opponent.
Absolutely.
That's where Nico thrives.
Yeah. And it's water, right? So you always have to hold up interaction. You got to think about what your opponent's doing more than maybe even what you're doing, right? Like, what's the right thing to fracturize? What is the timing for the fracturize, right? So those kind of things are important. It sounds like we are just giving some announcements real quick to kind of get the tournament started.
I'm not sure if you can hear it in the background, but
Yeah.
the voice is there.
Well, the thing is, this Ascent store is probably not going to clear up if we're going to try to get this tournament on the
Yeah,
way.
this line is still going.
Yeah, it's still going.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going into the holiday season, right?
That's what I've heard.
Yeah. Are there any fun like HVN theories that you're kind of like curious about or looking forward
Oh
to?
man,
Card, lore, artwork, anything?
I am very much looking forward to the Guoja deck.
Oh, okay.
I'm really excited
Yeah.
about Luxem Tamer. I think the idea of that is just very fascinating to me.
Yeah.
I don't know that much. I mean, I hesitate to admit this to you of all people,
Okay,
but I don't know that much about the lore of
That's fine.
Three Kingdoms
Hey,
in general.
That's what we're here for. We're trying to get everybody up to speed on the lore. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Tamer has a lot of fun gameplay interactions in general.
Yeah.
And I think the idea of Luxem Tamer is there could be some very interesting things there.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And I like to see the return of Luxem, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, for a long time, Luxem has been, locked into Xander. Now we're going to have a second Luxem. Just like how we have a second Terra.
That's true. That's
And
true.
it's-
The additional options. Oh,
Yeah. Given that all the advanced elements, we're kind of done for now, I guess, all the advanced elements. It is really interesting kind of to see what the secondary, tertiary champions are going to be in each element, right?
Yeah, absolutely. After seeing Tristan get Umbra, I mean,
Yeah.
there's a lot of room for other champions to get, other advanced elements into the different champion class lines.
Yeah. I agree. I think the fact that Luxem's coming back, it will make some of the cards from even Dawn of Ash really interesting, and players will have to take a second look at them again because, hey, maybe these cards are good. Like, I have this weird theory for a Trisket deck. Again, Trisket's coming back. I love it, Some of these champions, I just think it's so cool. Like, we can kind of revitalize some of the cards from the older sets that have seen little to no play and finally see them maybe on the main stage, actually. Yeah.
That would be fantastic. I would love to see it.
What do you think about the power level? Where do you think the power level of the new Recollection deck will be compared to the old ones?
So I think that's a difficult balance to strike, right? We've already seen how powerful the Slimes Recollection deck was, how powerful the tools available in the Tristan Recollection
Out of the box,
deck,
yeah.
right? So I think if it's much weaker than that, we're going to see some outcry, right? We're going to see some people who are like, well, why isn't my deck as good as anybody else's deck?
Yeah.
And if it's much stronger than that, then, that's a whole different set of outcry. So it's a very difficult balance to strike.
Yeah, you also definitely don't want these new Recollection decks to set the standard for the future of next
Absolutely,
season,
right?
Yeah.
If we're just every season superseding the previous decks, then that's not
Yeah.
ideal.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
not ideal.
Yeah,
We want people to be able to bring back their old favorite decks and still feel like they can compete.
What do you think about the current deck variety and deck diversity of the field nowadays.
So this is actually a thing that I really like about Grand Archive.
Okay.
Overall, I felt like the deck variety is massive for how slim the card pool is.
Oh, yeah.
Grand Archive still a fairly young game.
Yep.
You know, we've been around
Yep,
for
yep, yep.
what, almost 2 years now?
Almost 2 years, yes.
Almost 2 years.
Almost.
We've just released our 5th set, Mortal Ambition. Looking forward to Abyssal Heaven,
Yeah.
obviously. But out of 5 sets, that's
Yeah.
about the size of the card pool that you'd expect for most healthy games. And just in general, like, there's always been a lot of diversity. I think because of the way that the champions work.
Yeah.
You know, each champion kind of brings their own deck building ethos
Yep.
to whatever deck that they're going to build.
Yeah.
And all of them have seemed, you know, more or less viable over the course of the life cycle of the game so far.
Yeah. What about like something like Fire Aggro? Do you think Fire Aggro will see like every single new iteration, right? It sounds like Fire Aggro gets kind of like a revitalization right at the beginning of the season, right? So, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Fire Aggro, honestly, is very cool. I like the idea also, in addition to the mainline champions, of just decks that fit almost any champion. You know, Wind Allies can be, you have a lot of different options for how to run Wind Allies. You have a lot of different options to how to run Fire Aggro. More recently, we've got Razor Gale as kind of a deck archetype that doesn't really align with any specific champion.
Yeah.
And, okay, that's also controversial. But in general, I like the idea that... that you can bring a whole bunch of different archetypes to the field, and you know, I think that speaks to the health of the metagame.
Yeah, I agree. What is your favorite card from Mortal Ambition?
My favorite card from Mortal Ambition, it might possibly be Mortal Ambition.
Ooh.
I haven't actually had the chance to play the card.
You info me, yeah.
But every time I run into the card, it's such a surprise.
That's the thing, right? You
Right?
get jumped.
Literally
Get jumped. Yeah, I never see it coming. Yeah.
Yeah, it's such an incredible card.
I think the addition of that card into the Sakura Allies deck is actually really interesting.
Absolutely.
Right? It's the like, hey, yeah, you're actually going to die now. It does also create some very hilarious draw situations, right? Where it's like, well, we're both going to die.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The interesting thing I find about Mortal Ambition is that it kind of solves a problem that doesn't really exist in Grand Archive. You know, if there was a champion that existed that had very, very strong single attacks, right? You know, kind of like Shadowstrike Tristan.
Oh,
right? Mortal Ambition against Shadowstrike Tristan. That's very painful for Tristan to walk into. So it's a check on that kind of offense. Which, in the sort of more modern meta of Grand Archive, exists a little bit less.
Yeah.
I think it occupies a very interesting space in the metagame.
Yeah, for sure. In the current meta, what do you think is your favorite element so far? I've
always been a wind enjoyer.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Like, even from the very beginning, I saw Luxem, I was like, I am going to build Wind Luxem. And it didn't, you know, it didn't quite compete to Fire Luxem.
Yeah.
But I've always loved wind as an element. I love the tricksy elements of it. You know, you have fire as kind of this aggressive element. You have water as kind of this controlling element. And you have wind kind of doing a bunch of things, and that's one of the things that I really like about it. I love sort of those interactions. I love the recursion of cyclical breeze. I love being able to, you know, the idea of like bouncing a green slime over and over. It's like all of these different combo-y decks. So that really gets me going.
Yeah, the tempo nature of wind is very interesting, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and also I think it sometimes raises the skill bar for like something like wind, where a player has to think about a lot of different steps, right? Like, if I suppress this ally, what does that do for the board state, right? Because it's an unknown board state into the future, and then these kind of things you want to sequence them in the right order, because it does matter quite a bit, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And that's one of the beautiful things about like wind, for example. Yes. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, wind just brings a lot to the table. What about you? I'm sure you have a favorite element.
I have a favorite element. I think, you know, obviously being a Merlin player, especially in like season 1 and 2. Fire, right? Fire was always just kind of like a really interesting element. I love the fact that my graveyard is my resource.
Sure.
So I'm a Magic player as well, right?
Who isn't?
Who isn't? And back in Magic, I'm a big fan of like black as well, right, as a color. So a lot of this kind of idea of utilizing the graveyard is not finality. It's just like a transition, right? I love that feeling, right? But after playing a lot of different elements, I can appreciate wind, though I am not by far. I'm not a good wind player. Just don't have the experience for it. But
That's how I feel about water.
yeah, though I do like water. I think my new kind of favorite nowadays is water. It does feel really, really good. But I'm just gonna be true to my elements. I'm gonna stick to fire. Yeah.
I can respect that.
Yeah,
I can
yeah,
respect that.
yeah.
You know, I think that something about when you started to play Grand Archive
Yeah.
might dictate a little bit about how you feel about
Yeah.
certain elements.
Yeah,
You know, there's this sense that in music,
Mm.
the kind of music you grew up on is going to be your kind of favorite sort
True,
of music, favorite
true.
genre going forward.
True.
And I feel like, you know, when you got into Grand Archive might kind of shape how you feel about the elements that are
shape
available.
Yeah, shape the current meta of us. Yeah, it's true. It's true. And even back then, like, I mean, fire aggro was very strong. Like
Absolutely.
a fire Philo, fire Lorraine,
Mhm.
low to the ground, just, you know, really killing it. Yeah. Right here, you're seeing a shot of Path of Puzzle, which is I think we did this at Toronto, right? We did this at Toronto. But yeah, it's basically we're gonna piece together a puzzle, and it's mysterious card. It's gonna basically unveil some new HVN cards.
Very
I
exciting.
believe there are 4 of them.
Oh, okay.
Maybe there might be 4, and they're mixed all the puzzles together. So it looks like folks are already kind of working through that now. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah.
Slowly piecing together the edges.
Yeah, and then, you know, once we get the full image up, we'll have the artwork unveiled, whatever that may be. Yeah, I'm excited to see where that
Oh
brings
yeah,
us.
absolutely. Just
Yeah.
I'm also excited just in general to hear
Yeah.
more about Abyssal Heaven. Honestly,
Yes.
like this is the place for it. You know,
Yes,
we're going to
absolutely.
be seeing some unveiled new cards. Like that's going to be really interesting.
Hopefully, yeah, on Sunday, I think at the end, yeah. Also, we have these gigantic banners in our studio here.
Yeah,
or
you
in
can't
the
really
event hall.
see them from this angle, but
Yes, there are some horses in the back, right behind my head over here. Horses,
that's what
yeah.
those are.
The beautiful horses. All the colors.
Mhm,
Yeah, so there are a lot of horses. And if you missed it, More Ambition is a very horse-driven deck. Yeah, so I think honestly that Sakura Allies, a lot of players will still kind of like flock to it.
I think so too.
Horses are very strong, so yeah.
Yeah, Oath of the Sakura is just an incredibly powerful card, right?
It-
you have people in Wind Allies playing Attune with the Winds, and then Oath of the Sakura comes out and is like, well, what if Attune with the Winds was better?
Strictly better, yeah.
Strictly better.
Well, yeah, strictly better. No one's doing harmonization anymore.
No, not
Yeah.
these days.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a very appealing archetype. You know, having all of these fantastic characters
Yeah.
from the Grand Archive lore out on the field battling for you, the unique allies, right? All of them have so much lore behind them, so much story behind them, so much weight on the
Yeah.
battlefield.
Yeah.
And it's great to be able to play with these sort of unique names out there.
Yeah, and it's for example, one of the really cool idea here is like in the Oath of Soccer deck, right? Dilu is actually the horse of Liu Bei.
Ah.
So in the story, in the lore, Dilu actually rescues Liu Bei in many situations. Yes, so this horse was supposedly in the beginning like kind of like a cursed horse, but like this horse actually rescued the owner Liu Bei like many times. So it's very cool to see that the two cards actually interact together really well within this the set. Yeah.
What do you think of Liu Bei as a card? You know, sort of the distant effect that she provides.
I think it's very good, right? Especially the way that the players are now building Liu Bei, right? I think the distant mechanic is very strong on that card. It's also kind of a surprise too, right? Because people are not gonna. I mean, they're gonna expect it because it's all, you know, like
It's on the
constructed.
card. It's
It's
not
on the card. But I think it's one of those things where it's, you know, it's a damage number that you're kind of like have to additionally add, right? Just like Oath of Sakura 2 is like the card says, hey, put a buff counter on, but it's actually put basically 3 damage on because
Right.
it's gonna be the buff counter plus the 2 attack. That's quite a bit of damage, and this is why in the Oath deck, if you have the right draw to start the game off, you could just win the game.
Absolutely.
Like turn 2, turn 3, it's over. Yeah.
It's a very powerful deck. Absolutely.
Yeah. I think a lot of, let's see, are players still, so it looks like players are kind of like settling down. There's still a line for the Ascent store, though.
There's still a massive people in front of the
Yeah.
Ascent store.
Hopefully they're just silver players, you know? They're just getting their extra silver cards and stuff. But yeah, like a lot of the players are settling down. It looks like we are kind of about looking to start. We're a little bit past 9.
Do we have a player count? It was up around 350 last
You know,
I checked, and I'm
let
not
me-
sure if.
Let me check. I think it's, if you do, let's see. Yeah, here, I got it.
Yeah, let me get that to you.
There we go. Boom. Yeah, okay. 318 registered right now. Yeah.
That's
you do a refresh.
incredible. That's
if you do a refresh
such
on
a
it,
huge event. 318.
318 players. man.
Is that the biggest Ascent we've had? I think that's very close, if not the actual biggest.
I think it's probably the biggest. Yeah, it's I think it's the biggest. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah.
But it does sound like a lot of players.
Absolutely.
And I know it's one of the bigger ones because when we originally had the registration go out, it was filled, and then that was actually opened up additional time, maybe even 2 additional
I
times
think twice,
for more players. But basically, the reason why it capped out at a 350, I believe, is because just the venue. Like it's a limitation on the venue. We can't really change it. It is what it is.
Also, round length. Like if we go too much higher than 350, you start running into even more problems with people bubbling out of the top 32.
It's true. It's true. That is unfortunate, but I don't know if I want to balance like number of players who can participate, right? I think it's always good. I mean, again, it's a good indicator. The game is growing.
Yep.
Fans are excited.
Absolutely.
Right. Everyone's out here to play, and you test their might type of thing. So I'm excited for that. Doesn't really matter. Like, hey, fill the house every single event.
Absolutely. Love
Make
this
it 300
growth.
people,
Yep.
500 people, 1,000, whatever. Well, let's go. Ascend, right? So yeah, But this weekend I'm excited too because we're gonna see who will be crowned.
Absolutely.
Winner of Ascent Santa Clara.
Ascent Santa Clara. And this as a meta, I
Yeah.
mean, I'm sure people have talked about, sort of the Northern California meta, the competitors that come from here.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of, world-level competitors coming
Yeah.
from this very small region.
Very small region. Though, very small region, lots of stores have supported this game and supported this game really early on. Yeah, so one of the things that maybe for the folks who are catching this on the stream don't know is that the NorCal region, all of California I would say, but Northern California, Southern California, were one of the two regions very, very early on that caught on to Grand Archive. I'm talking like 2022? What year are we in? 2024?
Yeah, 24 right now.
When 2022, when the game was released, 2023, I guess. When the game was first released, a lot of stores were actually Kickstarter backers. In addition to just having a lot of product for Dawn of Ash and then running tournaments from here. The very first regional was actually done in SoCal, for example. So it's a pretty big deal. I think that first regional we had 100 people. So
Wow, nice.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right, I
Looks
am
like
hearing that we have pairings for
pairings
the
are
first
up.
round.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So it should be pretty good. We're probably going to get started very, very soon. But anyways, yeah, as I was saying, kind of completing it, this region has had the most amount of experience. The player growth here has been great as well. So, I mean, yeah, this is the training ground, if you will, right?
Sure.
Yeah, definitely. One of the training ground. I don't want to discount other regions. I'm sure there's a
Yeah,
lot of
we definitely have some other competitors coming in. I've already seen Glenny Boy over from the UK.
Yep.
Limelight has shown up for this event, I think.
Yeah.
So absolutely some worldwide competition coming in to compete here in Santa Clara.
Absolutely. Australia is here. Singapore is here. New Zealand's here. And you have, like, of course, Taiwan. Very, very strong region as well. So
absolutely.
It's all over the world. Everybody's here, right? So, yeah. It's I know Henky is here as well.
Henky the Goat.
Yeah, Henky the Goat. That's right. But yeah, you got like a lot of the top the world competitors are here as well in this house. So it's gonna be a good matchup or a good weekend for sure.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Here are those banners you were talking about.
Oh yeah.
And
Look
that
at
Christmas tree front and center.
Oh, that Lorraine.
Festive tree, holiday tree.
This tree is so tall. This tree is incredibly tall. And here's the best part. Now, some of the ornaments you're seeing on the tree are actually Grand Archive themed.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, so I think I saw some like Grand Crusader rings. We have
the element baubles.
the
That's
baubles.
so good.
Yeah, that's actually pretty smart. Actually, yeah. Cloudstone orbs. You got like just a bunch of different ornaments. I was kind of taking a look at the tree yesterday. It's beautiful, right?
Honestly, the way it shows up on camera, it's even more impressive than it is in person.
The shine. Yeah, hey, just everyone look at the stream instead of looking at the real tree.
But shout outs to the support staff that got all
for
this
sure.
up and running.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
That thing looks incredibly large and a hassle to handle.
Yeah,
so.
it was crazy. I was here yesterday, kind of watching them assemble the tree from top down. By the way, for a tree like this, what you do is you assemble them from top to bottom. I actually didn't know that. I guess I didn't know how a tree like this get put
Right,
together.
yeah.
But yeah, it's really cool. It was really cool. They got the ladders out. They just start going, and then it gets actually accelerates as it gets lower because more people can get involved, even though there's more branches to attach on the bottom. Anyways, some behind the scenes stuff. Yeah. And also, look, it's I love these banners. They're just so vibrant. Color-wise, it's so good. Some of the champions, yeah, it's great.
Well, we should be seeing some more of those. I think we have some interviews with the players planned eventually, so
Yeah.
we'll be using those as our backdrop.
They're gonna be there. Yep,
Yeah.
for sure.
Excellent.
Yeah. I think we're asking the players to now take their seats. Again, pairings are up, so pretty much we can get started. Looks
Trying
like
to see if I can bring up the pairings on the Omnidex
yeah,
here.
they're up. They're good.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so we have.
If you go to matches, you'll see it.
Wanted to see that final count. 309
309. Yep.
at the end of the day.
Good.
So I think there were 350-ish tickets sold.
Yeah.
Some people definitely gonna come in, get their swag, not necessarily intending to play. but-
That's me, honestly. I'm so sorry, guys. I actually bought a champion package and I totally forgot about it. So, yeah.
But yeah, 155 matches,
Nice.
including the bye. So
Wow, yeah.
154 matches going to get played out.
Nice.
Definitely a lot of
Any
recognizable
early
names here.
kills? Any early kills you're seeing? Oh, I see Jimmy's in the house.
Yep,
That's awesome.
Jimmy's here.
Okay.
And just kind of going over previous events, there's a
Yeah.
couple of names that stand out as names that I recognize.
Yeah.
Not sure if any of them are going to be particular contenders, but definitely names that I've seen before. Which,
Yeah.
I mean, makes sense, right? You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
you get a lot of the same people coming out to some of these ascents.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's really already. I'm seeing quite a few really interesting matches as well. Like for example, earlier I saw. I think let's see, Steve-O's playing against Mewtwo, Modest Mewtwo. Okay.
Cabin's in the house.
Yeah, Duck Has is here as well. Yeah. Oh no, two people I actually know, but from different regions are playing against each other as well on the list. That's awesome.
Looking specifically for the symbols, the ascendant symbols, to see if there's
Yes.
any ascendant kills.
Yeah.
A couple of those. Limelight versus Guruthos. Those are both names I've recognized.
Nice. Yeah, that's gonna be it. And then Matt is up against Abraham. Okay, there you go. Yep.
I think people mostly spread out for round one, which makes a lot of sense,
It's
right?
usually the field looks like that. There
Yeah.
are some early, early strong matchups, but
Mhm.
usually that's not like common, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's all random, right? There's no seeding based
No,
on
it's all random.
ability
It's all
or
random.
previous performance or anything like that.
Correct.
So you
Correct.
kind of get who you get.
Yeah, it is exactly.
And
All right.
looks like we're settling in for
Players
round
are
one.
taking their seats. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so again, along with this weekend, one really exciting thing that's going to be happening is I think tonight we're going to host the first ever draft.
I'm so excited.
Official draft of Mortal Ambition, right? Yes.
Yeah, I'm also a Magic background, longtime aficionado of draft.
Yes.
One of the first things that my friends and I tried to do was build a draft cube
For Grand Archive?
for Grand Archive.
Okay, how did
And
that
it
go?
was very interesting.
Okay.
it worked well in some cases, worked
Yeah.
not as well in other cases.
Yeah.
We definitely had some experience kind of trying to draft the sets on their own.
Okay.
And Dawn of Ashes worked out okay for that. And all of the other sets have had other problems trying to just pull from the packs and build a deck.
Yeah, I mean,
Just the way the sets are arranged, right? You know,
Correct.
you have all the small sets, you have the sets with not that
Yes.
many mainline champions,
Correct.
and it's interesting the way that the products are packaged for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, I mean, for
Um,
those that didn't notice this, I'm sure you've noticed this, but A and B is 15 cards.
Yep.
That makes it draftable. Number one, number of cards. Number two is the ordering of the cards, right? So you have a bunch of commons in the beginning, or commons. You have a bunch of norm elements in the beginning,
Yeah.
right? Followed by like specific elements, but the elements are split pretty evenly. You get you get at least one of every element. Sometimes you get two of some elements, right? And this is all before the uncommons and the rare,
Right.
right? And not including, of course, the foil, but these are just extra slots, we should say. So, yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to that. I want
Me
to
too.
see.
I'm hoping I get the chance to play.
Yeah, yes, me too, me too. Sometimes like we're up here as casters, like it's always kind of like, do we have time or like whatever?
Right.
Yeah.
And as much as I would love to compete in Path of Steel,
Of
like
course.
I'm perfectly happy being up here, like bringing this content to you, the viewer.
Yeah.
But draft, I'm feeling like I'm missing out on draft.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like we're getting our feature table set up right now. It's gonna be pretty cool. Yeah.
And then once that's set up, we'll be able to bring that to you. Looks like we have Once in Love,
Yes.
and I think those are swapped at the moment.
Swapped right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's also one of the Sparkle Sis Lives from Taiwan. So they have a YouTube channel. This is Tanya, I believe.
Yes, I think that is
There you
correct.
go. Yeah, I got it. Cool. Yeah. So this
Very
is
cool.
This is the sisters from Taiwan who's been making really cool content. So it's actually this is the duel of content creators on stream. Should be really fun. Yeah.
Do we know anything about their deck lists yet?
I don't think we have them yet. But you know the fun thing is also, it looks like Andrew's going to be our judge for the stream table.
Oh, great.
That's awesome. Yes. Yeah. Okay, we're just going over some ground rules and getting the final setups. I believe we should be cutting over to stream within about 5 to 10 minutes at most. Yeah, for those of you guys watching. Thank you guys, by the way, for tuning in to Grand Archive. Really appreciate the support. You know, even though you guys can't be here, we're going to give you guys the best. I can't say that. Okay, we're going to give you the best freaking show we can give you on stream. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Caught myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this honestly, the community makes the show. So
It's yeah, and it's so exciting. It's just like really nice to be here, and yeah, as you can hear, everyone is so excited to be here. Yeah.
still a few more announcements going out before they get fully settled for round one.
Yeah.
But once the timer starts, we'll bring the game straight to you.
Yeah. The worst thing that can happen is, of course, in these big tournaments, you're not following the right directions. Right. So getting those directions out, making sure it's really clear. The thing I love about these tournaments always is like, what's the question that they always ask right before starting? How do you get a judge? And then we get the room gets pretty excited about it. It's really fun, right? Like you raise your hand, you yell judge really loudly, yeah, to really get people
Use your
involved.
best outside voice to call for the judge.
Of course. And it is also a Ascent level event. So, I mean, it's going to be a little bit more strict, of course, than locals or, those kind of things. So we'll see some of that, hoping for, not too many mistakes. But, hey, look, it's a high skill based game. And, people are very, sometimes there's nerves. Nerves get to you as well, right? So there's that too. But, yeah, I'm just looking forward to it. Everyone's going to be so excited to be here. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Honestly, like I, not really a stranger to competitive play myself.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've ever been on a stage as big as this one.
Okay.
So I'm just imagining what it would be like to be
Have
in
you
our,
ever
in
been
our
on
feature match
feature
players'
table?
shoes. I have never actually. I've never been to the feature table.
Okay.
I've never had to play on stream.
Yeah.
So I guess I can imagine what it would be like, but never had to experience it myself.
Yeah, it's it's really interesting. I was actually on feature table. I was playing against Sano as well, who's the Tristan player from SoCal, right? It's the Allies Tristan, inspiring call Tristan, and I was like, oh man, I'm so nervous. I mean, again, playing a good player,
Right.
also gonna be on stream. It was just really interesting I love it. It's really fun. Yeah.
Definitely.
And then part of me was like, oh man, I want to give people like a good show, be funny on stream.
Right.
But I had to focus on the game, right? So
No,
yeah.
the gameplay has to come first, right?
For
Especially in that position. You're playing at this high level. You're playing
yeah.
at these competitive level events. You definitely want to put on the best show you can.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like everyone is pretty much seeded now. They're going to be.
Yeah, I think we're very close to getting started, making sure that all the technical aspects of the feature match are set up correctly. We've got the players mic'd up separately to make sure that they're not getting any information from the outside. And then...
Yeah, this setup is really cool, right?
Yeah.
So we have, of course, like a viewing area that you guys can't see on stream, but it's right around here. And there's 2 gigantic monitors. Like, they're huge, right? They're very huge projectors. They're very high quality. That's streaming the match for anybody who wants to, take a seat, watch, etc. And then, of course, the actual competitors for feature match, they're on a big stage right in the center as well. So with bright lights and everything, it's cool. And, so it's a very, very cool setup.
Yeah,
I'm really excited about this. Yeah.
It looks really cool.
Yeah.
I've had the pleasure of working with TM32 for the NorCal regionals.
Okay.
So I've got kind of the taste of what this would look like,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I'm honestly blown away at how much better it is at this much bigger event.
Ascent level.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
We don't mess around
No.
for Ascent. Yeah. We really want to give people a great show. So that makes sense. Yes. Did everyone get their stuff? No, there's still people in line for the Ascent store.
Oh no.
No, I'm sure they're just here for the items. They're good. Yeah, yeah. It's cool.
It looks like our players are almost ready to get started. Hopefully, we'll be able to bring that up in the near future.
Yeah. Cool. Are they actually starting to? Cool. All right. Looks like we're going to our feature match now. Awesome. Again, reminder: feature match between Once in Love and Tanya. So, yeah, players are getting set, and then this is the cut. Yes. What a great cut. Cool. It looks like the players are getting started now. Okay. Tanya won the dice roll, so Tanya will be going first. Spirit of Wind is going to be our champion here.
Do you think she's on Tristan?
I mean, I see Tristan. I see Umbra. Yes.
All right.
It's confirmed to be Tristan. Yes.
So the last event we have a deck list for her is Ascent Taipei, and she played Shadow Strike Tristan at that event as well.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is the deck that I think she's been very comfortable. I think recently, I don't know if it's her or her sister, actually got a top 4 at, I believe, a store championship. Probably on this deck, yeah. And Tyler is going to be on Spirit of Serene Fire. I believe his deck is going to be Luxem Xander?
Luxem Xander,
I see the Luxem. There you go.
Excellent. I'm really excited to see this match. I've heard actually pretty good things about the interaction between Shadow Strike and Luxem. You know, Luxem trying to play that controlling game, and Shadow Strike trying to bring in that one huge hit to just knock somebody out just from zero.
Yeah.
So that's going to be difficult for Once in Love to deal with, I think.
I think it also depends on whether Tanya's going to be running like slice and dice, because there could be a pretty early like kill as well. That's going to be possible too.
And then one for turn.
If the right Shadow Strike is, if the slice and dice is available for that deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Once in Love needs to be aware that he can get knocked out early on if he's not careful.
Yeah. Looks like Once kept one card in hand, and then drew a. It does have a Dungeon Guide already in hand, so that's good. And the Resolute Stand, 2 Resolute Stands as well, right?
Yeah, potentially very important in this matchup. Not a whole lot of allies, but every single piece of chip damage counts.
Yeah.
Gain a prep.
So,
Oh, it's you.
yeah. Looks like it's going to be leveling up.
Mhm.
And then,
Choosing that prep counter over the agility, it looks like.
I mean, a lot of the Tristan players, right? This early prep is very important because you do have to get to 4, because otherwise your level 2 is going to be a little bit awkward.
Right.
Yeah. But the right cards aren't kind of
I'll reprogram.
in hand.
Nothing.
Yeah. Reprogram for the floating.
Level up into Xander. Pay with reprogram.
Sure.
So
Nice.
banish graveyard.
Xander 1 on the field, bringing with it that prep counter and Glimpse 2.
Yes. Okay, we're seeing a Dustlight Communion. And
Dusklight Communion probably not that effective in this matchup.
Both to the bottom.
It's not much that card's
And then
going to
I'll
be
get
used
a prep
for
counter.
here.
Okay.
Yeah. Prep counter goes on, and then he's thinking about anything.
Recollect and draw good.
Yeah. Pre-rec, and then draw the card.
Mhm.
Nice. Okay, Thieving Cut is great here as well. Really
Thieving
gives-
Cut, a very important card in this matchup.
Yeah, especially because you can utilize it now, right? Draw a card, and then on the level up, bring it back and utilize again. Yeah.
Yeah, setting up for Xander 2 is actually a very important part of your Xander 1 gameplay. Xander 2 bringing a assassin
Action.
assassin action
Yeah.
back from the graveyard to your hand.
Yep. Or is it assassin card maybe? Yeah.
No, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Take 3.
And there's that Thieving Cut.
Yeah.
So-
You guys saw the Street Fighter graphics up there up top. There's some red damage counters going down. So so you can track the life bar up top.
Yeah, I love this overlay.
It's great. I wonder if the life bar like extends as they level up with more HP. So I'm looking forward to see that too.
I've actually seen that happen. As the max HP goes up, the life bar scales.
Yeah.
So we might see that when Tanya levels up.
Yeah. Looks like backup charger is chosen. Again, it's
Banish it.
I think in Tanya's hand, there's just not quite a number of like cantrip cards that she's looking for to be able to keep the momentum going. So yeah, drawing more cards here, unfortunately drawing a lot of Umbra cards here. So
Yeah, Umbra card's not very useful in the early game. That's definitely something you want later on once you've hit level 3. But at this
Correct.
point, still at level 1, she's
Yeah.
looking for ways to get those extra prep counters in order to make sure that she gets full value out of leveling up.
yeah, for sure. And then also in addition to that too, there's a bunch of like even the Dream Fairy, which is normally pretty good, but against this matchup, there's not going to be any allies that you're going to be using this for. Oh, the in cap on the in cap. I love it. 2 assassins paying cheap for the in cap. So the mastermind scheme was
Agility's on
casted,
6
and
triggers.
then in cap to in cap against the mastermind scheme, which was in capped again by Tanya. So yeah.
Yeah, so, some very cool counterplay seeing these
Yeah.
assassin decks matched up against each other.
7?
Yeah, it's really fun. And that was really fast. I mean, Tanya was ready for the incapacitate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It just shows that she's played against an assassin deck before, right? Even if
Okay,
she
bonus
doesn't
Xander too.
necessarily have as much experience against
Just
Luxem Xander specifically, instead of other versions of Tristan, it shows that she's really got that familiarity with the game. She knows what's coming up.
Yeah, for sure.
On enter.
So looking at Once in Love's deck list,
Yeah.
that Dusklight Communion has the ability to hit an Umbra card out of the material deck, which means this is specifically tech against slimes.
Yeah, to just de-level, and if basically it's a slime check, right? If you're not going to be able to have the additional level, a lot of your advanced slimes just can't attack. Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. It's a cool tech. I mean, I remember seeing it. It's definitely something that people were looking for. Looks like we have. Okay, so the level 3, and then I guess the thieving cut was brought back, right?
Yeah,
As
the thieving
expected.
cut was
Yep.
brought back. Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
And brought back and then fired off again.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, I think Tyler's thinking about, yep,
3
exactly.
down for Dungeon Guide.
Just Dungeon Guide and just go to 3. I think at this point, it's
2
safe.
resolute stance.
2 resolute
Two
stands.
resolute stands.
That's actually okay, because,
Standard
there's
3
not a
pointing
lot of
set.
allies here, so the resolute stands aren't going to be
Yeah, so
that-
far not that
Nice.
wide a
That's
board. I
what's
think
going.
you've got Tanya's deck list in front of you.
Yeah.
Is she running more of this sort of go wide, extra ominous shadow plan with the
It goes to level 2.
with
the
inspired
Umbra
call.
cards that add extra Fantasias to the board, or
Pick 2.
Yeah, I mean, there's the standard stuff with your windmill engineers as allies, the waltz, for example, of course. But this isn't like a very ally heavy early game type of Tristan deck for sure. I mean, there's Sadis, but even that she's running 3 of. Yeah.
so it sounds like she's running both Shadow Strike and Penumbra Waltz.
That is correct. Yes, 2 waltz
Okay.
and then 4 shadow strike. Yes.
2 walls. Okay, so more of a side plan rather
Yeah.
than the
Yep.
sort of general plan to go wide and go off with that inspiring call.
You for 1.
Take 1.
Imbue and then windmill engineer, very powerful still.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the handful of Umbra cards here. So Tanya's really going
up.
to want to probably go to
Materialize
3
the Sarah's
very
map,
soon.
Enters rested.
And it looks like she's got those 3 cards down right now, perfectly set up to go to 3.
Yeah.
Of course.
Now-
I'm going to skip my Xander trigger.
The thing about the Xander situation here is that while
I
once
triggered
is
Jimmy
level
response to
3,
it.
I don't think he has the right
not
Luxem
correct.
cards that he wants in
Recollect and
hand. Yeah,
Yeah, so
there you go.
the real power for Luxem Xander is having those Luxem sights, those Assault Weavers,
Yeah.
those Lightweaver's Assault,
Lightweaver's Assault, yes.
in order to reveal from your memory to Xander's Recollection Trigger.
Yeah, and that's what the Luxera's map here is here for, right? So whether if it's looking to potentially heal, so like you can just have the Luxem sites in your memory, kind of pretty much consistently, and then to just consistently heal and stay in the game. While you find the rest of your Luxem answers. Gleaming Cut also could be a really good situation here. You can just draw 2 on the Gleaming Cut on a reveal. There's plenty of cards that Tyler I think is looking for now that he's at level 3. Getting more Luxem cards into hand and memory is definitely what he wants to do. It's actually kind of funny that the opposite situation is happening on Tanya's side, where Tanya has a lot of Umbra cards, but she's not quite ready to go to level 3.
Yeah, bringing out those Windwalker boots in order to build up the extra prep counters. It sounds like her plan, especially with the Mastermind scheme,
Turbocharge.
Yeah.
is to build up a lot of prep counters and hit with a massive Shadow Strike once she gets to level 3.
Yeah, and she does have a turbocharge, so this is going to really accelerate the hand. And here we go with some Fairy Whispers. Yeah, and then another Mastermind scheme.
Finally drawing those win cards for Tanya, which is what she needed for that
Yeah.
early game velocity.
Yeah,
How many
yeah.
cards you had?
4.
Four cards.
Nothing
Well,
in memory.
yeah.
Okay.
So Xander definitely looking to beef up his hand at this point.
Okay.
We have the Windmill Engineer coming from Tanya.
Drawn to memory.
Oh, right.
Tyler,
one.
yeah.
Good guy, Tyler.
There's a lot. I mean, hey, you don't want to be missing the windmill draw into memory. That's the
6
whole
cards
point.
in memory.
Yes.
5 prep counters already. This is a pretty strong situation. in Tanya's favor. Yeah.
Yeah,
Especially
Tanya's
because,
definitely getting set up for those big plays.
Yeah, especially because I think, on Tyler's side, again, he doesn't have the Luxem cards. Now, here's the really cool thing about the backup charger here. He does have a turbocharge as well.
Okay. In response, at the beginning of Recollection, Xander trigger.
Okay.
So we're going to see how he's sequencing this. He's got both the backup charger and Luxera's map, allowing him to set up to bring, multiple different cards into his memory, either from his hand or from his deck.
And from the backup charger as well.
Mhm.
So this is the cool part, right?
Card into memory.
Yeah. Charger is going to get... I didn't quite see the card. Okay.
And then
Excalibur, turbocharge, thieving.
still waiting on the
And a
Luxera's
dungeon
map.
guide. Unfortunately, it was just the dungeon guide.
From your hand.
Yeah.
Random?
You choose. Yeah,
Choice, yeah. Yeah.
Good. Recollect.
Yep.
And draw.
And Tyler's going to recollect and draw. Oh, a second. Luxem Sight. This is what he's looking for. Now, Luxem Sight isn't going to end the game for him. However, he can use it to delay the game longer, right? Yeah. The only unfortunate part is Tanya's deck isn't here to kind of deal like mini damage consistently. It's really looking for that one attack. I mean, with 4 Shadow Strike, this is just like, hey, do you have it? It's like a damage check, basically.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Once in Love probably going to be looking for those Lightweaver's Assaults here with the Luxera's map, trying to start getting some damage in on Tanya. He may go just for a Gleaming Cut in order to ramp up his hand, just looking for more influence.
Yeah.
I didn't quite catch what he pulled out of his deck. But he's already got one of those Luxem Sights, as you mentioned, which is going to be a great start on keeping his health low, making sure that he doesn't have a lot of damage on his champion.
Yeah.
So Tanya's Shadow Strike is just going to have to do that much more work.
Yeah. Also, not to miss this too, but Once does have a Excalibur as well, Cleansing Light in hand, so that's going to be very useful against the Shadow's Dagger whenever that's out as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Without those Shadow's Claw, it's going to make the Ominous Shadows a lot less effective.
Yeah. Cut. Okay, here we go.
One of the things that that Tristan tends to rely on at that upper level, especially with cards like I'm forgetting the name of the card, but prevents 3 damage, brings out extra Shadow Clones.
The Penumbra Waltz.
Yes, the Penumbra Waltz. Is using that Shadow's Claw in order to get some extra damage on those Fantasias.
Yeah.
So,
of course, as expected, Turbocharge comes in, draws more cards, and yeah, just like that, Tyler's situation is looking much, much better. Let's see what other Luxem cards he could be picking up. Okay.
Up to 8 influence at this point, and that number's only going to climb.
Yeah. Okay, he got a Thieving Cut and Fast Cure. Now, those aren't Luxem, but Thieving Cut, as an example, can draw him more cards as well. And then Fast Cure, being floating memory, gives him options for as well. So, looks like Tanya's ready to go to level 3. This is great because, again, she has a lot of Umbra cards ready to go.
Yeah, this could be a very big turn for her.
Yeah. She also does have another Mastermind Scheme, so that's going to be coming in too. Okay. All right.
And
Losing...
on enter trigger.
Yep.
Is that a Reclaim?
Shadows.
And
2
one of
shadows.
her Shadow Strikes, I think.
Yeah, one of her Shadow Strike, Reclaim, and Dream Fairy. Yes.
Fairy Whisper.
There you go. Fairy Whisper is going to look...
Fairy Whispers.
Looking for more cards out of her deck with that Fairy Whispers. And at this point, it looks like her plan is just to build up those prep counters, probably find a Mastermind Scheme to double up, and then let loose with a really big Shadow Strike.
Top and this position.
One top, one bottom, and yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Revealing a Black Market Broker, is that?
Black Market Broker it is, yes.
2 cards in hand.
Black Market Broker, normally a very important card for
Early
Tristan,
game.
right?
Yeah,
In the early game especially. But just as a way to start getting in that chip damage so your Shadow Strike doesn't have to go 0 to 25.
Yeah, and the other reason potentially could just be that, like it's a win card, so you draw that one, otherwise you may not be able to draw that card.
That's true for Fairy Whispers.
Yeah.
But in this matchup, having that extra ally on the board probably not going to be that effective, especially given that we know that Once in Love already has that Luxem Sight to start healing up.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, now Tanya has seen it, so yes, she understands as well. Yes. Okay.
Now Tanya has to make some difficult decisions here.
I think the Mastermind Scheme is going to be next. Really get the amount of prep counters very, very high. And she's at a point where, at this point, that the boots is in play as well. So
Right, getting an extra prep counter every turn.
Yeah. I mean, as in, you can just draw with a boot. I mean, at this point, you can just draw that extra card. You don't really need that extra prep counter, I think. Yeah.
There's that Mastermind Scheme. Yep, that's going to get her up to 12 prep counters.
What a 12.
Yeah. Tyler has no response to this, so yeah, let's go to 12. This is very, very, very scary numbers of prep
Initial-
So
counters.
Shadow Strike, an attack that already deals 4 damage, and then deals an additional damage for every prep counter that you use on it.
Yeah.
So this is setting up for a 16 damage swing.
And Tyler has the Excalibur in hand. He's thumbing it. Yeah, so
Yep,
he
and
knows.
here we go.
He knows.
Here comes the Shadow's Claw, and
Yep.
we should see immediately the Excalibur as soon as he gets
Thank
the,
you
as soon as he gets
for
opportunity.
Okay, so Shadow Cost coming in for 1. Tyler's thinking about it. There's
Mm.
options here.
Yep, maybe
Yeah.
willing to take this hit. That does open him up for a little bit of extra damage from the
Yeah.
Phantasias,
Looks
but
like he's going to Excalibur.
and there's the
Right away.
Excalibur.
There
Yep,
you go, yeah.
exactly as expected.
Yeah,
So
and
it goes to destroy or
Yeah, destroy. Yeah,
Yeah.
so it goes to banishment.
banish.
yeah. So this is, I mean, this is the answer, right? Excalibur, a very, very powerful item.
Absolutely.
Just destroys any non-champion object. Period. So-
And this really slows down the incremental damage, the chip damage
Yeah.
from
Oh,
those
you do,
those
wait,
ominous
you're right,
shadows.
You're right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that puts Xander, that puts Once in Love in a pretty good position going
Yeah.
forward.
He's looking pretty good. I mean, at this point, it's really just going to be the Shadow Strike
Mhm,
finisher.
mhm.
I'm gonna go Grand
Um,
Crusaders ring.
yeah.
Xander, of
Uh,
course, a much grindier
Xander
game
wants to
plan,
turn.
right?
Yeah.
Xander wants to deal some incremental damage with those Lightweaver's assaults, build up to an eventual double Lightweaver's turn, which is a huge 16 damage burst, but he's got to get enough damage
Yeah.
in first in order to make sure that's lethal.
I'll recover 3.
Yep.
And
Looks
then
like
I'll deal 2 damage to
Put
you with
2
the Lightweavers.
Umbras cards into
So
memory.
whenever Lightweavers is revealed, it deals. I can choose a target to deal 2 damage to. So I'll
Yeah.
deal 2 to you.
So this is where the small chip
And
damage
then
comes
Luxem
in.
Sight recovers 3.
Yeah.
So all of these Luxem cards starting to
Yeah.
get revealed for extra value, and this is what every turn is going to be going forward from
Yeah,
here.
for sure. Yeah, and this is what Tyler's looking for.
Mhm.
Another fast cure. See, he's just not hitting those Luxem cards. Yeah. And they're in his deck. They're just
They're
not in his hand.
definitely there, right? Yeah, and that's what Grand Crusader's Ring is here
Yeah.
for. That's what Luxera's Map is here for. I'm expecting to see an insignia of the Korhazi at some point.
Yeah. I think you could just Thieving Cut though, draw the
Thieving
card.
Cut you?
Yeah, and then lay down again the Luxem cards.
Prepared.
Mhm.
Every turn, especially if you can cantrip, draw more cards,
For
right?
champion.
Lay down the Luxem cards. Just keep chipping those damage in against Tristan. Those
So
are good.
3
Yeah,
damage.
Mhm.
yeah. And this is the thing, like these 3 damage, right? Like you know, Tristan
On
really
that hit,
wants to
I'll draw a card.
be, yeah. Well, actually, the redirection for shadows doesn't even matter here because Xander's not going to be attacking.
Thunder Guide?
One doesn't guide. Yep.
Yeah, the real big damage isn't
Yeah.
going to come from an attack. The real big damage is going to come from
Right,
Lightweaver's
right,
Assault,
right.
and looks like Tanya's in range now if she doesn't have her defenses up.
Yeah.
Pass turn.
Tanya sitting at 15 health, and 2 Lightweaver's Assaults played back to back will deal 16 damage total.
Yeah.
So once Once in Love gets his second Lightweaver's Assault,
Yeah.
we're looking at a potential lethal blow there.
Now Tanya does have some draw options as well here. So, what are some?
Looking through her wind options.
Yeah. Gear Strike Gloves just draws more. More
GCR?
prep counters. Yeah. So it's really just gonna be drawing. I think
Respawn?
as much as possible,
Go ahead.
Finish it?
you know, maybe get another Mastermind scheme,
Mhm.
and really go, you know, like for that
Coins?
1-hit KO before.
Runner.
Yeah.
And GCR playing into that, just looking for extra cards,
Yeah.
trying to dig up that Mastermind scheme.
Yeah.
I think, as we said, we have 12 prep counters on her champion right
Yeah.
now. So that would make for a 16-point Shadow Strike. Not enough to kill Once in Love,
Mm-hmm.
but one more Mastermind scheme will definitely see that total skyrocket.
Yeah.
24 prep counters is enough to kill
I have 7
anybody.
cards in hand.
Now she does
Okay.
know that it's only only one Luxem site has been revealed.
Mhm.
So, and that was the entire like influence
the
of
castles.
Tyler in the last reveal. So at this point, it's really just like it's she really wants to have the answer because this is the time to go, right?
Absolutely.
Because if you have too many,
Space.
Luxem cards, especially Luxem site,
Mhm.
it may actually fall out of range. Yeah.
Absolutely, and she can't deal anything that's not lethal, right? Any incremental damage is just going to get erased by those Luxem sites. And Xander, Once in Love, is still sitting on that serene fire.
Yeah.
So if she does 24 damage and then tries to do the last few points, that's not
Yeah.
going to cut it.
That's right. Yeah. And at this point,
Yep.
actually the string fire is really not. Yeah, the fire doesn't matter, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, not that many fire cards in his deck. There's 4 creative shocks. There's 2 underfires.
Insignia
So
of
he might
the-
actually be in a position to
Okay.
defend himself from these
So
shadow
it's,
strikes. He's got those
PvP,
underfires main.
down,
That is
counter.
incredible.
And then if I activate a prepared card
Yeah.
while I have
So
influence of 6 or less, I'll draw
every
a card from
time
my
he's
memory.
going to be activating prepared cards, he's going to be able to draw cards into memory. for
As long as his influence is 6 or less.
6 or less, yes, for Insignia of Korhazi. Yeah.
The Insignia of the Korhazi also very important, not only for the preparation counters, but for the reserve cost. Just being able to put more cards into your memory.
Yeah, exactly.
Without needing to go down on influence to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, we're at the point where it's just always with that Insignia, he's going to be able to put like key Luxem cards into memory. Yep.
Is that another Lightweaver's that he drew? I think that's a Lightweaver's Assault on the top. Is there a second one in his hand? Because if he goes for it, this could be the time.
No, that's I believe that's Gleaming Cut. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think so, right? That top card. It's the.
Is it one of the supporter pack Gleaming Cuts?
I believe so.
Okay. So Gleaming Cut, of course, when revealed from your memory, lets you draw 2 cards. You can banish it in order to draw 2 extra cards. So still definitely building up his influence here and just digging for that extra Luxem or Lightweaver's Assault. Lightweaver's Assault is going to be what kind of seals the deal here.
Yeah.
Lightweaver's Assault, in addition to when you reveal it, dealing 2 damage to any target, will deal damage to any number of targets equal to the amount of cards in your memory. So playing a Lightweaver's Assault, retaining opportunity, and then playing another Lightweaver's Assault in response allows you to put 8 cards down, so each one will deal 8 damage.
That's the finisher. And yeah, like you said, he's slowly putting. Well, actually, I think Tanya's already in range. Yeah. So.
Yeah, Tanya at 13 health remaining,
Yeah.
12 damage on her champion, so definitely in range for that lethal blow.
Yeah.
Tanya, I think Once in Love expects Tanya to have some defenses, right? Penumbra Waltz, actually a fantastic defense here. That'll be 3 damage prevented. Incapacitate, also just a really fantastic defense here. That'll just knock a Lightweaver's Assault out of the running.
Yeah, and then Vanish from Sight has given stealth to Xander for this turn. So unfortunately, that also makes it hard to, actually attack in.
Definitely taking advantage of some of these defensive assassin skills.
Yeah, for sure. He's not quite, like you said, at 2 Lightweavers, but yeah, once he sees 2 Lightweaver assaults, it will be a very, very good position for him.
The question is, does he go for it? They've already traded Incapacitates once, so he knows that that's in the offing.
Now, Tanya's best option right here is probably actually to get some Veiling Breezes here.
Veiling Breeze would do a lot of work for her.
Yeah, I mean, again, like that's the one defensive option that she has. Okay, so all cards are going top. Yeah.
Trading Fairy Whispers for Fairy Whispers, a classic.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting that the Innervate Agility was also put on top. Yeah. So Innervate Agility, Fairy Whispers, and of course the Veiling Breeze are on top. It looks like Veiling Breeze probably going to be the second card here.
Veiling Breeze, an important card in this matchup, like you said. Innervate Agility, unfortunately, probably not going to be that useful here, unless she intends to get extra value out of going down to level 2 and then back up to level 3. The Lightweaver's Assault is a skill, not a spell, so the spell shot from Innervate Agility isn't going to be able to defend her that way.
Yeah. Now, Saudi is down. Again, it's just more for building prep counters, because in this situation, there's not much more that she can do. Now, the other thing, too, is, right, so we have the Penumbra Waltz as well, too, in hand. So there's quite a bit of defensive options here.
Absolutely, and also some additional damage if she can get an attack in.
Yeah, exactly.
Those extra ominous shadows, definitely going to be helpful, although a lot less helpful now that the Shadows Claw's gone.
Yeah.
Wake up.
Prep counter.
Materialization.
Okay, yeah. We're at the point with the game where, like, the players don't have much more to materialize, so, yeah.
Insignia again.
Yep, not even bothering to materialize at this point.
Yeah.
Anything on my Xander trigger?
Okay, two significant.
Lightweavers, Luxem, Dustlight, Dungeon Guide, Thieving Cut, 2 Fast Cures, and an Under
Once in Love now revealing his entire hand.
3 cards down.
And we have a Gleaming Cut, a Lightweaver's Assault, and a Luxem Sight.
Yeah.
So Once in Love is going to be drawing 2 cards here, is going to be recovering 3, although at 0 right now, so that's not going to do much.
But the key is to draw the 2, and the other key is also to do the 2.
Yes. And Lightweavers dealing 2 damage. The interaction here is a very unfortunate one for the Tristan player. Because Lightweaver's Assault says choose rather than target, you need to respond to the Lightweaver's Assault trigger without knowing what it's going to damage.
And honestly, the cards in her hand, she can't lay them down. I mean, that's the Veiling Breeze. You know, in case there's any sort of like finisher that's drawn
One
here,
damage.
Mhm.
there's
Face.
there's no chance that she can lay that down or even spend it for Sadie here. Yeah, she's checking her wind in her influence now. I think there's 4
Mhm.
in there.
Response, banish this.
Okay, can banish a gear stride.
And activates the building.
Wait. Veiling Breeze.
Oh, Veiling beyond the stack. This is gonna be key.
We're gonna see if Once in Love has any responses here.
Yeah.
Looks like something's happening. Is he going to fire off one of those
How about
assaults?
Creative Shock.
Yeah, he's
Is
gonna
Creative
creative shock.
We're seeing a creative shock. Okay, just drawing some extra cards.
2 in cap. Ooh, the in cap is pretty good here.
Ink cap
actually.
could be helpful. I
doesn't
don't know
really
if
need
he's
it right now.
Yeah, I don't know if
Yeah.
he's going to use it now or if
He's
he's
not
going to
using
save
it.
it for
Just
later.
like
It seems like
There you go.
later on he's going to get more value out of it just to fight against her own incapacitates.
Yeah.
This is going to be a fairly big Veiling Breeze. Although there's not a lot of damage coming in right now, right?
It's
There's just the one
dungeon
from the
guy.
ally.
It's in response to the dungeon guy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Thinking very hard about this, deep in the tank.
Veiling's good.
Yeah, exactly. Because there's really nothing
Reveal.
that
Yeah.
Tyler, you can just kind of
1,
let go of
2,
this
3.
this turn for now. So yeah,
Mhm.
four wind has been revealed. It's going to prevent 4 damage.
And the way Veiling Breeze works is for every instance of damage that occurs this turn, 4 of it is going to be prevented.
Yeah.
So if Once in Love had any more that he wanted to do this turn, that's pretty much off the table,
Yeah.
and he passes the turn.
Tanya side. I mean,
Materialize Pyrophrin.
yeah, Terrafring. It's fine.
Any response?
Okay.
Recollect.
Recollection and draw.
Draw 1.
Tanya at this point probably not too
No.
many effective materializes. I think Terrafring
Ooh.
maybe not super effective in this matchup, but you might
cards?
as well bring it out. You might as well get your value while you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the really tricky part. She's really looking for just more prep counters.
Mhm.
Yeah, like it's weird, right? 15, not enough.
Not enough, absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, she's going to want 21 prep counters ideally
Yeah.
in
Exactly.
order to deal a full 25 damage off of that Shadow Strike.
You're gonna have to add 6 more
2
for
now,
the Serene
1.
as well, and potentially
2
you
on
just
the
add
bottom, right?
like add more for the Luxem
You
side
only
as
have
well.
one Veiling
Mhm.
Breeze in
So-
graveyard?
Yeah, only 1.
Yeah, any incremental damage is going to be wiped out by those Luxem sites. It's going to be wiped out by that Serene release.
Yeah, and this is why like it's really just about like I think honestly holding on, preventing some damage, and then just kind of moving forward to the next next turn, draw some cards, hopefully getting those kill cards. And this, it's unfortunate for the Shadow Claw to be killed, but again, you have to expect Excalibur in the Luxem deck.
Absolutely.
It's a very 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 powerful removal. So
Yeah, both of them in this position where they don't quite have the resources to kill and they don't quite know exactly what defensive tools the other player has. So they're just sitting and building up influence, building up prep counters on Tanya's side,
Tanya's
hoping for
looking-
those extra Luxem cards on Once in Love's side.
yeah, and Tanya's looking at 8 cards in hand. This is great.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, massive influence pools for both of them at this point, and neither of them playing cards,
And
which makes sense. They're just
it's-
trying to build up.
They don't have the key, yeah. But
Yeah.
at least on one side he is slowly chipping at
Anything
the win
before reveal?
or towards the win.
Absolutely, yeah. There's not a lot of recovery options for Tristan, right? Once Tristan takes damage, that's damage that's taken.
Yeah.
Recollect and draw.
We're
Yeah.
seeing Tristan up to 14 damage now.
And it's gonna be. I mean, to be very very safe, Tanya is gonna want 30 prep counters.
hmm
Thunder Guide spends 1 to face.
Yeah. Now that is just one mastermind scheme
Before that,
away.
did you want a
That's
to be
true.
fair,
That's
though.
true.
So
Yeah, at this point, on 16 prep counters, one mastermind scheme will get her to 32.
Okay.
So that'll be enough.
yeah, dungeon guide for 1 here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Lux and Xander actually in a really good position to just deal chip damage here and there, like little bits that aren't
Yeah.
worth sort of putting the effort in to prevent,
Yeah.
but they just get you closer to that terminal end goal.
12 cards in hand.
Pass turn 12 cards in hand.
12
He still does
cards.
have a creative shock as well.
Mhm.
So it's it's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Orb of Sealing. Hey, this is one of the cards I really love from Mortal Ambition. It
Mhm.
gives you so many options. I think the skill cap on this card is very high.
Mhm.
This is another one of those like very similar to Quicksilver Grail situation. Reclaim is drawn. Yeah, I think the original plan of 2 Shadow Strike is not viable again without having enough prep counters. So
No, yeah, you've got to do it all at once.
you got to do it all once.
Yeah, you can't give him the chance to release
heal
that
it back.
lineage and heal back. Yeah, you've got to get it all in one big hit.
Yeah, exactly.
And at this point, 16. One Shadow Strike will hit for 20, which
Not enough.
that's not there.
Not enough at all. Yeah.
Really looking for that Mastermind scheme.
Mastermind scheme, get to 30 prep counter. That's one Shadow Strike, and like ideally have some answers against,
Black
Mhm.
market broker.
maybe like an in cap just in case something else is available. here.
Absolutely, yeah. Who knows what Once in Love is going to pull out?
Trigger.
Again, just gaining prep counters little by little,
Mhm, mhm.
moving towards that 30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, once she gets her first Shadow Strike together, we've already seen an Underfire in Xander's hand, in
Yeah,
Once
yeah.
in Love's hand.
No pack.
So he's decently set up to defend himself,
Yeah,
unless
that's true, too.
unless Tanya's also holding that Incapacitate.
And that's why you want to have the ability to have a couple cards
Did
in
I
addition to
put
your Shadow
one?
Strike.
Absolutely.
You got both. So you got this one and you got this one.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
creative shock.
Creative Shock, here we go. And then laying down the Lexum cards, of course.
Mhm.
He's going to heal back. Oh, okay.
This
There's
is
the
another Gleaming
second.
Cut. Was that the Light Weaver's Assault?
Discard a fast gear.
Gleaming Cut. Gleaming Cut. It's not,
Okay.
not quite.
Yeah.
Now, here's the cool thing. He can use the Insignia of Korhazi here.
Mhm.
Oh, he has another Creative Shock, too. So I think just, creative again.
Creative shock again.
There you go.
Sure.
Yeah.
A great way to get those cards into the influence.
Another Gleaming Cut and an Excalibur.
Discard a fast gear.
It's not
And,
not the card he's looking for.
It's really not.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
But it's getting him
Insignia
closer.
And end step as well.
And Insignia getting him
But the Gleaming
getting all those cards into the memory.
He's going to be able to draw 5 cards total
Anything
for
else
this
before I
turn,
join up?
right?
There we
Yeah.
go. Oh, sorry. I got a prep counter from the Insignia.
Prep counter, yeah. He's going to be drawing 5 cards, right, from 2 Gleaming Cuts and also the draw for the turn.
Yeah, we're gonna see a massive Xander trigger here.
Xander trigger. I'm
So
skipping
this is going to put all of Tanya's cards down into her
Anything before I
memory.
go?
Yeah.
And
Finish it.
Okay. I mean, sure, use the
Anything
Terra Free.
before I reveal?
Yeah, so
Some
this
slight
is very
light
key because
weavers,
once he
Gleaming
reveals,
Cut,
the entire hand for
Gleaming Cut,
Tanya will have to go
Excalibur,
into
Dungeon
memory.
Guide, 2 Underfires, and a Sable. So you'll put
Yeah.
5 cards down.
Yeah, that's the entire hand.
yep, that is all of Tanya's cards. Tanya is shields down at this point.
Shields down, and this 2 Gleaming Cuts could just draw enough.
Finish it.
You got
and
it.
No,
Can you?
can't.
For each
You
Lexus card
cannot,
revealed,
yeah,
so each
yeah.
opponent's
He starts revealing.
It's resolved.
Yeah.
Must resolve together.
all cards
Uh,
in
This
your
is
memory.
an unfortunate
So the way it
timing
works
note
is
here.
when the
Tanya
opponent
is
draws
looking
a
to respond to the cards being
card,
revealed,
before I reveal
but
cards,
unfortunately the way it
Cannot.
works
Cannot.
is once cards are revealed, everything just goes through.
And
all
once-
decisions need to be made beforehand.
Yeah, and Wentz knows this pretty
so
well, which
I'll
is why
bench
he
both Gleaming Cuts
did
and draw
ask
4.
more than once.
Mhm.
Anything you want to do before I do this?
Yeah,
so
we're getting that player
Draw,
audio.
draw,
You know,
draw.
we can hear him making sure to ask her
There's the
every time.
Light
she
Weaver,
needs
Light
to.
Weaver. There you are.
2 damage from Light Weavers, and then you
think-
heal down to 0.
I think that's
2
going to be
damage
it.
twice.
Yeah, so he
Yeah,
did draw 2 Light
with
Weavers
no
on that.
incapacitates available. You know, whatever defenses she had, all of that
No
is
cards.
down in the memory now.
No
so
cards available. Yeah.
this is going to be it.
And this is why, honestly, on right before the reveal, especially in a situation like this,
right click.
even if you don't know,
Mhm.
I think you just have to do like maybe a penumbra waltz,
One from
put
Magic
3 wind down, and then a Veiling Breeze on top.
Absolutely.
Just because you're going to lose those cards anyways, you'd rather not die this turn, right? Just anything could happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if she thought that she were setting up for a kill next turn and this was going to be her last chance to defend herself, maybe she would have done it. But unfortunately, in this situation, she's still a ways away. She needs that mastermind scheme before she can get anything to happen.
Yeah. And Tyler has enough cards right now to do. Yeah.
3 down for Creative Shock.
He's being very careful about this, of course, right?
Mhm.
Navigate the. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he's making sure to get as many cards into his
Into
into,
mem-
memory as possible
Exactly.
for these Lexum for these
And that's
assault
enough
weavers.
For two
Light
Light
weavers
Weaver
assault,
assaults, yeah.
man, every time.
He can actually just put one. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, he only needs to deal 7 damage,
Yeah.
so he's being extra safe here.
Yeah.
2 down for Thieving Cut. Prepared for 3.
Okay. Okay. For 3, takes
Okay,
down to
cards
2.
in hand.
8.
8, yeah.
9.
9. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So-
9 cards left in hand. Thieving Cut's gonna add 1 more card.
Oh, thank you. And I
Wait.
put down for this.
Oh yeah.
Did he? Uh-oh.
Terrafring for this is.
Oh, he missed the Terrafring, so he's putting
2.
down 2 cards for the
And he has to
for the
put 2
dungeon
more
guide,
down.
and then 2 more down for the
Whatever,
Thieving Cut.
And then I'll draw.
And this is barely enough to play
yeah, he will
his
draw.
Lightweaver's Assault?
Yeah, here we go.
Ooh.
He almost. That was almost.
Common damage.
So Light
Yeah.
Weavers is.
That
very
Terrafring could have
specifically
really
mixed
messed
Yeah,
him up,
yeah,
actually.
yeah.
It was.
Deal
It's
any amount of
the funny
damage
thing
equal
is,
to the number of
had he
cards.
just gone the other line with 2
Sure.
Lightweaver
Try
assaults,
and try.
it's probably just like a little bit more
Mhm.
smooth and
Reveal,
guaranteed. Yeah.
so
But he had enough influence here to make it work.
4. Okay.
It's 13 damage.
dealing
13
13 damage.
Including, of course, 2 Lightweaver Assault as well. So,
Right,
yeah.
additional
I
reveals.
couldn't draw another one, so I had to keep drawing cards. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't mean to like stall or anything.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a long game, both of them looking for their outs, and Once in Love found his first.
Yep.
So what do you think is going to be happening here as they sideboard?
I think on Tanya's side, Safeguard Amulet definitely for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You know, anything that's related to dealing with like the board can just kind of go out, right? And I think it's really cool, interesting actually. Tanya runs 2 Heavenly Guides along with 4 Dungeon Guides.
Ooh,
it's
in the
pretty-
main.
In the main, yeah. Dream Fairy is probably not going to be useful here as well. I think the Stifling Trap definitely comes back in to be able to really just mess with the Dungeon Guides, you know, be present for that as well. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. But otherwise, you know, like Resolute Stance can just stay off. It doesn't matter. The Incapacitate definitely comes in. Because, again, Incapacitate, great card against Lightweaver Assault as well. Yeah.
Once in Love, looking through his deck as we see, not a lot of options in his sideboard for this match.
Okay.
1 Under Fire, definitely going to be coming in.
Yeah.
There's the question of if he wants that early damage from Slice and Dice, he
Yeah.
might bring some Slice and Dices in. Blinding Orb is also an option in from the sideboard. If he... honestly, there's no reason not to bring that in. He's got a Gloamspire Mantle in his material deck right now to support the Dusklight Communion,
Yeah.
so there's no reason to leave that in.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Dusklight Communion is almost assuredly going to come out.
Yeah.
He's got 1 Wisdom's Reprise, which might come in. This
Yeah.
is definitely a slower match. He could
Yeah.
probably use that extra card draw.
Yeah.
And Reduced to Ash might come in, depending on whether or not he wants those extra options to deal with the Regalia.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, something that I kind of thought about just now, right, in the last matchup, given the situation that Tanya was in, maybe another option is
They're still
actually
at the bottom
to
of the
do
deck.
some of the chip damage necessary to be able to just basically get into a situation whereby, like, you know, you can kind of bring it into bring the damage into range, right? Because one of the things that, you know, like she was looking for is, again, the one finisher, but without having the 3rd mastermind scheme, right? That was going to be very, very challenging for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. And
Yeah.
yeah,
So,
just in a rough situation, right? She needs to build up so many resources in order to be able to attack. And this is unique kind of with Luxem Xander, because Luxem Xander has so many recovery
Yeah.
options. So any little bits of damage that you deal early on, normally you'd use that to get yourself in range, and then you only have to Shadow Strike for 16 or something like that on top of the extra damage from the Element of Shadows, but not against Luxem Xander.
yeah, but you know, part of this too could be also like if you Shadow Strike, even for just prep 1 for 5 damage, right? Your 2 clones goes in for another 2 more damage, right? And just do a mini damage even this way. Hold up a Waltz to be able to kind of like come back and then get another Shadow Clone. These are ways that you can kind of get into a situation where you can potentially out damage the heal. Because again, throughout that entire game, Tyler only had 1 Luxem Sight. It wasn't like 3 Luxem Sight in memory, and Tanya was looking at this. So one of the things you could do is maybe potentially push that damage, get him closer to 25, force him to release the spirit, and then go from there. Because that also, the release of the spirit gets rid of Under Fire, it gets rid of Creative Shocks, so some of the defensive options actually go away for Tyler if we can force the release of the spirit.
Absolutely, yeah. It's not like damage is useless against Xander, but it's a lot harder to make that damage
Yeah.
stick.
Yeah, yeah. I think also the really interesting, and the really interesting part of this too is being able to potentially get a dagger hit in early on, and then dodging the Excalibur. But given that there's really no other targets that Excalibur will be targeting, it's probably Tyler's gonna be, if he draws the Excalibur, he's gonna be holding it for the Shadow Strike for the dagger. For Shadow
Absolutely, yeah. That's 100% the most important object for him to get rid of on this board.
Exactly. Yeah. 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 So again, the players are just kind of going. I love the way Tyler cuts. By the way, I think he cuts like 7 from the top and just that's it onto the bottom. Yeah. Yeah. So Tanya's going first here. Looks like Heavenly Guide and Dungeon Guide in hand. This is very interesting. Definitely don't need both. Tristan's kind of interesting with a level up, right? Because you want to get into a situation where you definitely have the 4 prep to go to 2. So turboing to 3 is not beneficial in most cases, even if you can do it for free. Yeah.
Yeah, those preparation counters are definitely an important part of Tristan's game plan.
Yeah. And the really weird, kind of funny thing here too is technically, if you Stifling Trap the Dungeon Guide from Tyler, you won't be able to use your Heavenly Guide either.
Oh no!
Okay. he's.
I would
glimpsing.
love to see a Heavenly Guide on stream.
Tyler has a pretty decent hand. 2 Luxem sites and a Dungeon Guide. So he's going to give up one of the sites, it looks like.
Not uncommon to send a lot of your Luxem cards down.
Yeah.
I think it looked like he was keeping an Excalibur, which makes a lot of sense.
He's keeping one of the Luxem sites.
Oh, okay.
I believe. Yeah. Again, he. How many Excaliburs does he run in his deck? 2 or 4?
Looks like he has 4 Excaliburs.
Okay, yeah, so
Understandable.
he has options. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's going to
yeah.
be able to draw into another one.
And because of Luxera's map, it's actually relatively easy to glimpse all of those Luxem cards to the bottom and then still have access to them later in the game,
Yeah.
since Luxera's map reshuffles your deck once you hit level 3.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. So I think the only card that shuffles.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of shuffling in Grand Archive in general.
Surveil the Winds, another prep counter is pretty good. The
Mhm.
Banish was on a broker though.
Might have been a helpful early game play. Honestly, if Tanya can get some of that damage early on, maybe get a Slice and Dice, something
Pretty
like that.
decent glimpse here. The unfortunate part, there's no win card here, so they all go to the bottom. So I think she's just going to try to get a draw. There we go. Got lucky.
Ah,
Yeah.
lucky pull.
and Tyler says lucky as well, because, yes, it is a very lucky situation. Yeah.
Attack for 1.
We've got 1 damage coming in from that Windmill Engineer.
Yeah.
And
Oh, pass.
passing the turn.
7.
Yes.
Once in Love here. What is he playing?
Influence
This
of
is
6.
a fast cure. Okay.
Yeah.
So
All of these promotional cards that I've literally never seen before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ender 1.
Yeah.
Glimpse 2.
But fast cure here, very good,
Okay.
getting him that floating memory in order
Cover
to
the
level
plot.
up to Xander
Yeah,
1.
and under fire
Get a
don't,
prep counter.
don't need him right now.
Mm-hmm.
Goes right to the bottom. Prep
Run
counter.
and draw.
Okay. I think he just really wants to see. Well, he has this thieving cut already in hand, and now a creative shock. Wow, this is
Yep.
a pretty good hand, right?
This is the kind of early game that Luxem
Yeah.
Xander wants to see.
Yeah.
Luxem Xander wants to go through their cards, wants to get some cards into their graveyard, and then just level up as fast as possible.
Yeah.
So we're going to see probably a thieving cut here, where we might see the creative shock most likely on Tanya's end step.
Let's see what the thieving cut draws. Right, it
Mhm.
may give you a very very obvious option.
Yeah.
Champion.
A
And,
Sable,
uh,
a fast cure, anything like that
right.
could work. Yeah.
I think mostly digging for some float here, or maybe for a dungeon guide.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, not too much that he needs to do right now. He already has Dungeon Guide in hand as well, so he's kind of good to go.
Mhm.
Just mostly looking for a situation where, you know, there's a good chance to go for that level 3, yeah.
Yeah.
Before I recollect.
Boots is out. This is actually the right, I think, timing to do the
Surveil?
boots as well.
Mhm.
Surveil, yep.
Yeah,
Surveil
not going to be
boots.
doing much attacking, and this is a
Three.
great time to get her preparation counters up. She needs to be at
Yeah.
that 4 preparation counters before she goes to
Scout
level
the land.
2.
There's the four prep counters.
Surveil before scout.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Once in Love does actually have some previous history with Luxem Xander.
Mhm.
Looking at some of the events he's played in, there was a store championship where he played Luxem Xander in. So this
Yeah.
is, in addition to all of his previous Ascent experience, you know, just playing at home with some decks casually. It really shows that he has that extra experience. You know, he's a very, very technical player. Kind
Yeah.
of knows his timings, very crisp on when opportunity goes where.
I think he likes Luxem, and Luxem is Luxem is kind of interesting, right? It's
Mhm.
slow, it's slow, it's slow until that one final turn. It's very dynamic, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Show all the cards. Here's a bunch of damage. What are you gonna do about it?
Mhm.
And the cool thing is, it has built-in protection because on the turn where a Luxem is about to go off, they're gonna be able to force you put a bunch of cards down into memory before understanding what they have potentially. Just like the last game that we saw earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing is Xander's level 3 gives the opponent a lot of opportunity to misplay.
Yeah.
So if you're not very familiar with how the timings of that works out, or with what kind of damage profile you're going to be getting from Luxem Xander,
Yeah. So Tanya is going for a Sadie.
Mhm.
The Stifling Trap, interestingly, is also in memory. So it's, yeah. I mean,
I'm gonna fast cure.
okay, fast cure.
Okay.
Oh,
That's
recovered
6.
another fast cure
Okay.
and more recovery.
Yep.
So right back down to 0 for Once in Love.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
this is the kind of opening that Tristan wants to see, right? Sadie is going to be a way to get those extra prep counters and some extra damage on.
Creative shock.
Creative Shock
On
is
her
still down
opponent.
there as well, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
On enter, 2 prep counters. I'll expend 1 to return thieving cut
Yep,
to my hand.
exactly. The standard play.
Yep. Getting that thieving cut back off of Xander 2. Drawing a card, and we're probably going to see that Thieving Cut come down again immediately, drawing those extra cards. The question is what he's going to target. Most likely it's going to go to Tanya's face.
Yeah.
The last thing he wants to do is try and target Sadie. Sadie has that ability to come back to hand.
And Dungeon Guide comes in. See, this is
Oh,
what
we're
I'm
seeing
saying.
the Dungeon Guide first. Okay.
See, yeah, like part of the challenge is while Xander is at level 1, you just have to be really, really careful about putting the stifling trap into memory, right? Because Tristan doesn't have the room to be able to spend the prep counters to go ahead and stifle the Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, that would be really painful for her to go down to 2 prep counters here.
Yeah. Now, does have the boots though, but I think Tanya more wants to go to level 3, level 2. Now in this situation, not too bad. Remember, she does have the Heavenly Guide, which honestly just makes Dungeon Guide kind of useless.
That's true. That's true. And I would be thrilled to see a Heavenly Guide here. This would actually be the first time I have seen a Heavenly Guide resolve.
Okay, there you go. It's going to resolve and it's going to do great.
That's
in this
excellent.
situation. Yeah. All right. So Tanya's going to go level 2 here.
Level up.
Yeah.
Spending those 2 cards in order to draw 2 cards. This is the important part of Tristan Hired Blade, is having those 4 prep counters in order to replace the cards that you're burning in order to
And
go.
at this point, it doesn't matter if the stifling is banished. It doesn't matter, yeah.
Right.
Because there is no
Yeah, there's
more-
nothing left to stifle.
On the Dungeon Guide.
See, Tyler made the comment as well because he's about to see why on this response. It's going to be so funny. Yeah. Okay, recollect here.
Draw 1.
Draw 1 for the turn. And she's ready.
Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no reason not to do it, I guess, because you're already here. Get the Shadow Clones out. It enables your Umbra cards, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the earlier you can get to level 3, the better. With all of these decks. Both of these decks really want to rush to level 3.
We're going to see it. Heavenly
Heavenly
Guide's out, guys.
Guide.
Woo!
That's good.
So awesome, yeah. And she's this is why the Siphoning Trap was not in there. Like, again, if you stifle the Dungeon Guide, you can't use your own Heavenly Guide.
Shadow Reaver.
Oh, Shadow Reaver.
Oh.
Oh, the twisties. Yes.
So Shadow Reaver, great here because she can pull some extra assassin tricks from
bunch
Once and
of
Love's
prep
deck.
counter stuff, yeah, or disable, right? Because wow, okay, so we see 1 Lightweaver Assault, 1 Luxem Sight, and 1 Gleaming Cut.
Oh,
Just
that's
like
a huge pull.
a fan of hey, and the only thing that could be better than this is 4 Lightweaver's Assaults, right? But taking one of those out, taking the draw option out, taking one of the heals out is pretty huge.
Yeah, even if she never casts any of these spells, the fact that they're no longer in Once and Love's deck is just massive.
Dungeon Guide.
This one first and that. And
Sure. Let's go.
Okay.
And
Getting the agility off of Sadie here by killing the Dungeon Guide.
All right. Pass turn.
And
Agility.
setting herself up to maybe Heavenly Guide again. Wouldn't
Dungeon
that be
Guide.
something?
Interesting.
Is there a Heavenly Guide in hand? No, it's Dungeon Guide. for
I
sure.
didn't see it, yeah.
Yeah. Now there's Heavenly Guide already out, but there is Dungeon Guide still in hand.
I was just hoping.
Well, she's eventually going to get there, right?
Uh-huh.
And that draws 2 more cards. It's a pretty good situation for her, actually.
Absolutely, yeah. The Dungeon Guide effectively free here, right?
Yeah.
Getting the 2 cards, burning 2 cards in order to draw 2 cards.
Now, while the Luxem cards are useless for her, are they useless for her? Actually,
The Lightweaver's Assault is a pretty
she
big
can
hit.
Lightweavers. Yeah. Hey, how the tables have turned.
How the tables have turned.
Actually, I take that back. Yeah, all these cards are very good, actually. What I heard is a lot of Tristan players back in the days, right? If you're not playing against another Tristan, Shadow Reaver is almost always useless. But then I think they started thinking about other options like Pendragons.
Right?
Think about, like, in this case, Lightweaver Assault. Now, it's pretty rare to see this situation, but that's an option as well, right?
I think against most decks that want to go to the late game, Shadow Reaver actually works out pretty well.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good options that can support your plan.
Yeah, for sure.
3 down for backup turn.
And
Yeah.
Any response?
well, honestly, just cannot understate how incredible it is that there is 1 less Lightweaver's Assault in Once and Love's deck.
Yeah.
Like that is a huge deal.
And does Tyler have a?
Gleaming Cut, Uncover the Plot, and Lightweaver's Assault. So 4
Okay.
down.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of Luxem for this early.
It's kind of like similar to the Banish.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. 4
2
down.
damage to you.
It's fine. 2 damage. Yep.
Banish the Gleaming Cut to draw.
Draw 2. Yeah.
Just all of
Nope.
these triggers going through them one at a time.
The key here is there's no Excalibur.
I fast cured all the damage.
No Excalibur, not yet,
Yeah.
yep.
Did you ever take 1 and then 2?
I took 1.
They're,
Elemental Engineer, fast cured it.
There's some talking back and forth here about life totals, making sure that everything is accurate. We know that Once in Love has been healing through a lot of damage.
Oh, I think this 1 damage came from the Heavenly Guide. May have been mismarked. Yeah, he's gonna heal it back anyways. Yeah. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. I think potentially back then there was a declaration of attack, whether the damage went onto the champion or went onto the dungeon guide. So
Oh, right, when
yeah.
they were killing the dungeon guide with
Yeah,
Sadie.
yeah,
Yep, that makes
exactly.
sense.
You put 4 down. Okay. And my
Once in
recollection,
Love, still drawing cards. Now still in left
Wisdom's
reprise.
Reprise.
level 3 plus draw card
And then draw a card in
Yep,
memory.
there's that one Wisdom's Reprise coming in out of the sideboard.
Resolute Stand, Fast Cure, and a Incap. Incap is very good.
Incap
is,
seems
yeah,
like a pretty big deal. The other
Very,
two,
very good.
not very important
Yeah.
here.
recollect and draw.
yeah. But again, the key is there is no Excalibur. Yeah.
So went from 5 influence at the start of this turn, and now at 7?
Another Gleam Cut. That's not bad. He's going to lay that down. Okay.
Still has that
Here,
thieving
we
cut.
uncover the plot. Yeah,
Ah,
exactly.
now we're
Easy.
going to uncover some Gleaving cuts.
Their memory draw card. I'll target myself. So I'll reveal. I'll
2.
draw a card and I'll get 2 preparation
Yeah.
counters.
So he's going to be able to draw 3 here
Mm-hmm.
between the cover and also the
So
Gleaming Cut,
reveal. Draw
and
a
then
card,
be able to get 2 more prep counters as
get
well.
2 preps.
Yep.
I'll banish the gleaming cut to draw 2.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, those extra cards from the
Gleaming
Gleaming cut. That influence is just climbing
He does have
so
2 Lightweaver
fast.
in hand, right? I think there's one Light. Yeah, the one Lightweaver.
One Lightweaver's in the
hand,
memory.
One in memory. He does have 2 already. Yeah,
All right. Yeah, he's almost there.
he's almost. there.
Let's see. 18 damage to go on Tristan, so not quite a kill yet.
Yeah.
But once in Love gets up to 10 influence,
10 influence.
he'll be able to shotgun 16 damage out at once.
Yeah,
I'm gonna thieving cut you prepared.
there you go. So he's gonna try to put Tanya in range here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is as you said. This is exactly
15.
the damage he's looking for. That's going to
15.
put her perfectly in range.
Yep. And you know what's really great actually? There's another uncovered plot. And so this, yeah. So remember,
Just a little bit of extra damage
the
for funsies.
uncovered- well, it actually does help as well because potentially it creates a situation where even if you incap one of the Lightweavers,
Uncover.
not
again,
quite enough
targeting
damage.
myself.
But again, you're putting it in range. So this is going to do like 4 more damage here with 2 Lightweaver Assaults here.
Right.
So I'll
Right.
deal 2 to you twice.
Yeah.
From each.
And each little piece helps, right? She does have Veiling Breeze. She does have Penumbral Waltz.
Yeah.
She has a lot of defensive tools. So if there's not quite enough Luxem cards in order to make her put her entire hand
Yeah.
down
Yeah.
on Once in Love's turn,
Yeah.
then he still has to fight through, the incapacitates, everything.
So here's another line here that's has actually opened, right? Slice and Dice is now in play as well. Because the
Oh, that's
uncovered plots.
true, yeah.
So the Slice and Dice is going to be able to do 9, right?
Mhm.
And then in addition to that, the Lightweight Result would just end the game. But now again, like you said, there's defensive options on Tanya's side for sure,
Right.
and she's ready for this. But yeah.
What I'd love to see from Tanya here is just holding.
Did you draw into memory?
Because if Once in Love's level 3 Xander ability is going to be knocking a bunch of her cards down into her memory anyway. And if she plays too much here, then that'll leave her with no defensive options on Once in Love's turn.
Now she has seen the Lightweight Result,
Mhm.
at least the one well, she has seen both. So at this point, she knows. Yeah.
Absolutely.
She should be calculating damage as well. So yeah.
And she's seen the effect of Blinding Steel numerous times at this point, so she knows what she's up against.
Yep. Exactly.
8 minutes.
Luxem site, draw 1.
Pulling that Luxem sight out of those 4 cards.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Beautiful.
+1.
Press 1. Yeah.
How many cards do you have?
3 and 5.
3 and 5. Yeah.
So only 8 influence on Once in Love's side right now.
Yeah. But
Not quite enough.
it is enough. So the Slice and Dice is going to be able to do 3, and
Ooh.
then 6. That's 9 total.
Mhm.
And then with 2 cards down, play the Luxem Sight, and then that's going to reroll 6.
Gives you another 6 for
Yeah.
15 total.
Now again, there's defensive options, but
Mhm.
this the situation you're looking at. Yeah.
Heavenly Guide.
It's going to be 15 damage without any response. So the key here is to, as much
Go
as
to
possible.
Shadow Dancer.
The Zephyr Heavenly Guide is free.
A Zephyr on the Heavenly Guide. That's such a good play.
Don't even need to use that Dungeon Guide. Yeah, why lose cards when you can just gain more
I
influence?
love seeing this from her. This is so nice, and that's going to draw her 2 more cards when Shadow Dancer comes into play.
I
Attack.
Attack, yep, of course. I think honestly at this point, just as much as possible, like hold, because
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah. Now, I wonder if she'll remember to play some. Well, she'll draw 2 cards. How many influence? How many does she have in hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Looks like 7 right now, so up to 9.
So that's a reclaim and windmill.
Pretty good.
Yeah, Heavenly Guide, pretty good.
Heavenly Guide, pretty good.
The verdict is Heavenly Guide's pretty good. Dungeon Guide, not played in hand. It's still right here. Yeah.
All the way in the back.
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
we're never seeing that poor
Two
boy.
Veiling Breeze. Yeah. I wonder what would you do here? Would you just lay down a Veiling Breeze in the reveal just to be sure? Because again, like 9 in hand, she could put down all the win cards. Yeah, it should be okay.
I think even with Once in Love's influence right now, Tanya can expect to need to put down maybe 4 or 5 cards from her hand. And if she's holding 9, those 4 and 5, that could just be all wind. That could be food for the Veiling Breeze.
Yeah.
So I don't think she needs to do anything preemptively. She has enough cards in hand to keep up a defensive option.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any response?
Yeah.
But I'd like to see what she plans on doing here.
Many cards you have?
However many Luxem cards I have.
Yes.
So
She has to.
seven-
She has
And
to now
here is
remember.
right. Yeah, here is the clarification, making sure that she understands how the influence trigger works.
Okay, so she's thinking about it now.
My Sadie back.
Sadie back in hand. Okay, that's fine.
One.
One prep counter. Yeah. Okay.
Building Breeze.
Ooh, she's gonna Veiling Breeze now. Okay.
And here she is doing that Veiling Breeze ahead of time.
Because she doesn't know
just to make
how
sure.
many
Yeah.
is potentially in the memory. So yeah,
So 3 cards.
she's gonna breeze for 3.
Feeling
Okay,
for 3. Sure.
it's a pretty good number.
Yeah,
I mean, it
3's not
basically
bad.
nullifies
So
every
no
one of
damage
the
to Juggle Knives.
Lightweaver salts and nullifies the Juggle Knives as well as the Lightweaver.
That's
in there.
true. That's true.
Yeah.
The extra damage from the Juggle Knives isn't to be discounted.
My Xander reveal?
Yeah.
Any response to reveal?
But now she can count how many Luxem cards are in
2
memory.
Lightweavers,
Yeah,
Ascent
I think it's a
Sight,
3 or 4. Okay.
Now she's letting the reveal happen. Here is 4
Yeah.
cards, so she knows that she's going to need to put 4 cards down.
4 cards down. Yeah.
And that still leaves her with a lot of options in hand.
Yep. There you go.
Just enough to I think it's a Veiling Breeze and a Reclaim in hand.
Yeah.
So
There's
still
the-
enough to Veiling Breeze again if she needs it.
Yep.
Recover
But
from
one Veiling already active for 3 is probably going to be enough unless Once in Love
Yeah.
goes for some real big damage.
Yeah.
And given that the Veiling Breeze is already active, most likely Once in Love is going to let that go.
Yeah. There's also the Chargers in as well now. Turbocharge as well. So,
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting in a position where he can draw a lot of cards right now with Turbocharge, with the Grand Crusaders ring already on the board.
I think you just ping Pepper for minimal damage,
Uh-huh,
right?
uh-huh.
And then get more influence.
Turbocharge?
Put himself in.
Yep.
in a
Just
situation
set
to win.
himself up for a big reveal next turn
Yeah.
when there's not going to be an active Veiling Breeze and start making his moves then.
Yeah.
Let's see if he tries to do anything else here to try and get more cards into his memory, just to make sure that he has more food for Blinding Steel's ability.
Yeah, and honestly, at this point, as much as possible, if Tanya can hold on to her hand, that's going to be very key as well for this matchup. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. She's going to need to make sure that she has those defensive tricks available when Once in Love is trying to do real damage to her.
Yeah, Tyler's going to be pretty shocking. That's good. See, perfect. GCR now showed him exactly what cards he doesn't want him to be drawing or putting down the memory. Yeah. Okay, Resolute Stand and Juggle Knife. Juggle
That's
Knife's
another Blinding Gleaming Cut?
good. No, Juggle Knives. I think Resolute. Yeah, no.
Resolute.
Yeah.
All of these promo cards.
Yeah. Yeah.
And every
Now,
single one of them looks like Lightweaver's Assault.
super key here. In cap in hand, Excalibur in hand.
Okay.
This is the situation that again, it's not what Tanya wants to see. So
Absolutely. Yeah, and all of those cards
if I
down
was
as well,
Tanya,
so...
GCR. Okay, I was gonna say Safeguard Amulet might be a really good option here.
Yeah,
Just, again,
Safeguard very good against...
just put up the walls, right? It's all about like I put 1 layer wall, two layers, 3 layers, 4 layer, right? And hey, you want to go long game? I can go long game too, right?
Right, yeah,
And
absolutely.
then build up the shadows, and then the one turn that maybe Tyler to like force him to incap and maybe not be able to play the Excalibur as well. So something like that could happen. Yeah, 5 cards in hand.
Both of them laughing at each other. Just the amount of influence that's going around is absurd.
Yeah.
And draw a card.
Everybody has so many options right now.
Okay.
Looking over the cards that she's pulled from Tyler's deck.
Tanya's gonna Lightweaver's Assault.
Whoa!
Of
And
course,
there's the
incap.
incapacity. Yep.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, like in Tanya's situation, but see, this is the thing. Incap has been forced.
Yes, yeah. That is
Which
one less
means
incapacitate that Once in Love has later on.
You also have a free dagger turn. Shadow's
Oh,
Clog
that's
is
true.
free, right? Because there's no way that Tyler can get. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's no Excalibur available this turn. Now he has enough
And
influence
this is what I
down.
was saying. He has 5. 5 it allows him to play one of those 2 cards, not both.
Not both, yeah.
So let's see if Tanya can capitalize on this situation here.
Yeah, this
Turbocharge, okay.
could be a
Draw 2.
decent source of damage. I don't think she has enough
Okay.
to really Shadow Strike for the win here. But if she gets him up to 15, 16 damage, that's not going to heal off very quickly.
Regulation time.
Yeah. So time is definitely not on her hand. Oh, yeah, it's
Oh,
the
yeah.
pass.
Cards in hand?
I wonder if that's the turn that you take the claw out anyways.
I think so. Yeah,
but
just to get some damage.
It's
out
not
there.
enough damage though. He's going to be able to heal back the majority of that anyways. Yeah.
Right.
And Lexier's map is out now too.
I have 7.
Yeah. Yeah.
Slice and dice, 2 dungeon guys,
But now
one
Tyler
suicide,
also
2
knows
light
he has
weavers,
2
Excalibur,
light weavers. There's only one more in his deck. You know,
Mhm.
Tanya has played the
Two
other
weavers,
one.
suicide, so 4 down.
So 4 down, yeah.
Yeah, Tanya making the defensive play here, right?
Yeah.
Keeping a lot of cards in hand so that
Yeah.
once she puts cards down
She's going to
for Blinding Steel's ability.
Like Belly Breeze.
You can respond to these. Yes.
She has put 4 down, and she's going to Veiling Breeze on top of the Light Weaver's assaults. Yes.
This is going to be a huge Veiling Breeze.
Yeah. Again, it's another turn where there's a wall, can't do anything. Or, yeah, just really reveal all of them. Why not? Why not? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Or 6.
Why
6.
not?
There you go.
Okay, check.
Yeah. You want to check it? what a funny, yeah. 6 cards in hand, yeah. What a great influence, Anda. Yeah, this is just the battle of giant hands here. Okay.
Just a lot of setup for both players, right?
Yeah,
Both players really want to go, not necessarily go long, but both players want to have these really bursty turns.
Yeah, for sure.
And both players also know that the other player has a lot of defensive tricks.
Yeah.
So they really have to set up for one of those turns while they also have, their counters in hand.
I love it. I
There
love
it
it.
is. Yep.
Holding
Just
everything in hand
pass.
past
Just
turn.
pass.
Also, reduce Nash. So there's reduce to Ash. There's 2 options now. Okay. Gear Strike gauntlets are Gear Strike gloves are out now. It does look like gauntlet to me, by the way. It's the Infinity Gauntlet actually. There's 5 gems on there, not different colors though. Okay, so Broker is the draw. It's it'd be really nice if Tanya does have a
Okay.
has a
Turn 0.
Okay. I will put my
mastermind
shadows
scheme,
Mm.
but we haven't seen any this game, so it's a really tricky situation.
Yeah, Mastermind Scheme would turn the corner for her,
Yeah.
go from 9 to 18 prep counters,
Yeah.
22 damage off of that Shadow Strike. Still not quite enough. That gives room for the
Yeah.
release.
Now, the last turn, had she had a Mastermind Scheme and Shadow Strike,
Mm-hmm.
she could have put Tyler into release territory, and now all the fire options are gone.
That's true. That
That would have been really
that
good.
turns off the Underfire, which is his big defensive trick.
Under fire, reduce the Ash, creative shock, and also takes out options to put things into memory, which is actually kind of key, right?
Right.
Because otherwise, I mean, is Tyler gonna actually activate a Lightweaver Assault? Is he gonna use one of his Luxem sites? No, likely he wants. No, actually, Luxem site can't even put in there, right? So if you put him in a situation where you force him to only use Luxem, he actually has to put real cards or start using his cards, which is not a good situation for Luxem. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately now they're really under the time limit. They've gone over, so this is our turn 0 here for Tanya.
Yeah.
The Shadow's Claw is out. She is attacking,
2.
Yeah.
getting that 5 damage in from Shadow's Claw on the 2 Fantasias.
Yep.
Pass.
Okay.
And then the pass.
Turn 1. End step. Creative shock.
Yeah.
And
see?
still getting value out of those fire
and
cards.
what does
Yep,
he put
exactly
in there?
like
He
you
puts
said.
Luxem cards in there. I'm telling you, if you can force a release, it's actually a really, really good situation.
Wake up.
Yeah. Now, does he use that? Does he? Oh, blinding orb.
Blinding Orb.
Hey, it's already a great card, but for assassins, it's even better.
It's so good. Yeah, it's so painful.
See, 2 cards down. Now the reveal is going to force more cards down,
Mm-hmm.
and then the Lexera map is going to pull more cards into
One.
memory.
2 down
Yeah.
for juggle knives.
Yeah.
So 1 damage to you, I draw a card.
Okay.
And this is all with Blinding Steel's trigger on the stack.
On the
so
stack.
he's setting up for a
Creative
massive
shock.
reveal.
Holy crap! I mean, could
What
this
a
get
draw.
any better? I mean, he's already threw all the Luxem cards he wants to throw into memory. Okay, Excalibur.
But this is
and-
just even more painful.
Start thieving cut.
Yeah. Okay. He's in a very, very
3 down, reduce
Commanding.
to Ash, your Gear Strike gloves.
very commanding situation.
Yep.
Banish it.
I think she has
All
to
of his
use it.
cards
She has
now
to
in his
use it.
in his memory.
Then your song.
You can banish
Of
her
course.
response.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any responses enter trigger?
Now she has the option to respond to Xander Blinding Steel's trigger,
2, 3,
and we'll
4.
see no responses.
4, yes.
Just let it
5
rip.
Cards, yeah. 5 cards down.
5 cards, not that bad. She was still holding on to what, 7, 8
4
cards?
or 5. Yeah. She has all the cards. She
Okay,
needs.
so 3 cards still left in hand,
Yes.
which is
But-
definitely enough to work with. But that's only one response.
But there's, no. Unfortunately, the problem is I do not believe there's a Veiling left. Is that a
Oh,
Windmill
no.
Engineer and a Zephyr, I believe? That's it.
Thank you.
And a Shadow Strike. I think that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, if she had the defensive tricks, this would be the time to bust them out. But this
Yeah.
is, turn 2 out of 3. So this is Tyler's last turn of this game, regardless.
Yep.
Can I zap for that and he can finish the turn?
No, so
Because banish just the
Yeah.
cost, it's already
Yeah.
off the field.
So
When it goes in
the question from the player is, can you use Zephyr the Elixir map in response to the banish on the Elixir map? Unfortunately, it's part of the
I'm not
cost,
gonna shuffle 'cause I
so
think I
cannot
killed
do it.
this
Yeah.
Right.
Is that okay?
That Zephyr could have been done in his recollection, though.
Yeah.
And since
So-
Luxera's map is required, it's a slow effect. You can't actually banish it in response.
Yeah. There you go.
A lot of
Light
unique
Weevil
timing tricks
Before
in the,
revealing
in
another
Luxem's
light
deck.
weevil.
5.
Yeah.
Any response? A response?
She's gonna reveal it. Okay.
He's just gonna okay.
He's checking, that's why.
Right.
There you go.
5 damage to you.
Yep.
And then Light Weaver still triggers.
Yep.
So
There you
you'll
go.
take the 5, and then
You'll
this
take 2
again?
more. Yep.
Okay. GG.
Thank you.
There we go. That's it. Doesn't
And
even
there
need a
it
second
is.
one. Yeah. GG.
I had another one just in case.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was digging for this.
That.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't have any of that.
Alright, what did you take?
I think the life bars aren't updating, but that was in fact lethal.
Yeah.
The 7
I think
damage.
you should have used this one.
Yeah.
But you will recover anyway.
That's true. That's true. But
Mm,
the
going
reason
back
this
and
is
forth
good-
over some of the options that
Yeah.
were available.
Again,
Plus 1,
I-
right? 'Cause you don't have to
I'm
expend
in a
your
very
mana.
similar situation
Just draw
here.
for
So,
free,
like
basically. You one prep counter and draw a card.
Tyler is
Like,
thinking
when the
about
Luxem's
drawing
like
cards,
right?
of course,
Mhm.
with the
Luxem's
thieving
like, you
cut,
just draw a card
but
off.
also
Right.
just again like. I wouldn't, normally Shadow Strike is definitely your one finisher,
Mhm.
but
Yeah,
again,
it's,
you could just
if
use
it's a
one
good
prep
game, I've
counter,
played against it
do a
before.
little bit of damage, especially in this situation,
Mhm.
right? Get your Shadow clones in to
Do you
involved,
wanna
Uh-huh.
replay the cards?
and then either you force Tyler to do something, or you or you get him close enough where he can't actually heal out of it, right?
Right, yeah. As long as you're dealing damage in big enough quantities, he was only healing 3, maybe
only
6
3.
a turn.
But he's only healing 3. He only had 1 Luxem sight. The other one went into Tanya's
Oh,
banish.
right,
So
yeah.
crazy, right? So yeah, there was a lot of really interesting. I love. My favorite part of that match is when Tanya said, "Huh, I have 9 cards in memory. I'm gonna Light Weaver Assault you." Unfortunately, Tyler had the encap in hand.
Right.
And that really made it not work. But I would have loved to see the Tristan
Yeah,
Light Weaver
yeah.
Assault. That's so cool.
I love seeing Shadow Reaver turn on lines that
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
previously exist. Just
Yeah,
being
yeah.
able to use those cards to your advantage. That's
Yeah.
very great.
Yeah. It's what a funny situation to be in there. Yeah. And she had, there were some really quite good cards in there too. So
Absolutely, yeah. What a
Luxem
match.
Sights, yeah, Gleaming Cut. Actually, yeah, a Gleaming Cut too, right? Like again, another card you can use to just put some extra damage in. I mean,
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah, a little bit here and there.
yeah,
For all that Shadow Strike Tristan is definitely based off of these huge
Yeah.
attacks, there's not a lot of those small incremental attacks.
yeah. Again, it's the minor adjustments for this deck. Now, a lot of these kind of Shadow Strike Tristans, what I see is that there are also like the slice and dice option.
Uh-huh.
I don't see that one in this deck list, which is that doesn't offer Tanya the early game option as well as the
Right.
late game option, which is why I think her strategy was okay. I'm gonna get to 3. I'm gonna mastermind scheme, get as much prep counter as possible, 1-hit KO, right?
Right, yeah.
The unfortunate part, of course, is like Tyler's going to hold up some cards because, I mean, it's Luxem, right? Once you get to that late game stage, you're kind of just saying, like, I'm going to wait, do a little bit damage poking because you can't heal, right? Unlike me. And then when I'm ready, I'll just reveal enough cards and you're dead.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah. Luxem definitely has the advantage in the late game
Yeah.
too, right? There's a lot of defensive tricks on both sides,
Yeah.
but Luxem feels like it has sort of that inevitability
Yeah.
that Shadow Strike Tristan might not.
Yeah. Now, I think the weakness to Tyler's deck really is that early game Serene.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be low on influence. Even going to 3 with a Dungeon Guide. I mean, as you can see, game 1, game 2, Tyler had 4 cards, 4 or 3 cards when he hits level 3. right?
Absolutely.
And that's where it's, that I think you have to capitalize on those turns early game where he's not able to, he's going to need at least 1 to 2 turns to really get his hand back up to a healthy, like 7, 8 card state,
Right.
With Gleaming Cuts and whatnot. And that's, you have to capitalize on that turn.
Tanya really just didn't get any of those early game turns. She didn't have a lot of build-up early on, didn't have a lot of those brokers. She got Sadie in the second match, but not in the first.
Yeah.
She trying to build up that damage early on in order to leave him in a better position for getting hit later on.
Yeah.
Like it just didn't quite pan out.
Yeah. My favorite part, second favorite part, right, is, like you said, Heavenly Guide on stream for value, not once, but twice.
In one match, twice in one match.
I mean, I was thinking, okay, she has a Dungeon Guide, she can go to Dungeon Guide, and then she draws a Zephyr, and we're like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
yeah.
Do it again for free.
So good, so good.
Yeah, yeah.
Also with Tristan, right? Uniquely in that position to go from level 3 to level 3.
Yeah.
Well done.
Watching
well done.
watching this matchup, I think honestly, because of how Tyler's deck can go a little slower, if you don't have the answer, I think Shadow Reaver is a great option actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because worst case scenario, it disables Tyler's option. right? Because again, what's the kill on Tyler's side? It's Lightweaver's assault. If you can get even one Lightweaver assault, right? Remember game 1, how long it took Tyler to even find his second Lightweaver assault, right?
And I think that's what Tanya was banking off of.
Yeah.
You know, remembering that it took him that long to
Yeah.
get the kill together.
Yeah.
Might as well bring out Shadow Reaver. Maybe that'll help.
And she kind of got a pretty nuts draw. She had 3 Luxem cards out, 1
Yep.
Lightweaver, right? 1 Luxem set, which is also really good.
Yeah, might
and
as well.
also she got the Thieving Cut. That was extra value as well from the. I mean, honestly,
A lot of good
those
options
cards
in that pull.
I think a lot of those cards could have been just played. I mean, hey, they're not in, like Luxemdander has no way to recover those things from the memory or sorry,
Right,
from the
right.
graveyard. So once you use them, hey, they don't have access to them either.
And that's also not influence that you're giving up. You know,
Yeah.
you still you have to pay
That's
the
the key.
reserve cost, but you're not giving up a card
In
by
your
playing
hand.
those cards from the Shadow Reaver.
Exactly, yeah. So it's a really interesting matchup actually.
Very.
Now that I've seen it, I'm a big fan of this matchup. I'm hoping you guys at home watching this game and also in the studio are also enjoying this game too. But yeah.
Yeah, I could definitely say I had a good time watching
Yeah.
it. I love seeing Luxem Xander do his stuff.
Yeah. Oh man, we didn't see the release on Serene, but I think also that's another crux of that matchup.
Right.
If we can force the release on Serene, so many of those cards, the options are out, right? Obviously, you can still vanish from sight, you can juggle knives, but again, like half the other options to lay cards down without expending Luxem cards, which you do not want to do, right? Unless it's a cover the plot, basically, are gone. Right?
The real problem there is Tristan can only really go for lethal once, right? It's that one big burst, burning all of those prep
Yeah,
counters
yeah,
for a
yeah.
lot of damage.
Yeah,
And if that's not lethal, that kind of leaves Tristan in kind of a worse situation. Not a lot of resources left in order to push through that victory.
Yeah, I wonder, again, like game 2, I think Tanya had a actually pretty commanding position with the amount of influence. It's just very unfortunate that she did not find any one of her mastermind schemes, right?
Yeah, one
Yeah.
mastermind scheme would have made the difference.
Yeah. And it's again, make or break right there for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what a great matchup. I think also like Safeguard Amulet.
Yes, Safeguard Amulet could have made a big
Right.
difference.
There's like moments where like, Gear Stride versus Safeguard, like maybe Safeguard is a better option there, right? Yeah, cool.
Well, it looks
so-
like we're going to the player interview next, so we'll see Cam with Once in Love.
Yeah, as soon as they get everything set up near the Christmas tree, beautiful Christmas tree. Okay, it's a wonderful tree. But yeah, they're gonna basically gonna have an interview with Lynchberry Cam, which is our third caster that you haven't seen on stream yet, interviewing Once in Love post game. It should be a good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually really curious what Once is gonna say. So
I mean, Once in Love is a very, loquacious person. He's very good with his words.
hey, he's a
So,
caster.
Yeah,
He knows.
exactly.
He knows.
So we should
been
we should
here.
get some good interview footage here.
Yeah. I mean, great game. Great game 1 to get the day started. I hope everyone's spirits are up. I wish, good luck to everybody on the field. Yeah, there's Path of Puzzle. By the way, guys, Path of Puzzles is popping off right now. That table is so full, people have to line up, okay? There's a wait list on Path of Puzzle right now. It's crazy. I'm actually kind of curious how far.
Yeah, I can't wait to get the chance to go over there and
We'll
look
get
and
you
see
guys-
how it's set up.
We'll give you guys an update maybe a little bit after this
Yeah.
game. Hopefully, get some live feed of Path of Puzzle to see where that's going. Yeah. It's cool. All right. No slimes yet.
No slimes
slimes
yet.
yet.
All right.
But
We've been spared for now.
Yeah, it's visible. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So it sounds like we are gonna be going to interview very, very soon. Yep. Cool. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for tuning in to Ascent Santa Clara, and
Hey everybody, this is Cam. I'm here with our winner of round 1, Tyler Once in Love. Congratulations, Tyler.
Thank you. It's great to be here. This venue is awesome, and it's being run very smoothly, and it's great. I'm sad you didn't cast my match, I'll be honest. I played it just for you.
We saw it. It was an exciting one. This is now several Ascents in a row when you're not here on coverage that we've had you on the round 1 feature. I think are you undefeated now? Is that true?
I am undefeated on stream. I've never lost on stream, but I've only played 3 games on stream, and it's always round 1. So, yeah.
Yeah, we just have to clean up the rest of that, right? Have you run the rest of the rounds so we can get you on day 2. I wanted to talk a little bit about your deck. I know that Luxemdander is not like a super popular deck right now. What made you choose to bring it to the tournament today?
I feel like Luxemdander is actually really good in Swiss. The reason is because we're kind of further into the meta. We know that with Ascent Christchurch, there was no actual ban and restriction, which to some people were disappointed. I thought it was totally fine. I like the concept of we shape the meta, not weave shapes the meta for us. The reason I brought Luxem specifically is because I think that it's a really high skill deck, and you can really punish people for making mistakes especially if they don't really understand how cards work. So like the Lightweaver's Assault is a very specific one. A lot of people will generally ask a question like how much damage, and with Lightweaver's Assault you can't really ask that. You can ask me how many cards in memory, but you can't ask how much damage. So, I mean, a lot of mistakes get missed for those things. Like small things are a big deal. But even with the addition of Nullifying Mirror, I still think that Luxem is like very good. Right? Control decks are fun and they're comfortable, and honestly, they play pretty well.
I know there's a lot of like allies decks, slimes, wind allies that are rolling around, and I know that's traditionally been pretty hard for Lux and Xander. How do you feel about there assumingly being a lot of those in the pool this weekend?
So normally I would agree with that. I think with MRC release and now with AMB, I think it's actually very favored for Luxem to play into allies. Slimes not so much. So I actually mainboard a lot of tech for slimes. I really don't like playing against slimes. Obviously there's things like Dustlight, Orb of Sealing came out. There's just answers to slimes now, right? But the big thing with allies is we have extra fog. So we have the Under Fire, which I think is fantastic, and also Slice and Dice clears board really fast. So I don't feel so badly about that one. I'll let you in on it. I think my worst matchup is probably Wind Arasana. But it depends. Because it depends how many age counters you get on your Polaris before I just, like, it's you or me at that point. We're just racing.
I know there is quite a few Arisana players that are running around in the tournament. She's our second most represented champion this weekend. Yeah, so hopefully you dodge us. It's Sylvie, yes. But yeah, hopefully we see you later on, still doing well, not scrubbing out the rest of the event.
1-0 drop, like Singapore? I mean, you know, I could. Anyways, it was a good match. So it's tough when you're not super familiar with the Luxem cards. I think a lot of people who started the game during MRC and AMB haven't played against Luxem because it, like you said, hasn't been popular, right? So I don't know. That's kind of like an advantage, I guess.
You take those. All right. Well, hey, good luck the rest of the way. We're going to throw it back. We have a bit of a break, 5-10 minutes. We should have our second round coming to you soon. But we're going to head to break for a few minutes, and then we will see you for round 2.
Welcome back to Ascent Santa Clara. I am Jim the Eternal. With me is Lineage Break Cam. Cam, how are you feeling?
Hey man, it's good to be here. I'm feeling good. I got to do a little walking around last round. It's such a huge event here today. Obviously, you guys can see it behind us. We're at 309 players is what the count is if we haven't gotten that for stream yet.
Yep.
And Jim, I got to tell you, I am so excited that I've learned that our highest represented deck. We'll get some meta champion breakdown for you guys a little bit later in the event, but I heard from RTO that the highest represented deck, of course, is Sylvie. I don't think that's much of a shock, but our second highest represented champion, Jim, is Arisana this weekend.
The Dark Horse Arisana. That's amazing.
Yeah, there's a lot of the more competitive teams that have picked up this water Arisana deck that's made a bit of a splash lately, sort of based around that stratagem of Myriad Ice in order to sort of dump a bunch of floating memory into your graveyard and then end the game pretty quickly with a stratagem. So.
This is the so-called Penguin Arisana after the Polar Fractal decks.
Right. Yeah, it notably has Clara class bonus, so you do have to sort of be in that Arisana shell. But yeah, super excited, and it looks like we will have one of our feature match players playing that as well.
Excellent.
So it looks like we're going to have Chessie playing the Water Arisana deck that we just talked about against the famous Jimmy Lee playing not his domains deck, but he's playing Fire Exeogen this weekend.
Very cool. Yeah, starting off with that Ascent Houston Spirit of Fire.
So yeah, it looks like Jimmy's going to start us off. Definitely looking for a quick start out of the gate. This Exeogen deck really just wants to get to level 3 as quickly and cleanly as possible, so he's going to rely a lot on floating memory and cards like Dungeon Guide. We see him deploy a Flame Rune Swordsman on the first turn. A good way to apply a little bit of pressure, but then if Chessie does choose to deal with this, it's going to leave that floating memory for Jimmy to utilize later.
Absolutely. And Chessie, conversely, starting with the Fragmented Spirit of Water, so we're going to get that Glimpse 6 now. Trying to choose between some of the many cards that are available here.
Yeah, the cool part about the Fragmented Spirit in decks like Arisana, she does have a little bit of level manipulation, so you can cash in that Spirit Shard that it creates to get that card draw a little bit earlier than you normally would. This Arisana deck actually not naturally going to level 3, not playing a level 3 champion, so they're going to look to manipulate that Spirit Shard with stuff like the herbs that Arisana can gather.
Right, yeah, Polaris, such a big deal for this deck, so they're going to want to pop those herbs early in order to make sure that they get all of the value that they can out of Polaris clearing the board.
So yeah, we'll see how Chessie wants to start off here. Both slow decks out of the gate, both looking for pieces to get set up. And like you said, Jim, we're seeing that fractal of polar depths come down. Such an integral part of this Arisana deck. Not usually used for what you might think it is. Usually this is used to target yourself to put as much floating memory as possible into your graveyard for that stratagem Myriad Ice. And it's great for him to start off with it here.
And just immediately going into that Refracting Missile. So this is one of the things I really like about this deck, is it has a bunch of different fractals. It has Refracting Missile, has Burst Asunder potentially, has Stratagem of Myriad Ice, Myriad Depths, and just a lot of different avenues for those big bursty turns.
Yeah, definitely a deceptively fast deck. Water not typically known for its speed, but if you can set up these fractals early, like we've seen Chessie start off with here, you can have quite an explosive start really early into the game, as long as you have the influence to pay for a stratagem.
Right. Yep. A Fractal of Rain would be the one thing that he really wants right now, along with Icebound Slam is also just a great setup for those early turns.
Right.
We'll see what he ends up coming out with.
And we're going to see some great setup here from Jimmy as well. We're going to see a Hasty Messenger come across, do some filtering of his hand, hopefully dump some of those floating memory cards into his graveyard so that he can set up for a nice clean level next turn. Looks like both players opting for a bit of a slow start, as we said, between these two decks. We'll see what Chessie opts to do here. Looks like that is the plan. Going to opt for a Grand Crusader's Ring, just looking to build that influence in the early game before they look to establish their more late game-oriented game plans.
Yeah, the Grand Crusader's Ring, I think, going to be helpful in order to build up that hand. Try to build up his options. Definitely wants to get some more water cards in his graveyard in order to feed that Polar Fractal Depths. And always looking for more floating memory. Water decks can never have too much floating memory.
Right, of course. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. He's looking for Fractal Rains would be huge here. Icebound Slams, though, a little bit out of reach right now. Definitely something that he wants to keep an eye on. Doesn't look like he's found any of those yet, but he has found some powerful pieces of interaction. We see some Cerulean Decrees in the hand, and it looks like a Frostworn Paladin is going to get deployed. It's going to cash in that floating memory on refracting missiles to get a buff counter and draw a card off this Frostworn. Both players realizing that even though this is a slow matchup, that ally pressure on the board can really quicken the pace of this game, and especially when it's involving cards like Hasty Messenger, you really don't want to let Jimmy sit on that for multiple turns.
Yeah, not going to the face, notably. The
Right.
extra 3 damage there, clearing the board in order to make sure that Jimmy's not getting extra card advantage. Extra damage on Jimmy obviously would be helpful. Damage is always good, but with Jin, you have to be really careful where you're dealing that damage and how. You want to make sure that you're not leaving him too much of an opening to take advantage of the boosts that Exia cards get when you have that extra damage on you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Jin is a deck, if you're not familiar with it here at home, that does want to, once they get to level 3, manipulate the amount of damage that they themselves take, as they do get some more powerful cards in that Exia pool, depending on how much damage counters they have on their champion. We see that being leveraged in this Clumsy Apprentice as well. Gives them a little bit of card advantage, but also dealing damage to themselves is really important for this Jin deck in the long run.
Yeah, and they're happy to take that damage early, late, whatever. It's all good as far as they're concerned. And here we're seeing a Cerulean Decree on that Cremation Ritual, trying to get some extra value out of that Clumsy Apprentice by turning it into cards. And Chessie says no.
Yeah, kind of a big deal here. It's all about card advantage in these slow, more controlling matchups. And not only Chessie getting to deny the card advantage from Jimmy, but getting to replace itself in that draw into memory effect on Cerulean Decree is so powerful.
Absolutely, yeah. Cerulean Decree, just an incredible way to negate something.
Yeah, definitely exactly what you're
do we
looking
have
for.
coming out here? Moving to level 1, bringing out Arisana, we're going to see a role for these 2 herbs. See what's going to come up from there.
Yeah, Arisana has a very interesting mechanic that you see on no other cards, just cards in Arisana's pool, that allows her to gather twice. When you gather, you summon a random herb. We're going to see 2 dice rolled here for that. They do have some sort of incidental effects on their own, but they can also be cashed in for powerful effects like Polaris.
So in this case, we're getting 2 mana roots. The herbs are sort of divided into tiers. 1 and 2 have the same effect. 3 and 4 have the same effect. 5 and 6 have the same effect. Getting a duplicate is actually really beneficial here because Arisana level 2 is going to want to have any duplicate. You can sacrifice 2 of the same herb to draw a card. So
Yeah.
this is a great setup for later.
And not only that, Jim, these mana roots can be used to gain +1 level, which will unlock that Spirit Shard should Chessie want to take that route.
Absolutely, yeah. So even more ways to gain card advantage off of these roots.
We see a Tidestone Bovine come down, one of
Right,
these
incredible water card.
yeah, integral cards to this sort of game plan, right? Like exactly like you said, looks to put more water cards into the graveyard, and Bovine's going to do exactly that.
And here is that Polaris. This is actually one of the game changers for Arisana. Kind of put Arisana on the map. Polaris Twinkling Cauldron as an addition to Proxia's Vault, so a card that became available to everybody. It handles a lot of the things that Arisana is weak against and kind of plays into Arisana's strengths as well. You can build up age counters on it by sacrificing herbs, and then when you sacrifice it, for each of those age counters, it deals a damage to all of the allies on the board, as well as giving you the opportunity to shuffle Cosmic Bolts into your deck, which is a great late-game kill condition, although not one that I think we're going to be seeing from Chessie today.
Yeah, typically pretty good into the Allies decks, but we see this is not exactly the Allies matchup. Looks like Arisana is going to be a bit of the beatdown here in the Allies department. Looks like a Dungeon Guide has been deployed on the side of Jimmy Lee, looking to go up to level 3. Met with the first title lock, which he pays for. Met with the second title lock, which is going to get that Dungeon Guide negated and banished.
And sort of 2 is the magic number here, right? Most of these negate cards require you to spend 2 in order to avoid the negate. So Jimmy Lee knowing enough to hold those extra cards in hand, but the second title lock comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, Jim, I think that just has to be backbreaking here. He really wanted to be level 3 and start getting that train rolling, get that Berserker's Blade, start getting that card advantage, and he's going to get slowed down by at least another turn. And as we said earlier in the match, this water deck is deceptively fast, and he might not have as much time as he thinks he does.
Very true, yeah. We're seeing a bunch more floating memory come down. That was 2 float off of this this Bovine trigger. So this could potentially already be building up to a very, very big stratagem.
Yeah, and we're getting the chip damage in here as well. We see Frostworn Paladin coming across for 3 points of damage. Then Chessie's just going to ship the turn back. Once again, we've seen the power that he's had being able to hold up these interactive cards. We see another copy of Cerulean Decree in the hand, which will really just slow down Jimmy from enacting his game plan. And especially now with Chessie having some pressure on the board, he can just sort of sit back and respond to what Jimmy's trying to do.
Jimmy deciding to go up in influence rather than down here. He had the option with all of those cards down to just naturally level to 3, but
Right.
that's very expensive. It looks like he's preferring to dig a little bit more, build up his influence, maybe try and find a second dungeon guide if he doesn't already have one in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, really valuing influence in this slower matchup, I think, is very wise.
Yeah, absolutely. And, once he hits level 3, like, he's kind of off to the races at that point. As you mentioned, the Berserker Plate is a huge deal.
Looks like it's just going to be a Flame Rune. He says swing 2 at the Bovine. Going to look to try to remove that off the board. Is definitely sort of like Hasty Messenger in a powerful tool that he doesn't want his opponent to keep around. We're going to see a Torrential Blast played in response. A not often played Cleric class bonus card. It says, class bonus, you may put the top 2 cards of your deck into your graveyard. Then you deal an amount of damage to up to 1 target ally equal to the amount of water element cards in your graveyard, which is a lot here. I think it's more than enough to get that Flame Rune dealt with.
Absolutely, yeah. I think he's doing okay when it comes to that.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you mentioned this. I hadn't thought about it that way, but this Bovine is definitely the Hasty Messenger of water.
Right.
Just a lot of incremental value, turn over turn, getting that float into your graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, the power on these allies isn't really what you're looking for, right? It's that incremental advantage effect, and we're definitely seeing Bovine come into its own there. You said, just last turn we saw 2 floating memory get sent to the graveyard from the Bovine, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some more this turn as well.
Absolutely, yeah, and setting up for a really big effect on that polar of fractal depths as well, right? The more water cards you have in your graveyard, the more powerful that is. Here we're seeing at least one other float. I saw Lost in Thought go to the graveyard there.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Bovine is just doing an incredible amount of work for Chessie right now.
And we see both players realizing that, right? Like Jimmy Lee trying to commit some real resources to taking it off the board, and then Chessie, doing the same and protecting it in kind. So both players really understanding what the powerful cards are in this matchup.
And another Frostborn Paladin coming down, a really big board for Chessie. This is usually a deck that kind of tries to combat with spell damage, but we're seeing the Frostborn Paladins, we're seeing the Bovine out here. This is a lot of damage coming in against Jimmy Lee.
Yeah, and I think this might be some of the reason why so many of the players are playing this deck this weekend is it's just so versatile, right? A typically slow deck that's looking to close out the game with spell damage, like you said, can just really take this pivot with cards like Frostborn Paladin to sort of be the aggressor and make other decks respect that they can actually present some ally damage.
So Jimmy Lee finally choosing to spend the cards and the resources in order to hit level 3 here. No dungeon guide, just doing it naturally, spending 1 floating memory and 2 cards out of his hand, burning 2 Exia cards. Didn't quite catch which ones they were.
But this is where Jimmy wants to be in. I think that Exia does have the tools to sort of grind out this sort of matchup. I'm sure Chessie is aware of that as well. So Jimmy just wants to get to Exia as soon as possible and start deploying those very powerful tools, which obviously do have the downside. As we said, Exia does deal yourself a lot of damage, but you can sort of use that to your advantage, either for card advantage or for cards like Enrage that deal incrementally more damage equal to how many damage counters you have taken.
Yep, and now that he's hit level 3, he has a lot of options in terms of managing his life total as well. There's 4 men flesh in the deck. Generally, Exia is trying to build up damage to get to that 1 massive turn, but also needs to manage the amount of damage they're taking so as to not to die on the way there.
Looks like on the side of Chessie, we see a little casual gathering being done by that ingredient pouch. Has that a powerful ability to rest every turn for just 1 reserve cost to generate an herb. And something that you had mentioned earlier, Jim, is that Arisana level 2, which we haven't seen yet, does have an ability that allows you to sacrifice 2 herbs of the same name to draw a card. And so we might see Chessie leverage that later in this game if it does go that way.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like it would be a pretty powerful card advantage engine for Chessie if he's willing to spend the cards in order to go up that high. He does have a lot of floating memory, but there's so many uses for floating memory in this deck. So, no guarantees that any one of them is better than any other.
Right. Yeah, I love to see Idle Thoughts being used in the feature match table of the biggest Ascent yet in order to set up the top of that deck to put 2 floating memory cards on top for that Tide Stone Bovine. So really just understanding how powerful that effect is that we can use a typically weaker card like Idle Thoughts to set up some really powerful combinations with this Bovine.
Yeah, especially when you're pulling cards off of the top of your deck. Being able to stack your deck however you want is a surprisingly powerful tool.
Right.
So here's that Berserker Plate coming out for Jimmy Lee. This is sort of the engine for Exia. This is a card every turn as well as 3 damage while boosting your maximum health up to 35, which is just a massive number to have to deal with.
Right. And you know, most players, Jim, would say yes most of the time to deal yourself 3 damage, draw a card. It's a very powerful effect. The thing that we have to watch out for with this Berserker Plate is that is not an option. Every turn you do deal yourself that 3 damage and draw a card, and so eventually that will become a little bit dangerous for our Jin player. But right now, just using that to snowball some card advantage.
Yeah, right now it's just fuel. Sitting on 7 influence at the moment, I believe, 7 or 8 influence. And he's looking to get a little bit higher, but also he's looking to get a little bit more damage in order to feed some of these Exia cards. A lot of these Exia cards have damage bonuses, so if for every 5 damage you've taken or every 6 damage you've taken, you'll get to have some additional effect. Or have a threshold, like on Enrage or on Proof of Life, which, you know, you have to be above, what, 40 damage in order to get the extra value from Proof of Life?
Yes, I believe it is 40, yes.
With 40, yeah, actually, Jin's immortality is definitely going to be coming into play.
Yeah. And we see the value put into that Berserker Plate as well. We saw Chessie fire off a Fracturize that was met by an Incapacitate just to protect that very important Berserker's Plate.
Yeah, absolutely the most important regalia on Jimmy's side. To be honest, all of the Exia regalia are going to be pretty painful for Chessie to deal with, so any number of Fracturizes I'm sure will be useful here.
Looks like Chessie should be headed to the casino, rolling doubles for his Arisana to gather twice. Is going to give him a lot of options. He's going to gather here again with his ingredient pouch. So many herbs here, which usually are used to fuel that Polaris to clear the board, right? But here, Chessie can leverage that end of turn inherited effect on Arisana Master Alchemist to turn those extra herbs into some extra card draw, especially now that he's level 2. He can also use one of those mana roots to cash in that Spirit Shard that's still on the board. So many options available to him. We see him mill 2 floating memory off of that Tidestone Bovine.
Really should head to the casino.
Yeah.
Yeah, so these herbs are going to be really useful. Not only drawing cards for Arisana, but also the incidental effects. It looks like he has he's got the 5s and 6s over there, that stack of 5s and 6s, which can let him cycle cards from his hand.
Right.
So if he's looking for something specific, if he's digging for a stratagem or something like that, he has, 4 card draws just sitting on the board waiting for him, as well as that 1 level up, as you mentioned, just to cash in that Spirit Fragment. And here he is trading in 2 of those mana roots in order to draw a card.
Yeah, so powerful. It looks like, was that a Polar Depths picked up off the top? I believe it was a second copy of Fractal Polar Depths picked up in the end step of Chessie, and that might be what he needs to get that mass of floating memory in order for him to play a stratagem should he find one.
Also, if it ends up going late enough, you can turn that Polar or Fractal Depths on your opponent, and that might be the direction that Chessie is deciding to go here. Being able to mill your opponent out is a way of killing someone that doesn't engage with their life total at all.
Right, of course.
And having no cards is somewhat difficult to work around, and also gives Jimmy Lee no fuel for his Exia cards.
So it is going to be a little bit more difficult for Chessie to interact with Jimmy Lee. He did get that Viridian Protective Trinket, which does make Water Element cards cost 2 more when it is your turn. We didn't see it leveraged there. Jimmy's just going to pass the turn, get that card back from the Chilling Touch, and we're going to pass back over to Chessie. Looks like he's going to grab that Scepter of Lumina. Probably not utilizing it much for that when your champion levels up text, as he is already the maximum level that his champion is going to become, but it can be banished to draw 2 cards, just again, valuing that influence, Jim.
Yep, bringing up that influence, and he's going to need a lot of cards if he wants to be able to interact with whatever Jimmy Lee is doing.
Right.
Like, as you mentioned, the Viridian Protective Trinket is such a hard wall for a water deck, and Jimmy Lee, the way that Jin works, the way that Exia works, is he wants to have one big turn.
Right.
He wants to build up his damage and then burst it all out in 3 or 4 Exia cards combined together in order to deal just a ridiculous amount.
Ridiculous amount. Yeah, you are not kidding when you say that. It's usually upwards of 30, 40 damage if they really want it. Something interesting here is that we saw Chessie pick up his first copy of Icebound Slam on turn 6. He hasn't even milled any, so
pretty late to the game.
Well, we'll see if he chooses to deploy that. I think something that you were exactly right about, Jim, is that you never know when Jin's going to have that big turn, right? So you can't necessarily put all of your resources down to play this Icebound Slam without the risk of Jin clapping back for just insane amounts of damage.
And especially with the Trinket out, like, that makes it even harder, right?
Yeah.
So definitely dangerous to put all your cards down, and Icebound Slam is a very expensive card.
It looks like we did pick up that copy of Stratagem, though. That's the top card here in Chessie's hand. We don't have a floating memory count here, but that is the card that Chessie's looking for to end the game. He does have to worry about Jin is immortal. Stratagem is a slow card. So he can sort of push Jin above that life total and say, hey, you're going to get one more turn, but if we make it to the end of your turn, your champion's going to die. But
so we see that second fractal of polar depths come down, and so the way that this interacts is you can use it in order to mill yourself for the amount of water cards in your graveyard,
right,
which will, because this deck is all water, will double the amount of water cards in your graveyard,
right,
which might reach you the critical mass necessary in order to sacrifice the other one to mill your opponent out completely. So we'll see what direction they go. There's that Icebound Slam, putting 5 more water cards in his graveyard. We could see both of the fractals of polar depths here. I'm not sure what his graveyard count is, but this might be enough to completely clear him out.
Yeah.
You see him counting now?
We'll see what the count is. Hopefully he gives us a number.
That looks like somewhere close to 20. High teens for sure. And there's both of those fractals. Sounds like he's milling his opponent.
Yeah, he's giving the count here. He says, I'm going to sack both of these fractals of polar depths to mill you, is the words from Chessie. So the first one will be for whatever the count of his water card is, plus polar depths, and then it'll be 1 additional with the second polar depths.
Just to make sure you counted the polar depths when you...
Yeah, we're just getting a clarification that the water count is correct. Polar depths is counted as part of the cards that are put into the graveyard. And so we'll see what the
Looks
what
like
the
that
number
total
is here.
count is 24 water cards in the graveyard,
Yeah.
which would be milling Jimmy Lee for 48. Which I don't think Jimmy Lee is going to have 48 cards left in his deck. I think that might be it.
Yeah, he's drawn a lot of cards this game, right? Which is going to make that library much smaller, assumingly. Jimmy did submit a 60-card deck.
Assuming, yes. Yeah. We see him doing that shortcut. I have seen
Right.
more than 12 cards this game,
Right,
so
right.
that's probably it. And scooping it up, going to game 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's not traditionally how this deck looks to win. But, you know, Jimmy, you said that earlier in the match that if you get to the point, you can just point those polar depths at your opponent. And when they're a deck like Jin, where you don't really want to interact with their life total very much, it can be that sort of alternate win condition, which without something like a nullifying lantern is going to be pretty hard for any deck to deal with.
Speaking of which, let's talk about sideboarding. So
Yeah.
Jimmy Lee definitely has that nullifying lantern in the board, almost assuredly going to come out. I believe that the Arasana decks run the Crystalline Mirror, which is a little-used cleric class bonus card that can actually handle the nullifying lantern, even out of water. Normally, all you have is Fracture Eyes, which doesn't work against nullifying lantern. There's a rules interaction. We love layers. Everybody loves layers. But it means that Nullifying Lantern survives Fracture Eyes. So Crystalline Mirror is basically your only option to deal with it. And Nullifying Lantern, very, very painful for Chessie to deal with here if it stays out for any length of time.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a cat and mouse game between the Crystalline Mirror and the Nullifying Lantern, where, as you said, that Fracture Eyes interaction makes it very specific where both players wants to interact, right? So we'll see how that works out. Do you think there's anything else that's coming in on Jimmy Lee's side?
So I see 1 Incapacitate in the board. I think he got some good value out of his out of the 3 Incapacitates. So we might see that extra one coming in. Mystic Purifiers actually here for Razor Gale, but might come in anyway, since a lot of those fractals are a big deal. You know? And if there's a polar fractal depth that you can clear out using a Mystic Purifier, that seems like it would be pretty strong. Some other stuff that probably isn't coming in, an Under Fire, probably not going to be seeing that. Crimson Prescience, maybe, depending on if he's worried specifically about the damage that Chessie's doing, but Chessie didn't really show that much damage output this game, so unclear whether something like that is going to come in. Thunderclap, mostly for allies. This is not a whole lot of allies to deal with here, so maybe some Meltdowns, definitely the Nullifying Lantern, maybe some Purifiers. A lot of options.
It looks like there's maybe less options on Chessie's side. It looks like he was sort of set up for not exactly expecting to see, I assume, Fire Exia Jin a whole lot this tournament. So his sideboard is mostly set up for the aggro decks, for some more problematic players in the meta. Does look like he has 1 copy of Blinding Orb, which could be pretty good if he's worried about Jimmy being able to pay for some of his negation. As you said earlier, they're mostly pay 2 effects or the spell is negated, so we might see the Blinding Orb come in to sort of make that a little bit harder.
One thing that I see a lot with Arasana decks is the Quicksilver Grail, actually specifically because of the interaction with Blinding Orb. You know, a surprise, suddenly you have 2 cards less with which to pay for my negate effects.
Right.
But we've already seen the Grand Crusader ring out of Chessie's deck.
Yeah, it looks like Chessie's just packing the Grand Crusaders ring this weekend, really valuing that influence. It does come up, especially in slower matchups like this, where you just do really need every card in your material deck to give you some sort of card advantage plus when you're looking to grind out against decks like Phyrexia Jhin.
Yeah, absolutely. And really, anything you can do in order to get more water cards in this graveyard, right? That is the fuel for this match. We need water cards in the graveyard for Chessie, and we need just the right amount of damage for Jimmy Lee.
So we'll see how Game 2 shakes out. We have to assume that Jimmy Lee is going to be choosing to go first here. I don't see any cards in his list that would sort of suggest that he should consider otherwise.
Right, and from a deck that requires, this much materialization advantage, going first is definitely the right idea.
Huge, for sure. But it's nothing to scoff at that player going second does get that extra card. And again, we've talked so much this match about how card advantage is the name of the game. And we'll see if that happens. I believe we saw a card slip out from Jimmy Lee there. Was that a Mystic Purifier?
It looked like a Mystic Purifier to me, I think. So Jimmy Lee may be revealing a little bit of information that he didn't intend to.
Right. I think you're spot on, though, bringing in those Mystic Purifiers in order to deal with some of those potentially dangerous fractals like Polar Depths.
Yeah, being able to knock out, like Fractal of Rain. We didn't see any Fractal of Rains from Chessie on game 1, but that is just an incredible... we have a Judge Call because of the revealed card. And I think it's just going to get re-randomized, and the game will continue after that.
Yeah, nothing too crazy here. Mistakes happen. And, of course, we can't understate that we have these two players playing in round 2 of the biggest Ascent that we've ever had, 309 players. There's a lot of pressure here. We have them up on a stage and everything, right?
Full-on stage for the feature match.
Right. So the nerves can sort of creep up on you. This is a high-stakes situation, but we love to see both of these players being very friendly and cordial. Something that we've come to know in the Grand Archive community.
Absolutely, yeah. The vibe cannot be understated.
Right.
So we have the Creative Shock coming down for Jimmy Lee here. A traditional fire start.
Yeah, looks like a Fast Cure was binned there from the Creative Shock, and then we're going to see a Flame Rune Swordsman. Shame on Jimmy. He has mismatching Flame Rune Swordsman in this deck.
I actually like this decision from Jimmy. So a lot of the times you'll see people holding those Creative Shocks until the end of the turn. But knowing he's up against a water deck, being able to play those cards before the water deck has drawn any of their cards, before even they've done the on-enter on their Spirit, just make sure that you don't get interrupted for something that's as crucial as the draw 2 cards effect from a Creative Shock.
Yeah, you get to, like, conceal a little bit of information when you hold up those Creative Shocks, right? But I think you're exactly right that you don't want to walk into something like a Tidal Lock, a Cerulean Decree, which he saw a lot of from Chessie that last game, and they were all quite impactful. So Jimmy definitely realizing that and looking to just deploy his cards as soon as he can.
So we're seeing some cool stuff in Chessie's hand right now. We got a Frostborn Paladin, got that Refracting Ray. It looks like there's an Icebound Slam, so we might see him setting up to Icebound Slam on turn 2. Unfortunately, not enough influence to do it on turn 1, since he brought out that Fragmented Spirit of Water.
Right. Looks like we are going to see a Fractal of Rain imbued with a Frostborn Paladin and an Awakened Deacon. This is a very important card for him to see. And you had mentioned that earlier. This is like a prime target for cards like Mystic Purifier, as this sort of fits in that same bovine, hasty messenger sort of place where it is incremental advantage turn after turn.
And Chessie just immediately, using that Refracting Ray, deciding to sort of put Jimmy Lee on the back foot, make sure that his board is kept clear. The Flame Rune Swordsman, card names. The Flame Rune Swordsman, going to provide some floating memory once he hits level 1, but doesn't do anything at the moment.
Yeah, definitely an interesting choice. Chessie's sort of signaling that he doesn't have any sort of negation card here, something like a Cerulean Decree by putting his whole hand down. He's just saying, Jimmy, you can do whatever you want this turn. I'll let you off the leash. And we do see that Jimmy uses that extra room to deploy a Hasty Messenger and then immediately cremate it with a Cremation Ritual just to start building up that influence for the late game.
And this GCR summon from Chessie is actually going to be just enough influence with that Fractal of Rain to be able to drop that Icebound Slam. We'll see if he decides to do it here, though. He's got quite a few options, and I think it looks like he's aiming for that, the Frostborn Paladin in order to eat that floating memory that the Fractal of Rain has been adding to his discard pile.
Yeah, we saw a huge amount of pressure provided by a pair of Frostborn Paladins last game, and it looks like he does have a pair this game. Looks like he has that Bovine as well, so I think we should definitely see him deploy some of those allies and start building up those damage counters, but also building up that graveyard.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was actually the impetus for that refracting missile play on turn 1 or turn 2 on turn 1 to clear the Flamer just to make sure that he has that floating memory in his discard.
Yeah, so smart. We see one more added as well.
Make sure to resolve that trigger before doing the damage.
So yeah, the on-attack trigger did mill one floating memory as well as a Cerulean Decree and come in for a little bit of damage. Just getting such huge value off that Tidestone Bovine. We
And
see
a quick reminder from the judge making sure to sequence things appropriately because the Tidestone Bovine isn't on attack trigger. Have to make sure that happens before the damage gets dealt.
right.
You had a lot to cook with. For sure.
We'll see what Jimmy Lee gets up to. We saw him grab his own Grand Crusader's ring at the start of the turn. We'll see if he is going to try to forward his floating memory journey a little bit. We see a Creative Shock cast, a Flame Rune drawn, and immediately discarded, just adding that floating memory. And now that he's Jin level 1, we saw that Flame Rune get killed, like he said, on turn 1, which will leave 2 floating memory in his graveyard for his level 2 next turn.
And another Flame Rune coming down just to clear out that Tidestone Bovine. I think he's happy to have these Flame Runes in his graveyard, but also just as happy to make sure that that Bovine's no longer on the field.
Of course.
We will level up into Arisana.
We're going to see a level up here into Arisana Herbalist Prodigy. We're going to gather twice, get a couple of those herbs, and see if we can start leveraging that cleric mechanic for some extra value.
So 3s and 4s are going to be life gain herbs. 5 and 6 are going to be cycling herbs, allowing you to put a card from your hand onto the bottom of your deck in order to draw another card. So both of these potentially very useful as the game goes deeper. Even aside from the value just being able to draw cards off of Arisana level 2.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, such a versatile package, right?
It is.
We're going to see that Frostborn Paladin come in for 3 before Chessie decides to deploy some extra threats here. Looks like we might be looking at yet another Frostborn Paladin this turn. Still holding on to that Icebound Slam for maybe a little bit later. Another Cleric All-Star that we don't get to see on coverage very much is Awakened Deacon. She is a 1 attack, 3 life interceptor, as long as you have 2 or more Phantasias on the board. Something to note, very interesting about Fragmented and the way that that works, is we have that 1 Fantasia on the board in the form of Fractal Overrain, but also that Spirit Shard is type Fantasia, so it will turn on this Awakened Deacon's Intercept.
Yeah, just a really cool piece of synergy that you almost never see.
Yeah.
Awakened Deacon also providing some floating memory, which very important.
We're going to see some other synergy here in the form of Dungeon Guide and level 3 decks, and we'll see if that one gets to resolve. We're going to see a Cerulean Decree deployed to make Jimmy pay a little bit more for it, but I don't think that Chessie's going to be able to do much more than that, so we should see this Dungeon Guide get to resolve.
Yeah, like you said, I don't think this is going to prevent the Dungeon Guide from resolving, but this does limit Jimmy Lee's options, right? He's not going to be able to do as much this turn, and he's going to have to put down some cards that maybe he doesn't want to risk banish.
Yeah. Yeah, just such versatility from Cerulean Decree, seeing as it does replace itself with drawing a card into memory. This is a pretty hand-neutral play for Chessie to make, but as you said, it is going to make Jimmy Lee's life just a little bit harder this turn.
Just a little bit harder, yeah. And going to level 3 and passing the turn.
Yeah.
So we should see the Berserker Plate materialize from Jimmy Lee on his next turn. And probably just kind of sitting there and building up influence, you know? He's got those fire cards to do exactly that. He's got Creative Shocks. He's gonna have the Berserker Plate. Interesting to see when he finally goes for the kill, but at 4 damage on his champion right now, it's not going to be soon.
Yeah, it's going to take a while, but he does have a little bit more time than he had last game. No Polar Depths in play for Chessie, and that is really the card that accelerates a matchup like this. So they might get to hang out for a little while.
Yeah. Chessie not really threatening to do anything particularly strong right now. Bringing out that Safeguard amulet as his materialize. He is ready to avoid death at some time in the future.
Right.
Safeguard amulet, remarkably good at dealing with Relentless Outburst. Relentless Outburst is enabled by, obviously, a large amount of damage on an Exia champion. And once you have that damage high enough, it deals 1 damage plus 1 for every 6 damage on your champion. But because it's dealt in series of 1 and 1 and 1 that are then increased later on, the Safeguard Amulet just protects you against all of it.
Right. And that is the same way with the card in Chessie's deck being Stratagem of Myriad Ice, which is usually how he finishes games, does also interact with Safeguard in that same way. So we'll see a lot of Safeguards this weekend, I think.
I think so too, yeah. Especially if, people were expecting other people to bring this Arasana deck. Safeguard very powerful against the Stratagem, as you mentioned.
Right. We see Frostwarn coming across for a few points of damage. Sort of an interesting situation to be in against a Jhin where you do want to deal him damage. That is how most games are going to end. But if you deal him too much damage, it starts to become a danger to you. So we'll see if Chessie draws that line in the sand somewhere. And Jimmy's going to look to accelerate that a little bit himself as well, grabbing that aforementioned Berserker Plate to start dealing himself a little bit of damage and drawing some additional cards.
Yeah, just building up that influence and sort of ramping up eventually to a big turn. We just have to see when we see it.
Right.
At 11 health now, 11 damage on his champion out of the 35 maximum health boosted by that Berserker Plate. He's still got a ways to go before he's in danger, but also a ways to go before any of his cards are really ramped up. Like, you don't really see any bonuses until you start hitting the 20-25 range.
Right. So yeah, I think it'll be a couple of turns before we see a big explosive Jhin turn. As we can see in much of Jin's art, he is a very explosive champion looking to finish that game in one big swing. And we didn't get to see that last game, but maybe we'll get to that point in the game this one.
Yeah, Chessie, like we said earlier, not really threatening anything important right now. I think he's maybe setting up for a big stratagem, right? He's got this Fractal of Rain milling cards, he's got this Tidestone Bovine milling cards, so his graveyard definitely looking fuller and fuller. But without a Fractal of Polar Depths, he's kind of in maybe a little bit of a worse spot. He can't, feed himself the way he wants to be fed.
And it looks like Chessie did find a Fractal of Polar Depths, but in the wrong spot on top of his deck when he goes to attack with that Tidestone Bovine.
There's a reason they call it the Water Casino. Sometimes it comes up heads, sometimes it comes up penguins.
Well, we'll see if he chooses to leverage that Icebound Slam to finally get some more cards into his graveyard. It looks like he's going to opt for another Awakened Deacon instead. Something to note is that Jimmy Lee's Jhin deck does do most of its damage through attacking the enemy champion. And so these interceptors do go a long way unless we see something like a Hemorrhaging Rend come out from Jimmy Lee.
So notably, he's not actually running any Hemorrhaging Rends. No Cleaves out of this deck, but Relentless Outburst will still do the trick, even if it doesn't end up killing his opponent.
Yeah.
Relentless Outburst, while it does do a lot of damage to the champion, also does all that damage to the allies. So that's going to be his board clear, and he's going to need to do that if he wants to clear out all these interceptors.
Yeah, it's all about putting roadblocks in the way of this Jhin deck. He has such a good inevitability engine, and you just have to find a way to end the game before he wants to take the game longer. And so we'll see these Awakened Deacons do that job in keeping the board safe and making Jimmy find something like a Relentless Outburst before he can go for a lethal attack.
Absolutely. So now that Viridian Protective Trinket coming out, Jimmy realizing that when he reaches his big turn, he's going to want to interact with the water deck as little as possible.
Right.
Building up his influence and making sure that he's kept safe.
And he's not safe from Tidal Locks here, but he is safe from Cerulean Decrees, which has got to be the most backbreaking card. At least Tidal Lock, you trade resources with your opponent, but Cerulean Decree being card neutral makes it way more punishing. We're going to see a couple of creative shocks. Look like fired off in the recollection of Jimmy Lee here. And he's going to pick up and see if he can find a route to do some damage. I think I see 3 copies of Relentless Outburst in his hand.
My word. Okay, yeah, that could do some real damage once he gets there.
Yeah.
But he's still looking to boost up his health.
Right.
Formation Ritual drawing more cards. All of these fire cards just really coming together.
It's all a matter of time, Jim. We saw him get a Clumsy Apprentice as well. We'll see if he chooses to trade that in for a couple more points of life. Looks like he's just going to pass the turn, though, and we see a Stream of Consciousness cast by Chessie. Has a Memory 4+ class ability, so that means as long as you have 4 cards in your memory, you do get this additional effect to glimpse 3 and then draw a card in your memory, doing a bit of a Fairy Whispers impression.
Clerics. This Memory 4 ability is something that we only see on Cleric cards, and requires you to have spent cards on something else prior to this thing in the turn in order to make sure that you reach that total count. Or, just retain priority and cast 2 Streams of Consciousness in a row.
Right.
A lot of ways to handle that. We have a Tariff Ring coming out for Chessie now. So in addition to protecting himself from spells, he's looking to potentially protect himself from attacks at some point.
He says, mill a stratagem because I can't count. I believe he did have maybe information about that being on top of his deck.
I think, yeah, with the glimpse from the stream of consciousness.
Right.
Able to stack his deck, but, that doesn't help if you're bad at math.
Right. So it looks like that is unfortunately sent to the graveyard. We're going to see a Tidestone Bovine attack, milling a Frosthorn Paladin and a Fractal of Rain. Definitely not what you want to see going there.
No. Any water cards that aren't floating memory, you'd much rather have in your hand. And
3 with Frosthorn.
still looking to build a strategy. He's doing a little bit of damage here and there, but that, we've talked about that. That's a dangerous game. You're really rolling the dice whenever you feed Jin any kind of damage.
Yeah, and he's in such a tough position. It looks like 3 copies of Icebound Slam clogging up his hand. And, that is a great card, and it will further that graveyard, but he really doesn't want to deal that much damage to Jin and push him to a point where there's no coming back.
It's very dangerous. Like, you have to find where sort of the magic life total is against Jin, especially knowing that if Jin isn't ready to take advantage of the damage that he's been dealt, there's always a Mend Flesh. There's almost always a Mend Flesh waiting in the wings. It's like, oh, I got you to lethal. Well, not this time.
Jim, it's always the second Men Flesh. That's the one that gets me. The first one I can play around. The second one, they get me every time.
Every time, yeah. God, Mend Flesh, what a card. But, Jimmy Lee's still just building up, both of them, still just building up. And not a lot happening on Arisana's side of the board. We saw a Chilling Touch just to get an extra floating memory in the yard. We're seeing a little bit of herb byplay now. We still haven't gone to Arisana level 2. Just a very slow-paced game from Chessie's side this time.
Right. It's that thing about inevitability that we said, that Jin really does have that on his side. So the more time that Chessie gives him, the worse it's going to look for him. So especially without those Fractal Polar Depths to have that sort of alternate win condition that we saw in Game 1, I think it's going to be pretty tough for Chessie to find a route here. But Jin can, if you put up enough roadblocks in his way, sort of, tucker himself out and deal himself too much damage and get into a lethal range for something even like a Refracting Missiles to finish the job.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see our players kind of counting up the cards in their discard. We have, I think it was 16 water cards in Chessie's discard, but not a Fractal of Polar Depths to be seen. Chalice of Blood down for Jimmy's side. This is what an incredibly powerful material card. Draw 2 cards as long as you're above 20 health. But Jin's Immortality means that's essentially free. There's no risk with Chalice of Blood there. Like, you could be at 35, you could be about to die, but you can still Chalice of Blood because, well, you're immortal for a while.
And look at the influence here, Jim. Jimmy Lee's passing with 12, 13 cards in hand. Just says, go ahead, I'll wait for the next turn.
Yeah, I'm not dead yet, so maybe next turn will be a good turn.
Right. And we know that he has some tools. We did see those 3 copies of Relentless Outburst, which is an insane amount of damage. But Relentless Outburst notably does have damage 35+. So with those 3 copies, which all do additively stack together, he's going to look to hit that 35 damage threshold before he looks to deploy those.
So the other thing that we haven't seen yet from Jimmy is the Shuangji.
Yeah.
This is just a wild card for Jin. Deals 5 self-damage, draws you a card when it comes in from your material deck, and then has some boosted damage based on how much damage you've been taking. I believe it's every 5.
Every 5 damage, yeah.
So at 25, that means this is a 6-power polearm.
Yeah. And maybe he's looking to find that sweet spot, right? To sort of have Chessie fall into a false sense of security, send him to 30, then Shuangji can take him to 35 for those powerful damage 35+ abilities. But definitely something he's going to be looking to pick up soon. So it looks like we are casting a Lost in Thought, X equals 2, to banish 2 cards with floating memory to draw a card for each banish this way. And then after that, he said there'll be 15 cards in his graveyard. 15 water cards, that is.
We're seeing the Incapacitate out from Jimmy Lee does not want to let Chessie draw those 2 cards.
Yeah, I mean, Lost in Thoughts can sometimes be seen as sort of like a desperation play, right? You're trying to cash in that floating memory, not exactly for what you plan to, but to maybe find some cards that you need to sort of close out the game. And so Jimmy smartly realizing that might be the case and stopping any of that card advantage in his tracks.
Some more mills now up to 18 water cards in Chessie's graveyard.
18 water cards, no way to use them.
Right?
No polar depths here. He's been very consistent at milling his stratagem of Myriad Ices this game.
Yeah, and you know, this is what happens sometimes when you're at the water casino. Everything
Right.
comes up snake eyes.
Right.
If all of your, you know, there's 3, 4 maybe important cards in the deck, and the rest of it is all kind of interchangeable
Right.
fodder, right? A lot of floating memory, a lot of cards to get other cards into your graveyard. And if you just hit the wrong cards, it kind of doesn't come together, and that's kind of the risk you run playing this Water Arasana deck.
And speaking of risks, we do see that Frostworn Paladin dealing some damage, bringing Jimmy up to 29. So with the combination of a card like Clumsy Apprentice and Shuangji, he can hit that damage 35 plus if he's looking to finally make a play to close out this game. We do see in the end step of Chessie a reduced to Ash targeting, I have to assume, the
Was it
Safeguard Amulet.
Yeah, that would make the most sense to me. If that hits the Safeguard, yeah, and there it is, yep. So that definitely sounds like he's setting up to try and Relentless Outburst sooner rather than later.
Right.
And here's that Shuangji of Sacrifice, just like we were talking about. So gonna take 5 damage in order to draw a card, bringing him up to 34 out of his 35 total health.
Yeah, and we know he has a Clumsy Apprentice, so I would be shocked if we didn't see him deploy that to get that last point of damage. Oh, of course, we have the Berserker
blade,
plate as well that just gets him, right up to 37, and so that does turn on that near play set of Relentless Outburst that he has access to. And so we'll see if he uses that to clear the way. Does have that very powerful ability to deal your opponent extra damage as well. And so I would be shocked if we didn't see a flurry of Exia cards to play for lethal here.
Yeah, and this is definitely the turn to try and make something happen.
Right.
He's at 37 out of 35, an amount that would normally kill a champion, but of course Jin has immortality, so he's not dead yet.
Right.
Jin's immortality only turns off during his end step, so if he hasn't killed his opponent by his end step or in some other way dealt with his own life total, that's it. That's all she wrote.
So yeah, we are going to see that Relentless Outburst deployed. So until end of turn, damage 35 plus target champion. If they would take damage, they take +1 instead. And then this is going to deal 1 damage to all other units other than Jin 6 times. He's going to play another one, but this additive ability is going to stack. We'll see a Tidal Lock deployed to maybe stem the bleeding a little bit. He pays for it. And Chessie says, guess I'll die.
Guess I'll die. Was that 3 coming down for the Tidal Lock? Was there a lantern on the board that I didn't see?
There's the Viridian Protective Trinket.
Oh,
It makes
the
it cost a
Viridian
little bit
Protective
more.
Trinket.
Yeah.
Okay. So kind of like a lantern.
Right. A lantern at home. Yeah. But yeah, we see, a deck that's typically known for dealing attack damage. We saw the Rending Flames in hand and all of that. Just, Relentless Outburst gets the job done on itself. Those additive abilities, that sort of Poison Dagger-esque effect to deal 1 additional damage, especially with multiple instances of damage like Relentless Outburst, can just finish the game by itself.
Absolutely. You look at a card like Relentless Outburst, it says it does 1 damage per 6 damages on your champion. And that doesn't look that threatening until you think about it. And with that damage bonus, right, once you hit 36 is an important threshold, that's 12 damage. 12 damage out of 1 card, 2 of those will kill almost anybody?
Right.
It's very, very, very powerful. Way more powerful than it looks at first glance.
Yeah, first one was for 12, second one was for 18, and that kills every champion in the game without any sort of extra, protection. That is 30 done. Tony level 3 is even dead to that.
Absolutely. And Arasana, we're not even going to level 3 here with Arasana, right? So she's at 22 max.
Right.
You can definitely get there.
So yeah, looks like that one did break in Jimmy Lee's favor. Definitely a matchup that can go either way. I think it really is dependent on Chessie to not only, navigate this matchup well, of course, but there is a certain amount of needing the cards to sort of go your way. We saw a couple of stratagems go to his graveyard a little bit earlier than he wanted to. We saw those Icebound Slams get sort of clunked up in his hand sort of later in the game where he doesn't want to deploy them.
Yeah, just a very slow game for Chessie, and that's exactly what he can't do against Exia Jin. Exia Jin, happy to play the slow game, happy to go long, happy to let him build up, and then just explode in 1 big turn. So Chessie kind of really needs to be a little bit, not necessarily aggressive, like you don't want to feed Jin too much, but you want to have the right tools in order to build up your own resources, and Chessie just wasn't seeing them.
Well, speaking of the right tools, Jim, I see a Fractal Polar Depths and a Stratagem being the only 2 cards that Chessie keeps. Draws 4 additional cards. Icebound Polar Depths. That's a hell of a hand.
Oh, it really is. So this is like the setup that water decks are looking for, right? You can spend your influence to put down a Fractal, and then you can bring out Backup Charger or GCR in order to get that one extra influence on the next turn, and you are at exactly enough in order to Icebound Slam on turn 2.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what we're going to see here. 3 go down for a Polar Depths. You hate to see that if you're Jimmy Lee.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, I'm sure Jimmy Lee knows the setup just as well as anybody else. So we have 5 influence, plus 1 from the fractal, plus another one from his materialize, and then another card, putting him at 8, just enough to get that Icebound Slam on his next turn.
Yeah, and Exiogen not known for its heavy pieces of interaction, especially when it involves damage. So it looks like that Icebound Slam is probably going to make its way across. Maybe meet something like a Stalwart Shieldmate that we see pulled to the front of Jimmy's hand. But you've got to assume that if you have that Stalwart, you just want to cremate it, right?
Probably, yeah. Oh,
Oh, wow.
Purifier! This is so huge. Oh, that's such a big play from Jimmy Lee. Because this play is so tight, right? Trying to get exactly the right amount of influence for Icebound Slam.
Right.
Knocking out that fractal is so key.
So yeah, even with the extra influence, like you mentioned here, we're not going to have enough to cast that Icebound Slam. He's lost his Polar Depths. It went from it's all coming up Chessie to that one play from the Mystic Purifier, just really setting him back.
Wow. Mystic Purifier, such a good include. 2 out of the sideboard and just doing incredible work in this matchup. I guess we're back down to the original game plan. Tidestone Bovine coming out, milling some cards, putting 1 point in on that Stalwart Shieldmate, and not accomplishing much else. Oh, immediately with the Viridian Protective Trinket. Wow, Jimmy does not want to get interacted with.
Yeah, it looks like Chessie's holding up a Fracturize here as well, so a very smart choice from Jimmy Lee to just sort of batten down the hatches and allow himself to cast stuff like this Cremation Ritual, which is going to get him some value.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to get that Cremation Ritual countered.
See a Reduce to Ash picked up here as well, so he can use that to deal with any of those pesky material deck cards that Chessie decides to grab.
For the most part, we haven't seen that many particularly threatening material decks out of Chessie. I think the Safeguard Amulet was probably the worst of the bunch.
Right. And that might be the plan, to save it for a Safeguard Amulet. We're going to see him chip in for a little bit of damage. Just start pushing that advantage. He had such a huge blowout in that first turn of the game, so he's just going to look to leverage this early game pressure as long as he can.
And Chessie just going up on influence. We've already seen the GCR, so out comes the Backup Charger, GCR at home. Has that Power Cell out, potentially another Fracturized target if he's looking to keep his influence high.
He's at least unlocked here if he wants to slam this Icebound Slam.
That's true. It is finally time.
I missed this one. Icebound Slam champion.
And it looks like that is the plan. Icebound Slam champion. We're going to see 5 cards turned over here. 3 Floating Memory, which is a great hit for Chessie. Yeah.
Go to mid. Level 1 losing Shieldmate. Untap. And
Jimmy Lee using that Shieldmate for Floating Memory in order to go to Jin Fate Defiant. Jin's level 1 here.
And we can definitely see the pace of play increased by these players. They do have 1 enemy in common, and that is the round clock. Just 9 minutes left in this Swiss round number 2. And so they're going to look to find a definitive winner, and we do see them respecting that and sort of speeding up the process here.
Yeah, and I think Chessie is now in the somewhat uncomfortable position of trying to figure out how to build up his resources. Right? We saw game 1 went really well in his favor. Game 2, kind of the opposite. So what is he trying to build up here? What is his next move here to make sure he has the resources that he needs in order to be able to deal with the threat that Jimmy presents?
I mean, I think the issue, Jim, is that he wanted exactly what he had, but he got, interacted with by that Mystic Purifier. He really wanted to slam those 2 copies of Polar Depths as soon as possible, and now he's left with 1 hiding in his memory and feeling, I think in a lot worse position. We see a Dungeon Guide deployed by Jimmy Lee to go up to level 2, which we don't usually see. And of course, that is signaling to us in the audience and also to his opponent that there is maybe a second Dungeon Guide lurking in his hand.
Most likely, yeah. If it's your only Dungeon Guide, you're probably not spending it this early. But this does increase the pace of his materializes, and I think this is exactly what he's going for. He just wants to get those champion level ups as soon as possible.
Right. Yeah, so important, especially now where Chessie doesn't have a board, he doesn't have any fractals that he's building up, and he's going, straight to Arisana level 1. So really not building up a board that Jimmy has to be scared of just yet. So he wants to take that sort of space in the matchup while he can.
Yeah, like a Tidestone Bovine would be good here, a Fractal of Rain would be good here, but all of that is slow.
Right.
None of that is threatening Jimmy before Jimmy gets his own plan online.
You know, we might just see another copy of Icebound Slam deployed here.
It wouldn't surprise me. Honestly, this is probably the best time for it before you're worried about anything on Jimmy's side.
Right.
Like, Chessie can use his negate spells now to interact with card draw, but mostly he wants to use those negates to protect himself from the really big threats that are coming on later.
And he's got to be putting on some pressure, or he is just going to fall behind like he did in Game 2.
Game 2 just fell so far behind. So now we're seeing a Deacon from Chessie, so a little bit of a defensive play here.
And maybe fire off something like a Fracturize or some of these Lost in Thoughts. Maybe deploy that second copy of Fractal of Polar Depths. Looks like he's just going to hold up some interaction. He does have the all-important 5 cards in hand, which allows him to play a 2 reserve cost card as well as paying for the extra tax from the Viridian Protective Trinket.
And if he doesn't end up finding anything to interact with, those Lost in Thoughts can get fired off in order to burn some of his floating memory for additional cards.
See a Recollect.
Jimmy just going up in influence, that backup charger bringing one more card in, and we're probably going to see yet another dungeon guide. Yeah, there it is, right at the front of the hand.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. Discards this floating memory first, gets in for a little bit of chip damage, and then we'll probably see this dungeon guide slammed and get the Exia train rolling.
Yep, looking for that Berserker plate as soon as possible. Just going to draw cards and draw cards and draw cards until the damage racks up too high.
And there it is, Dungeon Guide number 2.
So are we going to see the negate effect here like we did last game? Are we going to see him trying to not exactly prevent the Dungeon Guide? There's way too much influence on Jimmy Lee's side, but kind of tax him for it?
Yeah, it looks like he's doing a little bit of fishing. We see him cracking these spring leaves that allow him to put a card on bottom and then draw a card. So maybe he's looking for some interaction. Exactly like you said, maybe a negate card. He does find a Tidal Lock off the top. We'll see if he wants to, like you said, sort of tax Jimmy a little bit. And it looks like that might be the plan.
Hoping to get rid of some of those key Exia cards. You know, there's 1 or 2 Exia cards that without those, Jimmy presents a lot less of a threat. Like the Shrine G can still deal a lot of damage on its own, but without the big burst of the Enrages or the Relentless Outbursts, then it's a lot less threatening.
And it's such a smart play. We see the 3 cards that Jimmy kept in hand being Incapacitate, Reduce to Ash, and a Relentless Outburst. So those are definitely cards he wants to keep, and now he is at risk of losing them to this Dungeon Guide.
See what comes up.
Looks like a Rending Flames and a Mend Flesh. So those aren't the cards he kept. They are good cards, though.
But those were cards he was willing to lose.
Right.
So no harm, no foul, I guess.
Right.
4 minutes left in round. Okay.
Unfortunately, 4 minutes left in the round.
Yeah, just 4 minutes to sort of finish this game out. Thankfully, for both of these players, at least on the draw from Jimmy Lee here, has been a little bit quickened than normal. The double Dungeon Guide does sort of accelerate the game to a pace where we might be able to finish in time, but both these players going to play as fast as possible, but also as tight as possible. There is a lot at stake here.
Absolutely, yeah. They don't want to make any mistakes at this point. This is where it all comes down. You know, it's down to the wire, right? 1 and 1.
Right. We'll see a Recollect from Chessie, and
Chessie,
again,
Chessie in a rough position here. I think another Fractal of Polar Depths could actually see him kind of riding the ship, but he's got to find some action.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he has sort of the punch, but none of the delivery mechanism for it. We see a stratagem in hand, 2 copies of Icebound Slam, and like if you're a water player, if you're playing Nico, perhaps, right? That's a great hand.
Absolutely.
But in this situation, it's not really what you need to see.
Yeah, I think as Nico, kind of having that Ravishing Finale is sort of the damage and the mill all at once. With Chessie's deck, with Arasana here, it's a little bit more spread out, you know, between the Polar, the Fractal Depths, and the Stratagem of Myriad Depths.
Yeah.
After the trigger has resolved, I'm going to sack Blightroot.
Going to see some responses here.
Yeah, so we see after the Hasty Messenger trigger has resolved, we're going to see a Blightroot cracked to go up to 3 counters on Polaris, and then we're going to see Polaris Twinkling Cauldron activated. We didn't see this last couple of games, but Deals X damage to all allies, and then you may generate up to X Cosmic Bolts and shuffle them into your deck. That is, unfortunately, an advanced element card, so we're not going to see those shuffled in here from Jesse. But a great way out of your material deck to clear the board. So powerful in these allies matchups, and can do some work here where Jimmy Lee was doing a little bit of chip damage, and we just want to stop that.
It also gets him that underrated reshuffle. So
True.
anything that he's shipped to the bottom, either by scrying, by glimpsing earlier on, or because of those spring leaf activations, that's back in play. You know, if he's losing a card.
Yeah, I think that is definitely, like you said, underrated and very powerful. Like, shuffling your deck is something that does not happen very often in Grand Archive, so being able to leverage it when it's important is definitely a skill that's worth having.
So now we're seeing the Safeguard from Chessie. He's kind of debating this last turn. I think he went for the incremental advantage of the Ingredient Pouch instead. Now finally bringing out the Safeguard Amulet, realizing the threat that Jimmy is about to start presenting.
I see a Torrential Blast, and we hear Jesse say, no target, it's up to 1, just using this to put 2 cards from the top of his deck into his graveyard to maybe set up a big stratagem here, because that might be all he's got. Maybe he just goes for a huge stratagem, says, hey, Jin, you're at 40, kill me, or this game is over.
Absolutely, and the earlier the better.
Right.
Because if you get that, before Jimmy's able to build up to that 10, 12 influence hand, maybe Jimmy doesn't have the resources to take advantage of all of that damage.
Right. And yeah, I think this is the play that we're seeing. We're seeing him deploy these cheap floating memory cards like Idle Thoughts that are going to fuel that Stratagem of Myriad Ice. Stratagem does cost 6 reserve, so that is pretty taxing on the hand. So he can't do too much before he decides to deploy something like that.
So the question is, does he have the ability to mill himself again after stacking his top 4 cards with Idle Thoughts, or are we just going straight into the Stratagem?
Looks like he's actually just going to go for a Polar Depths here. Maybe take one more turn to set up, make that Stratagem just a little bit bigger. He can hold up. Well, I guess he can't hold up any interaction here, right? Through that
through the
Trinket.
well, he does have the Fractal, so he's got 4 in 1.
Sure.
So just enough.
But we do see that very powerful Nullifying Lantern grabbed here by Jimmy, and that is going to shut off effectively that Fractal of Polar Depths.
Yeah, very unfortunate. He could have cracked the Fractal of Polar Depths in response, but that would lose him the ability to interact on this turn.
Right.
Players, that is time in the round. You're on turn 0.
All right.
Time called in the round. So Jimmy Lee is on turn 0 here. And then we have another 5 minutes to finish out the game, or 3 turns. So that would be Chessie and then Jimmy, and then Chessie taking the last turn of the game.
And if they do not finish, this game will be ended in a draw. So we'll see. It looks like we are just passing over to Chessie. So turn 1 on the side of Chessie, grabbing a Crystalline Mirror. That is a way that he can deal with that Nullifying Lantern to unlock his Fractal of Polar Depths. So the plan is still online. And especially in time here, Jim, I think you just sort of have to go for it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's this or tie, right? He doesn't have a lot of options at this point. So throw what you have at your opponent and hope it sticks.
Right.
2 and 3. Reduce this thing.
We're going to see 1, 2, 3 reduce on the Crystalline Mirror.
Yeah.
We'll see what the plan is.
We're seeing a Fracturize in response on his own Power Cell in order to get the extra Fantasia necessary in order to be able to activate that Crystalline Mirror and get rid of the
smart.
Lantern.
Just showing absolute mastery over this deck is Chessie. It looks like he's put in his hours.
Yeah,
he's done his time.
Yeah. That definitely seemed like a practice line.
Right. And so we'll see. It's we lead to such nail-biting games against this Jin deck that even if traditionally this is the sort of matchup where Chessie would just win the game if it was any deck other than Jin, right?
Absolutely, yeah, it would just be over.
But we get to have one very exciting turn. After
Lost
all,
in Thoughts for 4. So this actually is pulling out a lot of floating memory if his plan was the Stratagem. So I'm wondering where he's going with this.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe looking for something specific.
Still has a big enough hand to cast that Stratagem, but it's oh, he's still got the Polar Depths.
Yeah.
Okay. So that makes a lot more sense then.
Polar Depths is pretty big, but unless he was looking for something specific, I'm not sure what the
Firing
plan
off
was.
a chilling touch with 6 cards left in hand, it looks like.
So with that fracturized Power Cell, he is still in Stratagem activatable influence here. but he says
No,
pass.
pass the turn. So this is Jimmy Lee on turn 2. 2.5 minutes to spare.
Right.
2.5 minutes left in use my float, and I'm gonna go.
He looks to know exactly what he's doing. He says, use my float. I will grab a Shuangji.
Response materialization.
We're going to see a Safeguard Amulet cracked in response.
5, so 14 goes to.
Takes 5, goes to 19, draws a card. And we'll see if he can find some action to get across the finish line.
Yeah, this is his chance to find a kill. If it's not here, this is a tie. You know, Chessie won't actually be able to kill him on his own turn. Even milling him out relies on Jimmy needing to draw a card in order to end the game.
We're going to fracturize the spear.
But something to note here is that a combination of cards like Enrage and Rending Flames, he only has to do 12 damage. Arisana level 1, only 19 life.
That's true. So even as it stands right now, that Shuangji, had it not been fracturized, would have been 3 bonus power,
Right.
so 4 power total. So that's a pretty big hit.
So we'll see if he can find some Enrages. I know he does have a Rending Flames hiding in his hand. And so,
So
that might
that
be
is an
enough.
attack.
We do see an Enrage. So Enrage is going to give him a little bit of extra damage, deal himself 4 damage, and then yeah, it looks like this is +6. So Rending coming in for 9. 9 doubled 18. I think you got me, says Chessie, coming
Yep,
in
that
for
looks like that's it.
18 damage. So close. We see.
Chessie in a position to play for the tie there, but
Right.
didn't quite land. Good job, Jimmy Lee, finding that extra damage right at the end.
Such a tight match. I mean, really, really down to the wire, Jim. I mean, like we
Yeah,
had
absolutely.
40 seconds left on the round clock, and you see the sigh of relief from both players as they finish that round. Obviously more exciting on Jimmy's side than Chessie's, but yeah, just a really, really tight match.
Yeah, absolutely. Just incredible seeing the way that the match progressed, right? From one round to another just looked very, very different. Game 1, very starkly in Chessie's favor. Game
Right.
2, very starkly in Jimmy Lee's favor. And Game 3, it was a lot about the interaction. It was a lot about the byplay, right? Being able to interact with your opponent's board in the right way, the reduce to ash, the fracturize, just a lot of cards being thrown around, really unclear at the end.
Yeah, I really come back to that Mystic Purifier in Game 3, where we were like
Such a great
so firmly like thinking that Chessie has this locked up. He has the perfect hand, finds those 2 fractal polar depths, and then we see that Mystic Purifier just tear it all apart.
Yeah, just the Mystic Purifier. I was not expecting the Purifier
Right.
to come down. I was so ready for Chessie to have that Icebound Slam on turn 2. It would have been so strong, and just incredible. Like, it just really shows off that Jimmy knew what he was playing against.
Right, of course.
Jimmy knew exactly what was coming up there.
And those very key interactive points, right? There's so many places in Grand Archive where you get the opportunity to interact, but only very few of them are the really important decisions that you have to make. And if you land those correctly, it can change the course of the entire game.
Absolutely, yeah. The interactive cards that they used were kind of exactly what they needed.
Right.
So well done, both of those players.
course,
Honestly,
yeah.
very well played on both sides, and just an interesting showing of the decks.
Yeah, I mean, I love to see 2 decks like this, right? And, we talked a little bit about how we'll probably be seeing some Arisana later today as well. But we're coming off of the back of Ascent Christchurch, which had a very allies-dominated meta. Lots of slimes, and there is lots of slimes in the room, we promise you. Lots of wind allies players, some water allies players as well. But we see, these sort of more niche, I would say, like action-based decks in Arisana, Jin, Kongming, even sort of taking up their share of the metagame as well.
Absolutely, and this is a good metaphor. As
Yeah.
a local, kind of my experience with the players here and what they like to play. There's a lot of hate for slimes.
Sure.
I think people were happy to latch onto anything else to bring, and if some of the local players also kind of moved onto this Arisana train, like, I don't blame them at all.
Hey, we're big fans of slimes here. You can tell everybody at
We've
home.
got the
that,
mascot.
we're not saying anything about you taking slimes to the tournament, but it is exciting to see some other decks take some of the
absolutely.
limelight.
I mean, slimes is always going to be present.
course.
Slimes is everywhere, and respect. Honestly, slimes is a good deck, right? Anybody can bring slimes and could probably do pretty well, and that is a strength of the slimes deck.
Of course.
And there's no shame in playing a deck that is good.
Right.
Just great to see more variety.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it just depends how you want to interact with the game, right?
Absolutely.
The nice part about Grand Archive is we have such diversity, not really only in decks, but in sort of deck play styles. And, you know, it seems like there's not a whole lot of other games where you can have something like Slime sit alongside a just polar opposite deck in the form of Exia Jin.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
Yeah.
Yeah, Exia Jin really kind of brings its own flavor to the table,
Of
right?
course,
Not
yeah.
not a lot of decks kind of doing the thing that Exia is doing, you know, playing with your life total like that, using your life as a resource.
Yeah.
It really really drives that message home.
Yeah, I love to see that sort of disparity between advanced elements, right? They all have their own sort of flavor, and I think that Exia being the newest addition to Grand Archive as far as advanced elements are concerned, definitely has, I think, a standout sort of play style from a lot of the other elements.
Yeah, absolutely. A wonderful addition to the game, honestly. Like, I've been excited, you know, whenever people start talking about additional cards coming out, like stuff like Exia, you know, an entirely new advanced element with its own play style, its own theming, its own game plan.
Right.
You know, that's very exciting as a card game player.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I can't lie that when we saw Jin level 1 and 2, I was a little bit like not so much up my alley, right? A very stereotypical warrior feel to it, and
Very true.
I love to see that the Exia element brings an entire new dimension to that. And it looks like to see a new dimension of that Exia element as well, we're going to set up an interview with Jimmy Lee, our Fire Exia player that took down round 2, in just a couple of minutes.
That's great. Yeah, I can't wait to hear what Jimmy has to say.
Yeah, I mean, just such a great player. We've seen him sort of create a deck like this. He was known for this Tony Domains deck that he played in the last couple of seasons. We saw him play that at Nationals and a few other Ascents. And I think that this Fire Exia deck sort of like very much fits his player profile. It's very much a deck that I could see Jimmy enjoying, and it looks like he plays it quite well, of course.
Yeah, the Domains deck, Jimmy Lee somewhat famous, or maybe even infamous for this Domains deck. I think a lot of other people have tried it to see if they could sort of recapture that special sauce that Jimmy Lee has, but nobody else able to play it to
Nobody
quite the
does
level
it.
that he is.
Just Jimmy. Every time you look at people playing that deck, you see, oh, there were 6 players playing it, all of them scrubbed out except for Jimmy.
Yep.
You know, so he really does have that mastery of that sort of strategy.
Absolutely. Man, I am just thrilled to hear him talk.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to hear it straight from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, it's great to have that one-on-one connection with our players, right? That we can, you know, just toss it over to them, see how they feel, and we're going
Yeah,
to try to leverage that
absolutely.
as much as we can this weekend.
Very cool.
Get the insight that you need if you want to, at home, try out this Fire Exia deck. Don't let us discourage you by saying that Jimmy's the only person that's going to find success with the decks that he plays. That could be you as well, but you have to put the time in. It's all about that
true.
time dedication.
And there's a lot of variation in Exia, right? We
course,
saw
yeah.
Exia doing well at Toronto.
Yeah.
Maybe not as well as Christchurch. I think Christchurch sort of had a more ally-centric
Right.
meta, like you mentioned.
Of course.
But, you know, there's a lot of different ways to build Jin, a lot of different ways to use those Exia resources. And, you know, let your flag fly, right?
Yeah.
Build it however you want to. Build it in a way that works for you.
Yeah, I mean it's such an undiscovered game still, Grand Archive.
Absolutely.
We're very small, and of course we appreciate your support, both at the venue and at home, supporting Grand Archive as it grows over this next the past couple of years. But I think it's great to always have the ability to build your own deck and have this sort of undiscovered thing because the game isn't large enough yet. I want to give a huge shout out to Kilidus, who sort of made this Fire Exia deck and brought it to the masses, getting ninth place in Toronto, and now we see it performing here as well.
Yep. With some variations,
Of course,
I think
yeah.
Kilidus had a lot of that extra healing in the deck, right?
Yeah.
You saw those the potion of healing from Kilidus, and only Mend Flesh from Jimmy.
Right, yeah. Which, of course, is the most powerful run,
Right.
So if you're going to choose one, you definitely choose Mend Flesh.
But a much more focused game plan,
Yeah.
kind of building up to that and not worrying so much about the turns in between. Just getting to Jin level 3, taking advantage of that immortality and really powering it home.
Yeah. So, yeah. We will take a look at what Jimmy has to say about it.
Hey, Jimmy. Look, ever since Ascent Ontario, big fan of your 43 damage, Tony, but you did switch over to Jin for this event. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. So I've always played card games for flavor. I like Tony because he was the Holy Knight with the huge sword, go in for like the striker kill. And I played one game with Tony this season. I did Yeti, and I did one round. I faced the Jin, and I hit him for like 43, maybe 50 something. And he just came back at me with like all of his anime power, and that's when I fell in love. Because Jin was immortal. So I hit him for like 40 something, and then he does the enrage, and I fell in love. So I really wish Jin had a sword, but he doesn't. But I love the whole anime aesthetic of like, the more you hurt me, the stronger I get. I come back from behind for victory. So that's what I love about Jin, and I've loved it ever since.
So you went from holy to unholy, right?
I mean, Jin kind of strikes me as like a good guy knight for sure. He's out here. He's for life. He looks like the kind of guy to fight on the side of right anyways. Okay. Yeah.
Cool. All right. So specifically to the game, right?
Yeah.
I noticed game one,
Hey.
you know, the fractal of polar depths really like got you in the wrong position. How did you adjust
Sure.
for your game 2 and game 3?
Yeah, so luckily for me, I had great testing partners, and I tested, and I knew the fractal polar depths was one of my
Alright,
worst
sounds good.
matchups. Immortal doesn't matter if they mill me out, right? And all my power isn't there if I have no damage on me. So I knew that it was a hard matchup, so I sideboarded Lantern and the 2 Mystics. And as you saw, they were kind of clutch. I mean, if he like I think game 2 I didn't use it because I saw him mill it, but you know they were there to help me against the fractal of polar depths. Especially game 3, he went out early, and I was lucky to have one of my Mystics and counter it. Yeah.
That's awesome. And then, so specifically, you know, this is a big tournament. It's one of the biggest Ascent we've had ever. What would it mean to you if you won Ascent Santa Clara?
I would love it. You know, I love this game. It's really great, and I like winning. But what's most important to me is winning with what I think is cool. Winning with the hero, and it would just mean a lot to me if I could do that here at one of the biggest Ascents we've had. Yeah.
Well, the path to get there, you're going to face many opponents on the field. What is one or a couple decks that you're most afraid of getting into?
My goodness, man. My worst matchup was the Polar Depths, and I faced it 1 and 2. So now that I've faced them, I feel like I can take on anyone now.
Okay, so we're going to wrap it up. Any lasting words you want to say, give the audience?
Thank you for having me. If you haven't tried Grand Archive, it's an amazing game. I really love this game, and I am Story Smart. I was saying here about Hyper Collectibles, so if you guys, support your locals, but if you need something online, please look up Hyper Collectibles on TCG. They're great guys.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. All right.
ここへ迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた似てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome
And-
back. Oh, everybody to Grand
so
Archive
excited.
Ascent Santa Clara. My name is Cam. I'm here with Mark from Solar Games, the most excited man on the earth. Ready to bring us back?
I don't know about you guys. You guys did a fantastic job, but I love big damage. I love rending flames.
Yeah.
I love immortal characters. I mean, you heard it from Jimmy. It's the you can do whatever to me, but I will come back 10 times stronger and kill you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we saw that game 1.
Yeah, Relentless
game-
Outburst
game
for
two, game two.
12, Relentless Outburst for 18.
It's crazy.
Like, what a way to finish a game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just so cool to see that sort of like different strategy,
yeah.
right? We were talking about that a little bit.
Yeah.
It's great to see, some non slime stacks taking up some of the share of the tournament today.
For sure. Yeah. And then
So it looks like we have the champion breakdown for the event, as we mentioned a little bit earlier. Definitely a bit of a shock for you guys that didn't catch our round 1. Of course, you can expect Sylvie to be in first
They'll be
place.
here,
But in second place, we have Arisana, 45. Arisana's 15%.
dude, Arisana.
Whew.
Arisana.
I know.
Oh, you were here?
I'm thrilled, dude.
Yeah.
I couldn't be more excited. We see Kongming coming in third as well. So
Yeah.
just lots of spell decks, right? These like
Yeah.
action-based decks in Cleric and Mage taking up some real share of the metagame. We, of course, see some familiar faces as well.
Yeah.
I am shocked to see, out of our top 5, I probably wouldn't have bet that most of these are here. Tenoris, Tristan, both decks that are making a resurgence as well.
Yeah. And look, Merlin's definitely fallen to the lower side, under 10% now. Okay. All right. Okay. I see where you stand. Yeah, but again, it's the adjustments. I would have expected to see more Nikos, but honestly, not too many, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, only 4% Nico players, which,
Yeah.
I think you're exactly right. I would have probably pegged that as one of the larger decks going into the tournament, but definitely on the lower side.
Yeah. But the Tenoris probably side of things are going to be the very high, it's going to be the specific allies, right, and those kind of things. So it's going to be really good. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. What are the other champions that you're guessing here?
That is an interesting question.
Mordred.
I'm not sure if it's Polcock maybe. Diana is not on the list. Maybe some Diana players, a
Yeah.
little bit of Ranger action. I'm not sure who else we're missing, really. Maybe some Vanitas players trying to dredge that deck back up from its Toronto fame. But yeah, definitely interesting layout. And 313 players looks like our final count, which is massive, Mark. It's insane.
Massive. Yeah, it's crazy. It's a lot of people here competing. There are even other people who were kind of thinking about competing, but just weren't quite ready. So yeah, it's still room to grow is where this is going to go. Yeah.
Of course. And, we're running side events all weekend. We have Ambi Draft. I know that you guys mentioned that a little bit in round 1.
So hot.
It's so exciting. We have
Yeah.
the Path of Silver as well. I know that you've been trying to sneak a look at the set bonuses in between.
There are a bunch
casting.
of hidden categories, and I feel like for the first time, I can actually be helpful for the lore
Sure.
of Sungwoo.
Oh,
yeah.
true,
Yeah.
true,
So
yeah.
maybe there's some stuff in there for me. I just
Yeah.
haven't taken a look yet. So
Right.
yeah, a little bit more focus on the game for now.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's great that everybody has something to do, right? It's
Yeah.
like such a community event, and it's not just the Path of Steel, which of course is very important. It's
Yeah.
a huge tournament,
Yeah.
the biggest that we've ever had for
For Grand Archive,
For
yeah.
Grand Archive, total.
313.
Yeah.
$15,000 on the line. It's a lot.
Not just the money though, but all the prizing. You know, the prize card.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely something to for a lot of players to go fight for.
Listen, I'll pay that 15 grand for that Morgan level 1, you know, like, or number 1 rather, like, you know.
Yeah. Easy. Yeah. It looks like our players are just getting ready. They're, you know, shuffling up things. Yeah, making sure everything's good.
Yeah, we have such a cool feature match set up.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can get some like B-roll of what the stage looks like. We have the feature match players on a stage.
Yeah.
So we just have to walk them through how that works, how the headsets work, because it's all, you know, very new to people playing on the feature match.
Yeah, and I did, you know, of course, like watch the feature match from the audience section.
Mm-hmm.
Great experience. Great experience. Yeah. I mean, the view, the projectors are huge. You can see it. There's like very little glare for the amount of lights that we have for the players and the table. Very little glare. It's awesome.
Well, you know, like you said, Mark, like some people aren't ready to compete, and you know, we want to encourage anybody, even if you don't want to play in Steel, like come to an Ascent. There's such a great spectator experience and such a great community experience that, you know, we encourage you to come, even if you're not looking to win the event, you know.
Totally, yeah. Looks like we are going to get the players started. Dice rolling is just beginning for game 1. Okay. Game 1's going to be Taj versus Steven.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get our players set up. We're getting deck lists as we speak in the booth. Looks like on my side, Steven is playing a Spirit of Slime Sylvie deck. You heard of that one before, Mark?
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I mean, like I heard it's a tamer. Did I pronounce that correctly?
I think so. Yeah,
for this, yeah. And on Taj's side, we're going to be looking at a water Tristan deck here. Yeah, and it does go to level 3 with Shadow Dancer and Shadow Reaver, but water is the base element here, not wind.
Sure.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And so it looks like Tej is going to start off with a Lunette, which is a super powerful matchup into Slimes, which is so ally-based. Any of your allies are going to come in rested, which is going to be a really big deal here, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh my God.
Okay. Two Forest Case, man. I mean, there's only a couple starters that are better than this.
Mark, they always have it. It's always Baby Gray Slime, Forest Cake. I don't know how they do it.
So true. Yeah, they always have it. Okay, Poison Dagger's coming out. This is very aggressive. Yeah, I mean this deck, right? If we look at what Tiger's working with here, you have like kind of like a low end finisher as well. Lots of allies, lots of different things, right? Very aggressive. Gildas is out here too.
Yeah,
Gildas 4.
A very like a classic water ally start, right? We have these two balanced, unique allies out, sort of applying that pressure as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Gives us sort of shades of that Christian Tom deck that made the run last year at U.S. Nationals.
Yeah. Okay. Vanish for Sylvie 1.
A familiar sight, Sylvie 1. We're going to see a Limitless Slime or a Baby Red Slime. You have all seen it before. It looks like we have a Slime Eruption in the hand as well. Is that? Oh, I thought he drew another Forest Cake. I was about to walk off the stage.
It is a kindly beast.
Caller.
Beast Caller, yes. I mean, look, it's another cantrip card, right? Being able to get more beasts out of the deck and also have a 2/2 body. It's not anything to ignore on the field.
Yeah, especially in this maybe, you know, more ally-oriented matchup. You do really want that extra life of allies on the board.
Yeah. But Limitless is great here.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
So we're going to pass back over to Taj, see what he grabs. Probably looking to just increase some influence a little bit. Maybe a Grand Crusader's Ring. Looks like that is the choice.
Yeah.
Just set up as much as possible, and then maybe look for a big Poison Dagger finish. I saw a Halo Scene Scout pulled to the front there, which is going to be super huge in these allies-oriented matchups.
Snow Fairy is going to keep it locked down forever because that is a giant Limitless. It's a 4/4. He ate all the cakes. Yeah. He literally gorged on all of them, you know? So, yeah, it's a very, very powerful ally. And this is where you're seeing, like, the Lunette really coming in here, you know?
Yeah.
Stopping that Limitless, giving Tej another turn to be able to, you know, like, go again and then have the Snow Fairy now to lock it down permanently.
And look at this, Mark. He's done 11 damage already.
Yeah.
Like it's been one
aggressive.
turn. This Gildas is just really applying so much pressure, and you can't forget about that Poison Dagger that is now
woken up, ready to go as
Yep.
soon as he decides to level up to assassin. He can
Correct.
really push a lot of damage.
Yeah, and in hand he has slice and dice as well.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
This is surely what he wants to see, right? Like, you have to assume that he's playing this Water Allies deck with the assumption that there's going to be a lot of slimes in the room.
Yeah, exactly. And it's super aggressive. This is going to be a very, very, very fast game, unless Steven has something to answer with this. Okay, so Sylvie 2 comes in. Gets a little bit more buffer on a life here, but again, it's very aggressive, and it locks down Sylvie's side, which, like, even Baby Gray comes in rested, so you can't really do your intercepts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but something so important here. We see a kind beast caller played, and like you said, that's going to pick him up another beast. But something that Sylvie really needs in these aggressive matchups is that dungeon guide, and it looks like he doesn't have it.
He doesn't have it, but he does pick up Ethereal because that's going to help him to get to 3 and do something. And the True Sight's going to be able to help to get rid of the Snow Fairy, which unlocks the rest of the board. Or yeah,
the rest of the board.
The rest of the board. Yeah, like I said.
Yeah, that giant slime is nothing to scoff at. If he gets to wake up and start doing some havoc on this board full of allies, that's going to be a real problem for Taj. So
yeah, but Taj is really, I think at this point he's just really looking to just kind of deal in the damage and then try to end it as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
I think on the board we're looking at 1 damage here, 1 here, and then if. Right, so dagger's already possible. There's just too much damage already represented.
Right.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah. Looks like we just said, yeah, that's enough. I understand what's going on here.
Yep.
Dagger you. Oh, okay, that'll kill me.
Yeah.
And I mean, we've seen time and time again, Sylvie is this boogeyman aggressive deck.
Yeah.
And just got dismantled in 3 or 4 turns. That was a 5-minute game mark.
Yeah, I mean, normally, right, like the Sylvie aren't really afraid of early game because they have the Baby Gray to be able to intercept. Now, obviously, Steven didn't have his Baby Gray, but in addition to that, even if they came in against a Lunette, that Baby Gray would have to be rested.
Right.
Yeah.
That's it's going to be tough, and we can take a look at sideboards and see if maybe there's a little bit of pressure that can be alleviated on the side of our Slimes player Steven here. Looks like he's packing a Terrafring in his sideboard, so that's going to help a little bit. He's playing 1 Wind Resonance Bauble, really preparing for those allies, but not preparing for this sort of water variant of it. Something I find really interesting, Mark, is we have 3 copies of Nascent Blast in the deck, which is that 3-cost Cleric Mage, deal 3 damage to target unit. If it's empowered, it goes back to your memory. I don't think there's any way to empower it in the deck.
No, but it is still good for spot removal for against allies. So in this case, it would be really helpful because normally Sylvies have defensive options and they have allies, but not spell damage. So having a different way to go there. Yeah,
kill a Gildas there would be huge, right? If you had a Nascent Blast to remove that Gildas from the board.
Or the Lunette when it's not balanced.
Right,
it's very, very powerful too, and on Tage's side here, I mean, just the standard affair, right? Like, he is the Freezing Hails, Frostbind, Solid Frost, and Terrafring as well. But realistically, looking at what he has in Heavenly Guide, there's not much change he has to make for this specifically, I think. Yeah, because realistically, I mean, if he gets the Lunette out first, it's looking pretty good, right? And then again, most of this is his strategy is I'm gonna do a bunch of stuff. You answer me, right? So there's a lot of these cards are more for responses, but I think in most situations that's not the kind of gameplay that Taj wants to get into, right? He doesn't want to go into late game where he has to be on the back foot here. He wants to be on aggression all the time. Yeah.
Do you think with the sort of importance of Dungeon Guide from our Sylvie player, do you think we see these Heavenly Guides maybe replace his own Dungeon Guides as sort of like a punishing mechanic if they do draw Dungeon Guide?
I think that's a good point. Yeah. So in this case, since he's not going to try to chase the level 3. If Sylvie does get to level 3, the Heavenly Guides are free, right? So why not?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we'll see. But like, I mean, it's hard to not be impressed, right, by that first game. Like, just an absolute dismantling of this Sylvie deck. We'll see if Taj can get it done again. But a very convincing game 1. Maybe just a strong draw. And like you said, the turn 1 Lunette was super impactful, and no Baby Grays on the side of Steven either. It was a quite a slow start. So we'll see if Steven, now going first, can find that aforementioned Baby Gray, and it looks like I see
one at hand at least.
One. Yeah. Maybe 2.
Let's get a call first.
give Sylvie one blissful calling and
Yeah.
see if we can pick up yet another one of these early game slimes. Looks like a limitless slime is chosen.
It's not bad.
a good
It's not
one.
bad. Yeah.
I think that should be a warning and maybe escalate it to a game loss.
And then of course, you know, looking to just probably deploy the Gray now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Such a powerful card.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's a reason why it's at Category 2 right now. Is just the versatility of this
Yeah.
card can't be understated. You know, of course, Slime's
Yeah.
haters out there, right, Mark? But, like, you know, you have to respect how powerful this card is, right?
Yeah. I wonder if now, like, if Gray Slime says, you know, the uninter is actually a class bonus or something like that, maybe it would help a little bit.
Right.
But yeah, I think you're right. Oh, and like you said, Heavenly Guide is now in hand. So
Yeah.
there's some options here for responses to in case there's a Dungeon Guide on the Sylvie side. Yeah.
Right.
But Sylvie's definitely going to want to turbo the 3 as much as possible. And Nia's coming out. Let's see what he names.
Yeah, very powerful is Nia. The cool part about Nia is you do look at your opponent's memory. You can choose any of those cards. You can choose any card you want, and it costs one more to play, not to activate, but to play. So that means if he chooses Sylvie level 1, it will cost one more to materialize, as play does fall under that category.
Yeah, it really slows down Steven a little bit on that materialization too. Like losing 2 cards for Sylvie level 1, definitely not what he wants to do right now.
Right, of course. And
Yeah.
you know, he did have a great start, but we're going to see that Baby Gray get removed.
Yep.
That leaves him a little bit shields down.
Yeah.
And yeah, exactly like you said, he really doesn't want to waste 2 cards here to go to Sylvie level 1, but I don't
He
know if
may
he has
have
a
to.
choice.
Accidentally shows the Beast Caller there.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, so Lost in Thought, and Slice and Dice, and Heavenly Guide. 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, you have to be scared about Slice and Dice, too.
Yeah.
So many avenues that this Tristan deck can really just apply pressure very, very quickly.
Yeah. I love the disruption of this water deck, right?
Yeah.
Nia calling Sylvie 1, or like Lunette saying all your allies interested. These are just really things that like throw the other player's game like into disarray.
Yeah.
This is not what they're expecting. This is not what they want to like, you know, be playing against. And yeah, and like Steven said, he's gonna bite the bullet and then materialize the Sylvie 1 because he has to. Yeah. Luxem and Guy Songbird. Not too bad.
Yeah, like what choice do you have?
Yeah.
You know, Sylvie is like, she's such a powerful deck, but a linear one too. And
Yeah.
she really does need to get to level 3 to start leveraging those powerful advanced element slimes. So,
Yeah.
you know, sort of pigeonholed into having to pay the extra cost here because it's not going to get any better.
Yep. Yeah. So it looks like a Baby Red is going to come in here.
Swing 3 here on attack trigger.
Okay. So on attack trigger, he's going to kill Nia.
At least deals with her a little too late, but gets an ally off the board, and that is definitely relevant.
Okay. Lost in Thought for free, which then gets the Tristan 1 here. Oh, Scepter. Scepter, yes. Scepter, yeah. Scepter.
Scepter very powerful
Yeah.
to be able to deal some of that extra non-allied damage
Yeah.
that does really add up, especially in a Tristan deck where I believe he does have access to both Tristan level 3s, right? So if he does find multiple copies of the Heavenly Gods that we see in his hand, he can
Sadie.
really get some work done with that Scepter.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sadie.
Yep. Sadie's coming in, swing through red, gets the agility trigger. Or no agility because it's not class bonus yet.
Right.
Yep. But still very good. And Sadie's going to help start generating that prep counters.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And protects herself, too.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I'll pull out backup charger.
Okay.
Luck and draw.
Yeah, nice backup charger.
Beautiful backup charger here. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, that gorgeous regionals backup charger here, the national qualifier card.
Yeah, that's right.
On enter.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Gonna see a Kind Beast Caller played. See if we can find something else. Looks like a bunch of advanced element slimes. A Baby Red as well. Looks like they're going to choose for a Limitless. Makes the second one in their hand.
Yeah.
Start deploying those. They really do some work as soon as you get to level 2,
Yeah.
where they can sort of be threats and also, if they're dealt with, return the favor with Floating Memory.
Floating memory. Yeah, it's honestly this card just has everything, right?
Yeah.
It grows bigger and it grows bigger even later at level 3. But yeah, if it's ever gone or just in the graveyard, it's also floating memory. So
Right.
very
Why do
cool.
they give these cards so much text, Mark? These lines have so much text.
Yeah. I think we're gonna see Tristan's coming in.
So yeah, we are going to see that level up. We're going to see the trigger on Tristan. He's going to choose to get the prep
Yeah.
counter, and then we'll have 4 damage dealt from the Scepter of Lumina as well. Start pecking away at that Sylvie life total, and 2 prep counters.
Yeah, and
It's
he's
close.
setting up for the slice and dice because
Yeah.
that's gonna be 9 damage. That's just what a big threat, right?
Right.
Yeah, he's looking at He also drew a Gildas, which is honestly not really bad in this situation. He can get an easy balance here,
Yeah.
get some more damage, and then just wait for the slice and dice.
And this hand is crazy. He has a dungeon guide into a heavenly guide as well, so he can get the best of both worlds, right?
That's right.
As many as he wants. As soon as Sylvie, gets to level 3, if she has a dungeon guide of her own, he can really
Sable.
leverage that.
Yeah. And Sable's going to get the class bonus as well. So for 2, kill the kind beast caller. So
She's looking so firmly in control is Tage. We'll see if Sylvie can claw her way out of it. We're going to start with a Tariff Ring, and then also in Recollection, crack this backup charger, get a little bit more influence. But not going immediately to level 2 is a little scary.
the Energizer Bunny power cell. I love it. It keeps going on and on and on. All right. Yeah, so it looks like another baby red. Now, it's not too bad, right? Just get a little more cycles through.
Can deal with this Sable Remnant pretty easily.
Yeah.
If you discard a fire card,
Yeah.
can get that 3 power, which is needed to deal with this Gildas as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Baby green here, just to get a little bit more influence. And, yeah, baby red. It's just, yep.
2 here. On top trigger.
No fire card, but he can use the combination of baby red and baby
Baby green
green
to
to
deal with
deal
it.
enough damage to kill this Gildas.
Cool.
So clawing back a little bit, we'll see if he pops the Tariff Ring and Recollection just to try to feel a little bit safe for a turn or 2.
He's going to have to, right? I mean, this is looking pretty scary now. Yeah.
We'll go poison.
Poison dagger. Okay, so the turn is going to be taken off, I think.
Right.
Now, Steven's thinking, too, because he's looking at the situation, cards in hand, draws 1. Is this something that's scary? Okay, he is going to pop it just in case, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Another
definitely
Sable.
smart, I think,
Yeah.
to protect himself from not only the Sable, the known Sadie in hand, and any sort of other aggressive plays that can happen this turn, but he's really got to be scared of that Poison Dagger next turn.
And I think Tage was expecting this, too, because Tage got the Poison Dagger, just kind of like taking, this is the turn he's going to take off a little bit. I think, honestly, one way you can do this is to play the Sadie. That way you get the easy 3 prep counter and then just kind of like chill and see what happens.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him go for that.
2 cards in hand. So he's thinking about it.
Oh my god, he's a slow roll. That's
And
good.
even, if you deploy something like a Sadie here, you can just
Mercenary Blade for 1. Oh, okay.
I'll pay 2 to
see what the plan is here. Looks like he's going to swing with the Mercenary Blade to take care of that baby red.
Yeah.
and then I will pay
Definitely
you
interesting.
to
And he's
attack
going to
Sable.
use this Sable to take care of the baby green as well. So just really valuing a clean board, trying to maintain ally pressure and make sure that none of these slimes can stay on the board, especially relevant for Sylvie's level 2 ability that says if you have an animal and if you have a beast, you draw a card. And as there are no allies on the board, nothing to be gained.
Yeah. And also, like, of course, those cards, he doesn't lose them, right? They're just paid into memory, so he's going to have a even bigger influence next turn to try to navigate the finish here, too. Yeah.
That's something that you have to worry about as a Sylvie player is that so many people have surely practiced this matchup with you in mind, right? And we definitely see Tage feeling very familiar, I think, in this Sylvie matchup.
Yeah. So Baby Grace coming in with the Intercept, Storm and Ethereal revealed. He draws a Slime's Blessing, though. Yeah. Oh, he has 2 in hand already, so yeah.
It looks like he has 2 copies of Gather Slimes as well, which
Oh,
could,
Gather Slimes,
like really come in here with the recover, right? Like to get a little bit of that life back.
Okay.
Ooh, or not. That is a little bit of that life back. Exactly a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. Okay. He does have another one, so it's not really that bad. And also, like, if you just think about probabilistically, right? That last one was not so great, so the next one should be much better. Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. And he's holding it in hand with fast activation, so not too worried, I think.
Yeah, has sort of a dearth of options, has a baby green as well, so sort of just like leveraging which play is going to end up better.
Yeah. GCR is in.
Recollect and draw.
Recollect and draw.
And we'll see.
Ooh, in cap. Interesting.
Do we think this is the turn, Mark, that he goes for the Poison Dagger, so as to push a bunch of damage?
Well, let's see. So the Poison Dagger is going to do 1. Yeah, I think it's just not enough because the Baby Gray's in there.
Sure.
Right? Yeah, and then the 2 is going to, they're going to trade. Yeah, it's just not enough damage right now, unfortunately. And again, 3 cards in hand, right? It's like you kind of have to check for certain things. You don't want to push so hard that you lose your dagger, which you only have 1 of.
Right.
Yeah.
And I guess not under a whole lot of pressure here, right? And you can set up for something that we've seen, time and time again in the past with these water assassin decks that have sort of fallen out of favor is Poison Dagger combined with Dungeon Guide and now Heavenly Guide really makes that Scepter do a lot of damage. So he might be setting up for something like that next turn.
Yeah, and the reason why Tage didn't use the GCR first is because maybe he wanted to draw potentially a Gildas.
Yeah.
And that would have been a nice balance for Gildas, and then utilize the GCR afterwards. But yeah. But given that he didn't have any good options there, so he's going to now deploy the Sadie,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, you mentioned very safe, right?
Yeah.
She's going to be able to generate those prep counters that are important for these slice and dices in hand, and also be a threat that you can deploy, but also, protect if you need to.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, honestly, Tage is in a decent spot right here. The things that he doesn't know is that Steven doesn't actually have a Dungeon Guide.
Right.
So, yeah. Another gather is going to happen here. Yeah.
We'll see if this one's a little bit better.
I see 2 already.
2, 3.
Okay.
Oh, just one? Oh, it's Slime Allies, right?
Yeah, Slime Allies. Yeah. So he got, Storm and Luxorus, I think.
Yeah.
Oh. Those are some good ones to banish, yeah.
Yeah. He has at least this one Storm Slime in hand.
Yeah, and he still has the Ethereal in hand as well, so he has lots of options.
But you hate to see that 2 Storm Slimes gone on your level 3 turn.
Yeah.
That might have been enough to just finish the game outright if you had those 3 copies of Storm Slime.
How many slimes are we looking at in banishment here? 6, is it? 4?
Yeah, I didn't
2
quite
Storm,
see it.
1 Ethereal, so at least it should be at least 3.
Yeah, and then he's going to grab a Guy's Blessing here as well, so it's going to be +4.
7, I think.
Yeah.
I believe it's 7 or 8.
Minimum 7, yeah. And so this Storm Slime alone, representing 12 damage of Tristan's
9. That's actually 5 in there, yeah. So 9 slimes in the perfect, yeah. Man, that's quite a bit.
Yeah. If you kept one more of those Storm Slimes, the game is all over.
Yeah. Do it again. Do it again, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But it might even still be this one Storm Slime itself is representing 14 damage. So we'll see an Ethereal first. It's going to get those 2 buff counters from Sylvie level 3's ability, and then an additional buff counter for banishing this Verdant Scepter.
The Scepter goes away, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Baby Red.
Finds a Baby Red on top. Gets in one more counter from that Forest Cake.
Yeah.
It's a 6/6 Ethereal Slime.
Yeah, so we're going to have 6 on Ethereal Slimes, 3 on the Storm Slime, and then 9.
Yeah.
That's...
Looks like 18.
It's 1 less, right?
Yeah.
1 short.
Yeah.
Can we find... he doesn't have any Erupting in hand?
Is that another Ethereal to the back of his hand? So he should be able to play Ethereal into Storm Slime? Provided that Taj has no defensive options, which he might. We don't quite know.
Taj does have a Frostbind in hand.
Ooh, perfect.
Oh, yeah. And this is why he's going for the Sadie first, because he's trying to make him put some cards down. Yeah. And I think Taj is going to try to recall it. This is a little tricky, though, because if he does recall it, he loses the Frostbind as option.
Right.
Sure. I'll attempt active Sadie.
Yeah, so smart here from Steven to sort of make him use his options, get as much information as possible.
Yeah. Actually, it doesn't matter.
Sadie goes back to hand.
Yes. So he gets 2. Yep. Okay. Luxurious. Yep. Exactly. Play the defense role.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so smart. Like, realizing that a Frostbind could be waiting in the wings here, and so go for the defensive option. That's pretty safe, especially against this theoretical slice and dice deck.
Yeah. With 2 storms in the banishment, with the situation you are in, you definitely don't want to lose the 3rd one trying to go for something that may never materialize. Yeah.
Right. Now I'm curious if we'll see a level up that could be pretty dangerous with this Poison Dagger. The combination of leveling up and Dungeon Guide is presenting 11 damage minimum from this Scepter of Lumina.
Yeah.
So that might be a route that he decides to take. It's a little rough with no allies on board, though. You do really want to leverage all of your possible options with Poison Dagger.
Yeah, and of course, Heavenly Guide, being exactly where it is, you can't really use it now, right? Because that DG was never actually used on the opponent side. Yeah.
So it looks like Smoke Bombs is going to be the choice. At least we'll clear that Luster Slime out of the way, should he want to do that.
And you really need it, because without it, how are you going to be able to, get through, right?
Just never, right? Yeah. It's too big.
You don't have enough. Again, this is a very, attack-focused deck. It's not really going for spell damage other than the Scepter, of course. Yeah.
So we'll see. It does have that incapacitate as well for any
Yeah.
potential gather slimes or maybe something that will take Steven out of range.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can't understate that the power of this Halocene Scout as well can be felt. So it looks like we're going to go for a Dungeon Guide going up to level 2.
I think
We'll
the
see
Heavenly
if
Guy goes in. Yeah.
yeah.
What is he? Oh, Frost Paladin. Okay.
3 for a dungeon.
5 influence.
We'll see if Dagger wants to be popped here. Usually Dungeon Guide does coincide with your Dagger turn, so we'll see what the
Yeah.
play is here from Taj.
Ah, Baby Green to flip the scepter to, you know, suppress it for now.
So
Interesting.
smart.
Yeah. Now, Taj does have response, but the problem is he's thinking about it.
Yeah, so he can Frostbind here, but does that take him out of range of what he wants to do this turn? I think is
does.
the real question, right? Like it'll stop him from being able to slice and dice, I think, right?
Yeah. Plus, it also causes him to get into a situation where he has to give up maybe potentially other cards that he doesn't actually want to give up. Yeah. I mean, he has to hold.
Is fine.
Yeah. He has to let it go.
Yep, he's just going to say, okay. Thankfully, he didn't use his Poison Dagger yet, so he does get to keep it. So he can just reasonably say, yeah, maybe I'll just level up. You do get 1 card back from Tristan, too, because he does have 2 prep counters, should he want to resolve this ability. I think we're discussing that this is a May ability on Dungeon Guide, so maybe Taj is like, I'll just take this 1/3, and I won't worry about the Dungeon Guide effect.
Yeah.
And it looks like that is the case. He just says, yep, I'll take this 1/3.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, like, you know, these are all the options. Yeah, like you said, without the Scepter, the Dungeon Guide is really kind of a waste. You almost don't want to do the, I mean, you're losing 2 cards just to go to level 2 to not even draw cards. It's not going to work for the Tristan, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
What do you think's under that Quicksilver Girl, Mark? You got a good guess?
I mean, look, it's the one, I've one of one guess here. Yeah.
Yeah, likely a Covenant of Thorns hiding under that Quicksilver Girl.
Yeah, I guess now you can put it on the Dungeon Guide, but honestly, you put it on the Luxury Slime is really good here too,
Yeah,
right?
it's like kind of insane, right?
it's like you can do whatever, but it's still a taunt.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you definitely have to clear it now. Yeah.
We did keep the smoke bombs, but you know, like you said, it's a one-time pass.
Yeah.
And once you get rid of that smoke bombs, especially if this is now a Covenant of Thorns, and Taj says, "Okay, I'll smoke bomb your Lustrous," and then Steven says, "All right, I'll put a Covenant on it," and then you know, it's a moot point. You said that big Storm Slime coming in for virtually 1 million damage.
Oh, okay. Wow. Poison Dagger to save it.
Yeah, Poison Dagger is target unit, so he's going to use that to take care of that Storm Slime, just really valuing his life total. We are going to see that Storm Slime on death trigger, though, banishing 2 cards, allowing Steven to draw 2 new cards.
I think he still has enough. I mean, you definitely don't want to be banishing a dagger, but you have to save yourself, right? So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, interesting. Decides not to go for the potential lethal, maybe worried about some interaction on the side of Taj, just decides to play another Luster Slime, virtually rendering that smoke bombs useless.
I mean, it's literally wall, and another wall, right? So different ways to make sure that no attacks can come in. You know, it's well defended in every single possible way.
Right.
Steven's looking in a very strong position. The dagger has been utilized as well. So, and Sylvie is at 25. So that's 18 damage that Taj have to navigate somehow.
Yeah, there's no Storm Slimes in Taj's hand. You know? no way to push that much damage, I think, as quickly as Steven has the ability to.
There's no Storm clones? Storm Shadow clones?
Storm Shadow clones. I think that's the next set, Mark. I think they're saving that
next
one.
set. Okay, sorry. We're saving that one. Okay. Looks like a normal...
So this is materialized. There's...
So yeah, we're going to see a Scepter trigger, and then Tristan does have that on enter. We don't often see it, but as long as you have 2 preparation counters, you do draw a card. See a Frostbind.
Gonna bind this one.
Response to that.
Okay.
Interesting. We're going to see a response with a Quicksilver Grail. We will see a Covenant put onto a Giant Luster Slime.
Yep.
And then 4 damage here. So we'll use that to mark.
Perfect.
Here.
Yep.
Perfect. This will level up.
See 1 card drawn. 4 damage to that Luster Slime.
And then I will go to recollect and draw.
Of course.
Yep.
7 influence.
Sure.
7 total influence.
After or before the draw?
Draws another Frostbind.
Okay.
It's not what he wants here, right? All of these defensive options, these incapacitates, Frostbind's not really what he needs when he's a little bit behind on board.
Yeah, he has to clear 2 Luxury Slimes. It's quite a bit. Quite a bit, yeah. Even with the smoke bomb, he has to clear at least one of them, smoke the other one. Again, like you said, that's yeah, 1 turn.
Yep. So he's going to do it mostly, I think, for the card draw here to hopefully find an answer. He does only have to deal 5 damage to this Luster Slime that's taken 4 from the Scepter. Still a tall order.
Only,
yeah.
Exactly. And then I think, like you said, most of this was for the draw to be able to just, again, it's like it's a Hail Mary, right?
Right.
Like, do it to the Luxurious that you're definitely not have to take out and see what happens when you draw.
Just 2.
2 Slimes in graveyard, yeah. Looks like the Storm Slime counter is still at 9. Yeah. Actually,
Casual
10.
9.
10.
Oh,
10 because of the baby green.
True.
Put in there by the Frostbind. Very scary. Very scary stuff. Yeah.
I'll go 3 for Sadie.
Yeah.
Sadie coming down. And maybe he'll be able to get through this Luster Slime, but Mark, I just don't think that's enough.
Okay. I'll swing Dungeon Guide into Lustrous.
Yeah, there you go.
Swing into Lustrous.
So 5.
Praying for his opponent to retaliate.
Retaliate.
Sure.
We'll see the retaliation against Sadie instead.
Can I heal 2?
That will deal with the Luster Slime, get Agility 3 for Taj. This Sadie should perish to the retaliate.
Targeting Ethereal, yeah, to save yourself. Yep.
I will pass.
Yep. Hey, it's not a kill, but it's not death.
At least not yet.
Yeah, and we're in a spot where.
Choose 1.
Okay.
This one.
Yeah, and Steven only has 3 cards, 3 influence, so Hornaby's calling makes sense.
Does add a little bit of influence and also allow you to play a card virtually for free.
Yeah.
We'll see a Slime Eruption picked up, and then an Ethereal Slime on top.
Okay.
I think that seems okay. It's a pretty good card.
It's pretty good, yeah.
1 in hand as well.
Yeah, I missed the agility trigger.
Just overflowing with Ethereal Slimes. We see Taj sort of throw his hands up. Yeah, like if you got it, you got it. Show me the goods.
Yeah.
Only needs to deal 6 damage total.
You got it.
Yeah,
you got it.
He sees it, you got it, yeah. Plus, yeah.
I just forgot about agility.
Man, what a stark difference, Mark. Like that first game, just fully in Taj's control.
Yeah.
And even this game looked pretty good for Taj in the beginning.
I think it's part of this baby gray.
Yeah.
I mean, they're like little baby speed bumps, just just messing with you enough, it slows down the game, right? And you see the difference between the game where he can draw and deploy baby grays that are not rested versus one that he doesn't have it, right? Even though the cake draws him cards too, but it's just totally different. Yeah.
Do you think we see any sort of different approach taken by Taj now after that first game? We saw, we talked a little bit about the Heavenly Guides coming in and sideboarding, but they looked pretty bad in that game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just unfortunate. Most of the cases, right, Steven will try to go to level 3. The only reason Steven didn't Dungeon Guide is because he didn't have one.
Yeah.
If he had one, he would have used it.
Right.
Now the question becomes whether this is a game where Tage maybe may want to see if there's too many early game options. He kind of just tries to go for a late game. But I still don't think so. I think his deck is very built for that early game aggression. I think if it's up to him, as much as possible, try to end game earlier against the Slime deck, yeah. Because as you can see, this deck kind of just rolls. Yeah. I mean, most of these cards that can kill the game are actually like 2 costs, right? So Steven doesn't need a lot of influence to be able to get there.
Right.
I don't live in Eugene.
Yeah, definitely wants to disrupt as much as possible. I think that's the stark difference that we saw between game 1 and 2 is there was a bit of a stumble on Steven's side, but there was also much more disruption from Taj. This game we only saw that Nia, which did of course take a card away from Steven, but we didn't see something as impactful as that Lunette Gildas combo that we saw in the first game.
Yeah, that double balance thing is just insane. I feel like, especially even in Dawn of Ash season, right? The Lunette is very, very powerful. Yeah, that water ally deck, it's really just slows everything down. Yeah.
All right, I'll do Spirit of Water.
Okay, Spirit of Water. Game 3. Yeah.
Taj starting us off.
Okay.
See if he has that powerful turn 1 Lunette.
I see a Gildas, though. Oh no, Sadie.
Sadie.
I don't like the look
Sadie,
of that
Korhazi
face.
Trapper pulled to the front. Is a great turn 1 play. Korhazi Trapper or Sadie, both pretty reasonable. Both very good at protecting themselves. It looks like none of those really powerful disruptive pieces in Taja's hand, but some really powerful cards in Allies matchups. Sadie and Korhazi Trapper make it a nightmare for any other Allies deck to get in any damage.
Clearing allies, agility, I mean, and prep counter. I mean, this all the things that honestly Taja's deck is looking for, right? Again, like there's many different paths. There is a path of like don't use too many prep counters and win, like game 1, or of course the slice and dice way, which does require Sadie to be there. Yeah.
This might be the stumble that Taj is looking for. We see a Gather Slime's not normally what you want to do on turn 1 in place of something like a Baby Gray or a Forest Cake.
Yeah.
And it looks like that's all she wrote, just passing back over to Taj, and he's got to be thrilled to not see that 1/1 interceptor on board.
That's right, yeah. It's and there you go, backup charger to really just accelerate this side of things as well. Okay.
That's fine.
All right.
Backup charger. Let's go there.
Tail as old as time. Gonna crack that backup charger, get that extra influence, get a power cell token, and draw for turn.
Okay.
Oh,
slice
wow.
dice. Yeah, that's the right combo, right?
Yeah.
And I see a Nia as well, just to kind of screw this up a little bit for the Sylvie. Yeah, there you go.
Naming Sylvie level 1.
Yep. Naming Sylvie level 1 pretty immediately.
Yep.
Swing.
And I will pass you.
I think it's a pass turn. Yeah, easy.
And you can sort of see, I think, in Taja's pace of play when he feels confident, right? And he feels very confident in his decisions. He's making decisions very quickly.
Yep.
And I think he is, once again, in this early game situation where he is in the driver's seat, we'll just we'll have to see if he can sort of take it home.
Yeah. Gather again. I see a Dungeon Guide Gray, Nascent Blast, and a Cake.
So we did see those Nascent Blasts come in,
Yeah.
and we do see this very powerful Baby Gray grabbed by that Gather Slime.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that does mean the Dungeon Guide that was on top is going to go to the bottom as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good either way. I have no problem.
Looks like we're just settling a shuffling situation, I think. All hands are up, and we're going to see what the resolution is. I think everything should be fine here, though.
Yeah. Taja was just, commenting, totally fine with what happened. I believe what essentially happened is he knocked something down while he's trying to put the things on the bottom. That's why. Yeah.
Recollect and draw.
I see. Looks like there was the Nascent Blast that was shown on the Gather Slimes was upside down. So we just did a quick check of his deck to make sure that wasn't, any sort of mishap in sideboarding. And so it looks like everything's good to go.
Yeah. Does draw a Slime Eruption here as well, though. So gives him options to, potentially put things into banishment. But the slime counter in banishment right now is 2. So we're pretty early. Don't need to do anything right now. Yeah.
Sure. I'll play this.
Okay. Sure. Baby Red is always a good option here.
Good start, especially with the counter. It's big enough to deal with that Nia that does have 3 life. We're going to see a card drawn. And a floating memory discarded as well.
Yeah.
It's a good place to be.
Yeah.
We're going to just pass it back over to Taj after that.
Yeah. Surprisingly, also, Baby Grade not deployed. Bowing for the more, value of kind of filtering, cycling through the deck.
Oh, poison deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely interesting. I feel like at any time, Taj has the ability to put those 3 prep counters and threaten a slice and dice. So we might have to see that Baby Gray deployed sooner rather than later. But it's hard to want to do that in the face of Sadie. She's going to get that on-kill agility 3 by killing this Baby Red Slime.
Yeah. And now he has options because Taj can kind of go and potentially put more cards down and then get him back again at the end. At the end, there's also trappers available in the hand.
True.
Sable's also available too.
I'm sorry, we're missing that class bonus. No agility 3. That's my mistake. But we are going to see, that Sable come down like you said.
Yes. But Sable's going to just plus, do more damage again. Just put something onto Sylvie.
Yeah.
Especially through, healing through some of that, gather slimes. Yeah. Okay. Slime shield drawn. Backup charger. Okay. He didn't deploy the Baby Gray last turn, but I think Baby Gray is going to come out here, now.
Now's the time, right? You are. And it looks like he has a Slime Shield to back up as well. We might see him use that to defend this very powerful Interceptor. Until they get to level 3, there's not a whole lot of ways to stop attacks until the Taunter comes out.
Yeah.
So we'll see if this Interceptor is protected. Going to use it first and foremost to deal with that Sable Remnant, and then maybe play a little defense when Sadie comes in for the kill.
I think he also has Escape the Wreckage as well.
Oh, wow.
I think it's this card right here.
Oh yeah,
I believe.
I think you
Yeah.
are right.
So different ways to. That's probably why like he decided to swing with the Baby Gray, just
Right.
get rid of Sable and have the ability to bring it back when Sadie goes in for the kill.
Yeah,
And
of
then we'll
course.
go to reflect and draw.
Of course.
So once again, a really powerful start
Yeah.
from our Water Allies player, but looking like Sylvie's starting to claw her way back
Yeah.
into this game.
Slime cards.
But
and-
Taj is building his board here,
Yeah.
right? He's got the scepter out, he's got the dagger out. There's a lot of damage, like you said, represented here. Yeah.
Yeah, that slice and dice constantly pulled to the front of his hand, just reminding us, yeah, this is the plan.
Yeah.
We'll get there eventually.
Okay.
Wow, it looks like you let it go, Mark.
You let it go.
Yeah.
It's okay.
3 for a
Who
Chorus
cares?
Trapper.
Let him go. Maybe
Yeah.
he's looking to leverage this this dungeon guide and that escape.
Yeah. Okay.
On enter, I'll get a prep counter.
So prep counter with the Kwarhazi Trapper. Yeah.
Yeah, and so what we
actually-
have to worry about here, right, is we see the one prep counter from Trapper. Sadie being picked up will generate a second prep counter.
Yep.
Leveling up to Tristan will get the third prep counter,
Correct.
and then Slice and Dice is online.
Yeah. And that slice and dice with a dagger is going to be 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 damage, right? Yeah.
It's a little bit.
With the Sadie for 13, with the Trapper for 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage.
Quite a
represented.
bit. And especially we'll see if Steven chooses to level up, but right now just sitting at 19 life.
Okay.
Looks like that's probably the plan, though. We see a Slime Eruption fired off. We're going to give a read to see if he has to respond with Sadie, which he does, if he wants to pick up that Sadie before.
For damage or declared, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But that would give him a second floating memory, so maybe we'll see him level up the old-fashioned way with some floating memory.
I think he's going to want to do that anyways, right?
Good to
Yeah.
proceed.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Cool. Sadie's back in hand. Go to 2.
And then that's good to proceed.
Yeah. So Steven's going to think about his options here for what he wants to do for the eruption. Yeah, like you know, and the other thing is also level up's going to do 4 more damage, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's 19.
Wasn't even thinking about that. Yeah,
Yeah.
The scepter looming over there.
Yeah, we have the 4 here, and then slice dice in hand for 9 plus 2. And then, of course, this is the 1. This is very confusing, but yeah. So 10 damage, 12 damage, and then Sadie's now in hand, so Sadie's damage is no longer accounted for. But again, it's quite a bit of damage coming through with 3 prep counters, yeah.
Deceptive, too,
Yeah.
how much damage, a clear board,
Yeah,
right? And then just
exactly.
out of nowhere, that'll be your life total, sir.
Yeah, exactly. And exactly.
So during my
So
hand
smart.
Yeah,
So we
so
see Baby Green Slime looking to suppress
Yeah.
the Poison Dagger, as Poison Dagger does come in hindered,
And
rested.
this is really bad because, kind of,
I'm gonna pay
slows it
2
down.
Frostbind.
That's fine.
Yeah, he has to frostbind it because,
Okay.
yeah.
I think Tej agrees that would be bad. So we're
It's
gonna
really bad.
try to keep that
For his-
from happening.
Yeah.
My bad. My bad. My bad.
Yeah.
Choose 1.
Then we will see a level up. So 1 Slime Eruption, 1 choice here.
Yep.
Gonna go up to Sylvie level 2. No card draws on offer, unfortunately.
Recollect and draw.
Yeah.
Dungeon
Yeah.
Guide in hand though.
Dungeon in hand. It's, not trivial. I think, yeah, I mean,
It's a
this
little
is
little rough though. He doesn't really have great advanced element slime options.
not quite there yet, yeah. Now, the Songbird should be able to help Steven find something. You don't really need the Lustrous right now. I mean, it's, you know what, it is a defensive option. It might honestly be the safest choice. Yeah. But the Songbird will be able to help him find something if he doesn't have, some slime right now. But again, it's going to take 2 turns to get there. Yeah. Okay. So, Escape and Baby Gray. It's not too bad, honestly, for the Banish.
Yeah.
Here we go. 2,
Slime
3,
count
4,
high.
I'll pay
5,
1.
6,
Songbird.
7, 8.
7, 8.
Wow.
My God.
8, but does not have.
Storm slime.
That's a good one to hit.
Wow.
He has something
Wow. Wow. Like, yeah, the Songbird, man, changes everything.
Man. So yeah, we see a Gaia Songbird grabs the first beast that you see, first
8.
advanced element beast. We see a Storm Slime come down 9 damage, gets 2
Wow.
counters, 5 damage.
Wow.
Whew.
What a top deck. It's
My
crazy, right?
God, yeah.
I mean, we were discussing defensive options.
Right.
But yeah, if he hits the Storm Slime on the Songbird.
What if I just kill you instead?
it's-
that's the route he took.
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
This dungeon.
And that slime comes in bigger, 5 damage, 8 damage. That's a lot, yeah. 9
Yeah.
damage. It's oh, man. Yeah, and Tage is still on Spirit Water, right? So like
Yeah.
he was really just prepping for that like return back where he can level up, do the damage that we were kind of calculating. But honestly, yeah, sometimes you just don't have it.
Yeah, I mean, like time and time again in that
Yeah.
matchup, we're saying that Tage feels like he's in such control and
Yeah.
he's really controlling the pace of the game, but you just can't count out Storm Slime,
Yeah.
man. Like that
Yeah.
damage just really adds up. Even it looked like a pretty weak like slime start.
Yeah.
But then you get those 8 slimes that banish. Storm Slime itself dealing you 12 damage.
What a top deck!
Yeah, that was
What a
crazy.
top deck! It's
Yeah.
crazy, yeah. And also, like, the one of the challenges with Tage's deck too is like he has to kind of build a board, right? You can't just level up for free. Essentially, we want to get the maximum value,
Right.
right? You got to get the dagger out. The dagger has to be ready to go. Like, there's a lot of turns that you have to take off, and unfortunately, that does still leave you at level 1. Yeah, I mean, again. Level 3, Tristan is available to Tage, but that is, again, not the general gameplay he wants to be in because that late game, it does not, bode well.
Yeah, his
for
matchup
him.
is so fast, and he just doesn't get to take the time to, like, slowly level up. He has to sort of pick his spots very deliberately, and we saw, just like little pieces of interaction. Like you said, it takes him so many moving pieces to come, like, together for him to find that kill line that we saw, like the baby green slime. That did get frostbinded, but required him to use resources to protect his poison dagger. Just really sets him behind.
Yeah, and the other setup, like with a Helicline Scout, right, to be able to be the secondary poison dagger, but yeah, not very useful here because Sylvie's never really going to be rested. So yeah, I mean, you come in, I guess you can rest Sylvie for that turn, but yeah, this many different ways to kind of get there. But again, just requiring a lot of cards. You still have to respond to Sylvie no matter what. So it's a tricky matchup. Yeah. But if you can, like, for example, game 1, have the right draws and have maybe the wrong draws on the Sylvie side, you can end the game fairly quickly, right? Because those damage just kind of comes out of nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah, very, very specific pieces are super impactful against that Sylvie deck as well. We saw Lunette make a huge difference, and I think that those games were close enough in games 2 and 3 that if there was something like a Lunette available, it would swing the other way.
Lunette will be there. Sylvie not having defensive options, Sylvie not being able to heal. But again, like, this is what Sylvie deck does, right? Like, hold out, like, early game, do a little disruption here and there, draw the right cards that you need to go to 3, deploy your, either big hitters or big defenders or Ethereal Slime, which kind of does both a little bit.
Yeah. She's like truly the jack of all trades, right? Has a little bit of defensive options, a little bit of recover, some late game power.
Draw cards, true sight to be able to get rid of things that normally you cannot get rid of. So Sylvie again, Storm Slime, very strong.
He's okay. I think. I think he did maybe 30 damage in that match, right? Like he's all right.
Yeah, for sure. It's really tricky. Again, it's like you want to go. I mean, the list is very aggressive, right? So you have to go for it, I think. Yeah. I noticed that, like, for example, Extraction and Incision and Slice and Dice were never really even used. Slice and Dice, right? Really hard to use this card.
Yeah,
because it does require 3 prep counters, and it's not trivial to get those 3 prep counters, right? So different ways to do that. Yeah,
it's a huge opportunity cost.
Yeah.
Right. So you can, like, usually play a Slice and Dice in most games.
Yeah.
But, like, to play a maximum value Slice and Dice is so hard to, find that, like, perfect opening where you can hit the champion with both of them and have your poison dagger and, match all of those things up perfectly.
Yeah. Or, like, especially game 2, right, where you have the poison dagger, but man, you do not want to use it against a Storm Slime just to prevent the death, right?
Right, of course.
But unfortunately,
got to do what you got to do.
Situations like that, you just got to do what you got to do. But also, Tage game 2 said, hey, I forgot my agility. I had a Frostbind in hand. There were options actually game 2 because game 2, even though it looked a little bit dire, Tage was in an interesting situation where he had influence. He also banished like 2 Storm Slimes already, and then the third one was being casted.
Right.
So there was maybe some saving grace there too. But again, like having a big Ethereal Slime, like it's just gonna always come in for 6, and what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, you can't deal with that thing. It's stealth and true sight.
True sight, yeah.
There's no way. And we saw, maybe some like snow fairies being leveraged, right? But she has a tool to pick apart every thing that's good against her, and it's her versatility, I think, that makes her such a powerful deck.
Yeah.
Like, of course, Storm Slime's a powerful card, but the versatility of the Sylvie deck, I think, is what really makes her still compete.
Yeah.
And I think that's sort of the name of the meta these days is, right, can you build a deck that beats Sylvie, and we see a couple of contenders, and of course, I'm sure we'll see that story unfold throughout the weekend.
Of course.
But
yeah,
definitely not an easy task.
No, for sure. Yeah. We're just setting up the interviews now. But yeah, like this is we finally round 3. We have seen a storm, or we have seen a slime on stream now. So
and hey,
there
by
you go.
far our fastest match yet, right?
And funny that like I thought it was going to go the other way, being the fastest match, right?
Right.
But I didn't think it was going to go this way. So yeah.
Storm time's pretty good.
A lot of decks too. I'm always afraid of like potentially like going to time, right? And Jin deck is one of those, and you can see, So with Jimmy and all this stuff too, Okay, we're gonna be cutting it right over to our players' interview just right now.
Hello, I am here with Steven after his win over Tage. Steven, congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
How did you feel going into this match, knowing you were up against Water Allies?
I had no idea. I thought it was going to be on Slimes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we talked before, me and Tage. I even worked with him like on some regionals together, so I was like pretty confident he was on Slimes. Apparently, like last night, he couldn't get the cards together or something. Something lost in transit with his deck, so he swapped decks last second. So that was a surprise. So it was actually a big shock to me.
Well, yeah, I think you played it out okay. You ended up winning the match. Round 1 definitely, or game 1 didn't go in your favor very well. What was your plan going into games 2 and 3?
Games 2 and 3, I cited my Ascent Blast. I cited in 3. I didn't draw any of them, so that went out the window. But we adapted and just got through it.
How do you feel about your odds going into the tournament at this point? You're 3 rounds deep. Anything that you would change about your deck? Anything you want to call out about the field so far?
If I could change one thing about my deck, I would ban Baby Gray, but that's just me.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you very much, and I think that's going to be it for us.
All right. Thank you.
く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた似てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた似てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い こへ迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた似てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Hey guys, and we're back. We're back to Ascent Santa Clara, our stream coverage for the Path of Steel. So really exciting matchup last
absolutely.
game. Did you enjoy it? How was?
I did. So the viewer experience is great, right?
Yeah.
I have all of your voices in my ears. The speakers out there providing great coverage for anybody sitting in the audience watching
Yes.
the feature match table.
Yeah.
There's the table up on the stage. It looks great,
Mhm.
and all the beautiful projectors. Honestly, like looks so good. Yeah. So as a viewer, great experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
Watching the match itself, wild.
Yeah.
I did not expect game 1 to go like that, and after game 1 went like that, I did not expect games 2 and 3 to go like that.
Yeah, back and forth, right? And Tage did say, like, hey, this is a normal draw for my deck.
Uh-huh.
But I think, Steven definitely looked at the situation, thought, okay, well, as long as I can defend early enough, then, we should be able to get there. Looks like we are about maybe 5 to 10 minutes away from getting everything set up for the next match. And looking a little bit at the field here, let's see what our current standing are. Okay, not quite all updated, but that was from, I think, round 3 still, looks
Mhm.
like. Do a little refresh here. Let's see what we got.
Assuming at this point we have a few drops.
Let me look at the bottom. Usually around this time there are, but the funny thing is some players like to just kind of keep going,
Mhm.
even though, right? Yeah, but
Absolutely.
we do have the 0-1 and 0-2 drops, right?
Mhm.
So two players have dropped, but again, it's not really going to change
still
anything.
very early in the tournament.
And it's, again, much lower than I thought it would be, too.
Mm.
Yeah, so maybe some people just felt like they brought the wrong deck to this tournament, so.
I believe that.
Yeah. Checking on some of the players I see here, Sky Sama is now still, as of last round, still 2-0. Krim is 2-0 as well. Some of these are locals too.
Mhm.
Sorry, I'm saying these things. They're locals of the Bay Area. I'm just kind of going through. And Aaron from Singapore, but I guess he's representing Oceania,
Sure.
is also 2-0 again from the last round here. So once this scores actually updates, we'll see.
Yeah, I think they just called time in overtime.
Okay.
So they're probably still in the process of updating things. Might be a couple
Yeah.
of minutes before we get round 3 results posted and round 4 pairings in.
Yeah. I love seeing Kilodis up there as well.
Oh, great, yeah.
So, some of these players who have been in the game for so long and just, hanging there, Hanky the goat, of course, And again, these are all the ones I'm seeing so far that are 100%, 2 O's, right?
Mhm.
So from again, the last round here, yeah. Looking through the list, Frankie Doodle is another one of our locals. Actually, interesting story about Frankie, right? Very new player. Honestly, joined in, I think, Mercurial Heart. but
Okay,
has
yeah,
been
recent.
putting up scores. I mean, literally taking names with his Merlin deck everywhere, right? Like, I remember the first time playing him at Mercure Heart release, launch, and he's honestly just learning the game. And then within about, like, 3-4 months, he's killing it, right? He's, again, like,
That's great.
winning
That's-
locals, winning, Store Championship, things like that. It's, yeah, I just love seeing it. Like, you think you have to be a veteran player playing this game for 2 years or 3 years, whatever, to be good at this game. No way. Anyone can pick it up. I mean, and you have so many champions to choose from. In fact, as you see on the stream, literally there has not been a repeat yet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you want to go for the anime, like the style, you can go for Jin, Tony, your Holy Knight, or your evil Unholy Knight. You got your Tristan coming from the shadow, the assassins. You have Rangers, which we haven't seen, but
all of the lore is just so strong for all of these champions,
Yeah.
right? They all they really hit that vibe.
Yeah.
You have Sylvie in her cosplay, Merlin sitting on the throne, just
Yeah.
vibing. Like,
Yeah.
all of them just it's so clean, the
Yeah.
story that's coming with them.
Yeah.
And it's so deep and detailed. I love it.
yeah. Have you ever read the lore of Cambria? The Sylvie's lore specifically?
Honestly, I can't say that I have.
Okay.
I'm actually also relatively new to the game. I
Okay.
joined with Alchemical.
Oh.
So I don't have a lot of that same history from Dawn
Yeah.
of Ashes and Fractured Crown.
Oh, very cool. Yeah.
yeah.
Sylvie has always been a very playful and a little bit clumsy character, very cute, and cutesy.
mhm.
In fact, the reason why Sylvie is in Cambria is she took a tumble and fell and then landed in Cambria. Was not meant to be sent there to go rescue the dimension or
Right,
anything like that.
right.
It was like, oh, I'm here.
That's
Tumbled
the
through time.
other classic isekai story.
Yeah. Super fun. So that's why I like, the cuteness, especially now with the slime. It's like, oh, look at all these
They're
slimes.
adorable.
Yeah. So it's really fun.
Problematic, but adorable.
Yeah. So now, given that you've seen a couple matches,
Mhm.
what deck are you pretty hot on for this event?
I honestly, I didn't think that
Yeah.
that the slime performance from last round was going to be as strong as it was.
Oh, yeah.
So that's pretty interesting to see.
Yep.
I thought there was going to be some decks out there that are going to put a check on slimes, and Water Allies almost made it.
Yeah.
Very close, right?
I think if I had to notch it down to one thing, Lunette.
Yeah, that Lunette was very important.
You saw in game one how super vital that Lunette was, just locking down everything on the board, right?
Mhm.
And game 2 and 3 without the Lunette, even with Nia supposedly causing in game 2, right? Steven was like, man, you have to do this. You have to make me pay a little bit more for level 1.
Yeah, he waited on that decision too for a while. He caught that the Nia was targeting his Sylvie one. He was like, okay, do I really have to do this?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
in the end,
And of course, game 3, no hesitation, because he
Yeah.
realized, okay, yes, it's
yeah, you just do it.
it's a cost to do business, right? You just got to go for it. I mean, look, you're in the situation you're in. What are you going to do, right? You have to get your Sylvie out. You got to keep going. You can't be stumbled. And you can't take a turn off, because you're trying to get to 3. That's where your game begins, essentially,
Absolutely.
right? Yeah. So, I mean,
And then the other deck that I've seen that I'm actually really excited for is the Arasana deck.
yeah.
I don't know how many of those Arasana decks are going Astra versus doing sort of the Fracture of Polar Depths thing.
Level 2 only type of thing. Yeah.
mhm. But I'm very excited to see Arasana do well.
Yeah.
This is maybe finally her time to shine. I really hope that
Yeah.
we see some Arasana at the top tables.
That deck surprised me because there's always been a dream of mine, right?
Mhm.
Where milling your opponent out is an option, right? And okay,
Right,
mill,
absolutely.
for those who you don't understand, is this idea that you can take cards from the library, from the deck, into your graveyard, right? And to be able to do that infinitely, there's a win condition where if the player must draw, but they have no cards to draw, they will instantly lose the game,
Mhm.
right? So with, especially decks that can draw a lot of cards, right? Basically, this is a situation where, Jin, you get to that point, you actually want to be drawing cards, but you've drawn too many cards, and the Polar Depth's really going to punish, right? And I think it's very cool that Jimmy realized this very quickly, instantaneously sliding a Lantern into, from sideboard into main deck, I think.
Absolutely.
He didn't have it main deck first, right?
He did not have it main
Yeah.
deck. Yeah.
And then you saw the
I mean,
drastic
that's
difference.
how he lost game 1. So,
Yeah.
definitely going to realize that that's an avenue of attack.
And the Mystic Purifier, right?
Mhm.
I think the crowd out there was clapping when we saw the Mystic Purifier because, again, it's just, that respect for Fantasia, right? Not only, of course, Polar Depths, but, Razor Gale. So many, many different things that that Mystic Purifier offers the players. It's really great.
I got to say that Mystic Purifier play, the way that came down was just incredible. I just showed so much knowledge about the matchup to realize that was important there instead of spending your time spinning your wheels with Creative Shock or whatever.
Yeah.
Like realizing I need to spend this influence. I need to put a stumbling block in my opponent's game plan.
Yeah. And, and as you saw too, like in that game matchup, the secondary win well, I don't know if Polar Depth was the secondary or the primary, but the other win condition is Stratagem, right?
Right.
And then Stratagem is going to be looking to, do the actual damage. But I love the fact that there is a basically unintractable possible win con, right? I'm about to mill you. You can negate the effect, maybe? That's it. Yeah. That's it, right? You can't negate the card. There's no activation. So, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Very powerful.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, it's a really, really good, good deck. I also like it. I think there's going to be a lot more of those. What we've seen today.
I hope so. Yeah. I hope so. Arasana gameplay is honestly one of my favorites. I love the way Astra works with Arasana. Especially with Polaris into the Cosmic Bolts, just glimpsing through your deck and start calling all those Cosmic Bolts out. And Arasana as a water deck just works really well.
Yeah, for sure. Let me see if we have some scores updated here.
Yeah, how close are we to getting round 4 started?
Probably momentarily. I think all the scores are being reported. There are some.
You seen the round 3 matches all in yet? Sounds like there was some judge call near the end of the round, so there might have been some delays in getting those matches in.
A little bit more delayed, yeah, for sure. Okay. It is what it is. Hey, what pin do you have over there?
I have Xander over here,
cool.
representing my first true love, Luxem Xander.
True love. Nice. Very nice.
I'll be honest with you. My first experience playing this game, after I tried a couple of games with the starter decks, was cracking packs of Dawn of Ashes with my friends in order to put the cards together to try and draft them. And see what we could come up with.
Yeah.
And I saw Lightweaver's Assault out of that pack, and I was like, that card.
Yeah.
I am playing with that card.
Yeah.
And eventually I did, and Luxem was pretty good when I was playing it.
Still good.
Still good now, honestly.
Still good, yeah.
I think I've played a lot more Sylvie at this point than I have Xander.
Okay.
But I always a soft spot in my heart for Xander.
So you're a slime player.
I am.
You're a slime enjoyer. Okay.
A slime enjoyer.
I got it. Cool. Yeah. Again, like it's what I would really love to see on stream maybe is we haven't seen a Koming yet.
Oh, that's true.
And we have seen the Jin.
Yeah.
But this is Sunguo. We're in Mortal Ambition season. I would hate to not see a Koming.
I'm pretty sure we will end up seeing a Razor Gale Kongming
Yeah.
at some point on that stage.
Yeah, that deck is really resilient. It's very powerful. Again, like I was commenting earlier, I think that deck doesn't go well into Nico, but the Nikos, there's not a lot of them.
Nikos, yeah.
Not
that much to put a check on her.
Yeah, so
I wonder if Arasana is going to sort of take up that slack, right? The water deck, difficult to interact with, a lot of alternate win conditions.
Yeah.
Seems like that could do pretty well.
It could definitely, yeah. And, like Koming's deck does want to draw a lot as well. So Polar Depth does punish pretty hard as well. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
As that secondary win con, yeah.
Oh, wow. I hadn't even thought about that. Yeah, Kongming just burning through her cards that fast.
It's
you
a
might
win
end up
deck.
at a point pretty close to the end of the game where they only have like 30 cards left in their deck. That's pretty easy to hit.
Yeah, and this is what, even with Nico, right? Like, why Ravishing works pretty well. Now, there is a little trick in that deck where you can sequence the 3 visits properly in a way where you can put the 3 visits into your deck and not actually die. Now, it's a little difficult now because, you can't just continuously activate 3 visits to put in the right, zone. So you do have to have one pretty much like ready to go in banishment.
Yeah, you have to be careful about that.
But that is an option as well if you don't have an option to deal with the Polar Depth or for potentially a Lantern out there, right? Yeah, I think the play, last game where it was shown like the crystalline mirror, very cool, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, And the funny thing is, I actually didn't realize this or didn't think about it too, but Fragmented Spirit is such a cool champion to start with because it gives you one free Fantasia.
It gives you that extra Fantasia, right? That's so good.
It's like if you're playing Robot deck and you get to start with a Power Cell, right? It just starts powering all your stuff up and they're a little, more powerful. It's cool.
Yeah,
I
so
love
for
it.
Crystalline Mirror and also the Awakened Deacon, right?
Yes,
you
Awakened
have that extra
Deacon.
Fantasia in order to turn on the Intercept.
Yeah, there were a couple times when I was like, hey, oh, right. Yes, he has 2 Fantasia now. Yeah, it was cool. It was cool. It was really cool. Yeah, it's a really good addition, I think, to that deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And of course, you can just draw it later if you really don't need it, with the Arizona herb. Yeah. Now, in that deck, is there ever a case where you want to topple the Cauldron?
I think so. I think it's primarily as a board clear.
Board right, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Because you don't care about the Cosmic Bolts when you're just playing with water, right? You're never going to level 3. You're never playing an Astra card in that deck. If the deck is playing as Astra, I've seen quite a few Astra decks, the quote-unquote Space Casino, relying on those Cosmic Bolts as a win condition.
Yeah.
So you want to pop that Cauldron with as many herbs as possible, as early as possible. But in this case, with Water Arisana, I think it's just another board clear.
Yeah.
Which, honestly, you're happy to have a board clear in Arisana.
Yeah, in one sense, it's definitely good. But if you generate too many Cosmic Bolt, those are dead cards in your deck, right? So now you have to draw them as well.
So it turns out that's optional. You can you can shuffle in up to X Cosmic Bolts.
You say 0.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Okay.
But it does give you that shuffle, just in case you've glimpsed anything to the bottom or anything.
Yeah, very few cards in this game give you a shuffle. So
it's a rare effect and remarkably powerful, especially with the amount of deck stacking that exists in the format.
Yeah, exactly. You scry a lot of things to the bottom, right? And at the end, you definitely want to maybe randomize it because what you toss in early game is now everything you want for late game, right?
Exactly. Like as a Slimes player,
Yeah.
if I could reset that Blissful, if I could get those, those ethereals back from the bottom of the deck, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, that's very cool. Very cool. Okay. It does look like. Let me see. I want to check on current.
It looks like round 3 is in the books, but they're still putting round 4 together.
They're still, putting round 4 together.
Okay.
I have seen that it looks like all the players have reported. Now, of course, if there's a head judge call, all players reported. Actually, round 4 pairings are up.
Excellent. Do we have our feature match all set yet?
I don't believe so, but hey, Bayleaf, 3-0. Kills this, 3-0.
Nice.
To Jesus, Henke. There's a lot of these players that, we see normally are up there. Yeah,
a lot of our locals. I mean, this is our Ascent, so
yeah.
Good to see the homeboys representing the team.
Yeah, just kind of looking down the list and seeing who else is here. Yeah, some more drops as well.
Yeah, definitely more drops now that round 3 is done, right? Anybody who's going 0-3 is probably not super happy to keep playing in that tournament. That's even if you're here mostly for the experience, going 0-3 is disheartening.
Yeah. At this point, we do have still 28 players who have perfect records. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, should be good. And then, of course, every round halves until we get to until we get to there. Well, sometimes it's a little bit more than half. If you have a tie, it's still no longer perfect record. Yeah. So there's that possibility as well. I'm actually going to check. There are, let's see, there are actually quite a few ties as well. So, yeah.
Grand Archive, a very difficult game at the upper level. So, going to time, it happens even to the best of players.
I think especially in Mortal Ambition, I feel like in this set especially, I'm seeing more and more of this. I felt like, both the game is more dynamic, there's more cards to be played, but because that influence is so large and there's more interactions, I think it does give a better game overall for the viewers. But at the same time, though, having more influence means more decisions, it's time, and also means that certain, certain kill turns into just interaction, negations, etc. So
absolutely, I mean, interaction is always great for the game. It makes for a healthy field. It allows players to feel like they have agency in what happens in their game, and that's great. But as you say, the more options they have, the more decisions they have, and that's definitely going to lead to a longer game.
For sure, yeah. Okay.
How are you feeling about the field so far? What have you seen that you really liked?
I'm very happy that Jin is there. I'm actually really excited about Jimmy's build, right? So it's not the same as the Kills This build from Toronto, right? It's actually very different. Jimmy has a lot more allies that it's involved, right? Which I like because sometimes I have this feeling, right? Like Jin has so much potential, but it's also just wasted because it's kind of like ignore level 1, ignore level 2. All I care about is level 3, right? But with your Savage Attack, there's different ways now with Jin, even early game, to get some more value out of the allies as well. So I'm excited about that. Yeah. Now
I do like to see that. I think Jin's level 2,
Yeah.
the pole arm ability to give an extra attack bonus
Yeah.
to the allies is
Yeah.
is nice.
yes, yes. There's that. There's also the I love the clumsy apprentice too.
Oh sure, yeah.
Yeah, I mean normally taking two damage is kind of like pretty risky, but in a Jin deck, playing Jin right in the past, I actually felt like there's some matchups, certain matchups where I was like, I wish I can have more damage. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean that's his fuel, right?
Yeah.
The same way that Arasana wants to have more cards in her discard, Jin
Yeah.
just wants more damage.
Yeah. So it's really interesting in that situation too, where like if you're playing against a deck that is not going to deal damage to you, right? How do you stack the damage yourself? Because again, Jin, that's a resource. Damage is very deceptive in that deck. Yeah. It looks like on the feature match we are going to have Korax versus Crimson. Yeah, pretty. I mean, veteran players. Korax is one of the top 16 world contenders, right? So, is he wearing the jacket? He's wearing the jacket. There we go.
Nice.
Just making sure. Yeah.
And Crimson a strong local player.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this guy demolishes a lot of people in locals. Very good player. Really looking forward to seeing what they're going to be playing today. There were a lot of discussions, I think, in the local scene of like what's going to be good for this, going into this meta, that kind of stuff. There was, I think there was a lot of people who were very high on Coming, Razor Go Coming, but I think last minute a lot of changes and shifts happened. So
yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
I'm excited to see where everyone is. Yeah,
I'm not sure that any of these players, or at least nobody that I talked to, would have predicted the presence that Arasana has at this field. So this is very cool to see what's going on.
Isn't that the funny thing, right? Almost every single event so far, there has always been like some sort of dark horse surprise deck that comes out of nowhere, right? But actually, a lot of players are on, so there's some secret tech, behind the closed doors of R&D, locked away, like secret Coca-Cola recipe, right? And then they come out and they show, and it's really really powerful, as you can see. Takes a lot of people by surprise. I love that alternate win con of a mill finisher. Much. It's really cool to see on stream, right? Like how many cards you have.
Yeah.
And then
that question is so dangerous.
Like when you're saying, right, like instead of counting how many cards you have in deck, just count the banishment in the graveyard. Because have I played 12 cards? Or have I seen 12 cards? Okay, sorry. I guess I'm dead.
That's it.
Yeah.
So they're shuffling up over here for our feature match. I think we'll be heading over there in a few.
Maybe I got my wish granted. Maybe we're gonna see a Razor Go Coming.
Oh, this could be it.
Yeah.
This could be it.
Okay.
I'm actually expecting. I'm not sure quite what to expect from Carax, but I'm actually expecting Slimes from Crimson. And just on the strength of it's a strong deck.
It's a very strong deck.
It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
I know from talking to him, he expressed disinterest in playing water.
Okay.
So that doesn't leave a whole lot of options.
Yeah. I saw a peek at what Korax is running. I'm very excited.
Oh. You're going to spill the beans?
Yeah, of course. Nico's here.
Excellent.
Nico's here. Everyone's favorite voluptuous champion here.
I wonder maybe the Kungming sleeves for.
It's always a bait, right? You're like, remember which player was it that had the slime sleeves that was running Tristan, or it was the other way around? You gotta bait it, right?
Yeah.
Like, I would run Merlin sleeves all the time. Never
you
play
don't
Merlin.
Reveal that absolutely.
Yeah, get some old school. Run the Lorraine sleeves.
Oh, there you go.
From DOA, right? The shiny ones, and then play something totally different.
Oh yeah, you could have like the Nico deck box and the Nico sleeves, and then play Wind Allies.
Yeah. Okay. So the level 3 of this is you play like for example, so Nico deck box, right? And they're like, okay, they're Nico, but then like you play the counter to your Nico deck. Yeah. That's how you get them. They're like, wait, hold on, right? And then of course you have to run Mortal Ambition to really fully get them.
Absolutely, they gotta get jumped.
The jump deck for sure. Yeah. I love it. Actually, I want to see some. I do also want to see some Oath decks too. And get jump decks still.
I'm sure we'll see some of them on stream.
Yeah,
wouldn't surprise me.
I did see. There's Tony. Tonoris is pretty popular as well, pretty high up there. So those are going to be your ally decks,
Probably
right?
The Wind Ally deck.
Yeah, Wind Ally decks. Yeah, so pretty cool.
I mean, Wind Allies. It's just a strong deck, right? Some games Wind Allies just wins, much like Slimes.
Yeah.
So I would expect there to be some Wind Allies at the top tables.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Okay, cool. And we're just getting everything kind of like sorted through here. Yeah, so I mean, I think all the players are pretty much getting ready to go. They're just waiting on like official like round start times. Yeah.
So 3 rounds in the books. Starting round 4 now.
Starting round 4.
Out of 9 rounds for today, right?
Yep, and we're gonna go to lunch after this round. So this is the pre-lunch round.
Okay.
Yeah.
So definitely got a long day ahead of us.
Yeah,
Stay
yeah.
tuned for lots of exciting Grand Archive action.
It should be really good. I mean, like just seeing all the different players, seeing how they play, seeing the dynamics of what they have. I'm always looking forward to it. So
yeah. I mean, I love being able to be up here at the caster booth and kind of being able to see the action from the bird's eye view.
Yeah. Or do you want to switch?
Looks like you were right. This is Nico. Oh yeah, we can switch. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Either way.
Looks like I was right.
Boom. You got it. Yeah.
Exactly where we expected to be. All right. So Nico versus Slimes. How do you feel about this matchup?
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think like again, I think Nico is definitely going to want to run into other decks. I think Nico and Slime is not really particularly a favor for Nico, to be honest.
I think you're right.
Yeah. But again, it depends on the player. So much of this is going to be what the player is going to be able to do, right? Because there's a lot of things that the players can still do here that changes the matchup. But
absolutely.
Yeah, it's either even or Nico's slightly unfavored in here. But yeah, that's how I feel. But I am not always right, and the players are usually going to be a little better. Looking at this list here, it's very
does
interesting.
anything stand out?
Yeah, 1 Frostbind, 2 Tidal Lock. Of course, Swirling Decree being your new Frostbind, much better way to do your negates. 1's on Frost, yeah. Okay, the players are getting ready, and they're shuffling. We're going to be cutting to them very soon. Yeah. Yep. And they're basically getting all the decks shuffled and all things like that.
So
Dice roll has already happened.
One interesting thing with this Slimes list is we have 1 Scavenging Raccoon in the main.
Yeah.
So this is actually going to be fairly key in this matchup if it comes out, because Nico's floating memory is such a big deal.
I love the raccoons, and it's going to cause so much disruption in the graveyard for sure. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so Nico's running the Serene Water here, going first, right? Looks like Frostbind, a couple options in hand, but yeah, just pass the turn there. Okay, Spirit of Slime.
And Slime's going in with, what are we going to see from the Slime deck?
I mean, the standard, right?
Yeah,
Cake,
absolutely.
Gray.
Cake, Gray.
What else you got?
All the good stuff.
I mean, like worst case scenario, Limitless, but yeah, you use Cake and Gray.
Yeah, ideally
you
want to spend your first couple of turns sort of setting up, right?
Yeah.
You get those extra cards out of the Cake and the Gray.
Cake, Gray, Escape the Wreckage, those kind of things, always good.
And
yeah.
then Blissful Calling and Kind Beast Caller in order to sculpt your hand for that inevitable turn 3 turn.
Yeah. Yeah, Nico has a lot of interactions, but unfortunately not a lot of cards to be able to actually play here. So, yeah, I think it's going to be... Okay, Bovine. Bovine's going to be good.
Yep.
And Ravishing and Refracting Missiles. So 1 floating already into memory.
How bad is it for the Nico deck to have that Ravishing in the graveyard?
It's not too bad. It's not a card that you need to have right now. Plus, usually for decks like this, you're going to be running 4. You essentially only need 1, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, the cool thing about this Nico deck, of course, is all water. So, actually, there is 4 copies of Lost in Thought. So that actually adds to the Bovine here. So Bovine be able to put 2 cards into graveyard now that are water helps to make sure that you don't miss your Icebound Slams.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just in case you hit your Lost in Thoughts, and maybe you have a little bit of grace to hit, about 2. Yeah, so it's good. It's good.
We're getting a Gather Slimes out of, I see we have a rename here, Dark Flame Master. So just setting up that hand, making sure that he has the cards that he needs once he goes to level 3.
Yeah. Okay. On enter, it's going to,
Baby Gray getting that counter off of Sylvie level 1. The next ally or beast you play comes in with a buff counter.
Of course, and surprising the Cake just to get more value at the end of the step as well. So, yeah, takes care of the Bovine, which is
the 2
very
power
key.
on that Baby Green, very important here.
Yeah.
The Bovine's such a good setup card.
And, of course, Raccoon, just like you said, I mean, put the cards in there and then get them out of the graveyard.
Yep.
So,
and that is the one that he has in the main. He's got another one in the sideboard for game 2, but this is Very nice draw.
It's
for,
his one-off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah. And on Korak's side, honestly, you were asking about the Ravishing. He has one in hand as well.
Okay.
Unfortunately for Korak's, though, he does need a little bit more acceleration in this early game. He doesn't want to be seeing like a lot of these like almost finisher cards that he cannot cast, right?
Right.
Now, he still does have a Refracting Missile in hand, and also Fracturize. There's two ways to get Floating Memory into Graveyard to be able to do something for your, actual level up here.
Yeah, and this Fracturize, turning his Power Cell into a Fantasia, into a Fractal, also boosts his Refracting Missile, in addition to giving him the float from the Fracturize.
Is he going to level up, or is he going to go for a Scepter?
He's running Sylvie into Nico?
Sylvie into Nico, yeah, the standard like Singapore list. Yeah, so looks like he's going to be going to level up. Yeah, I think realistically in this matchup, you kind of don't want to stay on low level for too long. Yeah, and
yeah, that seems like a dangerous position when the Slime player can push kind of a lot of damage once they hit level 3.
Right. Yeah, he also has a Terrapin in hand. This is a great position, to be fair. That Terrapin is going to come in. It's going to be very strong. It's going to eat one of the floating, draw a card, but also get another counter from the Sylvie.
Yeah, and now that he is Sylvie, that turns on the floating memory for the Bovine that's in the graveyard.
That's true. Yes.
So that is a good eat here.
Yeah, I think the Bovine actually was banished earlier, right? Yeah, so
rough.
This is why that Scavenging Raccoon is so good. Yeah, he's going to attempt to take care of the Baby Green here, but I think we have an Escape coming. Yep.
Looks like it.
There
Very
you go.
strong.
And that's Escape's gonna draw a card into memory, but of course the green being available now to Dark Flame Master will also allow him to be able to suppress the cake once more and get more value, right? A lot of card draws in this deck.
Absolutely. And the Scavenging Raccoon, an animal in play for the draw off of Sylvie with the pack. So this is a very nice position for Dark Flame Master over on the right.
Does he have another Storm Slime in hand? Because one has been banished. Now I see Ethereal.
Yeah,
I
don't see any Storms in hand.
Okay. Yeah. So Ethereal and Luxurious. So Storm has been banished, which is probably not what he wants to have been banished. But hey, it is.
I think he's going to be in an okay, but like having an Ethereal on your level 3 turn is pretty good. That'll be a 5/5, a 6/6. That's a very large monster.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. In the beginning, of course, you want to build into the Ethereal, which then sets you up for the Storm.
And here he is, turboing up to level 3. That Dungeon Guide right on time, enabling Sylvie Slime Sovereign on what turn? 4? Turn 3?
Turn 2? 2. Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah. Here we go.
So this is a 4/4 Ethereal Slime with the Sylvie Slime Sovereign buff. It's going to get an extra buff counter from eating one of his Tamer cards out of the board.
Yeah.
And he could even give it another buff counter with the Forest Cake, which is an option that we've seen a lot of people take.
Yeah. Now he didn't go for it, but
Not
5 damage.
I think he wants to keep that Forest Cake around for the draw off of the Baby Green.
Yes, I think so too. Yep. Okay. Blissful.
And looking for one more card. If he could pull a Storm Slime out here, that might.
I see gray, and Storm. He has it. Yep.
So I don't think that's quite game here. This is going to be 3 damage plus 5 out of the. He needs 11 more, so not quite.
Yeah. This is I think where. It's 3. Yep.
But a giant Lustrous definitely going to gum up this board.
And this is why it's so hard for Nico. Like so many options that defend, and you can see even the head shake from Korax here. It's like, oh man, what a setup! This is a great board position for our opponent here.
Yeah. What does Nico do against a 4/8 Taunter?
Yeah, I think honestly you can have a couple options, right? Okay, Terrafring, of course, being a good option here.
Yep, this is the defensive choice.
Yeah, I mean the board is already very strong, and you can't there's not enough floating in graveyard for you to go to Nico now. It's just too much. It will cost too much. Yeah. Now the Terrapin's still nothing to scoff at, right? It's really really powerful. He has an Icebound option, but there's no way that this Sylvie's gonna lay down 7 cards. Yeah, so he's gonna have to just pass and then see. Yep. Yeah. And unfortunately, even with the Terrapin, he can't quite get in because the Lustrous is there. So
yeah, just a really rough position.
Yeah.
The Slime player here has just an incredible board. The 5/5. Pushing in damage and the enormous Lustrous Slime backing him up, making sure that Sylvie stays safe.
Yeah,
is just a really commanding presence here.
Yep.
I expect Dark Flame Master to be putting one of his offensive options underneath that Grail. I didn't quite see what it was, but this is probably either a Horn or a Scepter.
Yeah. Scepter has already been banished. So it's either
so
Horn or maybe could it be a Stone Scale ban?
Could be a stone scale band.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great way to get additional fuel in a given turn.
Yeah. There we go. Take 5 from the Ethereal.
Paying for the tariff.
That card is just so powerful, man. Ethereal's 5 damage, man.
It's big. It's a
big,
big
yeah.
card.
And you know, anytime he wants it, he has that Storm Slime for 5, and then swing in for 3 more, so 8 damage. Kind of scary.
Very powerful.
Yeah. Again, not this turn, but you know, could be any turn after that. In fact, he can even force kick it for 1 extra damage too, if he wants to push.
Depending on how he plays out his hand, he could get a controlled banish here off of whatever's underneath that Grail to
True.
make sure that he gets an extra slime into the banish.
Yeah, true.
Setting up for Nico's materialize here.
Yeah. Okay.
Also a Quicksilver Grail.
Quicksilver with a is that smoke bomb underneath?
Smoke bomb could be the play. I mean, that's how else is he going to get through that Luster Slime, right? He's going to need some way to attack.
Yeah, or honestly, in this case too, sometimes some of this might just be draw a card because he doesn't have the right, options here to be able to do something about.
Yeah, very few cards in his graveyard. Normally, Nico players really want that fuel there, right? That extra floating memory in order to power up their cards, in order to use that to draw extra cards. He's kind of stagnant here.
Part of the challenge has been that he's not been able to resolve a Icebound Slam. I mean, that's the card. That's how you want to fuel the graveyard. You slam, right?
Absolutely.
But not if you can't do it. Yeah. By the way, I'm really liking the Lost in Thought Bovine combination too. We haven't seen it on stream yet, but or we haven't seen it in this game yet. But Korax is running Lost in Thought in this to be able to kind of like rearrange the top and then use Bovine to mill away the cards he doesn't want. Idle Thoughts, yes. Yeah, Idle Thoughts.
Yeah, being able to stack the top 4 cards. I think we saw the Arasana deck doing this as well.
Yeah.
Using Lost in Thoughts to stack the top, or using Idle Thoughts to stack the Lost 4 cards, top 4 cards, and then using the Bovine to clear out the floating memory.
Yeah.
Very powerful.
Yeah. So he's going for 5 damage with the Ethereal Slime here. It's going to put Korax at 18 if he doesn't respond to
our
this.
slime player just pushing damage through. What is he going to do about this?
What do you do about Ethereal? He's just sitting there.
Yeah.
He's just sitting there. You can't do anything. I mean, like, you... no.
And it's stealth.
Yeah.
And a go next from Korax.
Yeah. It's not
understandable.
Much. Yeah. And honestly, technically, I think he does have to reveal what's under the Grail.
Yeah, I think both players are supposed to reveal what's under the Grail.
Yeah. So let's see if that actually happens. No. Okay.
Nope.
Hey, it's fine. Yeah, just again, let's the situation just was not was not good for Korax. Again, like I think Dark Flame Master had a really good start. Had all the right specific cards he needed, and he drew into all the cards that he needed as well. I mean, like, hey, I lose the Storm Slime, get another one. So even though he didn't need it that game, he had that option at the end too.
Absolutely, yeah. Just the way that he ramped up in the beginning, right? He got kind of everything that he needed. He got the cake, he got the green.
Yeah.
Able to kind of stifle any attempt to break out. From Korax, right? Hitting that Bovine early.
Yeah.
Just not letting him get all of that floating, not letting him get any of that setup.
What do you think if you're in Dark Flame Master's situation here? What do you think are going to be sideboard options that would help him even better suit for this? Is there what are some options over there?
So he's got another Scavenging Raccoon in the board.
Oh, yeah.
That's almost assuredly coming in.
Correct. Yeah.
He's got a couple of other options. I'm not sure whether or not a Tariff Ring will come in. I think that is, Nico wants to attack. I'm not sure if that's a thing that he's going to feel like he needs here.
Yeah.
Nascent Blasts aren't going to be particularly effective in this matchup. I think it's not going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
He might be bringing in also a Slime King as an additional taunt. We saw how effective that Lustrous was. But my bet is that comes in against allies, that comes in against the Mirror, not so much against Nico.
Exactly, yeah.
It really just looks like that one Scavenging Raccoon might be the only card that comes in.
Yeah. I think on Korak's side, too, it's going to be a little bit tricky here. A lot of his cards are built for a water matchup, right? But there's, extra Frostbinds and Tidal Locks in the sideboard. I think if you'd leverage some of the negates early game to kind of control the speed of that early game, that could help him to kind of accelerate into a more manageable mid-game state to be able to, stay alive. Yeah.
Absolutely. Sylvie is very capable of running on kind of low influence once you get to that level 3 turn.
Yeah.
But if you stop enough card draw, then she ends up in this situation where she has only one play,
Yeah.
and then she has to spend turns rebuilding her hand.
Yeah, yeah.
And that might be the best situation for Quarax to get into.
Yeah, I love, well, so the artwork for the Fractal Rain is very beautiful, but I also just love Fractal Rain for the Nico player. It's one of their better turn 1 plays, right, for sure, because that's going to be infinite value for the rest of this game. Yeah.
Yeah, like you were talking about with Icebound Slam, this
Yeah.
is also sort of the perfect setup card. This and the Bovine and Icebound Slam, just all the different ways to get incremental
Yeah.
cards into your graveyard
Yeah.
in order to fuel your bigger turns later on.
Yeah, and Nico is very floating memory hungry, which is why, like, you know, having to deal with the raccoon is really, really tough. Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
Cool. There you go.
So we're on Spirit of Serene Water this time. Were we on Spirit of Regular Water last time?
We were also on Serene
That's right, okay.
last game too. Yeah.
So even with that 6 heal from the 6 recover from the lineage release, not a good position. For
It's not a good position. Just looking at the board state, but also, I mean, do you want to spend the extra time to not really get where you need to go? Yeah.
That's an understandable concession at
Yeah.
that point. It's just like, okay, I'm far enough
Okay.
behind. I don't think I have it.
There you go.
There's the slam.
Nice.
So this is huge. This is a large amount of damage early
Yeah.
on. This is going to be putting pressure on Sylvie to try and defend herself, to try and...
5 floating.
Yep.
I mean,
5
well,
floating, what a
technically
pull.
4 because the Bovine is going to be a
Okay,
class
yeah,
bonus, but
yeah.
it's pretty good. It's
An
pretty good.
Incredible slam.
That's a great slam.
What a hit for Clara.
This is what Nico wants. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
So Dark Flame Master now in the unfortunate position of trying to figure out what he needs to do in the near future. You know, you don't expect to come into this game at half health. So he's got to be now a little bit worried. Like, do
Yeah.
I need to set up defenses? What if he has another slam? What do I need to do here in order to make sure that I can keep running my game plan?
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of, I think, the ways to disassemble a slime deck is actually just dealing with them early game. Because they are a very late game focused type of deck, and they're going to need the dungeon guide to even turbo to 3. Yeah, so showing Limitless here. But unfortunately, I don't think he has a Baby Gray.
Yeah, Baby Gray is exactly what he would want here.
Yeah.
Not only is it that extra card advantage the same way that you get off of the cake,
Yeah.
but it's also an intercept creature, an intercept ally that lets him block that next slam if that's what's going to come out.
Yeah. So do we see another... Okay.
Thinking hard about this Baby Red, does he want it to come in with the buff counter, or would he rather play something else here? There's not a lot for the Baby Red to do on this board. And you find a lot of times Slime players won't bring out the Baby Red unless they have an ally to kill with it.
Okay.
In this case, going for the Kind Beast Collar, maybe he finds that gray that he's looking for.
Yeah, he's going to have to... Yeah, so he does find a gray, or 2
Yeah,
grays,
there it
actually.
is. Yep.
So one goes on the
And
bottom.
nearly
does
an
have it in
instant
hand.
grab.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is definitely what he wants to see. So, yeah.
Sending in a little bit damage, and then we'll probably see that gray come down, getting the buff counter from Sylvie, and just stand upright as a 2/2 with intercept.
Yeah.
In order to make sure that he's not bullied out of this game ahead of time.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, revealing 2. Gets the buff counter.
Yep. And there's that pass, leaving that Baby Gray Slime up and ready to block.
Very, very important. Very important for the intercept there, for sure. Okay. Quack's thinking now.
Give me a sec.
He's thinking on his materialization, because this is going to be pretty important here. I don't recall what else is left in his hand, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't have another slam. And even if he does, it really won't do much, because you now have to go through a gray.
Yeah, slamming the Baby Gray is something that you're willing to do because it does feed your graveyard. It does give you all of those extra cards.
Yeah.
But it's not the best use.
But this is a grail with very likely a smoke bomb underneath.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Now the problem is I don't know if this is not enough damage though, right? So, okay, it's gonna be 2. Maybe Frostborn, yeah. Eat the float. Well, there's many floating, so eat any one of the floating.
A lot of options at this point.
Draw a card. Yeah.
Does the timing work out with intercept for you to slam the opponent and then materialize smoke bomb while slam is still on the stack in order to prevent it from blocking?
I think it depends on when the activation of whether we resolve the attack with target or not. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'm
it
trying
depends
to
on
remember
what
exactly
phase.
where the intercept trigger is. I think you have to get into the combat, so you have to fully resolve slam before the intercept starts to matter.
Yes, correct. Yes.
So that could be a potential line, you know, getting those cards down and then using. Well, he's going to be using the float to bring out the smoke bomb anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
The other thing that we could see under the Grail is he running Blinding Orb?
Yes, it is. It also could be a Blinding Orb, yeah.
I see a lot of Blinding Orb under Grail for water decks, specifically because of the negate interaction.
Yeah.
Giving them room to negate through a couple of extra cards in their opponent's hand.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when they're just expecting to, you know, be able to pay for a negate. Guess what? You can't really pay for one anymore. Yeah, so there's another option. But yeah, like, I mean, 2 Frostboard Paladin suddenly. I think this board is looking pretty nice for Korax here.
Yeah, 3-4 is difficult to clear. If it had been last turn, then it's kind of easy to get the baby red with a buff counter, maybe a second buff counter from the cake. This turn, it's going to be a little bit harder.
Now, Crimson does have a dungeon guide, and so, you know, really thinking about, like, okay, how do I get to 3 and then, you know, do the thing?
Honestly, dungeon guide to 3 followed by ethereal would work just as well in terms of clearing these Frostworns.
Yeah.
But we have the buff counter here, and then finding...
It's going to discard some fire cards, get rid of these Frostborn Paladins. It's
a great use of Slime Eruption. You know, it's got floating memory on it. It adds an extra damage to the baby red. That's very strong.
2 damage. Okay.
And now the board is looking a little bit more balanced. I mean, that Frostborn Paladin definitely still going to eat some of those slimes on the other side.
Yeah.
But knocking out 1 is a very good start for Crimson.
Yeah. He was debating whether he was going to cake, but, you know, it's a little tricky.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to go down that many cards in hand.
Yeah, and also, honestly, you know, any card in hand is always a threat, right? So it leaves your opponent thinking what you have for, you know, defensive options or response, versus if you go just, you know, like have no hand, then, of course, your opponent thinks, hey, you know what? There's no response. There's no options. We'll kind of go ahead and take care of that.
Yeah, don't even think, just have free reign. At this point, though, Dark Flame Master could have those slime shields in hand in order to protect his allies. But we'll see what his choices are.
Okay. Yeah, Frostbind was milled on there. Okay, another Icebound Slam. That's not bad. That's a pretty good option or situation actually for Korax here. That's just honestly a beautiful card to see. Yeah.
There goes that baby red Frostborn Paladin, knocking it into the graveyard.
Yep.
And then a pass with the Terrafring up. Yep. I'm not sure if he's going to Terrafring. Do you think he Terrafrings here? I guess he's bringing it out in order to be able to use it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very scary situation for sure. Just simply because, again, dynamically, right? Yeah, because, again, on the board, it doesn't look very scary. But, again, anytime this could be a level 3, could turn into, you know, dropping slimes for free, potentially even 2 slimes, right?
Yeah.
And then, causing a lot of problems.
So he's looking at his influence before deciding whether or not to crack this Terrafring, thinking through the lines, whether or not that's enough of a threat. Decides not to.
Yeah.
So passing in Recollection, Dark Flame Master drawing his card and moving into the rest of his turn.
Yeah, but there's 8 cards. There's 8 cards. So he really has to think. I mean, this DG is not free.
I love this interaction between the players. Crimson asking how many cards in your hand, Korax putting them down. 8.
8.
Come on.
Yeah. I'm a
what
water
have you
player.
got?
I'm a water player.
So definitely, I love that confidence on Korax's side. That's very cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, honestly, those 2 Frostborn Paladins put him in a nicer, more confident mood, right? Having those, you know, be able to really strong, you know, allies on board, but also be able to just, you know, do clear the board on the other side. So
absolutely, yeah. Getting that board presence back, I think, was a big deal for sure.
Looks like another baby red coming.
Here we go.
Yeah. I think he has a 4th baby red in the hand.
And that 4th baby red might well get discarded here just to ensure the extra damage.
Sorry.
Oh, it was another Slime Eruption. Oh, that's
yeah.
so nice for him. How much float does he have in the yard now? That's at least 2, maybe 3?
Maybe 3. Was there a Limitless in there as well?
Don't remember. I didn't see it. I
either.
think it might just be the 2 Slime Eruptions, but that's very, very good for getting into level 3 later on.
There you go. And Refracting Missile gets rid of the...
Refracting Missile saves the Frostborn Paladin.
Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty nice for him.
It's really nice. It's actually really nice. Gets that floating in the graveyard. I mean, he has cards to utilize for materialize as well. It's just all the good stuff. So Sylvie's gonna come in here.
Yep.
Yeah, burn pretty much any any one of us. His many floating memory here.
Yep. Now he's gonna start getting those Sylvie class bonuses as well. This is a revitalizing cleanse.
Prereq is.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Big heal.
6. Wow. Yeah. Really set it up. do the heal. Okay. So
Yeah, he managed his influence perfectly for this, right? Everything went down just in order to reach this point. That is a huge swing in the tempo of this match.
Okay, Terrapin is milled on the Fractal Rain here, but see what his draw is. Oh, Cerulean Decree. More options to do some canceling.
Yeah, just in case you didn't think the water player had enough defensive options.
Yeah. Now, what Crimson actually saw was that there were not that many. I think he was probably expecting more, given that 8 cards were held up by Korax. But yeah, he's going to have 8 and just pass the turn again.
Immediately set those cards down, pass the turn. Your move.
I mean, this is cool because I mean it's like very threatening, you know.
So Crimson has to go to level 3 here.
He's gonna go
bringing
Grail.
out the Grail.
Yep.
Didn't catch what he put underneath it. You think it's gonna be another? We didn't see what it was last game either, right?
No, we didn't see it.
There goes the Terraframe. Yeah, knowing that with the Grail there, he's definitely setting up for his level 3 turn.
Exactly.
This is a great time to use that Terra.
Here's the DG. He has to do it now. Yep.
Yeah, he has to do it now.
Again, this is seeing what Korax actually has in hand versus kind of going into a blind the previous turn. Yeah.
Banishing 2 slimes, getting up to 4 in that slime banish zone.
Play for free. Monitor.
And then he's got his free slime from Sylvie Slime Sovereign used for Ethereal Slime.
Yep.
So once again, we're going to have that 5/5 Stealth True Sight Ethereal Slime on the board. Difficult to deal with.
Blinding Orb.
It is Blinding Orb. Oh, it's going to be a huge negate here.
Oh boy, here we go. Play
Burning
down
the
2
floating
cards.
memory, Blinding Orb, forcing Dark Flame Master to put 2 cards into his memory, which means
Now-
now he doesn't have enough to pay for the Cerulean.
Does he have Stone Scale Band?
Oh,
'Cause
Stone
he-
Scale Band under the Grail would be the exact counter here.
Yeah, right. I don't know what's under the Grail, but if he has Stone Scale Band, he could banish, draw the cards, pay for it, get his Ethereal anyways. Oh man.
There it is, just like
It's piece.
oh,
Okay.
it's the horn.
Horn.
But that works. That
works
gets him
too.
the extra card
It
in
does.
order
It
to
does.
pay.
Yes.
Banishing floating memory.
Yep.
So that's 1 more slime.
Draws a card.
Now he has 2, and he can put down for the Cerulean Decree. Which he does.
There you go.
And the second negate. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's. I mean,
Always pays to have a
Korax is
backup.
ready for this. So yeah.
And that is 1 more slime in the banish also for any future Storm Slime shenanigans.
Yeah. 6 though. 6 is strong.
6 is a good place, and we're probably going to see 4 banished out of the graveyard fairly soon for Gaia's Blessing.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20,
This is
21, 22.
counting all of his cards. I think he said 22.
Give me a sec to count.
Yeah. He's
38. So 14, 6, 20. I think that's good.
yeah. The reason is because
Korok's doing all of
he's gonna
this
come
math
back.
out loud. I love this.
Yeah.
Double check.
He's gonna come back with a Ravishing Finale. Yeah. Yeah. Nico's gonna come in. Burn 2.
Yep.
Okay. Fractal Ring. Okay. Frost Paladin was it? Yeah. I think so. Recollect. Draw a card. Yeah. Again, this is the problem with
Chilling touch. The middle.
yeah. He needs the floating to be able to actually activate Ravishing Finale as well. So
The best part about all this is because of the negates, Dark Flame Master is entirely hand down. There's nothing
Yeah.
we can do about this.
there you go.
Then mill 22. Yep. Okay.
Mill 22.
There you go.
There's the game. Hey, more milling winning. Apparently,
Yep.
that's the way to win.
Yeah, it's very strong. Okay, so the great thing about Nico using this as his alternate win
Yeah.
condition is the Nico player doesn't need to deal the full complement of damage, right?
No.
So that got Dark Flame Master to 22 exactly,
Yeah.
which is 3 short from being able to kill.
Yeah.
But because of the mill effect, it still took it all the way.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, on Korak's side, he was sitting pretty as well because he does have Serene as well as an option. So there were still things that he could be doing, and healing back in case something happens. Yeah. Anything else you want to adjust sideboard wise for game 3? But yeah, we're going to game 3, guys. This is insane.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
this is very cool. And
I-
still 30 minutes left in the round, so
I
they've been
gotta
playing
say,
very quickly.
that game 2, I think that revitalizing cleanse was very, very good. I really liked it. I thought that was one of the best, really good, well timed. Yeah,
Yeah, strong technique.
And honestly, I think even Korax realizes it. I think he's putting another cleanse into his deck. Yes, and I think he took out one Icebound Slam because maybe he's just not able to resolve too many of those against a Sylvie, where and lay his whole entire hand bare, right? So, yeah, it's really interesting.
I wonder what his plan going into this game is, since he's got a lot of opportunities to kind of, there's a lot of different ways for the water deck to interact, right? So I'm very curious to see, is he planning to set up another Revitalizing Cleanse?
Yeah.
Is he planning to look for an Icebound Slam? Like, what would his ideal setup be here?
Yeah.
In this opening of Game 3?
Yeah. Now, Dark Flame Master didn't know this, but I think the Dungeon Guide was actually kind of safe, earlier on. But he just didn't know, so he wasn't sure what to do there. So he kind of like vowed to go for more cards into graveyard, and then
Yeah, it's the worst part about playing against a water deck. Not only playing against a water deck, but playing against a confident water player.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? You have to be able to read whether or not they're going to try and negate your stuff, and that's hard.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, like I think it's one of those things where okay, well, so we have our Raccoon in hand. We have the Baby Gray on board to intercept. Man, it's
this is a strong start for our Slime player.
This is not how I want to see Slime start. But hey,
Okay, the Bovine coming down.
Bovine's good. And he has.
So he's brought out the other spirit this time. This is
Bovine,
sort of the setup, right? Spirit of Water on turn when you're going second.
Yes.
In order to make sure you have enough influence to be able to slam on that first turn.
Well, if you draw it, you just take the slam. I mean, that's a pretty instant. I don't think he drew it, and I'm fairly sure, right? I think it was pretty fast, but I actually think that Korax took out one of the slams, so he should be running with 3 in the deck. So yeah, but yes, I agree. Yeah, the second turn, you go for 8 cards, potentially a game-opening slam for 8 damage and a bunch of floating. That's a very good start.
Right? That's an incredible way to start the game.
Yeah.
And in this case, didn't quite work out that way.
Okay.
Baby Gray standing in the way.
Yeah.
So we went for the Bovine. I'm not even sure if he had the slam in hand.
Yeah.
But the Bovine as a starter, also very good, right?
Yeah.
Getting that initial 2 mil on attack, clearing out that Baby Gray.
Yeah.
This is, if you're not going to slam, if you're not going to put down a Fractal of Rain, this is the start you're looking for.
Yeah, and it's really important here too, right? So the second Baby Gray was banished. The first one was negated. Sorry, the Escape the Records was negated. So this is a very important situation here. 2 Grays are out of play. Yeah. Very, very important. Yep.
Yeah, that negate on Escape the Wreckage, that's very, very strong as well. Like that would have been such a powerful move for Dark Flame Master, getting his influence up, and then being able to replay that Baby Gray, that would have
get influence up again, and then with one more Gray in hand, but he lost both. So now Limitless.
So both a very strong negate and also a really unfortunate banish for getting Sylvie.
Yeah. Glacial Guidance.
Yeah, not a card you see very often, Dark Flame Master going over and picking up the card. And we have the Terrapin coming down for
I love the Terrapin, man.
Korax.
I love the Terrapin, man. Especially on that Sylvie 1 level up with Terrapin. It's just so strong. I mean, it's instantly you're going to get a 3/6. Or sometimes if you have the a Seaside Ringleader ready to go, it could be a 4/7.
Yeah, why not?
What are you going to do about a 4/7, right?
Concede, I think.
Yeah.
I love the way that Nico decks have kind of adopted Sylvie for some of the water benefits in Mortal Ambition. Because looking at this board, you see dueling Sylvies, but these are very different decks.
Yeah. Yeah, and the best part, or the funniest part too, is that I love the Seaside Ringleader in the graveyard, simply because it's, oftentimes to me it feels like a floating memory, right? Because you can just draw a card on it, and resources in hand is you can use it to pay for memory costs as well. So you don't kind of go down in influence. It's definitely one of those cards where you more want to put it into graveyard, mill it, rather than play it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seaside Ringleader is water's forest cake.
Yeah.
Ocean cake.
Ocean cake, yeah. Ocean cake on a dolphin. Yeah.
With adorable art, right? Like let's not underestimate Seaside Ringleader's art.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think for me too, just seeing some of these cards that really haven't seen any love from MRC kind of coming to fruition, right? This card in the Wind Allies side, the Purse, these other cards that just like a lot of people kind of ignored for a while are now becoming, main deck, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So here we have a Kind Beast Caller on Dark Flame Master's side.
Yeah.
No follow-up, so we're not seeing any additional animal or beast come down in order to take advantage of that Sylvie buff counter.
Yeah. Do you think it's another Blinding Orb under that Grail?
Oh, wait, sorry, my mistake. The backup charger came down this turn.
Yeah.
It probably is. Blinding Orb, it worked out really well for him last round.
Yeah. Pay 2, draw the card in memory. Yeah. I love Seaside Ringleader. I can't say enough about this card. It's great.
So we're probably going to see some turtles or bovines here. I think those would be some great ways to take advantage of the Ringleader.
Yeah.
Kind of shuffling through his hand, bringing Lost in Thought to the front. We see a couple of refracting missiles. A lot of options here.
Yeah. I think, unfortunately, I don't know if he has any bovine in hand. I see one Icebound Slime to the end, but that's it. He doesn't actually have any allies to be able to take advantage of the Seaside Ringleader's one buff counter. Yeah.
So not really a lot of options there.
Yeah. And Seaside Ringleader in the Recollection is really, really strong because it you get your whole entire hand back. You get one extra card, and also for the entire turn, every ally you play, beast allies, animal beast allies get one buff counter on them. Yeah, I'm trying to say all the things at once.
Yeah, I understand the problem, right?
Yeah.
Your mind moves too fast for your mouth.
Correct.
We're seeing that backup charger get activated by Dark Flame Master, bringing up his influence a little bit in order to offset the 2 that he is spending in order to play Sylvie level 2, Sylvie with the pack.
Yeah.
And moving into his level 2 turn, do we see a Dungeon Guide in his hand? It doesn't really look like he has any good options here. There is a Raccoon in his hand.
Yeah.
So he might be setting up to... Nope, just passing the turn, getting that card back.
He's always just, there's not that many good options, right? Usually
There
with a
really
Raccoon,
isn't.
you want to be targeting like 2 key options, but at the same time, he's going to have to lay cards down against this.
Right.
Yeah. And yeah. There you go. Lost in Thought for 2. Draw 2 cards on the Lost in Thought. It's great.
Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if Dark Flame Master had the read. He didn't want to play the Raccoon because he knew or was expecting that Quarax was going to be able to Lost in Thought to get to use those cards in response.
Yeah. There's that option as well, yes. Okay, so Ravishing Finale is available here too.
Yeah, I can't help but looking at this board, and it's just so empty on Dark Flame Master's side. Like, he's got cards in hand, but nothing on the board. He hasn't gone up to 3. He doesn't have enough cards in memory right now to go up to 3 next turn. What is his plan here? What is he hoping to accomplish? This seems like he's playing from behind at this point.
He is, yeah. And a lot of Sylvie's, this does come down to him losing both Baby Grace, to different circumstances very early in the game. And
yeah,
then,
definitely a rough decision.
Yeah. Okay. He is able to heal 2 and then be able to grab the...
Do you think he goes for the red and the green? But yeah, without a Forest Cake in hand, the green looks, I think, a lot less relevant.
Unfortunately, he can't grab the cake and the green. That's a good combination there. Yeah, so I think the red is probably going to be the option here.
Probably the red, and I'm not sure if it sees play. I'm not sure if this is a card that he's going to try and play out, or if it's just going to be food for some of the other slimes.
I think Korax is smelling the weakness as well here.
Yeah,
because he's thinking like, hey, if you're grabbing the red, that does tell me what's happening in your hand. That you have to kind of go for these lines of play right now, right? Yeah.
So with that gather slimes, that actually gives Dark Flame Master the 3 in memory that he needs in order to go to level 3.
Yeah.
So this is maybe not as cursed a position for him as I thought.
And that may be what he ends up doing anyways. Yeah.
Well, with no Dungeon Guide, options are a little bit more limited.
Yeah.
But this is looking like... Ooh, he's got the Grail coming out. Okay. Shuffling through his options in the material deck here.
I think...
Probably going to be Horn or Stone Scale again, right?
Horn,
that worked out really well for him last round.
I wonder if he has to go a little bit more defensive this time. Because, unfortunately, he's not quite at the same, position.
Right.
Also, he doesn't have quite the same amount of, same set of, end game cards in his hand to be able to, be in a more aggressive and, commanding position. Right.
That's true. This could be a Covenant of Thorns instead. If he's really thinking, I need to defend myself from a Ravishing Finale, I'm not going to have the ability to push through my damage as fast as I need to. So let's defend myself instead of trying to be more aggressive here.
Yeah. Or maybe you just YOLO it and get a Storm Slime and you win the game.
Sometimes, yeah. We've seen that happen too.
Yeah. Is that a Storm Slime that he did draw into hand? Is the last card maybe potentially? Yes, I
that
think
does
so.
look like a Storm Slime.
It is, yeah.
One of the great things about slimes from a commentator point of view is just the colors are
The
so
colors.
vibrant. You know what every card is.
Yeah, and there's only one option, right? So
Mhm.
yeah, you know, I'm actually kind of surprised. Yeah, he's in a situation where he has to play the red.
Swing at you. Yep. On attack.
Okay, discard his
Getting
floating
some of his
memory.
floating memory into the graveyard, so that's
Draw
going to be a
card.
nicer level up. Still no dungeon guide though.
3 damage. Pass turn. Yeah. But that's it. That's the right amount of cards to be able to go level up.
And now he's got a dead baby red on the board. There's no way the Terrapin is going to let that baby red survive.
Yeah, or the Paladin. Honestly.
Right.
They're both. Yeah.
Both of these cards adept at eating slimes.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, when he goes to when Dark Flame Master goes to 3, right? He does have the I believe Ethereal in hand. Is that right?
That looked like an Ethereal, I think so.
Yeah.
In addition to the Storm, you know, he can make whatever decision he wants at that point.
Yeah, I think the Ethereal could be a really good way to get a little bit more of a filter and more cards in the hand and see what his options are beyond level 3. So
Absolutely.
yeah, with 4 cards in hand, it does feel okay, honestly. And then especially it depends on what's under the Grail. There might be some defensive options as well. So
Yeah, 4 actually is sort of the magic number for Sylvie, being able to play 2 threats in one turn.
Yeah.
And those advanced element slimes just such a big threat.
yeah,
I love this.
yeah.
And Korax
12
has
cards.
12 cards in
cards,
hand.
yeah.
That's so intimidating.
And I
Just
think
anybody going up against that.
Yeah, and I think the reason he didn't kill the baby red is because of the number of cards that Dark Flame Master would have in graveyard to be able to activate the
Oh, did we get a graveyard count?
Guy's Blessing. Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, cool. There you go.
Removing the
Silver
floating
3.
memory and 2 cards from hand in order to go to level 3.
Yeah.
And now we have a Gather in Prereq.
not
That's
bad.
nice. That's nice here.
Not bad. That's a good way to start it. Yeah.
And Korax just letting that through.
Of course, right? It's always like when you just go to level 3, that's when you start seeing or drawing be able to draw your dungeon guide. So it was actually the next card.
Yep.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Luxurious Slime, of course.
Pulling a
being-
Lustrous instead of the Ethereal. So definitely looking for that defensive option, right? Looking for something to gum up the works, give him a bit more time to maybe get his influence back up,
I
and
think
start
so.
getting threats out onto the board.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Especially given again, it's the fact that he already has Ethereal in hand. So in this specific case, he doesn't really need it right this moment. Yeah.
Yeah, and in this situation, Dark Flame Master's win condition isn't so much a single card as it is time. If he has enough time to get some more slimes into the banish, get some Storm Slimes into his hand, that's gonna kind of take the game for him.
Yeah. So there are two creature allies in the.
Only 2?
I think only 2. Yeah. So
Okay.
it's the gray and the baby red now. So okay. Yep. Ethereal for free.
This is always a strong play. Ends with a 5/5. Yeah, 5/5. Nothing else on this board.
Yeah.
But,
5 cards in hand. So that's
right.
probably gonna have to let this one.
Take a lot of work in order to negate this one.
Now this, sometimes the first one is kind of worth it though because it is the biggest one. It gives them a lot of value, right? It really gets that engine started. But yeah, I think honestly with 5 cards, you just have to let it go.
Yeah, that's a lot to work there. He needs what? 3 negate cards or 2 in the Blinding Orb? That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's very much a lot to work through.
Yeah. Okay, so Scepter is banished. It's pretty common, Scepter, I think.
Yeah,
is
recognizing that he's not going to have a lot of room to banish a slime from the board in order to feed the Scepter.
Yeah.
I think also recognizing that the Scepter is more of a long game card.
Or it's a
right?
win more card sometimes too, right? Where it's like
Yeah.
you get to a certain position, Scepter is very strong because you can keep, getting more value out of what you have on the board.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, Scepter definitely a good job of reinforcing an already good board state. And a good board state is not what Dark Flame Master has right now.
Yeah. Defense is the game here. So, yeah, laying down the Lustrous Slime. How many cards? Keeps counting. Right. Remember, we do have a card underneath the Grail. And it could very much be either the Hornsby's Calling or the Stone Skill Band to work around this Blinding Orb play, And this is why I love Quicksilver Grail. Like, think about how dynamic this game is right now, where both players are thinking about what could be under this Grail to counter this Grail, and how many cards you would need extra to be able to negate something. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of interplay here, absolutely.
Yeah.
So we're going to see whether or not Quarax goes for it.
He's thinking about it.
He
I mean,
is
he's
thinking about it.
definitely looking at what he's
The
got.
downside here is with Luster Slime specifically, if he forces Dark Flame Master to put more cards into his memory during this casting, and the Luster Slime eventually goes through,
Resolved,
it's going to be much bigger.
Yeah.
As it stands right now, that Luster Slime is max a 3/8, which, I mean, that's still a lot.
It's too
but
small. It's
you,
just,
you don't want it to
we
be
need
a
more.
5/10.
We just need more health on this Luster Slime, for sure.
you certainly don't want it to be a 6/11.
Okay, I think he's going to do it. There you go. Blinding
Yep,
Orbs come in.
Here comes that Blinding Orb.
Pays for the Blinding Orb. Okay, use it. Put 2 down. Okay. I think
2 cards
Dark
down.
Flame Master is ready for this too.
Here comes the
And-
negate.
Yeah.
Cerulean Decree.
Give me a sec.
Okay. Icebound Slam, Solemn Frost, and
Negate and draw.
okay, Chilling Touch, Negate and Draw are the 2 options chosen here.
The usual 2 options for Cerulean Decree.
Yeah, Dark Flame Master is looking at his options here.
Thinking really heavily about whether or not to crack this Grail.
Yeah.
I think he's worried about what he's going to banish from his hand.
Mm-hmm.
But he's going for it.
I love
It's the
this
horn
counter.
again. Yep.
It's the horn, yeah. I love it. Oh, the
Grab
raccoon.
Scavenging Raccoons.
It's not bad. I mean, this
Yeah.
card, it's been kind of dead in his hand, so.
Yeah, at this stage in the game, it's kind of a little late, right? Raccoon's time to shine really was earlier
There
on.
you
when
go.
could prevent him from getting the bonus.
Another lock to lock it away. There you go.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yep, the one more negate that he needed.
Yeah. And this is the thing, right? Like, so Korax looked at the situation. He kind of did the counting already. He knew this is a possibility, so he had that ready in hand already. So, yeah.
And that brings Dark Flame Master's slime count in the banish to 6 for the eventual inevitable Storm Slime. Unfortunately, he's not going to get much more value out of that horn. He got the card draw, but now all his cards are down, so there's no ally that he gets to play for free off of the horn's other ability.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. It's a bummer of a position.
And that's why I think Korax did it, because it kind of negates the whole, the other side of the horn as well. Yeah.
Right, yeah. And Korax in a position to maybe reinforce his board, looking at his materials right now. But it very much feels like this one is swinging in Korax's favor.
Yeah,
right?
I think he's in a commanding position. Also,
just that influence count is so overwhelming.
It's overwhelming, yep. And he actually has quite a bit of damage as well, too. So there are myriad of options where he can kind of go to go from here. So, yeah. Okay, Smoke Bomb.
Just one? Yeah, just one.
Pick one. Oh, just one?
Yeah, what is that? Okay, Chilling Touch. Okay,
yeah.
It's fine to lose it.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
Is Korax in a position where a finale could seal the deal? Like, we're late enough into the game. There's been enough cards drawn on Dark Flame Master's side.
Yep.
The middle. Yeah.
Casting that Chilling Touch, activating that Chilling Touch in order to get some more floating memory into the yard, and slowing down Dark Flame Master's next turn, actually. His influence is very low.
Yeah, and again, just putting more pressure on the board here. I mean, you can finish it fast, you can finish it slow, right? And then
you get everything in.
Yeah, 9
everybody
damage
into the
in.
pool.
Of course, they can't hit that stealth anyway, so it's no point. There you go. 5 cards in hand.
Up to 17 damage.
Feeling
on our Sylvie player.
feeling better, but unfortunately, that's still more than the total influence of the Sylvie player. So yeah. I don't think he doesn't have enough to activate the guys just yet. Yeah, he only has, again, still 2 allies in the.
Yeah, any other allies? I think it is 3 now. Yeah, but other allies have been banished rather than killed.
Yeah, exactly.
So not really in the position he wants to be here. He wants to have the opportunity to bring up his influence. Unfortunately, starting from such a low point, it's going to be difficult to do.
Yeah, one of the challenges with the Beast Caller is that it's not a animal or beast.
Right.
So it can't be used to banish for the Gaia's Blessing. So, I mean, 6 is quite a bit of damage right now, but unfortunately it's still not quite there,
That's a spell shot one, right?
Dark Flame Master bringing out Beast Bond boots.
Yeah, we had double check it. And which one is this? Okay,
Yeah,
this
it is
is
the Spell Shroud one.
That's right. Okay. 5 damage coming in.
Is he setting up for a win here? There's no way, right? He does have that Storm Slime. That's going to be 3 damage.
Yeah.
And then he's got 6 damage from the Storm Slime hit.
So the storm is going to be 9 total because it's going to be 6 plus the 3. And then this is coming in for 5. That's 14. So
and
that's
there's not even, with 5 cards in hand, there's not even enough room to play anything else after the Storm Slime.
Yeah. But you know, you can serene after this too, so it's not really bad. But he just nopes it anyways. Yeah. You know, it's not death, right? Because you can release on the Storm Slime on Inter, and then you're probably gonna go Nico anyways afterwards, so you should be okay.
He's not serene this game.
You're right. You're right. Not serene this game. Yeah. Okay.
Is that enough? 14 damage. 14 damage is exactly lethal if he pulls it off. But it looks like he didn't take damage from the
He
Ethereal.
can't do it because he did Sound Frost it, so that's why he had to do
Yep.
it.
Yeah, and he had to. That's absolutely true.
Lustrous is not what he's looking for, unfortunately.
Lustrous might keep him alive another turn, though.
Yeah.
And really, he's just looking for a couple more turns here, right?
Well, I mean,
Ev-
Smoke Bomb is out.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. So Lustrous isn't going to be enough.
It won't be enough, unfortunately, yeah.
Only 8 health left for our Sylvie player here,
Yeah.
and that's 8 damage on the board.
Yep. He has to play...
Yeah, he has
Okay.
to clear here. He has
Yeah.
to save himself.
Okay. So Storm Slime coming in, targeting one of the Frost Paladins.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And then the bird and the storm slime are just enough to clear out the other Frostborn Paladin if that's the direction he chooses to go.
Smoke Bomb, Stealth. Yeah, I mean, you don't need it, right? Because...
That's true. The Lustrous
Yeah.
never came down, so it saves his
Yep.
Paladin. Can he find 3 more damage? He's got 5 damage on the board, 2 from the turtle, 3 from the Frostborn Paladin.
He has a Icebound Slime as well, so he's got it.
Oh,
He's
yep,
got it.
that'll
It's
do
easy.
it.
Yep, that's it.
that's
Unfortunately,
game.
Yeah, man, this is but you know, this is a Nico deck. But how many times did he actually materialize Nico?
That's true.
Yeah.
He went to Nico once.
Just
when
to
he
finish the
saw,
game.
Yeah, just for the Ravishing Finale.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you know, even though this is a Nico deck, it definitely really just angles on the whole Sylvie side of things most of the time, because you really don't need the Nico thing, especially in this matchup, right? The Mage Main Lash isn't really going to do anything extra for you there. You don't need any of the other Nico package things. Yes, if you have the right setup, a Ravishing Finale could help you finish the game faster, but, you know, this also works, right? It's almost like water allies, right? You lay the allies down, turn them sideways, and get some damage on Sylvie. And if Sylvie can't defend against that, if Sylvie can't heal against that, they're kind of a little bit toast, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. And Korax in that last round, just one base purely off of board presence. You
Yeah.
know, there wasn't a lot of tricks going on. He had the negate backup, absolutely.
Yeah.
And this is, you know, exactly the way that a Water Allies deck wants to win. They stick a threat and they defend it.
Yeah.
They stick another threat and they prevent you from answering it.
Yeah.
And that is exactly that textbook.
Yeah, I love the masterful play of the, you know, like basically the 2 Grail battling with, of course, your, you know, Blinding Orb, right? And then coming in with 1 Cerulean Decree and then followed by a Tide Lock, right? So that's going to cost two cards. And over here we have the Horn, right? Of Beast Calling. You know, to do, right? And then, of course, you know, getting more cards into hand to be able to pay for the first 2, right, which negates this one. But unfortunately, you don't have the second one, so it doesn't quite work. Yeah. It's this is you know, I mean, really, really cool. Really cool to see that interaction.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is why I still think, man, Quicksilver Grail.
Quicksilver Grail.
Such a great Divine Relic, right?
Hey, I'm not arguing. I think I'm with you on this one. I think Quicksilver Grail is the best of the Divine
Is it
Relics.
top tier now?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Oh, hey guys.
As the arbiter.
Chat, you heard it first, okay? as the arbiter of tier listing Divine Relics. Where would you rank Imperial Seal?
So Imperial Seal gets more use than some of the other Divine Relics.
True.
I mean, anything that lets you cast Fireball has got to be a good card.
Yeah. Oh man, I love this, and this is the funny, right? Like I as I was saying earlier before we started this cast, I've been kind of messing around, playing a little bit with this Nico deck, and just seeing how it plays against the slime. I mean,
it has legs.
I'll put it this way: I wasn't able to do that in locals. Okay, then this is why Korax, right, is one of the world champion contenders.
Oh,
and
I absolutely feel that. Yeah, there is a reason that they're up there and I'm over here.
That's right. Yeah, man, I really love that. That you know that the Cerulean Decrees into Tide Lock. I think part of being a water player, right, is that patience, the level of patience to be able to, you know, kind of like, you know, just kind of hold the cards. I mean, like many times, Korax had 8 cards. You know, he swings with his ally, just pass. Right, because he knows there was really nothing to threaten him, and what's in his hands are way more threatening than what possibly, right, he could deploy out.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. Recognizing that he is ahead.
Yeah.
That's the key.
Yeah.
Is I am ahead. I don't need to put myself in a potentially worse position by trying to get more ahead.
Yep.
I can stick where I am and make sure that I can answer my opponent's
Yeah.
threats. Make sure that I can answer my opponent's answers.
Yeah.
And keep my position.
Yeah. And, you know, we were talking about the Scavenging Raccoon, right?
Mhm.
Game 1, very powerful card. Looks at the graveyard and says, oh, you know what? I will take all of this floating.
Yeah, absolutely.
But game 2, I mean, Korak says, okay, I see what this play could be. Let me hold my Lost in Thought just in case any of these, you know, BS Raccoon comes and digs through my garbage can. I'm gonna take it to the dump first, you know, and get my cards right back. But yeah, just like again, all the patience of the water player, I love it. It's one of those things where I love watching really good players because you can see the skill expression, the patience, the ability to kind of just play in a certain situation, even though like maybe you're a little bit more aggressive or you get a little too eager and you like throw your Lost in Thought for free away. Instead, he was able to hold it in hand and hold multiple in hand.
Yeah, Korax did a masterful job of avoiding the trap.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Just able to hold onto his cards and wait.
Yeah.
And that's powerful. That's really incredible.
Yeah. Okay, and we're going to be going to the player interview very soon. The other thing that's really kind of cool too is I love on Dark Flame Master. I'm going to call him Crimson. I don't know why he changed his name. This is just messing with me right now. Like, why is he going to be a different?
It's personal, right?
It's
deliberate.
Bright Flame Master next, right? I don't know. Oh yeah, Dark Flame Disciple. I don't know, man. Getting the horn, right, before he hits 3, knowing that he basically can't use it, and then having that available on the side, just being ready, for the Blinding Orb play. And it just shows that these players have played against each other's decks. They know exactly what to expect. They know what's under the Grail.
Right.
And so they have to play in a situation where, hey, just in case something like this happens, I have the ability to kind of shift the cards into my hand and pay for costs, etc. And really just, it's a challenge, right?
Absolutely.
You have Cerulean Decree, but do you have a second, bind?
Right.
You have a Tidal Lock, you got a Frostbind, what do you have?
Yeah. And that Materialize order for Dark Flame Master definitely showed a mastery of the deck.
Yeah.
There's only so many things that you can do before you hit level 3. So recognizing, I'm going to need this in a future board state.
Yeah.
I can't go to 3 quite yet,
Yep.
but here's the thing that I'm going to have to do at some point.
Yeah.
Might as well do it now.
Exactly. And this is just, again, looking at all these kind of like interplay, even though it's, slime decks, it's just, you can see how different slime players play their game differently and how they adjust to the field, right? Playing against this deck or this deck is going to be completely different. So really cool. Yeah, I'm excited. So yes, Slime's
still good.
Still good.
Turns out.
Still alive. Yeah.
But Nico has legs.
Hey,
Nico got there.
And you know what's maybe the true dark horse is actually Nico. Okay.
Okay.
Like low percentage on entrance into this tournament, but again in the hands of a master. It looks pretty good.
It really does. I have been espousing this since NorCal Regionals. I believe that Nico is underrated. I sincerely believe that once Nico kind of finds its way into the field, once people figure out kind of the ways to play this deck around the because Nico is inherently reactive, right?
Yeah,
You have to understand what your opponent is doing before you can appropriately react to what's going on. So once you have that mastery, once you know what's going on, I think Nico is one of the more powerful decks out there.
Yeah, and honestly, for those of you who have never tried Nico, I'll tell you this right now, okay? Being able to turn 1 Icebound Slam and hitting all 5 water. There are very few plays in this game that feel that good, okay? And then especially if you see a couple floating in there too.
Absolutely.
And then sets you up for your Frost Paladin, your Terrapin, your Turtles, these other things that can leverage and eat those floating memory, right? So, yeah, Nico is really cool.
It was really cool.
Yeah. It's I mean, again, I just love the different texts that we see, and the different things. Yeah.
Okay, well, that is round 4 in the books.
Yeah, we're going to be going to lunch after this round.
It's going to be a bit of a break.
1 hour break or so for the players. But yeah, I think we still have a interview that's going to happen. I'm actually really excited for this interview too.
Yep, I want to hear what Korax's thoughts are.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay. We're going to be cutting right over to the interview right about now.
Oh. Hi. Sorry about that, guys. Hey, I'm down here with our round 4 winner, Korax. Hey, how's it going, man?
Yeah, doing well. So
Congratulations. Yeah, 4-0 right now, right?
for now, yeah. Thank you. Hope I can maintain this.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So I know the deck sort of going into the weekend is Sylvie, and we saw that in your last match. Did you make your deck choice like based on Sylvie, or was it sort of outside of that?
No, actually, I mean, coming from Christchurch, I was playing pretty much the same deck. So 2 weeks difference between then and now. I figured might as well just play the same thing. Not enough time to switch decks. Yeah.
Yeah, when I was watching the match, I think you looked very confident, which I think is always something that you want going into an event like this.
Game 1, but game 2 and 3 definitely so. Yeah.
Is there anything that you're worried about in the field? I mean, Sylvie seemed to go pretty well. I don't know if that's always the case, but is there any other like Allies decks, or I know there's a lot of like Arisana decks that are here this weekend?
I think I'm unfavored into Luxem, but at the same time, I don't think Luxem is existent in this meta. So unless Once to Love is also 4-0, is he?
I don't think so.
Well. For now, I think I'm good. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just 5 more rounds, day 1, right? And you're off to a great start. So there's nothing that you're worried about seeing other than Luxem?
I mean, it's a card game, right? I lose to myself. If I don't draw well, I lose. Yeah, that's pretty much it, yeah.
Yeah, well, good luck the rest of the day. I think we're going to throw it to a quick break. Yeah, we're going to throw it to our lunch break. They needed to tell me that we're going on lunch break. We have a lunch break coming up. So we'll be on for about, I think it's 30, 40 minutes, and then we'll be back with the next round.
ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に 失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Hey everybody, we know that not everybody can make it to Ascent Santa Clara, so we wanted to take a few minutes to make the rounds and show you guys what's going on for those of you that can't be here. So we have a few people that we want to talk to about the various things that are happening at Ascent Santa Clara this weekend. They're looking at me. Hi. Yeah, you get used to it. Hey, so this is Super Mitch 8. He runs our Merlin's Marketplace Discord, and this is Andy K. Hey guys.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
I'm good. I want to talk a little bit about Silver because I just started looking into Silver this event, but I don't really know a whole lot about it. So can you guys talk a little bit about what that is for the people at home?
Yeah, so Silver is a 50 card collection. You basically bring everything you got, everything shiny, and then they release sets. Some of the cards are hidden, and then you guess those throughout the day, figure out what you have, what you don't have, what fits in the sets, and then you can either go for the thresholds, which are 40K, 70K, 100K, and that's the foil, non-foil playmat, and then people like me go for they go for the Thema CPRs, and then the people who are above me, they go for the top 8 Lost Spirits. So, yep.
Is that you, Andy? Are you making the top 8 to get the Lost Spirit this weekend?
I will not be in the top 8. I'm more of a 100K kind of person. My collection's not quite there.
But it's like attainable for people that are not like giga whales that spend $100,000 on their collection.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like if you just, casually collect, like play at locals, get a bunch of foils, you can probably hit that 100K threshold pretty well. It's a really unique tournament too. Like it's very like the Path of Steel is very like 1v1, you're playing games, but Path of Silver is a very social event, like because we're guessing all those set bonuses that we need. So like everyone's kind of collaborating. So it's really cool. It's really unique. It really brings the community together, and I love it.
Have you guys been doing much guessing? You figured out any of the secrets yet?
Yep, I've done a lot of incorrect guesses, but I'm guessing. An incorrect guess is a good progress for the future guesses. But yeah, it's been fun. We're probably still at 80 cards hidden, so
yeah,
we've got a good way to go. So if you're a Steel player, we need you.
It's that collaboration, you know, like everyone's got to work together to get these bonuses done so we can all get points.
Yeah, I like that Andy pointed out. It is a social event. There's a lot of collaborating. You know, if you don't exactly have the foils, you can borrow from your friends. So it's definitely a social event.
Yeah, it's great to see the community come together for this sort of like communal thing. Even though it is competitive, it's also, you know, a community event. All right, well, thank you guys. Good luck this weekend. I hope you win all of your themas and all that stuff. I hope you win your draft, Andy. I know you're drafting for the first time. All right. Hey, hi, Jaden. How you doing? Hey. Jaden, I know you've been going around taking pictures. How have you been enjoying Ascent so far?
It's been a great time. It's great seeing everyone here. Biggest Ascent yet. So many people, 300 players. So good. Great time.
And I heard that maybe we have something that we can do for the people at home that can't make it as well.
So we know everyone can't come out to every Ascent. So we do have an Ascent at home giveaway. Feel free to check our Twitter page and our Instagram for you can win a ton of cool stuff like a Jane deck box, tons of foil promos, Proxia pack, and lots of cool stuff. And the giveaway ends on Monday, so you got to enter quick.
And it's lots of exclusive stuff, right, that you can only get here.
It's the good stuff. So it's like Sense of the Clara theme. You can only get it here. You got to enter.
All right. Thanks, man. All right. I think we should head towards the Ascent store. I want to pick up a gift for Chibi Lorraine, who has been working very hard this weekend. So follow me. Hey, gang. Hey, guys. We're bringing the stream to you. Hi. So I'm here with Jimmy. Hi, Jimmy. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I see Lorraine coming. Hello.
I think she's mildly following us around because I said I was going to come here to get her a gift. But I wanted to talk to you about the Ascent store. I know that you've been running it this weekend. How's it been going?
Oh, it's very busy. We got a lot of exclusive items. A lot of items are just flying off the shelf, including these deck boxes. These are really nice. These new compact deck boxes, they're just like sold out, like done. Everybody, first person in line, one of each.
Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing a bunch of people pick them up. We're doing the T-shirts this weekend as well, which we didn't announce ahead of time, which is a bit of a surprise.
Oh yeah, we got some new T-shirts in. Of course, we got the original two, is the Merlin and Kongming. And then we got the Arasana and the Trisket as a new one.
Perfect. So, yeah, if I could pick up a Merlin shirt, because I'm sure Lorraine would like that. It looks just like her, so I figured she might want one of those. Yeah. If I could grab that, thank you so much, and have a good weekend. Before we go back and find Lorraine, let's go check in with Path of Steel and see how they're doing. I think our tournament organizer is over here. Hey, Theo. Hey, Theo. How are you doing?
How you doing? I'm hanging in there.
Theo, you're our tournament organizer. You're also the head of organized play for Weeps of the Shore. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
How's the Path of Steel going so far? It's 313 players, right? It's huge.
Yeah, it's the biggest event so far, beating our current record of 284 by 30 some odd players. So it's like really good turnout. It's going smooth. Everyone's coming back from lunch break right now, and we're about to start round 5 of 9.
Yeah. It's a lot to go. 5 more to go, and then there's some tomorrow as well.
Yeah, so we got 5 more rounds, and then we cut to top 32 as usual, followed by 4 rounds tomorrow into top 8 cut single elimination. So it's certainly a grind for the players here at the top end, but they're used to it at this point.
And once they make that very coveted Day 2 spot, what can they expect? The reward for getting all the way there.
So Day 2 on its own, it gets you the Nationals invite card, the Ascent top card, which is worth more points than any of the other invite cards. So it's worth 4 points for NQP. So that's just for top 32. They get that card and the playmat that matches the art on that one. And then the higher they place, there's more prizing. So top 16, there's some cash prizing, and top 8, of course, has the spirits and the boxes and everything else on top of it.
Yeah, I heard there's $15,000 in the prize pool this weekend.
Yeah, it's a lot out of my own pocket, but hey, I love you guys, so.
I heard that every box buys Theo a meal, so if you're looking to pick up some booster boxes of Grand Archive, you will directly feed Theo because they don't pay him. So.
Yeah, it's true. It's all volunteer work. One box equals one meal for me. Please, I'm hungry.
Good luck the rest of the weekend, Theo. I'm sure we'll see you around. All right, I think that's all of the stops that I have to make. I just have to find where Lorraine went. I think she went that way. I see Lorraine hiding in the corner over there. Excuse me, folks. Ooh. They're coming in. Hi, Lorraine. I know you've been doing a great job this weekend, taking pictures and dancing. I saw you make a little appearance on the stream earlier. I wanted to get you a gift that I think looks just like you, so I hope that you'll like it. Here you go. That's for you. That's how I feel too, so I get it. All right, I guess we're going to head back to the booth. We have our next round coming up soon. Thank you guys for taking the trip through Ascent to Santa Clara with us, and we'll see you in a bit. A 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with your next round.
ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう息詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome back to Ascent Santa Clara. We are here. We're about to start round 5.
Round 5.
Making some real progress into this tournament. We've seen some great matches up until now, and I don't doubt that this next feature match is going to be a doozy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, of course, we have so many talented players in the room.
Naturally.
But yeah, I think we've had a great diversity of decks so far, and so I hope we get to continue that into the later half of the afternoon. This is round 5, so we have, including this one, 5 rounds to go. That's how math works.
5, that sounds about right.
5 more to go, and then we're cutting to top 32 for day 2, which I don't know if you guys realize how insane that is. It's a 313-person tournament, and we'll be cutting to top 32, which is a very small portion.
It's going to be a very competitive cutoff too, right? Like the bigger the event, the harder it is to make that top 32. Obviously, right? I'm saying these words. These words mean the thing that everybody thinks they mean.
Right.
But also, like the cutoff for the tie breaks is going to be that much slimmer. You're going to have to do that much better than everybody at the same level as you in order to make it in.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who's not a stranger to a large event like this, for Grand Archive or otherwise, knows that once you get into those later rounds, tomorrow when we're doing our last rounds of Swiss, you'll see a lot of these like intentional draws and people sort of understanding what their tiebreakers are going to be to get into these cuts, either for top 32 or for top 8. But with a much larger field, it's going to be way harder to do that.
Absolutely. And so much math goes into it, too, right? Knowing not only your win percentage, but your opponent's match win percentage. Like, there's a lot of different stuff to tally up in order to figure out who has the better tiebreak. So it's rough.
So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see most players in the penultimate rounds of this afternoon playing it out rather than locking in that ID.
Yeah, normally we do see a lot of IDs, right? But with this bigger field, it's definitely going to be rougher to try and offer that.
For sure. And we love that. It's good. It's good for coverage. We get to play more games, see more games on camera, and of course, it's very stressful for the players when you're fighting for this very important event.
Absolutely.
But that makes it all the much better for us to watch, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, the higher the stakes, the better the event. Honestly, like the better the viewing experience.
Right.
I love having that tension there, of like knowing somebody's going to walk away with some really important rewards.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes are huge, Jim. $15,000 US are in the
That's
prize pool,
wild.
which is a lot.
So it went up.
Right. Yeah. They increased it from 10,000 to 15,000 when we crushed the initial player cap. They
Right,
increased the
understandable.
player cap, and now we have this increased prize pool. So I think we're getting our players seeded. Looks like we're getting their headsets figured out and everything. And we do have two players that you might be familiar with if you guys have been following Grand Archive for a while. We have Hanky and Bailey are going to be in our feature match. Hanky is playing Fire Slimes, and Bailey is playing Wind Astra Arisana. So I think we can take it down to the match as they're ready to get started. Looks like, we have Bailey on the right playing that Wind Astra Arisana, and then Hanky on your left playing Fire Slime Sylvie.
Yeah, there's going to be some pretty cool stuff coming from both of these players. I think looking at Henke's deck list, it's a lot of the same things that you would
Right.
expect. One Zhao Chao
Oh,
in the
wow.
main.
Sure.
So at least some tech cards here, something non-standard.
Yeah, deal with those pesky Stalwart Shield Mates and other floating memory.
Absolutely.
Even in the Slimes mirror, stuff like Limitless Slime are good targets for that Chow Chow. And of course, we see Bailey starting us off here with that Serene Spirit of Wind. Going to do a little bit of glimpsing, and it won't be the only glimpsing that he does this match. Start off.
We're going straight to the Space Casino here, aren't we?
Yeah. He's going to start off with a Mnemonic Charm, draw a card into memory, and pass the turn over. Try to set up. You're going to see this Arisana deck try to set up for the first couple of turns before they get to their powerful Astra engine, using that star calling ability that Arisana has to really take over the game. So it'll be up to Hanky to sort of close the door before we get to that point. And what a start, Jim, starting with that Baby Gray Slime. I hear he's pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Heard good things about Baby Gray. Heard real good things about Baby Gray. It's exactly where you want to start as a Slimes player, honestly. Like, this is a very powerful unit. Draws you a card, 1/1 intercept. The stats aren't that impressive, but intercept and card draw are both amazing pieces of text on a card.
Yeah, speaking of card draw, we're going to see a Cremation Ritual cash it in for 2 more cards. This is playing its best Library Witch impression, just getting so much card advantage. We see yet another piece of card advantage here in the form of Forest
And
Cake.
really playing to the strengths of Fire here,
Yeah.
right? Those Cremation Rituals, Creative Shocks, just up and up and up on that influence.
Well, Jim, we've seen the Slime Sylvie deck a couple of times this weekend already, but really, exactly like you said, you can leverage the Spirit of Fire to get access to those really powerful fire action cards like Cremation Ritual and Creative Shock to really just like up the consistency of the Slimes deck that sometimes falters in the early turns.
Absolutely, and those early turns are so key, right? You can't go into your level 3 turn that low on influence.
Right.
So definitely one of the places where Slimes decks suffer a bit, and Fire kind of shores that up.
Looks like at the end of Hanky's turn, we're going to see the cast of a 3 visits. This is basically the only deck, especially now that the card has been errata, that is using 3 visits for its Glimpse text. It's really going to come in clutch for Arisana level 3 when we get there, but not yet. Looks like Grand Crusader's Ring is going to be the get from Bailey, and just going to further set up his influence a little bit. Can take a look at something like this Gentle Respite that he's holding in hand to sort of set up the medium or the middle parts of the game.
And this is a deck that definitely cares about its influence, right? So it wants to have those extra tools, and it wants to build up to the point where when it goes to level 3, it can burn Polaris for a bunch of extra Cosmic Bolts, and then just have access to all of the Star Calls for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's really going to be key in this matchup for sure. Polaris does a lot of work against these ally decks, and so it's going to be up to Bailey to time his Polaris correctly, and up to Hanky to not overextend into it.
Absolutely, yeah. There's no worse feeling than them getting a free card out of the material deck that wipes your board.
Right.
So Hanky's definitely going to be careful about how he plays his threats and what threats he wants to commit to. Because every threat is a commitment. Every threat is another card that's not in his influence.
Right, of course. And we'll see him commit one here in the form of Baby Red Slime is going to pick up that buff counter from Sylvie level 1. We'll see if it wants to eat its cake too.
Cake? Do we have cake? Honestly, a 3/2 is probably fine on this board. There's no real need to invest in this Baby Red. Baby Reds are pretty sacrificial anyway.
Right.
And 3 damage is pretty good here.
Yeah, I think you're right. You usually see that investment in the Allies matchups, right? And it looks like he agrees. He doesn't need it here. He will see both a red card and a floating memory discarded to this Baby Red Slime, so it's coming in for 4 damage.
And what a great start. That's exactly where you want to be.
Of course.
This is the kind of small but incremental advantage that really pays off over the course of the game.
My God, Jim, a forest cake in hand, a baby gray slime. He drew a forest cake off of his forest cake. It is all coming up hanky right
yeah,
now.
everything's coming up hanky. This is great. Such a good field. And Bailey's going to have a hard time clearing here. This is one of the weaknesses of the Arisana deck. You have Polaris in order to clear a board, but if that's not what you have access to, then you kind of don't really have access to a lot.
Right.
Wind, not super good at clearing a bunch of different allies. Once he gets to Astra, of course, then, all of the floodgates open. But until then, ooh, we have a Stifling Trap.
Yeah, we see a Stifling Trap used there to take out that baby gray, really valuing that card draw.
Absolutely. I stand corrected. Apparently, Bailey is far better at clearing this board than I expected him to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be a real key card in this matchup, and it's something that most of these Astra Arisana decks are packing exclusively for the Slimes matchup is a couple of copies of Stifling Trap, usually to deal with those either dungeon guides or pesky advanced element Slimes that have those very powerful on-enter abilities, but being able to clear something early like this Baby Gray is definitely worthwhile.
Yeah, and denies them the draw as well, which is really key in keeping Slime's influence down. Like, their influence at the beginning of the game is very important. You don't want to let them get too high.
All right, we're going to see Bailey go up to Arisana level 1, get that Gather ability. For anyone that didn't catch our Ari match earlier, Gather allows you to generate 2 random herbs by rolling a die. We're going to see those get used for this Polaris. A Twinkling Cauldron has a very powerful Arisana bonus ability to be able to activate it outside of your materialized step.
Yep, it comes in rested if you do so. So it means you have to give a little in terms of when you get to be able to activate it.
Right.
But very strong ability. Anytime you sacrifice an herb, either for its effect or for any other purpose, you get to put an age counter on the cauldron and spill the soup in order to deal damage to all allies based on the number of age counters, as well as get access to Cosmic Bolts. So this is the previous Arisana deck didn't go up to Astra.
Right.
They were just playing water. So we didn't see a lot of Cosmic Bolts getting generated from that cauldron. But this cauldron, the Cosmic Bolts are going to be really important since Cosmic Bolts is basically the primary win condition for an Astra Arisana deck. Their goal is to star call out these Cosmic Bolts, and the more Cosmic Bolts you get, the higher the damage you get.
Yeah, that first, second bolt, not so scary, but once you start getting into that fourth, fifth bolt, they're dealing upwards of 12 damage, and it really does add up, especially when you can cast multiple in a turn. So that's definitely what Bailey's going to work towards. Looks like he deploys a Fertile Grounds here as well.
Another
in order to get some more of those, yeah.
Yeah, key element of the card advantage engine that is Arisana.
Right. So we'll see what Henke's rebuttal is. We pass back over to him. He levels up to Sylvie level 2, as we are used to. But, Jim, I don't see a dungeon guide in hand.
I don't see a dungeon guide either, which means he's going to go up a little bit slower than I think he might have wanted.
Yeah, he really does have to put on the pressure in this matchup. He is not favored when the game goes long. So he wants to close the door with a big Storm Slime as quickly as possible. So that Ari doesn't get access to her very powerful preventative tools, her negation in the form of Astral Seal, and, of course, those Cosmic Bolts.
Yeah, there's only so many Cosmic Bolts that Sylvie can withstand,
Right.
you know? Sylvie's sitting here. I mean, Beastmon Boots, definitely going to be a helpful tool once it gets to that point in the game. But, you know, you really got to shore up your defenses if you don't want to get hit for lots and lots of damage. And, again, only so many defenses the Slime deck can put out.
We see a Limitless Slime deployed, and it looks like Henke's really valuing these Forest Cakes that will come in to play later when he has the stronger Advanced Element Slimes, and maybe after this Polaris is off the board is when he wants to invest in these Forest Cakes.
That would make a lot of sense. Also, just having a big Ethereal is very popular among Slime players.
Yeah.
Having a big Lustrous, potentially very powerful,
Sure.
just for the extra healing when it eventually dies. Although, on this field, Lustrous doesn't really have a lot to defend you from.
Sure. Notably, I think there's no copies of Twilight Slime in the Slimes deck here, which is usually a very powerful tool against these spell-based decks, but we're going to have to go without that. Looks like we're also getting a read here from Henke on Spell Shield Astra, which is going to come in pretty huge if those Storm Slimes start flying.
Absolutely. Spell Shield Astra, quite the game changer in this matchup. Blocking all of the damage from a single source and then allowing you to glimpse that many, really stack your deck in whatever order you want.
Yeah, if you resolve in Spell Shield Astra for upwards of 8, 9, what these Storm Slime numbers usually look like, that is usually enough for you to close out the game, Asari.
Yeah, I would fully believe it. Fortunately, never been on the receiving end of Spell Shield Astra, but it just seems like a very powerful tool here.
For sure. So, leveled up to Ari, level 2 Master Alchemist, allowing those extra herbs to be sacrificed to draw a card at Ari's end step. Very powerful with Fertile Grounds, which does allow you to generate an herb that you already control, so it can sort of double you up and act as a card advantage engine between Arisana level 2 and Fertile Grounds.
Yep, as long as Bailey keeps those herbs flowing, there's always going to be a duplicate because of that Fertile Ground. And going straight into level 3, this is exactly what Bailey wants to see.
For
Bailey,
sure.
yeah. Bailey wants to see Arisana level 3 here, unlocking all of those very powerful Astra cards that are going to remain in Bailey's hand, and setting himself up to just do incredible damage off of that Cauldron once things start moving.
Yeah, a lot of these matchups really do come down to who drew the dungeon guide. In this case, it's Bailey that is going to give him a huge upper hand, but the issue that Ari sometimes runs into, we can see Bailey's influence at just 2. She usually goes down pretty low and takes a few turns to ramp back up. So if Henke can have a sort of explosive turn, either this turn or the next, once he hits level 3, we could see him mount a comeback.
Yeah, and Bailey hasn't even popped the Cauldron yet, so not a lot of room for Henke to commit more to the board without sort of feeling punished for overextending. But that also means that Bailey hasn't set up his deck with all of those extra Cosmic Bolts that he's going to need.
Right.
So it's a little bit of a standoff.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely the hardest point of interaction between Polaris and any ally-based deck is the Polaris player, of course, wants to get as much value as possible, but on the other side, the Allies player wants to make sure that they reduce the loss, because you will lose something to Polaris. That is just the nature of the card, but they
100%.
need to put as much pressure as possible with as few resources as they can, and we see Henke trying to employ that here with these 2 sizable threats for the mid game.
Conversely, there is a line where you deliberately overcommit in order to get him to pop that Polaris early.
Right.
Because if you just let it sit turn over turn over turn, he's just going to be sacrificing all those duplicate herbs to RE2. He's going to be drawing extra cards, powering up the number of Cosmic Bolts going into his deck. Whereas if you can get him to pop it early with only 4 or 6 counters, you've got a little bit more leeway to work. You've got a little bit more room for him to draw those extra cards to go through his deck further before he hits the Cosmic Bolts that are going to kill you.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Something that I say a lot when I talk about Arisana is that the extra Cosmic Bolts in your deck don't make it easier to kill your opponent, they just make it faster. And speed is the name of the game in Grand Archive right now, so any amount of delay that you can add to your opponent's win condition really will pay dividends.
And looks like he is popping that Cauldron for 4 after having drawn a card off of a pair of herbs. And then the other pair of herbs looks like they were just popped in order to get those age counters.
Yeah, it looks like, interestingly, he is choosing to keep 1 Blightroot left over. Notably, Fertile Grounds cannot generate an herb. It only summons a copy of one that you already have. So he's valuing that Blightroot that can be used later for some level scaling effects for him to be able to duplicate it in perpetuity, I assume.
And as well as get those extra draws off of Arisana.
Of course,
right?
yeah.
With even just the 1 herb, that is a card every other turn. That's not nothing.
Right. And so we'll see if Henke found his dungeon guide yet. It looks like we're still hanging out at level 3. He's putting a few cards down here. Maybe just playing a little bit slower. He does have some time. As we said, Ari does take a few turns to ramp up, but he really does need to apply the pressure. This is a way to do it. We see a Heavenly Guide in his main deck used to punish this dungeon guide draw from Arisana.
Heavenly Guide, that's even better for him than a Dungeon Guide. Not needing to burn those extra resources, going into his level 3 turn with just a huge influence compared to what you would usually see. Having enough cards in the discard to just immediately go up to Gaia's Blessing. Wow.
This is massive. Yeah, a Gaia's Blessing immediately being able to keep that influence, like you said, insult to injury. Heavenly Guide a 1 of in this main deck.
Wow. Yeah, this is just a magical Christmas land for Henke.
Ethereal Slime off the top.
Wow.
And we'll see if he we'll see if he wants to commit these Forest Cakes as well. You did say that they love a huge Ethereal Slime, and we'll see if this is the one that they choose to make the victor of those Forest Cakes that have been sitting on the board for quite some time.
Little conversation between the two about the timing, whether he is going to be activating these Forest Cakes or not. We still haven't seen whether or not he is banishing a card for the Ethereal's innate on-enter ability.
Yeah,
Most likely he's going to be. I mean,
right.
It's a card. It's a buff counter. Like you don't turn that down.
You don't turn down a free card for sure. Yeah, there is a bit of a intricacy here to the timing of both the Ethereal Slime on enter and the Forest Cake on enters. Forest Cake notably does not resolve until it puts the counter onto the ally, so you can't like kill it in response and have them sack their Forest Cake. It does have to fully resolve, thus putting the counter on the Ethereal Slime. And he will get that option now, but it looks like we're gonna cast a 3 visits and resolve that ahead of time. Definitely Arisana, the type of deck that does manipulate the stack a lot.
For
So we might see these judge clarifications happen every so often as Bailey begins to navigate.
Looks like in this case it was a mild dexterity error. We're having the judge reshuffle the deck for Bailey because he looked at an extra card.
I see.
Which, I mean, when you're glimpsing that many cards over and over and over, really easy just accidentally flip one extra
For
or
sure.
whatever. Like, no harm, no foul. I think
it
this
is.
is probably a warning for Bailey, and we'll move on with gameplay.
Yeah, definitely a lot of glimpsing to do, and so we can see where those dexterity errors come in, as it is a pretty tricky mechanic to resolve on the table.
And here we go with the Ethereal Slime. Now that the 3 visits is resolved, Ethereal Slime can hit the board. We've got a banish on the Horn of Beast Calling, a frequent banish target.
It looks like he is going to cash in those Forest Cakes as well.
Looks like both Forest Cakes and the banish, so I think it should be 5 counters on the... There we go.
My God, Jim, is that a 7/7 Ethereal Slime that we have here? And not far behind is a Storm Slime. I believe our count on slimes is 6.
And that's another Ethereal Slime on the top of the deck. Wow, really everything is coming up hanky here.
Yeah, we said it earlier. Is that another... Can't quite see his hand, but yeah, like you said, we do have another Ethereal Slime as well. Coming across for just a staggering amount of damage here.
Yep.
Not out of the possibility for him to find lethal the turn he hits level 3.
I forgot this was the turn he hit level 3. This is such a massive...
Oh my God.
And he has another Storm in the hand.
It's insane. He has
got
Ethereal
everything.
off the top, draw a card with Ethereal, 3 cards in hand, play a second Storm Slime. This is all we have, right?
It's nothing but Ethereal. Turn. His whole rest of his deck is just Ethereals and Storm Slimes? I didn't know that was legal.
Only 2 cards in the hand of Bailey, and he does have that very powerful Spell Shield, but not enough to cast it. We're going to see that Serene Spirit cracked, and I don't know if that's enough.
Let's see. Still has room
Up to
for
20? Up to 23?
Yep, 23. 2 health left. What a turn. What a just incredible swing for
My
Hanky.
Lord.
He went from nothing to... to exactly what you're seeing here. Like that feels unstoppable.
Yeah, I'll put. You can use your Polaris to remove 2 of my allies from the board, and then I will subsequently, the following turn, put 4 of the most powerful allies in the game onto the board. How do you feel about that? That
Seems
pretty good.
like a fair trade. Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, not an easy road here for Ari.
Absolutely not.
Notably, she does have access to board wipes in her deck in the form of Common Fall, but Common Fall only dealing 4 damage means it's going to be very hard for Bailey to deal with the 7/7 Ethereal Slime.
Meteor Strike does destroy any object if played from your hand. Meteor Strike, when Star Called, does also deal 3 damage to all non-Astra units. So still some room for Bailey to play here, but he does have to get lucky. Well, that's why they call it the Space Casino.
Yeah, we're going to need to see some very fortunate draws here from Bailey. He's going to cash in those 2 remaining herbs to get a draw step in his end step, and he's going to have to hope for some very fortunate glimpses here on Hanky's turn.
Absolutely, yeah. He is banking on the top of his deck, having exactly what he needs, and Hanky has a lot of threats to try and push through that extra 2 damage. He's got a lot of opportunities to really make this work.
Also, Hanky, is that a power cell token?
And we'll see what the plan is here. He's going to recollect, and I mean, he has so many. I think that's another Ethereal Slime in hand. He has so many cards that he just has to start sending allies into the red zone until Bailey has to react, and then when all the dust is settled, then he can start playing some cards from
Hanky,
hand.
considering his options here, thinking very hard about what he's going to do.
Looks like we're going to put a couple cards down, maybe start off.
Thinking about some plays here.
Starting off with an Ethereal. Wants to draw that top card, get a little bit more access to the top of his deck.
Oh, not even banishing for it, just putting it out there.
We're going to see an attack for 3, which would be a lethal attack. Hanky smartly playing around that spell shield, not sending in that attack for 7, making Bailey react to his smallest threats. And we will see him react with spell shield Astra the next time your champion would be dealt damage. It is not. You prevent that damage, and you glimpse that many instead. So coming across for 3 here with the Ethereal Slime. We'll see if that's enough.
And pulling out a Stone Scale Band. Well, that's the concession.
Yeah, looks like that is enough. I don't think there was any combination of cards that Bailey finds there with that overwhelming board position that Henke had that he can get out of that
absolutely. He just needed so many things to come up right, and, well, any misstep, and as you can see, it's over. An incredible result for Henke. We're really showcasing the power of this slime.
Right. Yeah, I mean, on the back of Storm Slime and Ethereal Slime, just two of the most powerful allies in the game, he really did, showcase why this Slime's deck is arguably the best deck in the game right now.
So what does Bailey have to bring in? How can he turn the tables here?
Well, he has some tools. Definitely this is a matchup that seems to be on Bailey's mind as we look towards his sideboard. He does have 4 copies of Swift Recruit, which is a good way to stem the bleeding, a good way to trade on board so that you don't have to overcommit your Polaris early. So I wouldn't be surprised to see 4 copies of Swift Recruit come in. 2 copies of Blanche Sheltering Saint does dividends against Storm Slimes, and so we might see those come in as well. And then last but not least, we have 3 copies of Heavenly Guide, which are a slam dunk in any of these Dungeon Guide matchups like Sylvia's. We saw the power of the 1 Heavenly Guide in Henke's deck there. I think definitely those are going to come in, assumingly both players are trying to cast Dungeon Guides.
Henke, meanwhile, doesn't have any tech specifically for this matchup, but we can see him kind of shoring up the 2 ofs and 3 ofs that he's got in his deck. So looks like he's bringing in 2 extra Gaia Songbirds, bringing in 2 extra Scavenging Raccoons, and kind of taking out the stuff that is less useful in his main. So not so much about siding in Silver Bullets against Bailey's strategy, so much as removing the cards that are a little bit less effective.
Of course. And, not for nothing, obviously, probably not exactly for this Arisana deck, but Scavenging Raccoon can be absolutely backbreaking for Arisana. A very floating memory reliant deck in the early turns of the game. And if you land a quick and effective Scavenging Raccoon, it can really take her off balance.
Absolutely. I think the Wind Ari deck, unfortunately, doesn't have the best of options in terms of getting stuff into her graveyard. So any floating that you can nab with the Scavenging Raccoon, like you said, absolutely backbreaking.
Yeah, she is casting her floating memory the old-fashioned way, gentle respite, fast cures for their text, not discarding them with creative shocks like Henke. They are going to have to be cast, and so that means Scavenging Raccoon can pick them up and be a pretty punishing affair.
Yeah, and it looks like Henke potentially in a pretty good position going into this match.
Yeah.
Not sure what Bailey has planned in order to turn the tables here.
Yeah, definitely not an unwinnable matchup for Ari. It is difficult, for sure, but it really all comes down to your Polaris. Your Polaris is going to be the most important thing that happens this game, and sort of on the back of how much advantage your Polaris gave you is going to be what determines whether or not Ari can win the game.
Yeah, and hopefully Bailey can hit those Heavenly Guides this time.
Right.
If that side is kind of a little bit reversed, right? The Heavenly Guide on Henke's side sort of enabled him to dump out 4 incredibly powerful advanced element slimes. If Bailey can get that Heavenly Guide and Henke needs to actually pay cards in order to level up, then maybe things will swing the other way.
Yeah, not for nothing. We can't discount how monstrous a turn Henke had when he hit level 3.
I'm going to be remembering that one.
Just going from an empty board to a Heavenly Guide, Storm Slime Ethereal is too much, I think, for any deck to deal with.
Just wild, yeah. All right. Bailey starting off, dropping that Spirit of Serene Wind, getting his opening glimpse, expecting to see all of these Astra cards go straight to the bottom.
But some pretty good keeps. Did keep a Dungeon Guide, a Mnemonic Charm, and a Stifling Trap, all very powerful in the matchup, and does find Indolent Leisure. That is the payoff for these early Mnemonic Charms, so we're going to see a Mnemonic Charm come down, Ari level up to 1 next turn, and then cash in this Mnemonic Charm for an Indolent Leisure.
Seems pretty good. Yeah, I think holding on to that fast cure in order to set up some floating memory. What a great set of first 2 turns.
Yeah, it is a good start for Ari, but we'll see if Henke has an equally good start. I have deemed it impossible for Slime players to not start with Forest Cake and or Baby Gray Slime, so we'll see which one Henke has.
That's 3 Ethereals in his hand, so while he does have the Forest Cake, I think his next couple of turns are going to be a little bit more limited.
Yeah, that is definitely true. You do see this sort of problem with the Slime deck sometimes, as it does play a lot of advanced element cards and doesn't have a great way to get rid of them and cycle them out. Hopefully we'll see the power of the fire cards in Henke's deck. We do see a cremation ritual that can help dig you out of a bad situation should he find something that he can sacrifice to it.
And it looks like his only available ally is going to be the baby red for the near future.
Yeah.
It does have a dungeon guide in there, so once he hits level 2, he'll be in an okay spot. But he needs to get there first.
It's looking a bit like Christmas came early for Bailey here. Also finds the Fertile Grounds off the top of his deck, which is one of the best things you can do on the first 2 turns of the game. So he is set up for success. He just has to weather the slime storm, as it were, as long as he can.
Yeah, losing a cremation ritual in order to level up to Sylvie 1. And here comes... Was that another Forest Cake?
Forest Cake number 2.
What a nice draw for him. Okay, a little bit of a better position then.
Into Baby Gray Slime.
Incredible. Yeah, his hand is being unblocked in only the way slimes can, just drawing hit after hit after hit.
Henke cannot miss this match. It's going to come in with 1 buff counter from that Sylvie level 1 ability, assumingly not going to be gobbling up these cakes.
I could see a 4/4 Baby Gray.
Yeah.
But that seems unlikely here. The GCR for Bailey, still responding to that on enter, I think.
Yeah, we do have this Stifling Trap he's pulled to the front of his hand. Looks like that is going to be the play. Realizes that maybe Henke needed that ally a little bit more. A bit of a Hollywood slams it from the top of the deck, so maybe that gives Bailey an indication that he might be a little bit ally-like this draw.
Absolutely, yeah. Heart of the cards, pulling in that Baby Gray, but not quite enough. And this is a very strong Stifling Trap for Bailey, not only because it prevents the card draw for the Baby Gray, but by not having that animal or beast in play when Henke levels to 2, he's denied that extra card draw. So just incredibly strong Stifle here.
Yeah, so Bailey looking firmly in the driver's seat this game. He does level up to Arisana 1, as we suspected. Does lose a copy of Indolent Leisure, but we did see him pick up 2 on his first turn. He's going to gather twice, get a Freyja and a Spring Leaf, and set himself up for the future. Going to get that Fertile Grounds trigger as well to make a duplicate of his choice.
Yeah, a very nice start here. I think, like you said, we're likely to see that Mnemonic Charm setting up this this Indolent Leisure and putting him in a good position to level up to 2 next turn and start really taking advantage of that Fertile Ground.
Yeah, has the Dungeon Guide as well, so he's set up. We'll see if it works out.
Expecting to see a Polaris this turn too, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty safe. We don't have any copies of Reduce in Henke's deck. So.
We don't. Not that Bailey necessarily knows that.
Sure,
right? This is a Fire Slimes deck as opposed to a Slimes deck.
Right.
So it's a little bit outside the norm. Maybe Bailey's a little bit more concerned about what the options are. He might think that he needs to bring in the Polaris awake rather than rested, like you would off your material. Nope, there it goes.
It is such a calculated risk to grab your Polaris as Arisana. As we mentioned before this game, it is the most important card that you will resolve throughout most of your matches as Ari these days. And so making sure that you place it correctly can be do or die. So.
Absolutely. And especially with this version of Arisana, the Cosmic Bolt you get off of the Polaris is even more important than the board clear you get.
Yeah.
So if your opponent interacts with your Polaris, like you cannot give a water player a turn to just fracturize your Polaris.
Absolutely.
That is a game-ending mistake.
All right, we're going to see a level up to Sylvie 2. Still no allies in play for Henke, so no card draw off of that Sylvie with the pack. Did find a Dungeon Guide off the top. Looks like they had one already, though. We're going to see that Dungeon Guide. Looks like no Heavenly Guides drawn for either player, so we're just going to have a good old-fashioned Dungeon Guide off.
Yep.
See who can build their influence back up the fastest.
Hey, this is a very low influence turn for Henke. Coming in with, it looks like 3 influence now after the draw from the Ethereal. So this is not exactly where you want to start off. This is a far cry from the 7 influence turn he had last time he went to 3.
Yeah, I mean, these are the sort of draws that Arisana really can punish. Of course, we have this huge Ethereal Slime on the board, but we also still have a Polaris. And Polaris does get out of hand quickly, especially with, cards like Fertile Grounds really accelerating that number. It can easily get up to 7.
And honestly, Bailey would be happy to fire off a Polaris for 7.
Right.
So, he's definitely looking forward to being able to use Polaris to clear this if he gets the chance.
Right.
Of course, a 7/7 does not give you long to set that up.
Yeah.
So Bailey is definitely going to have a lot of work in front of him.
Yeah, maybe he gets a turn or 2, right, Jim? But that's about all he's going to get with this Ethereal Slime until he deals with it. So we'll see what the choices are. We're going to see a level up here to Arisana level 2, losing a Nascent Blast and a Dungeon Guide. Probably a superfluous one if I had to guess. We're going to get R2 Gather, then grab one last herb from this Fertile Grounds. Looks like a Silver Shine and a Blight Root are the gets from Arisana level 2. We'll see what Bailey selects for his Fertile Grounds.
Yeah, this is not a bad setup. At this point, everything can be duplicated.
Right.
And is he running Prima Materia?
He is indeed running one copy of Prima Materia. Unclear if it stayed in the deck or not. It is usually a bit of a slower card, and so does tend to get sideboarded out into aggressive decks like Slimes. But should he find it here, it would be quite powerful. So we'll see if it stayed in the list for his game 2.
That would be quite the find, assuming he has long enough to live to take advantage of it. As you say, it is a problem against aggressive decks. If all you're doing is adding more cards to your memory, then you're not getting very far.
But we did at least find the Dungeon Guide, and so I would be shocked if that's what we, or wasn't what we were deploying here. Just deciding which cards are superfluous, which you can keep for your upcoming turns.
Unfortunately, no Heavenly for Bailey. That would be...
Oh,
take it back.
I think that would be fortunate, Jim. It looks looks pretty good here. Must have been hiding it in the back for us.
Yeah. I love the care with which he decided the 3 cards that were going down as if, every card mattered, and then dropping that Heavenly, and it's like, oh, well, I guess this works out pretty well for you.
Yeah, we saw it make a tremendous difference in the game that Hanky won previously, and so we'll see if Heavenly Guide is enough for Ari here. Set up pretty well, has a fair number of herbs on board, Polaris still available, and 2 cards in hand, but one of which is a Wisdom's Reprise, which is that very coveted 1 reserve cost, Glimpse 3, draw a card to memory.
Yeah, very powerful. I think is he running the full complement of Wisdom Reprises, or?
Yes, I believe he is on 4 Wisdom's Reprise, 2 Scry the Skies in Bailey's list. Really valuing those 1 costs, and Wisdom Reprise being fast is so important, especially when you're looking for additional board wipes in the form of Comet Fall, or looking to close the door in somebody's end step, like Fire Djinn.
Yeah, absolutely. Bailey starting to chip away at those herbs. We're bringing up the Polaris up to 3 counters at this point. Looks like the best he could do on the field right now is 6, which isn't going to be enough to clear that Ethereal Slime.
Yeah, so he's probably going to try to wait 1 more turn. He could also, if he wants to fire off this Wisdom's Reprise, find something like a Comet Fall in conjunction with his Polaris to get the job done if he really needs to remove that Ethereal Slime ASAP. He does find a Zephyr. Looks like Zephyr is going to target that Ethereal Slime. And though that will give a little bit of value to Hanky in his end step when he gets that on-enter trigger back, it will not get those Forest Gate counters back.
This is actually such a huge hit for Bailey right now. What Hanky put under his Grail was the Scepter. He was actually banking on being able to convert that 7/7 into tokens for the Verdant Scepter once that Cauldron went off. And now he's down to just a 2/2 or a 3/3. That's a huge blow to the amount of value he has.
Massive difference. 8 counters on Verdant Scepter can carry you so far into a grindy game like this. And now he's going to be dwindled down to way less than that. Still, having to account for Verdant Scepter costing 1. So it is going to cost him a resource to get it initially. And then it is going to pay a little bit less on the back end throughout the game.
Yeah, honestly, 8 is overkill.
Sure.
Let's be real here. I think Hanky...
4 is still a lot.
Yeah, true. It looks like Hanky is probably going to be in a position to close out the game sooner rather than later, one way or the other, right? Either he gets hard blocked by those powerful Astra cards and then gets Cosmic Bolted into oblivion, or, he pushes through with these very efficient Ethereal Slimes, finds the Storm Slime when he needs it, and gets that extra damage.
Right.
Arisana, at this point, with 13 health remaining for her, that's not a whole lot when you're facing down an army of 2/2s and 3/3s.
Something very interesting, Jim. We see this Ethereal Slime deployed, and Covenant of Thorns was the chosen card to be banished, which usually does end up being a very powerful card against these overkill cards like Cosmic Bolts for 10 or 12. If they have to take care of something like a Dungeon Guide, it feels a little bit worse. So definitely an interesting choice from Hanky. He feels pretty safe, I'd have to imagine.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think that betrays a certain amount of confidence in his hand and his board state.
Right.
It looks like Hanky really feels like he can close this out without needing that extra defensive tool.
Yeah, and we'll see what tricks he has up his sleeve to get it done. Looks like he did bring in those scavenging raccoons. He does have one towards the front of his hand. A little bit late, but can still manage to pick up some value.
Yeah, not exactly sure where he's headed immediately. He is still in a bit of a position where he doesn't want to overextend into that Polaris, but he's got to start pushing some more damage through.
We see a Comet Fall hard cast from Bailey, and Hanky picks up it to read it. We see a slight roll of the eyes. Comet Fall is going to deal 4 damage to all non-Astra units, so that would clear up the board. We'll probably see that Verdant Scepter in response to just put some counters onto it. But this is pretty backbreaking. Being able to keep your Polaris as the Arisana player and still clearing the board means that Henke has to commit more resources to sort of pressuring you out of this game. Only having dealt 12 points of damage to Arisana so far, she has to feel pretty comfortable.
Bailey could even use that Polaris now to deny that Verdant Scepter. Looks like he's not going to.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking about the on-enter trigger here, but...
yeah, Bailey asking if the on-enter trigger targets, which it does not. So Bailey won't be able to Zephyr the chosen slime out of existence prior to the Scepter eating it. But the Polaris could still clear the board, and if there's no targets, then options are...
Yeah, we'll see what he opts for. The interesting part about Polaris being such a powerful tool to remove your opponent's board, it is also the way that you close the game, so you can't sit on it forever. You do eventually have to crack it to put those Cosmic Bolts in your deck. You just have to decide, what the right spot is to do so.
Looks like a little bit of a judge intervention there. Bailey asking whether or not the Verdant Scepter targets after having already okayed the ability. So no chance to go back and then activate the Polaris.
Sure. But even still, has to be looking okay for Bailey.
Bailey having gotten that herb draw now off of Arisana, so the Polaris up at 5. And still one set of duplicates on the board. Opting not to crack that Polaris yet. Really looking for that high amount of Cosmic Bolts.
Yeah, you at least want to get a little bit more value out of this as well. At least pick up one more ally from Henke. The thing about this Slime stack is the only way that they deal you damage is via ally cards, even though Storm Slime does, deal some non-ally damage. Henke will need to at least commit one more body to the board before this Polaris gets cracked.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes a lot of sense.
And that's probably not the one, Jim. I don't think that's gonna...
I don't think the 1/1 body is going to be threatening enough for Bailey to need to crack that Polaris in response.
And maybe that's the point. We also have this Verdant Scepter that can sort of pump up these rather anemic ally bodies to make them threatening, and maybe that's Henke's plan, to deploy a little bit of a subpar board, start to buff it up with this Verdant Scepter, and then force a Polaris crack like you said in Game 1.
Yep, and here comes the buff counters. Henke sprinkling some fairy dust over his slimes.
They get just a little bit bigger. This is not feeding them cake, but feeding them some sort of strange fairy dust from the forest.
And then also going to get his card draw, but before that happens, Bailey looking to crack the Polaris in response. So no extra value there in terms of the oversized allies.
Yeah, so Henke will still get the card draw, which is probably the most important part, but we will see a Polaris cracked here for 7. So Polaris says, for anybody who missed it the first time, it deals X damage to all allies. X is equal to the H counters on it, and then most importantly, you shuffle X Cosmic Bolts into your deck, and those Cosmic Bolts are going to be how Bailey wants to win the game.
Yeah, this is absolutely the most important part of Bailey's deck archetype here. His win condition is these Cosmic Bolts. So it's very important that he gets enough of them in his deck to be able to deal sufficient damage to Henke before Henke kills him.
And 7 is quite a lot, Jim. He plays 4 in his main deck. That's going to be 11 Cosmic Bolts.
And the way the Cosmic Bolts ramp up is they start off at 4 damage, then each successive Cosmic Bolt deals 2 more damage based on the number of Cosmic Bolts it can find in your banish or in your graveyard. So casting several of them in succession will result in some real big hits.
Yeah, to put that in perspective, if somehow Bailey were to cast that 11th Cosmic Bolt, it would be for 24, which is a lot.
One spell, 24 damage? Yep. It's almost like he's a slime splatter.
His storm slime of his own. and we'll see if he can get the ball rolling. Definitely going to his turn with some real influence, and Ari does not need a whole lot to function. Definitely looking for those cards that replace themselves and also glimpse. The way that Ari's ability works is Cosmic Bolt has Star Calling, the Aster keyword, that allows you to cast it for an alternate cost while you see it when you're glimpsing. So he's going to look to glimpse as much as possible and then cast those Cosmic Bolts as a pseudo form of card advantage, as they are not cards in his hand.
So having burned all of his herbs in order to make that Polaris just a slightly bigger hit, get a few more Cosmic Bolts, you might think that his Arasana level 2 inherited ability, being able to draw off of sacrificing duplicate herbs, is dead in the water. But no, Bailey brings out the ingredient pouch, being able to make an herb in response to the Fertile Ground's duplication ability. So now every turn he will have another duplicate to sacrifice to Arasana.
Yeah, very powerful. Basically turns the combination of Ingredient Pouch, Arisana's level 2 inherited effect, and Fertile Grounds into draw a card every turn.
Yeah, quite the powerful engine.
Yeah. Looks like Bailey's going to opt for a Fast Cure. Does have less influence currently, and is going to get that Recover 4, which can be pretty big. Going to get another Recover 2 as well from this 3 visits. But most importantly, like we mentioned in Game 1, does have that Glimpse too, which is so good for Ari. Allows you to maybe find some of those powerful Star Calling cards. But it looks like he didn't.
Bailey definitely keeping himself in the game, though. Like the way his health total keeps on dropping and dropping, right? The recovery effects stacking up almost makes him look like a Luxem player over here. Just revealing Luxem site after Luxem site. Between 3 visits, Fast Cure, healing off of the herbs. Really a lot of options in order to keep his health out of that danger area.
Yeah, and I think it does have that same sort of vibe as Luxem Xander, and a similar matchup spread in situations like this. If Henke's not able to close the door quickly like he did in Game 1, it's pretty difficult for him to find an avenue that ends the game. He's going to be looking for those big Storm Slimes. That's always going to be the case for you to claw back into a game. As Sylvie, you need those big bursts of damage.
Absolutely. And the longer it goes on, the more damage Bailey is going to be able to output, right?
Right.
Every successive turn, every successive Cosmic Bolt just gets more and more dangerous. Looking for... found the Storm Slime off of the Songbird. Everybody's favorite.
I think that's what he was looking for. And just what the doctor ordered. Slime count is currently 6. So Storm Slime itself threatening 9 damage.
We still haven't popped the Serene Wind. So got to get through 31 minus 5, so 26 health on Bailey's side before it's over.
And not only that, we do have access to those 3 visits, so as long as Arisana is allowed to wake up, she can get a little extra cover as well. But if Henke has anything to say about it, that won't be the case. Going to start off with a Storm Slime for 6 spell damage.
Bailey thinking about it. Spending some time in the tank. Looks like he has that Fast Cure in hand. Looks like he's thinking about whether or not he wants to Astra Shield this.
Looks like defensive options at a minimum. Just has this Astra Sight here, Glimpse 1, draw a card, and should he find something really good off the top of his deck, this can pay off, but looks like he finds another Astra Sight, so he can continue to dig if he would like, and if he was casting the first one, he's certainly casting the second one. Looking for an answer. Just so much manipulation of the top of your deck that you get as Arisana, getting to see so many extra cards. Looks like he did not find what he was looking for, though.
Yeah, no answers yet.
Yeah, I'll take it.
And decides to take it. Storm Slime enters. That deals 6 damage to Arisana.
Swing 1.
And now we have another 4 damage coming in between the Songbird and the Storm Slime coming in for melee. And Henke sitting with not a lot of influence left, so definitely some options, but I don't know how much more damage he's going to get this turn.
Yeah, his hand looks fairly weak, and I think he agrees. We're going to see a Cremation Ritual eat that Storm Slime.
That's so good.
Yeah.
Oh, the power of Fire Slime. So Cremation on the Storm Ritual. You might think that this is draw 2 cards, like you normally would with a Cremation Ritual. But Storm Slime's on death trigger allows you to banish 2 cards from your memory in order to draw 2 cards. So this is a draw 4, which is just an incredibly huge hit. One of the banishes, even a Slime. So that puts the count at 7, I think.
And also fueling that graveyard for any additional effects like slime eruption to build up these extra storm slimes. Looks like he found another storm slime in his top 4 as well, and it looks like he's going to deploy that
There it
right
is.
away.
7 plus 3, another 10 damage. That's going to trigger a release or some other defensive trick. He's got to do something here because 10 would otherwise be lethal if uncontested.
Yeah, looks like the flinch is going to be on the Safeguard Amulet. Just protect himself a little bit from that 7 damage coming in, making it just 3. Storm Slime will bring him up to 21. You want to cast as many copies of 3 Visits as you can before you crack your Serene Spirit, and we see Bailey really valuing that. So he's going to get 1 more Wake Up before he has to give up those win cards.
Absolutely, yeah. The win card's definitely helpful here.
A huge glimpse here. So we see Nascent Barrier, Astral Seal, and Cosmic Bolt in the top 3. A really interesting decision here for Bailey. He does have access to cast that Cosmic Bolt, but he would also like to keep that Astral Seal. So we might see him keep these cards, draw the Astral Seal into memory, and then set up a smaller glimpse for that Cosmic Bolt next turn.
Yeah, as you said, no Star Calling this time. Star Calling, a bit of a decision, right? A bit of a mini game. You've got to bottom any of the cards that you're not Star Calling. So if you want to keep any of those other cards, you can't Star Call the other card. So definitely a difficult decision for Bailey. Get the free card or stack your deck in the way you want to.
And it looks like he did take that Astral Seal, a very, very powerful card. And being able to leverage it, especially in a game that you could feasibly take control of and lock your opponent out of the game with a hard negate like Astral Seal.
Absolutely. Although, exactly. Like the Astral Seal is going to be what's keeping him in this game, right? The Astral Seal or the Spell Shield Astra, something to deal with those giant hits that are going to be coming.
See what the draw step is.
Going for the Nascent Barrier first. All right. Nascent Barrier is level +3 damage prevention, as well as a Glimpse 3. Is it level +3?
Level +1.
+1.
Yeah, level +1. And we do see that Cosmic Bolt on top. He did leave it there with the 3 visits. So we're probably going to cast that for free. Arisana Astral Zenith says once per turn, you may pay 0 instead of paying a card's Star Calling cost. And that is not the first card you Star Call. It is once per turn, so you get to choose. Hopefully we'll get an indicator from our Arisana player that they've used their Arisana ability. And that is the first Cosmic Bolt of many, Jim. There's 4 damage coming across.
Yep, only 4 damage so far, but as you say, the first of many, the harbinger of many more Cosmic Bolts to come.
Storm Slime laughs at your 4 damage, but they do start to get out of hand eventually.
A +1/+1 counter, the buff counter going onto our Storm Slime here from the Verdant Scepter, as well as giving Henki that extra card draw. Using the Verdant Scepter, not exactly to its full capabilities, you know, he would like to have another slime out in order to provide more buff counters, but the card draw is the most important part. And materializing the Beastpawn Boots, which are going to be key against fending off some of those bigger Cosmic Bolts. Henki in a position where he can afford to take the next one. That'll only be 6 damage. The next one after that, 8 damage, putting him perilously close to lethal. After that, every single Cosmic Bolt is going to be, you know, a must-counter threat. And Beastpawn Boots is one way to counter one of those Cosmic Bolts.
Yeah, for a game that Henki has firmly been in control of, the door is closing swiftly, so he has to find a way to push lethal, hopefully this turn, or it starts to get a little bit out of hand. Bailey being able to keep his entire hand for his opponent's turn is going to be hard to push through cards like Nascent Barrier and Astral Seal.
Absolutely, yeah. He's just got to commit some more threats to the board in order to get through the wall that Bailey's going to be putting up here.
See an attack for 5 with the Storm Slime, recently buffed by that Verdant Scepter. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Nascent Barrier played in response.
Seems like a good choice. 5 damage coming in. Let's prevent 4 of it. And who knows, that Glimpse might prevent even more. This would be a great opportunity for him to glimpse into a Comet Fall or glimpse into a Meteor Strike in order to clear this board.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, very notably, that Arisana ability is once per turn, counting your turn and your opponent's turn. So he has another free Star Calling.
Found an Astra card. We'll see if he decides to Star Call it.
Looks like it is that Meteor Strike, and it's exactly like you said, Jim. It's going to be a good way to clear this board And on top of that, he gets to keep this 4 prevention from the Nascent Barrier to keep himself a little bit safe. This is exactly what he wants to see here, especially holding up that Astral Seal. It's going to be really hard for Henke to push lethal.
Yeah, and the one weakness of Storm Slime in this situation, the attack is much higher than the defense, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only 3 health on that 5 power ally.
And we're seeing a quick count here, putting the prevention onto Arisana, just marking that with the Nascent Barrier. Then we are going to see a Storm Slime trigger as well, should Henke want it.
Mm-hmm. And a quick clarification between the players, making sure that they both know that the Nascent Barrier is still active, even after the Star Call.
2
Banishing
slimes
2.
banished.
Nice, nice. That is what the slime player likes to see. Getting more slimes into that banish, making the next Storm Slime that much bigger. And a blissful calling out of Henke's honestly absurdly large hand for how much of the game we've been through. And there's the Storm Slime, exactly what he's looking for. One more big hit coming down. He may decide to wait, since this Nascent Barrier is preventing 4 of that Storm Slime damage, or he may just go in.
Yeah, I would like to see Henke deploy some other threats first. You have to be worried about Astral Seal in a matchup like this before you deploy your biggest threat. He's going to go for the Storm Slime.
Just go straight in.
We'll see if Bailey has a response. Going to get a quick count of the slimes. I believe the number is 9.
Looks like 9, assuming that there's no miscounts, and that would be enough to power through. 5 of that damage going through the Nascent Barrier, and then 3 damage from the Storm Slime hit afterwards. Definitely going to be enough, assuming that there's nothing else coming out from Bailey. There's
And
the
we
Astral
will
Seal.
see the Astral Seal. Astral Seal is a hard negate for target card activation. Negates everything that's activated and then banishes the card that way. And if that card happens to be in your banish, Astral Seal does get their cost reduced by 3.
So hitting that Storm Slime actually a big deal, not only because it prevents that Storm Slime, but it means that if a future Storm Slime gets Astral Sealed, that Astral Seal is free.
Yeah, and even,
well,
future
speaking
Storm
of
Slime.
future Storm Slimes, everything's coming up, Henke.
But I think you were exactly right, Jim. This is enough to finish it through this Nascent Barrier, and just 1 card in hand from Bailey, unless it is literally an Astral Seal, which we here in the booth know it is not. I think this might be enough to get the job done.
Yeah, this looks like it could be it here.
But we do still have that Serene Spirit waiting in the wings, which might get 1 more turn out of Bailey.
So a lineage release here on that Serene Spirit is going to bring him down to 13 damage marked on his champion. So we've got to go through 12 more, but 10 plus 3. Ooh, and I forgot about the Nascent Barrier.
Yeah.
Yep, that's going to make the difference. So that's 6 damage after the Nascent Barrier is taken into account, leaving 6 health. 3 and 2 there.
Would bring him to 24?
Ooh, so close.
And no cards in hand from Henke means that he can't get that +1 power on the baby red slime. So he's only presenting 5 points of damage to put Ari at 24. Bailey gets to cling to life for 1 more turn.
Yeah, all of these tools. Wow. It's just incredible the defensive power this Wind Arasana deck is throwing out. No attacks. Did I miss something? Was there a Tariff active?
No. Looks like no attacks declared. Maybe that was a misunderstanding on Nascent Barrier, but I don't think it should matter in the long run. I think if Henke gets to wake up and have 1 more turn, he should have enough power to push through. So,
yeah, it certainly looks like he'll have that power, assuming he gets that turn, which seems pretty likely here.
Yeah. Producer says there was a Terrafring pop. We might have missed it there. So it looks like that was preventing Henke from declaring those attacks.
That would do it.
Looks like 1 bolt has been found. 2 bolts have been found by Bailey. Not in the place that you want them, in his hand. But should he be able to cast them the old-fashioned way, that damage does really stack up. He's only got 12 points of life to work through, but we have to worry about those B-spawn boots on the side of Henke, which will effectually blank 1 Cosmic Bolt. Bailey will get the opportunity to respond and maybe cast 1 on top of the activation, but it will blank whichever one is initially cast and responded to by that Spell Shroud ability.
Cosmic Bolt is a little on the expensive side, costing 3 to cast out of your hand.
Yeah.
But in the situation where Bailey has, what is his influence now, 7?
I believe
6?
7. I think he's 1 short of casting 2 bolts.
So close.
He does find a bolt in his top 4 with his Necklace of Foresight, but he's going to opt for the Comet Fall instead. Deals 4 damage to each non-Astro unit, which would once again clear Henke's board, but also once again give him that Storm Slime ability to draw some extra cards, filter some cards out.
So notably, non-Astro unit here also includes the opposing champion. So
Right.
Henke is going to take 4 damage as a result of this Comet Fall, and this isn't something that you can use Beastpawn Boots to avoid.
Right.
So with this board clear, that means the Beastpawn Boots won't be able to be activated. You have to have an animal or beast in play in order to activate, and we are seeing Henke see that line, activates the Beastpawn Boots in response in order to make sure that he cannot get Cosmic Bolted out this turn.
So smart. Already known for casting these Cosmic Bolts, breaking their timing restrictions with her Star Calling ability, but Henke really valuing so many cards in Bailey's hand, and just 1 Cosmic Bolt once he takes this Comet Fall would be enough to get the job done. And so he really values getting that Spell Shroud now
Yeah,
so that
absolutely.
he can be safe.
And looking like a clarification on Comet Fall, clarifying the interaction between that Spell Shroud and the Comet Fall.
Right. But yeah, this is huge because as of right now, I don't believe that Bailey has a way to glimpse on his opponent's turn, aside from maybe a 3 visits and is banished. So it's going to be pretty hard for him to find lethal. I believe actually only 1 Cosmic Bolt available, right? And 1 in the graveyard. So just 6 damage from the second bolt would not be enough to finish off Henke.
Yeah, 6 not going to do it. 6 plus 8 definitely would do it.
Right.
But that's going to require 2 Cosmic Bolts, which we'll see where Bailey's at.
We're going to see a fast cure cast, mostly just for the recover. Going to bring Bailey down to 15 damage counters.
Much safer position than the 19 he was at before.
Of course.
Then I will move to...
Oh, my apologies. We're checking maybe for a 3 visits, and there is one there, but we've already released our Spirit, so we actually don't
too
even have
bad.
that option. So I believe there's no ways currently in Bailey's hand for him to glimpse. So he's going to have to make a real tough decision. Does he want to crack these Razor Vines to fix cards out of his hand to potentially find another glimpse? Or does he just want to crack the both of them for a raw card draw, seeing less cards but getting some actual pure card advantage?
Yeah, actually a difficult decision, right? Getting the influence versus seeing 1 more card than you would otherwise.
Yeah.
I wonder if Bailey's really feeling the pressure, then this would be a good time to crack them and get as many cards as he can.
Yeah, it looks like we've passed over to Henke, so I believe he did opt to see the extra cards. He's keeping the Razor Vines available. They're, of course, fast speed, so he can activate them should he need to, and if it turns out that he doesn't need to, he can just hold on to them for next turn.
Right. Seeing a baby red on Henke's side.
Going to get that +1 from the on-attack trigger, so it's coming across for 3 points of damage.
Henke deciding the extra 1 damage worth more than the extra cards in the Creative Shock.
And the damage is really relevant here. Up to 18 is Arisana.
Forest Cake on the top, not going to be any help to Henke, but Henke has a lot of slimes in hand that he can use to get some damage in if he wants.
Has a bit of a reset as well in the form of an Ethereal Slime, so he can, provided he has the material deck left to banish, he can pick up that Forest Cake and clear the top of his deck, maybe find another slime to cast.
Yeah, it looks like not a lot of materials left for Henke.
Yeah, you might be running thin. You usually get 2 or 3 activations of Ethereal Slime before you run low on extra Tamer cards.
But this game's been going very long.
Right.
I don't think he's missed a material yet.
All right, we'll see a baby gray to clear that top. Another baby red found on top. We've lost a lot of the powerful advanced element slimes, but maybe these early game all-stars like baby red slime and baby gray slime are enough to get the job done. See another baby red.
And being able to pull from the top is very powerful. This is really the might of Gaia's Blessing, allowing you to play cards without going down on influence. So next turn it just gets worse.
So interesting. We see the attack here with baby red, no discard. And he's holding 2 cards, one of which is a slime eruption. So this would bring Bailey up to 21 points of damage, and as long as there's 2 fire slimes available to Henke in his graveyard, he can banish those 2 non-fire slimes, and that would be enough to get lethal.
And I am, in fact, seeing 2 baby reds and 2 non-red slimes.
And I don't know that Bailey has a whole lot that he can say about it. He is going to have to Yeah, it looks like Bailey is also correctly realizing that that might be the problem. So he's giving Slime Eruption a read, and he's going to hear the bad news that maybe he does have to cash in these Razor Vines, try to find something to do before Henke closes the door on this match.
And here he is doing exactly that, digging for some cards, hoping to find an answer to what he's not sure, but probably is a lethal line.
Spell Shield Astra is the draw
that'll do
step.
it.
Now, this is not going to be super effective against Slime Eruption. Slime Eruption does deal damage in increments of 1, but he can use it to block this 2 damage from Baby Red, saving himself from exactly Slime Eruption being a lethal line. And that'll allow him to wake up and then potentially cast some Cosmic Bolts right out of his hand to finish the game.
Yeah, he definitely has the influence to get some Cosmic Bolts going, so this could be the difference.
And he'll get a glimpse, too, for his trouble.
Which also, you know, this could be a Cosmic Bolt.
Right.
Anytime you glimpse, like, oh, this could be 10 damage. I think the next one is still 6 damage, right?
Right. Now, Henke does have the ability to allow this to resolve, and then still before damage, cast a Slime Eruption. Looks like he's not going to opt for that, just allowing the Glimpse 2 to happen from Bailey. Does not find a Bolt.
And we have the judge informing them that this is time in the round, so Henke is our turn 0, Bailey going to be turn 1, Henke 2, and then Bailey going to get the last round if it goes that far.
Yeah, so Henke's just looking to close this game out. Otherwise, they will be brought to a draw. Very difficult for this Arisana deck sometimes to find the route to kill you. It's not like we have, you know, a particularly slow deck. It's just sometimes the Cosmic Bolts aren't where you need them to be, and that allows you, or forces you rather, to do some more digging than you would like to.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bailey is in this position with the round score already being 1-0. If he doesn't win this one, it's a match. That's the match, right? So Henke can go 1-0-1 to win the match.
All right, we're going to see a Cosmic Astroscope finally materialize from Bailey. A very important piece for this Arisana deck. Has Rest Glimpse 3. Gives you so many looks. He's going to have so many looks both in his recollection and during his turn to find just one more Cosmic Bolt. As we know, he has one in his hand. He just has to find one on the top of his library somewhere that he can glimpse into.
Yeah, one free Cosmic Bolt will do it.
And he has a couple more looks, too, with Razorvine. So this is turn
looks
1.
Like a
for
mana
Bailey.
Oh, he also still has the Razor Vines. Ooh, okay. Yeah, he only used one of the Razor Vines because he found the Astro Shield so quickly.
Right.
And that was what got duplicated by the Fertile Ground, which is even better for him.
So we're going to see the main phase Glimpse 3 Bolt on top.
There's a Bolt on top. That
rip it into play.
I think that is the game here. I'm not sure what Henke has in store to try and defend himself from this.
Going to cast this one for 6, and then cast a Bolt from hand for 8 to close out the game.
Yeah, that looks like it. Sealing the tie. Bailey Cosmic Bolting his way into a draw with Henke.
A difficult match for sure. Definitely one that can go on the longer side. Really,
that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah. Really the power of Verdant Scepter, I think, is what took this game so long. Allowed such staying power from Henke to be able to keep up with Arisana's sort of limitless forms of card advantage. But, you know, the Gaia's Blessing and Verdant Scepter just allowing Henke to draw so many cards that he can keep up for as long as he did.
Yeah, being able to get that extra card draw every turn, being able to play cards off the top without going down on influence, just really incredible staying power from the Slimes deck.
Of course, yeah.
Putting out a lot of threats that Bailey really needed to deal with in order to stay alive long enough to get those Cosmic Bolts. Really drew out the game. But in the end of the day, Bailey wins that game, bringing it to an even 1-1. And that's going to be a tie for the round.
And I'm sure, you know, obviously not the result that Henke was looking for, being up a game, but being, as these two players, both 4-0 currently in the tournament, going to 4-0-1 is not
the
by
worst.
any way, you know, a bad thing. That definitely gives them many routes in order to not only make Dig 2, but have a good standing for the tournament tomorrow.
Absolutely, yeah. I think they're well set up for the rest of the tournament here. You know, this is not a loss for any of them.
Right.
And that's a big deal.
Right. Yeah, definitely a really, really close game, too. That matchup is very intricate. It has a lot of back and forth. There's so many I think we come back to it so many times. There's so many tools that Slimes has for like basically every matchup. They can sort of put up a fight even in situations where you wouldn't normally think that they would be able to. And we saw Hanky sort of stabilize for quite a while there. Which was,
yeah. I think we really only see Slimes dying when you get to them early on, right?
Right.
If they stumble going up to level 3, if you can somehow find a chink in their armor right in the beginning, then you can kind of shut them out of the game and really keep them down. But
Right.
once they hit level 3, once they start playing cards, once they get access to that Gaia's Blessing, like, it doesn't matter what you do to them. There's always another card in the wings. You really have to have overwhelming power in order to get past that.
Yeah, and it looks like Hanky was our winner, or I guess we tied here in the match, and so that means we can't interview both players, but we are going to set up an interview with Bailey, because he is playing not our first Arisana deck of the day, but our first Wind Aster Arisana deck of the day. So we're going to talk a little bit to him about why he's playing that deck and how he feels about his day so far.
Sounds great. I can't wait to hear his thoughts.
Of course, yeah. It's I try to remain unbiased, Jim. It's good to be unbiased on commentary, but man, I am an Arisana player. I love to see people doing well with that deck, and so it's a true joy to have so many people playing her this weekend.
I love the phrasing there. Like, I want to remain unbiased, so let me reveal my bias.
Yeah,
That's
of course.
Excellent.
Honesty is the most important policy, and
I believe
people
that.
know
I
who
believe
I'm
that.
rooting for. They know I'm rooting for that Arisana. So
No, honestly, even as a admitted Slimes enjoyer, I love seeing Arisana do well. So that's great. That's great.
yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, I try to be a Slimes defender as well. I'm definitely not in the camp of banning Storm Slime, and that deck is bad for the meta or whatever the naysayers out there will say. I think Slimes is in a very healthy place, but of course, a very powerful deck and something you always have to be prepared for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Slime's a very prevalent part of the modern meta. You know, there has not been a single tournament without 25%, 30% of the field playing as Slimes, except for Toronto, which had that same, 30% of the field is Razor Gale.
Yeah, we don't talk about that one.
Oh, yeah,
anyway.
okay. Not going to talk about Toronto. That's fine.
But yeah, I think it is the deck to beat, but it's a deck that can be beat, and we've seen it happen on coverage, and I'm sure that it's happening behind us on the games that we're not covering. So don't get too discouraged out there. The Slimes can bleed, I guess, is what I mean.
Ooh, they sure can. No, I mean, we've seen that kind of result in a lot of the more recent Ascents. Slimes doing well, but by no means unstoppable.
Right.
The field is not 80% Slimes once you get to the top 32.
Yeah, I'm really pleasantly surprised with how diverse the field is this weekend, and at Christchurch as well. It's been I feel like we've really opened up the meta as a community. There was a recent ban list which had no changes, and part of the reason why Weebs said that they made that decision is because they wanted the players to flesh out the metagame and not really dictate it themselves. And I think we're definitely seeing that with some decks, both in Christchurch and now in Santa Clara as well, popping up without any sort of significant changes to the meta. Like decks that have theoretically been there the whole time are cropping up and seeing some success just because the metagame is sort of evolving.
Absolutely, yeah. I love to see those, as you say, evolutions in the metagame, it really does speak to the health of the community and the health of the meta, so very cool to see.
So if you have a pet deck out there that you think isn't performing quite well, maybe it could be, and you just got to put in more work, find that secret sauce, put in those hundreds of hours. There's so much work that goes into the competitive players here playing at Grand Archive, and really their dedication shows through, and I think that's awesome.
100%.
So yeah, we're getting our interview set up with Mark down in the feature match area. We'll pop over there in just a few minutes. Make sure everybody gets mic'd up. Make sure the mics are working, because I don't know how to press buttons. So hopefully Mark does.
Pressing buttons very difficult. Run into that situation myself. So 5 rounds deep now, right?
Yeah.
4 more rounds to go. Any particular thing you're hoping to see? We've already seen quite a lot up on that feature stage.
It's tough. I usually go for the cop out, right? And the hope is to see Arisana, but I guess we'll talk a little bit about Ari right now with Bailey.
All right, Bailey. I'm here with what a great match. Okay, defender of the Grand Archive. Okay, brewer of potions, and of course the tilter of cauldrons. How do you feel?
Oh, that was a very intense game. I feel very shaken right now. I actually was like, I had to pray for the glimpse there.
There were a lot of moments where you had to pray, and to be fair, I think both of you guys had some crazy lucky draws. Now, what was the scariest moment for you in that matchup?
Well, so game one, the scariest moment was when I saw the ethereal slime into Gaia's blessing, ethereal slime, storm slime, and then a storm slime from the hand. I was like, oh my gosh, I don't think I'm gonna survive this. Yeah.
All right. Last question, real quick, for our viewers out there. How do you feel about today so far with all the field things you've seen? I mean, you have almost a perfect record right now, so you've been doing pretty good with the Arsana deck.
I just need to get through the last few rounds, and hopefully day 2 will be not too stressful. Gotta dodge the hard matchups, so that'll be nice, hopefully.
Well, thank you so much, Bailey, for taking an interview with us, and good luck for the rest of the day. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々 ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く
right, and we're back with the Santa Clara. Sorry for the long pause there. We had a slight issue with submissions, but as far as I'm told, that has been fixed.
I think we're good to go.
Yeah.
Everybody's getting seated for their next round. We're starting to get towards the end of it, Mark. This is round 6.
Round
We
6
have
of
this
9,
one,
right?
3 more, yeah. So it's we're going to start looking at players that are getting pretty close to that contention spot, right?
Yeah.
In a big tournament like this, round 3, round 4, you don't want to be like, oh, what if I top 32, right? But we're getting to that point where people can start considering, what should I prepare for day 2? You know, what if I make it, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Yeah, definitely going to start sweating it out, and we'll see who starts filtering out towards the top.
Yeah, and we still have 4 perfect scores so far. But, you know, as we were probably mentioning a lot, and as you guys saw in the match last round too, there's quite a bit of ties as well in this tournament. So it's definitely something to kind of consider there. But yeah, Duck Hats Christian, for example, Steven, Kilodis, and Jofacha are the 4 undefeated 5-0s.
Definitely some familiar names there. You know, Christian being a Worlds player, Kilodis made 9th at Toronto.
Yeah.
Definitely some people that make sense that are at the top of the bracket. But
well deserved, yeah.
It's not over yet. We still got 4 more rounds tonight before we cut to our top 32 for day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah. You know, kind of looking through the field here too, you know, like a lot of people are there's quite a bit of ties as well, right? But even if you're at a 4-1, I think, you know, you're still standing a pretty good chance of looking at, you know, some things in for day 2 as well. I think maybe like, again, it's a little bit far from calculating scores right now, for me at least. I'm sure all that's been happening already. But I think usually like what we say is like about X2 is, you know, the thing you want to aim for. But X2 is a little bit risky on the offense there. But
yeah,
X1-1 is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm no mathematician, but that sounds pretty good to me. So I think that that'll track. Win more than you lose, right? That's rule number 1.
Hey, if you keep winning, you don't need to count any scores.
Yeah, if you're 9-0, like it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
right?
you're definitely in. Yeah. I mean, and also like just talking to the field, right? Very dynamic with the different variety of decks that we've seen. I think as everyone probably thought when we saw the meta breakdown, Arasana is surprising everybody.
Yeah.
And there's many different flavors and many different elements of Arasana.
It is, you know, we've decorated the hall to be sort of holiday themed, and it really does feel like a holiday for me to get to see Arsana doing
it's your
so
time.
well.
It's your time.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here watching our girl do so well.
Yeah,
and hopefully we'll see some more of her this weekend. But
spill in that cauldron, man.
Spill in that cauldron. It's a good card. You know?
Different ways that herbs have been used over the weekend. I mean, honestly, the herb is so interesting, right? There's 6 of them. Well, there's really just 3 different types of them, but they all have different purposes, right? Aside from just, hey, if I have 2 of the same ones, draw a card. So I'm really excited about that, you know? Yeah.
I think we have our players sitting down. We haven't gotten deck lists just yet, but we will have them soon, and we'll talk about that once we get our players all headsetted up, so we don't spoil anything.
That's true. Yes.
They're getting set up for round 6.
Yeah. Yeah, it is going to be Kilodis versus Jofacha, so our 2 5-0s. Should be a really good matchup. As you guys can see, some very high caliber plays.
Right.
But from very, very, very good players, right? Who have consistently done well in events. So
yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely no strangers to the competitive GA scene. Both of these players have made the rounds, and so like we said earlier, it's not a surprise to see them doing well.
Yeah, and Kilodis, of course, representing Chess Club.
Yeah.
And I saw their jerseys; those are pretty cool.
They're so nice.
So
right? They're really nice. Yeah.
That logo, man.
Yeah.
You know, it's nice.
Yeah, I'm jealous. I gotta see where they got their jerseys.
Yeah. Hey, when do we get our caster jerseys?
That's what I'm saying.
Right?
We don't get prize cards. We don't get jerseys. I mean, like, you know, you guys, you got to advocate for us.
Yeah.
We're getting, you know.
Ascent Santa Clara, caster top 8, prize cards.
Production says we're being too ambitious.
Yeah, too ambitious. We've been cut back. Whip. All right. We have our deck list in here. Oh, shoot. Excuse me.
We got 2 of the same deck list.
2 Jofachas.
We can look at Jofacha's deck very much.
I'll keep.
But Jofacha looks like he's playing a Water Xander, sort of allies adjacent. It's very similar to one that we saw earlier today, right, Mark?
Yeah, Water Arasana, right?
What?
Oh, you know what? It's just type Mystic. I understand what's going on. Okay.
I see. Yeah, I have a Xander list in front of me.
Yeah, I have a Water Arasana.
It's one of them.
Yes. So I think what happened is it's just a typo.
Sure.
We'll find out which deck Jofacha is actually running very soon.
Sure.
but the matchup will be a Water Arsana, right? Probably very similar to what we just saw, versus a similar to the one that we saw earlier with
today,
Polar Depth, versus a Water Xander.
And it looks like our players are ready, so we can jump down, and then that'll clear it up a little bit for us, so we know what everybody's playing, and we will get down to the match. But yeah, Water Ari, Water Xander, lots of Water decks this weekend, Mark.
Since we both don't know, hey audience, what's your guess? What do you think Killers is on, and what do you think Jofacha is on? No, now both Water, but which one's Xander, which one's Ari? Well, I think I had a good guess actually. Killers is usually more of a aggressive aggro kind of player, so I'm not surprised that he is running the Xander.
You know, something that I do find a little bit surprising though, just Killy as a player sort of was the progenitor of this Fire Exia deck that people have been running.
Yeah.
And he's not playing it anymore. He's back to the old roots, playing some aggressive Water allies.
Yeah. And again, I think it just speaks to the fact that Water is very, very strong in the current meta. Yeah.
And also speaks to Killy's versatility as a player, right?
Yes, perfect.
All right, so we have our deck list in front of us. And yeah, looks like Killy's playing that Water Xander allies, and then we're going to have a different flavor of Water in the Arisana deck on the other side.
Yeah. I mean, this is, the pretty standard set of thing. I see 4 Fractal Polar Depth, 4 Icebound Slams, 4 Fractal Rain. Yeah, and the rest of it just pretty much plays itself. Now, I do believe, given that both decks are going to be allies, this is going to be a battle for the board.
Yeah. I think for sure a battle for the board, and really those key pieces of interaction are going to come in extremely important here. Our sort of negates, our cards like Song of Frost, Tidal Locks, Cerulean Decrees, all of those things that allow you to stop your opponent from enacting their game plan, I think are going to be super important here.
Yeah. And here's a really fun thing that could also happen here. Because we're playing Water Mirror, Scepter Lumina could just be materialized.
Yeah.
Directly activated, and you don't have to use a materialization phase for that.
Yeah, and that card is already very powerful, but being able to not spend your materialization phase on it makes it even more so. So I wouldn't be surprised if both players, provided they are both running it, I believe, or is Ari not playing it?
Arsana does have it, yeah.
Okay.
And then... yeah, it's mostly going to be whether Killer is going to want to use his as well.
Sure.
Yeah. Cool. So, backup charger over here. The other thing that's also kind of interesting is, kill this with the Water Xander here. It's going to go for probably more of a traditional, hit you in the face type of, very fair game damage and then win. Whereas the Jofacha Arsana deck, it's like we said earlier, right? There are many different win cons. There's, of course, the board allies, right? And now there's also, of course, the mill out with Fractal of Polar Depth, but also there is 4 Stratagem Mirrored Ice. So there's just spell damage also on top of it. So it's really different ways that both players can actually close out the game.
Yeah, these sort of graveyard-based Water decks like Jofacha's playing really do depend on sort of how your hand lines up.
Well, so the Fracture Ice has been declared against the Scepter. I think he's just going to burn it. Yeah.
Yeah, seems pretty easy to crack this here, but Killy making the assumption that the damage that's going to be dealt by that Scepter is worth him using a card now that does have floating memory to just be able to get it off the board. And then it looks like he's going to leverage his own Scepter of Lumina.
Yeah.
And if there's no Fracturize on the side of Jofacha, he does really just get to press the advantage with this card.
Yeah, again, it's the Scepter of Lumina, for those that weren't around for the history of why this was printed into Proxius Vault, was really meant to speed up the Water mirror match. Again, Water being the control color, controlling element, having 2 Water players sometimes playing each other, it does make the match a lot longer. So Scepters helps to kind of alleviate that a little bit.
Yeah, and we see this here. It's being a huge piece of pressure for both players dealt with on the side of Jofacha, but Killy still holding on to this Scepter to be able to be the aggressor, I think, in this matchup. He wants to put as much pressure on early as he can, and Scepter is going to be a good way to help him do that.
Yeah, and I love how much of this, the mirror of the 2 decks, I mean, it's literally just out of sequence, but, very similar materializations, even the same foiled power cells.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about a mirror, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see where that gets broken up. There's definitely some pretty distinct differences between these two decks, but they are running similar packages of interaction.
Yeah.
And so much of water is sort of reacting to what your opponent wants to do. And so when these two reactive decks come against each other, it's sort of a game of chicken to see who will start committing threats to the board first.
Yeah. Jofacha does have a Icebound Slam, and that is a pretty nice card to kind of have and think about. And of course, he has to play into things like Song of Frost, so it's very, very scary. Normally, you look at a situation like this, and you're like, hey, I want to slam, right? Of course.
Right.
But against another water player, you really have to think this through.
And it's so tough to not just go for it here because the Korhazi Trapper is tapped on the side of Killy, so it's only going to get worse once that Korhazi Trapper's up, makes that Icebound Slam smaller.
Yeah.
So Jofacha really has to be like, well, does he have one of the Song of Frost? Is he running Song of Frost? And that's the tough decision. We know that Killy's running a couple of copies of Song of Frost in his main deck.
And I do believe he has one in hand as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see what the decision ends up being. Definitely a tough one. But I can see it going either way. Looks like Jofacha is going to opt for the safe play, put a Fractal of Polar Depths into play, which is pretty hard to interact with for most decks. So you can sit on that for a while. Then we'll see a Frostworn Paladin deployed as well. There is a Primordial Ritual in his graveyard, so he's going to be able to pick up that buff counter and an extra card, start applying some pressure.
Yeah. So many different options for this water Arsana here, though. Going for different ways of getting more damage in here. But yeah, Frost Paladin 3/4 on the board with intercept. Not something to be ignored. Yeah, of course, goes in there for the Korhazi Trapper. Gets rid of that as soon as possible.
And it's just like you said, Mark. It's going to be a battle for the board.
Yeah.
And so he's looking to keep that board clear. And Korhazi Trapper is a really powerful card against opposing allies. And Killy thought, against this Arisana deck that's not running a whole lot of allies decks, he's maybe safe to start attacking with it. But we see that got sort of countered in this Frostworn Paladin.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to burn the Fracture Eyes, and we're going to go to level 1. But in response to materialization... Looks like an oh man. Talk about mirrors, right? One more time.
I guess he'll cash that one in too. No scepter damage for either player this game.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah, I mean, showing how important it is, both players really, really valuing taking that scepter off the board and eliminating that extra damage that does really add up over the course of the game.
Yeah. Also, even more interesting too, like of course, taking the draw, right?
Right.
And Killer is holding enough cards in his hand to have that option,
right?
To be able to do that, not potentially messing himself up in that situation,
right?
Looks like Inspire Call and Halenkai Scout, and the Scout is going to go on top with the Call going to the bottom.
Yeah, Scout, another form of that sort of poison dagger effect, I think is something that you said earlier today. And it really does add up if you can manage to land it on the board. And against a deck like this, it is a little bit easier to keep allies on the board, as Arisan is a little bit slower and a little bit less removal heavy.
Yeah. And then if you look at what's happening on Jofacha's side here too, Kildes does have his Xander out, so he's able to unlock that class bonus to go rest target ally. And Jofacha, I believe, has 2 cards in hand, which means he has very little responses that he can potentially deploy here.
Yeah, not even representing a title lock because he doesn't have enough water cards in his graveyard yet.
Yeah, to basically have this looks like maybe a pseudo dagger turn. Let's see. Oh, okay. I think Kildes is kind of just counting out what are the options here. It looks like maybe a Scout followed by a
yeah, he's doing some math here.
No.
I think he might be doing freezing hail math. Something that you can do here is since Halcyon Scout does rest target unit, in this case the champion, you can then freezing hail them, get that extra damage, but also keep them from waking up to turn off cards like Icebound Slam and also set up future Halcyon Scouts.
Nice. Yeah, it's true.
So we'll see what he opts for. So many decisions in these water decks markets. So it's so hard to know which is the correct one.
Yeah.
And it's hard enough already when you're playing water and your opponent's playing anything else. But in the mirror match, even worse so.
Looks like probably the Scout. Again, there's a lot of damage to add here. Important note here, Jofacha is still just the Spirit. So that's 15 health. Maybe the Sadie play. Yeah. Okay. Sadie is going to be a little bit more like building for the future type of situation here.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, provided there is no interaction on the side of Jofacha, this
Looks like-
Sadie and something like the Scout can
Yeah.
take care of the Frostborn Paladin.
Yeah. Okay. He's going to tap down the champion, of course. Okay. 1 and 3 into the Frostborn Paladin.
Get that agility trigger.
Yeah. He is an assassin. That's pretty good. It's a good way to get this thing through.
Yeah, at the very least, looks like he's going to be holding up a freezing hail. But the important thing is he's representing so much. He's representing so many 3-cost cards, either Ceruleans or Frostbinds or Tidal Locks, any of these pieces of negation that Jofacha is really going to have to navigate around.
Yeah. Also, importantly, Killis pulled in his Inspired Call. So that could be in, if Jofacha doesn't deal with the board this turn, we could see a very, very strong swing on the next turn with the Inspired Call.
Yeah. Inspiring Call notably being fast speed, so it
Yeah.
allows him to play in his recollection. If he's allowed to do that, is so powerful.
Yeah, getting that extra card, getting the extra damage already, so. Yeah. Okay, so Fractal Rain's going to be milling a Frost Paladin. You definitely want to see that. But it's okay. It's water cards, right? Sets up like your Polar Depth, which does have out there as well. So, all right. So Recollection. Yeah, Water Barrier is the draw from Jofacha.
Keep him a little bit safe. Usually not the sort of card that's going to be huge in a matchup against a deck like Killis, but against some of the bigger ally attacks, you can definitely use that Water Barrier for some value. We're going to see that Polaris grabbed with that Arisana bonus. We've seen so many Polarises this weekend.
Yeah.
Is just going to be able to set up, hopefully next turn, a pretty threatening Polaris for Jofacha to deal with a potential board from Killis.
I'm actually a bit surprised about this Polaris, but yeah, I guess maybe it doesn't quite matter because again, this Arisana is not going to 3.
Right.
The bowls don't matter. So let's say the Polaris gets fracturized, it's not a huge deal, Yeah, sure, it disables the board wipe here, but it really won't matter too much for the actual in game.
Right.
Yeah.
Also a bit of a called shot, right? He's saying, you don't have a Fracturize. I saw you use one already. It's less likely that you have a second one.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to deploy this here, and if I'm allowed to wake up with it, it's going to be pretty powerful to have access to.
Yeah, for sure.
And we'll see. We're not in quite the same situation that Killis was in last turn, as Killy does have 4 cards in hand, so it's a little bit harder for Jofacha to assume that shields are down and sort of attack at will, but he does have to do some digging through this board if he wants to take control of this game. Maybe just deploy some of these Icebound Slams and apply some pressure.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to start with an Awakened Deacon. She does have now that 2 Fantasia on board with both of those fractals to get Intercept.
Yeah. It is actually kind of interesting, right? So Jofacha about to not go for the Fragmented Spear, which would give the just basically out of the gate 1 extra Fantasia. So you do have to figure out a way to get 2 Fantasias on the board.
Right.
So that's where the Fractal Rain and the Fractal of Polar Depth comes in. Yeah. And this card is very key because the Intercept is absolutely important against a ally focus, like fair damage deck. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially with the threat of cards like Halocene Scout and Poison Dagger just doing an absurd amount of damage out of nowhere. You want at least a little bit of protection for your champion.
Yeah. Okay. So Gildas has like a couple options here. There is there's potentially like a way to get let's think. I'm actually kind of surprised that there was no spends for maybe potentially the Sadie or Inspired Call, but I mean, obviously, seeing that there's an Intercept definitely changes the state of what could be possible there. And of course, Jofacha holding a full hand of cards makes it very scary. Yeah. Snow Fairy is going to come in and rest the Awakened Deacon here.
Yeah, just getting a little bit of value. Like you had mentioned, there is very, very important to have an Interceptor up against these ally-based decks, and so both players realizing that, Snow Fairy trying to take care of it semi-permanently.
Sounds like maybe this Awakened Deacon might be going to bed.
It's time for bed. It's getting late.
Time to get rested.
We'll see.
Yeah, Cerulean is going to be attempted here.
To negate and draw 1 into memory.
Yeah.
And we've seen this so many times in these water matchups where Cerulean not really threatening to actually negate this card, but replacing itself makes it such a powerful play just to limit your opponent's options.
Yes.
And if Joe Facha has a second piece of interaction here, it will make it impossible for Killy to play anything else this
He
turn.
does have a title lock. So, but again, that's still not quite enough. He needs to, yeah, so, okay, so title lock's going to come in. Yeah, I guess he really doesn't want to rest the,
Cost 4, right? If I have 3 or more water engraved, right?
he really doesn't want to, really doesn't want to rest the Awakened Deacon. But Killis is going to pay the 2, and, yeah, and that's going to resolve, and, Joe Facha is going to be down 2 cards for there. Well, he's going to be down 1 card. I guess the Cerulean Decree did cantrip for 1.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely an interesting choice. Joe Facha seems like this did go the way that they had intended, and maybe their plan was to have Killy put his whole hand down so that they would be sort of freed up to do what they want. We know that they're holding on to some Icebound slams, and so maybe they were just sort of using this Snow Fairy as bait to get Killy to pay for these pretty favorable situations just so they can slam an Icebound slam on their turn.
It's true. Yeah, if you Icebound slam a bunch of floating into the graveyard, that's not too bad, right? It opens a lot of options. Again, that fractal of polar depth, we can't ignore that thing. That's kind of a clock. I mean, at some point, if he deploys a second one, there are very, very few ways you can kind of get yourself out of that situation, right? Other than some sort of negates. Okay. It's a pretty good. That's a pretty good mill there. A Lost in Thought. Okay.
And a decent draw as well.
Yeah.
It looks like instead he's going to opt for a Torrential Blast, but he did have the option to Primordial Ritual his Awakened Deacon. Looks like he's just going to try to take care of one of these threats. Halo Scene Scout is the choice.
Yeah.
And then Recollect.
That Halo Scene Scout, man, it's Halo Client Scout is really, really just, I think it's a very powerful card, right? And so, I mean, Joe Facha really recognizing the power of that. The other interesting part about this, right? Normally, Sadie is very safe. But if you had to put down so many cards for Sadie, right? Then you're at a situation where Sadie is not actually, safe. And then pop the Polaris and destroy the whole board.
Yeah, you're right. They didn't have the 2 resources available to pick up that Sadie, and so Joe Facha is going to take this opportunity to just get her off the board, along with that Snow Fairy that was locking down this Awakened Deacon. And notably, Polaris, only being for 2, does deal 2 damage to Awakened Deacon, but she's big enough to survive it.
Yeah, and here's the thing: even if you don't generate any bolts, you still have to shuffle the deck because that's the way the text is written on the card.
Right.
Yeah. All right. So deck has been shuffled. Good call out by the judge. Very quick on that too.
And it looks like we're pulling a Frostborn Paladin to the front of the hand, maybe checking the state of floating memory in his graveyard. He does have a couple: a Lost in Thoughts, a Rhyme Soul Bishop, some options, or maybe we'll just see this be the opportunity that Icebound Slam comes into play.
I think Icebound Slam is not bad as well, because it's like how many of these opportunities do you have where you can kind of like just lay down the hand, get the cards into the graveyard. I think the question is whether or not Joe Facha is afraid of the crackback, right? Because on that next turn, the dagger is unlocked, and there's other options there. So I think the safer play is, of course, just the Frost Paladin. Now the water barrier has been put down to pay for the Frost Paladin there. So kind of interesting. And the Frost Paladin is now swinging in as well for 3. But we do have another Deacon who will come in, who will become the actual Sacrificial Lamb blocker. And holding, of course, a Primordial Ritual in hand.
Yeah, turning that Deacon into a potentially very beneficial play if Killy decides to commit resources to kill it. We will see a Primordial Ritual to sort of convert it into some extra cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to add one floating memory, but also just 2 more milled into the graveyard. Yeah. Does Joe Facha have a stratagem in hand currently?
I didn't quite see. He is with these 2 fractals, he is able to cast it, so that is also something that we have to worry about. I'm not sure exactly what the float count is, but it is a few. I think it's 2 or 3 minimum, and probably more than that.
Yeah, and that's the thing that like at some point Kills has to think about too, because again, this deck, right, other than deploying allies on the field, also has other options to try to kill using spell damage as well.
Right.
Yeah. The allies is more or less just to poke some damage in and put the champion into kill range for the spell damage.
Some huge respect here from Killy. Going to grab that Nullifying Lantern, effectually shutting off the Fractal of Polar Depths.
Yeah, also huge respect that he has it in the main deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is not a side deck card for Kilodis here. Yeah.
But,
looks like potentially maybe another Snow Fairy here. Just to, kind of, get cards down. Unfortunately, he isn't able to balance the Gildas. Too many cards. So not as valuable currently as otherwise.
Yeah, we might see that Snow Fairy come down, start dealing with something like that Frosthorn Paladin. He does have a Frosthorn Paladin of his own, though I don't think he has the floating memory to be able to get its maximum value. So we're just going to lock that down with a Snow Fairy, and Joe Facha is going to think for a second and maybe end up cashing in that Primordial Ritual towards the end of Killy's turn, should he not have a better option for it.
Yeah, yeah. And at this point, really, Killis has to kind of figure out a different way to set up the board. Ooh, dropping card here. Set up the board in a situation where he can actually navigate a path to the champion.
Right.
Because there are 3 defensive options here for Joe Facha. Of course, this one being locked down currently by the Snow Fairy. But still, there's, options here. So it's really not something that he can do at this point, even though the dagger is up and ready to go. The other options are just not present right now.
Right.
Yeah, Primordial Ritual is going to be utilized here to draw or to put 2 cards into the graveyard here. Yeah.
Yeah, looks like he chose Awakened Deacon, so not really worrying about this Frostborn Paladin being locked down.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a concession to, like you said, Marky maybe has a stratagem here, and he wants the maximum amount of floating memory to be available to him. Xander, only 19 life, so a very attainable goal to get that many float in the graveyard.
Yeah. And that's exactly what Joe Facha is checking right now. 1, 2, 3. I think I counted 3 floating or 4.
I think it was 4 and maybe a 5th at the bottom.
Okay. All right.
And he's questioning if he wants to grab this Crystalline Mirror, but he's a little bit short on Fantasias to activate it, so he's just going to grab a Tariff Ring, mill another float in the form of Refracting Missiles.
Nice.
Grab a Title Lock, too.
These are great cards.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like 5 is the
5
number.
total. Okay. Perfect. Yeah.
And looks like 5 is the number.
He's going to be using it. Yep. So that's 15 damage represented.
15 damage would bring Xander to 18. 1 damage from Awakened Deacon to get the kill.
Yeah, and that's an instant scoop.
Yeah, shows just the power of stratagem, right? That's what this deck's built around, and we didn't get to see it last time Ari was in our feature match. We didn't see them cast a stratagem of Myriad Ice, but this is the A plan, is to put as many floating into your graveyard as you can, and then just cast a big stratagem as soon as the way is clear. And, that was a game that looked like Killy was in the driver's seat, but the sort of deceptive win conditions of this Water Arisana deck just sort of winning out of nowhere.
Yeah, and you just can't discount the fact that there are so many ways. There's like, again, the choose your adventure, 3 paths to victory situation here.
Yeah.
You got the Mirrored Ice, right, where combing is just going to freeze you to death, or you might get frozen death and drag into the bottom of the ocean by the polar depths, right? Or just, hey, on the surface, some Frost Paladin keep swinging for 3. You can lock it down, but you can't keep me down forever type of thing, yeah. Again, I'm a big fan of the Halakine Scouts. I'm really liking seeing that card. In fact, I think it's one of the cards that one of our co-hosts for Talk GA really enjoys, Eva. So she's been a big fan of this card as well. So yeah. All right, so let's look at some sideboard options here. Why don't we start with maybe Kilodis? What kind of things is he looking to sideboard now for game 2?
I think Kilodis' sideboard looks kind of gross in this matchup. He has the Viridian Protective Trinket that I know both players are packing, so that'll come in for both players.
Yeah.
But he has one additional copy of Incapacitate, which would bring him up to 3. Looks like kind of an all-star in this matchup. He has 3 copies of Mystic Purifier that he can use to take care of those pesky Phantasias like Fractal of Polar Depths. He has 1 additional copy of Freezing Hail, good to either lock down the enemy champion or take care of some 2-life allies. He has 3 Sea Sprite Divers, another efficient body that also exiles or banishes cards from the opponent's graveyard, so it can eat some of that floating memory from the Arisana deck. And then 1 more copy of Song of Frost that locks down those Icebound Slams should Jofacha want to go for it. So I think most of the sideboard seems like it should be coming in here for Killy.
Yeah, yeah. And then on Jofacha's side here, basically, it's really interesting too, right? So, of course, Viridian Trinking, like you said, is going to definitely come in. There's a Blinding Orb too, right?
Sure.
And, given that this is a pretty ally-heavy situation here, Song of Frost actually could work pretty well because, one of these turns where you least expect it, you may have to deal with a very strong Gildas balance. Those kind of situations are there too. So, definitely different options there as well. The one other card I'm really liking is Fractal of Intrusion. To be able to kind of maybe do some damage to the memory of the opponent, and also adds another one of the Fantasia necessary for things like the mirror, those kind of things there too. Yeah. Now, Revitalizing Cleanse could also be an interesting card there too, because again, it's like it just extend that game along a little bit more. And Jofacha's side, right? The longer this game runs, the more floating memory, water element cards there will be in the graveyard. So we'll see how round 2 matches up.
Yeah, I think we could definitely see Jofacha take more of a passive role and sort of sit back on cards like that for Revitalizing Cleanse and maybe these Desperate Dives as well to just sort of slow the game down to a crawl so that he can take it over like he did last game.
Yeah, Trapper is going to be the choice for turn 1 here for Kildis. Yep.
Start those prep counter generation. I'm not sure that he'll turn this one sideways like he did last game. Did end up being pretty rough, so probably keep it back on defense.
Oh, I do see 1 Icebound Slam in that opening hand. It looks very, very good. Will he do it, though?
Mark, I also see 2 copies. I think both copies of Fractal of Intrusion, like you said, pulled to the front.
Is he gonna? Oh no, he's gonna go for Fractal Insight, of course. Okay, the save play.
Sure.
Here we go. Okay, Rhymesoul Bishop too. So yeah. Cell Converter and Rhymesoul Bishop, and if you can start it this way, I think honestly that's all you need to do. Really, just kind of wait it out and see. Hold the Fracturize in hand, see what happens, and then
activate Scepter.
Okay, Scepter is gonna come in. Yep, of course. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. If you want to roll dice,
Yeah, just deciding what's getting banished here. But yeah, pretty strong hand from Jofacha. Does have those Fractal of Intrusions to start picking apart Killidis' hand. Does have a Fracturize. I believe he has a Refracting Missiles up now as well to maybe deal with some easier to kill allies. Oh no, I believe that's Icebound Slam, not
Icebound Slam. Yeah, and that's why it's like. I mean, now again, the players don't know what we know, right?
Right.
But Killidis actually didn't have a Song of Frost.
Sure.
However, this is the cool part, right? You hold 3 cards. It looks very scary, and if I have no information, there's no way I'm gonna slam, right? Could potentially slam into nothing.
Yeah, I find it so interesting that Icebound Slam is one of the most powerful cards that these water decks can leverage, but it's the hardest to play, right?
Yeah, it's the most powerful water card that you cannot play.
Right. Yeah, 7's a lot. And the Guardians get to cheat a little bit. They get that 2 cost reduction, but neither of these players get that. So
nah, it's a general water card. It's like a baby grave for the water.
Right. Players. Right. Does that mean we should ban that one too? Or?
No. Hey. Don't upset the water players in the room, okay? We didn't say anything, guys. Yeah, I love the Sea Sprite Diver and Killidis' hand. All these cards that are very precision removal from either graveyard or memory. I really like it.
Yeah. Speaking of precision removal, we see this Mystic Purifier to take care of probably that Fractal Rain.
Yeah, and Fractal Rain is a very, very good card. And you saw like last game, Jofacha got a lot of value out of that card. Yeah. Okay, well, but this also means. 3 in hand, yeah, and Kildis also has his Fracturize ready to go.
Right.
So this is, I believe this is going to be just like last game, where they kind of just wait and then last moment Fracturize and do the things.
That's fine.
And we saw great foresight from both players, always keeping that 5 cards available to protect their Scepter of Lumina. And so we'll see if Jofacha takes that same judicious approach here to always have that available should a Fracturized speed. Coming out here in the Recollection step.
Yeah.
There it is.
Instantaneous response here. Draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
Okay.
So no damage off of that level up. We are
Yeah.
going to get the Gather twice. We're going to see a Silver Shine and a Razor Vine made.
Do you know the names of all the different members, right?
Yeah, by
Arsana,
heart, yeah.
Arsana.
Yeah. I sure
Yeah.
do.
I just say that the 3 herb and the 5 herb.
That's why they hired me, Mark. That's what I'm here for. Yeah.
Sure. All right. But Kelladis' hand is down at this point, right? So Polaris comes in fairly safe, right? And do we see finally come on and slam?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, this has to be the opportunity, right? It looks like the coast is clear.
Yeah.
He pulls it to the front.
He also needs it because he has no other. I mean, he can of course Lost in Thought for 0, and then Frost Paladin to get the value, but he has no floating memory in the graveyard.
Right.
It's really a bad situation, right? You want to use the slam to the most potential value, so this helps him to do the 8 damage, but also potentially dropping a lot of floating memory into the graveyard.
Yeah, this is that sort of lottery cannon that we need to really see some floating memory here on the side of Jofacha. He's going to be in a bit of a rough situation, so let's see what the damage is.
Oh no, 0 floating.
No.
I think he also got rid of 2 Mirrored Ice, right? Stratagems too. But still, again, lots and lots of water cards. So Fractal Polar Depth maybe is more useful now.
Yeah, that's what he has to be hoping for. He was
Yeah.
hoping for some float there, I'm sure, but now, his consolation prize is hopefully Fractal Polar Depths on top of his library.
Yeah, but honestly, here's another way to think about it, right? If you put all the floating memory, if you put all the non-floating here, that means all of this is floating.
True.
So just start milling.
Just start milling.
Just start milling. You're a much better chance of getting floating now. than
We're
before.
all about statistics here in the
Yeah.
booth, and that is how we think probability
That's
works.
right. That's right. So Nullifying Lantern, of course, this looks very scary already. Coming out on Kelladis' side. Kelladis is actually taking time off and not doing his own Scepter this game. I think part of it is like thinking about what cards he wants to be holding in hand, and if he doesn't have 5, that Scepter will be punished pretty heavily.
Right.
Yeah.
And sort of a too fortunate situation here for Kelladis. He does have that Sea Sprite Diver, but no floating memory to eat, so he's just going to hold back, deploy a Sadie instead.
Yeah, I love Sadie, but in this situation, wouldn't you love a Gildas more?
Right.
To be fair.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, like defenses are down, right? Let's, okay, here we go. This is where the Scepter comes out. But yeah, it's still pretty good though, right? And I think Kelladis is probably going to look to go to level 2 next turn with his Fracturized in the graveyard. Okay, 2 on the Sadie. It's good. 1. Oh, yeah. I was like, wait, hold on. Potentially don't want that one. Yeah, there you go. 1. Good. And this helps to protect Sadie, helps to do a lot of other options too, or gives Kelladis more options too. Just having the Quasi Trapper up. This is not the turn to be pushing that much damage. Yeah, you don't really need it. Terrafring, really good option here too. It's definitely showing that, want to take a little bit more of the defensive option here, given that Icebound Slam didn't quite do what Jofacha wanted. And that's the problem too. So now he has to start burning these Lost in Thoughts because he needs those floating memory to give him any value.
Yeah, the float is so important. That Icebound Slam really biting him now that it didn't see any floating memory. He does pick up a Torrential Blast, which is a potential way to do a little bit more filtering into his graveyard as well as acting as a removal spell.
Yeah.
Not so great against Sadie, but maybe if some other threats are deployed that are a little bit more permanent, he'll be able to leverage that.
I will say though, right now, he kind of has to hold up all his cards because the exact same thing that he that was dealt to him will be he will attempt to deliver to Kelladis now with the Fracturized.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to see the materialization here before Jofacha deploys the Fracturized. Yep.
Yeah, we see that Xander coming out.
Coming in.
And then we might see a response to the trigger.
Yes. And Kelladis is ready. Oh.
He says that's good.
He's-
Take
that's good.
4.
Take 4.
Okay.
Okay. Nice.
That'll put Joe Facha up to 8. And now the life totals are becoming a bit frightening. This is only a level 2 deck on the side of Arisana. So it means 22 life is our maximum. We do have 1 Silver Shine on board, which has a Recover 1 available. So a little bit of extra life.
Yeah, I was gonna say if he's not gonna fracturize, he has to pop the Terrafring for sure, right? I mean, this situation, yep. Okay, Lurking Assailant, not bad. Another Mystic Purifier, not so useful now, but you know, potentially could be a thing. I believe the Xander has 2 prep counters on it currently, one from Korhazi and one from the level up.
Yeah, I believe that does make sense.
Okay.
And this does unlock some Slice and Dice lines with Sadie being available to him.
Yeah, yeah, and this is where it's gonna get kind of interesting. Yeah, Incaps in hand, so many options here. Let's see what Joe Facha kind of goes for here.
Yeah, I think it's all about who's the aggressor, and Killy definitely has the dominant board position, and so he's able to just pass the turn, do anything that he wants to do at fast speed at the end of Joe Facha's turn, and then push for some more advantage on the following turn.
Yeah. Yeah. And
How many cards in hand? 6.
yeah, I think Joe Facha did not go for the Fracturize because he was thinking about potentially having to deploy some defenses on the turn and not wanting to put your whole hand down in that situation.
Sure.
Materialization, though, what could be interesting here? When does the Viridian Trinket come in for these matchups? Kind of curious.
You know, it's a very interesting choice. Viridian, I think, is at its most powerful when you lock your opponent out of casting something, right? So they pass with 3 cards up, and they're representing something like a Fracturize or a Frostbind. You then get your Trinket to lock them out of that.
Right.
So I think both players do really realize that, and so Killy's passing with his whole hand up to make Viridian Trinket like pretty low value.
Yeah.
So we see Joe Facha opt for maybe this GCR that he's pulled to the front.
Yeah.
Or this backup charger similar to increase that influence.
Looks like maybe backup charger, right? Because he does have the cards to pay for it now, so that might be just the choice you make right now with the cards. If you don't have the cards in hand, of course, then the GCR is also even better. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely interesting. It looks like he might opt for the GCR. Same influence gain, but really worried about maybe some potential interaction from Kilidus, so he wants to always have cards in hand.
Yeah.
And maybe he also wants to cast his Fracturize in his
Yes.
Recollection step so he doesn't lose the influence for his turn.
Yeah, exactly. He was really afraid of the Fracturize going into some sort of Cerulean Decree or something else where he could not pay for it.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see a Fracturize target the Scepter. Scepter cracked to draw 2 cards. Tale as old as time. We've seen it 4 times now in 2 games.
Yeah. I wonder if, in last turn, it would have been actually better to Fracturize the Scepter, because I think at that point of materializing the Xander, Kilidus didn't have enough cards to pay for the Scepter's 5 cost to draw 2.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. He would have taken a Fractal.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Joe Facha just really respecting the burst potential of a deck like Killy's. Something like Slice and Dice could spell doom for him if he uses too many resources. So we see that from both players, just showing such immense respect to this water mirror and the amount of pieces of interaction that your opponent can possibly have.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, actually, no, that's actually a really good point. Yeah, because in response to the Fracturize, Kilidus probably would return the Sadie,
right?
And now the Slice Index comes in for a lot of damage.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. It's always this game of cat and mouse with both of these somewhat aggressive water decks.
Yeah,
we're gonna see that Razorvine cracked, put a counter on Polaris, put a card on bottom, draw a card. He did find a Frostworn Paladin. For all of that float in his graveyard, he does have 1 whole Fracturize, I believe, that he can eat with this Frostworn Paladin.
Yeah, for all the water cards that Icebound Slam
right.
did not want to actually hit. Yeah. So the visualization for me, a lot of times when I think about what Icebound Slam is like, is you take this giant sword, you slash through this ice, and all the ice shards is like potentially water cards or floating memory cards.
Yeah. Or it all just melts immediately.
Yeah. That's right. Okay.
We're going to see a Frostworn come in. A prep counter going to be used with that Korhazi Trapper activated ability to shrink it down to a lonely 0 attack.
Very sad. Very sad to see that. Okay, second Frostborn Paladin deployed here.
Surely the second one gets to attack for 3.
Yeah. Now, I mean, most of these cases, you still want to just deploy the Frostborn Paladin anyways.
Yeah.
It's very useful. Yeah. Okay. Lots of cards in hand. Kelda says, okay, sure, you can have it.
Yeah, he's holding up that Incapacitate for any potential shenanigans. There is a Song of Frost pulled to the front of Jofacha's hand, so he might try to use that to protect his Frostborn Paladins. Sadie is a pretty scary card in a matchup like this. Agility 3 is so huge for these interaction-dense water decks, so you really don't want to let Sadie get that extra value, and the prep counter generation as well. So I think maybe Jofacha's trying to respect that a little bit and have some interaction available if he needs it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jofacha is definitely feeling this way too, but that Icebound Slam is actually kind of a little bit clunky into this deck because exactly that. The Slam, while it's great on the surface and gets does all the things that this Water Arisana wants to do, it does leave you quite defenseless because you do have to spend 8 cards total to be able to activate it.
Right.
Yeah.
Looks like Killadis opting for influence gain as well. Going to grab his own Grand Crusader's Ring to get a little bit of extra information, popping it here in Recollection, see if he wants to do anything here. Answer's probably no. He's going to Recollect and draw.
And draw his card. Yeah. Jofacha's hand size is 5 currently?
Yeah, I believe so.
No floating. He keeps checking for his Sea Sprite Diver. Are there any floating here?
Looking for CSRs in your bulk. Hopefully you forgot a floating memory in there and it surprises you.
Yeah. 2 to the dome. Yeah, and Jofacha does have a Song of Frost in hand, so this is very good. Yeah.
He says, that's fine. I'll take 2. 1 more from the Mystic Purifier. Not quite threatened yet, but man, that is a lot of influence available to Killadis, and he can mount an offensive if he wants to. He is also a little bit light on floating memory, though his deck is not completely reliant on it.
Yeah.
We might see some of these lurking assailants deployed as they're a pretty safe threat to continue pressuring.
Yeah. I wonder if we're, if we were kind of going down the path of just kind of swinging with allies, would it have made a difference to drop the Halocline Scout first prior to this? Because obviously, that with 5 cards in hand for Jofacha, the line of returning Sadie and then doing a slice and dice is turned off completely, right? I think Killadis is kind of thinking, what can he deploy? I mean, lurking is not bad, honestly. You can just have it out there. He does have a lot of cards. He has to think through how many of these, fast speed reaction options he needs to hold for interaction, but a lot of the other cards are just kind of more useful played than unplayed, right?
Yeah, of course. But he also does have to worry about this Polaris that's looming to make his life a little bit harder should he commit too much to the board. True. And Jofacha chooses to level up and make that Polaris able to wipe the board for both players.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
So he's really laboring over his decision, and we don't blame him. Lots of decision trees. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good point. Normally Polaris, right? It's a very one-sided thing. You kind of use it when, you want to clear your opponent's board. But like you said, these Frost Paladins are really good.
Yeah.
So does Jofacha want to wipe his own, Frost Paladin? Well, I guess he can also just hit 3 damage, and then that will save the Frost Paladin.
Right.
So there's that option as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a cat and mouse game. How much pressure can I apply? Can I remove these Frostborn Paladins? Can I force him to pop this Polaris? So many decisions that are going through Achilles' head here.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to have at least one of the lurking Zenly here. Okay.
And it looks like Face is the place. I think he pointed at Champion.
Yep. Now.
Yep, goes up to 13.
He's just going to pass the game. Okay.
End of turn. I'll pop the Silver Shine to heal 1.
End of turn, we'll see a Silver Shine crack to recover 1. Second counter on Polaris.
Yep.
And we might see a crack for 2 to get rid of that Mystic Purifier and potentially that Sadie. Basically using this as a way to have Killadis' available influence effectually reduced by 1. He pays 2 to return Sadie, but then Sadie does go back to his hand.
Yeah. now, now the cool thing is Kilodus now has well, actually, he no longer has 3 prep counters because he did use one for the Korhazi Trapper earlier. Yeah, so not quite going to work there. Is there a dice on the stream? I'm just missing it. It might be off stream a little bit, right? It's a little bit to the left of the Xander. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it is 2, though. I believe you are right on the money.
Yeah.
And that's really what Joe Facha has to be worried about. Because he's getting up there. 12 points of damage under the threat of this more aggressive Xander deck.
Yeah.
But it goes both ways. 2 Frostborn Paladins surviving the Polaris and providing a lot of pressure for our typically slower Arisana deck as well.
Yeah. So now I think the backup charger is definitely an option here. Just getting a little bit more influence and getting a little bit more, options into hand. The thing is, it's really weird, right? So Joe Facha is in this situation where, he has the water cards in graveyard, but they're nullified. He doesn't have the floating memory. Sorry, he doesn't have the floating memory to activate stratagem either. So really, it's again back to the basics, relying on those 2 Frost Paladins on board. Yeah. So it looks like Viridian Trinket is going to be pulled here.
Yeah, this is the sort of situation where I think Viridian Trinket is pretty good.
And he draws an Icebound Slam off the top of his deck. That's very, very cool.
Yeah, I can't tell how many cards. Is it 4 cards in the hand of Kilodus right now?
It's 5.
5
So
cards.
so Kilodus still is representing a stop to the Icebound. But yeah, I mean, it does feel pretty nice to be in the situation where you can kind of just, wreck their board and then push more damage.
And I mean, if there's no interaction and he does choose to go for this Icebound Slam, it is a lethal attack.
Yes.
We see a Lost in Thought dropped. We're just going to deploy another Frosthorn Paladin. A little bit safer. He's opting for more pressure, too, instead of deploying something like this Fractal of Intrusion. Looking to just put as many giant 3/4s on the board as he can to sort of keep punching towards victory. 2 more attacks for 3 would bring Xander up to 17 life, which is not quite there, but it's pretty close.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, Joe Facha does not have the kill, so he's just going to pass it with 2 defenders up against the situation. Yep. Again, the mirror. Yeah, so Viridian Trinket also on Kilodus' side materialized. Yeah, card draw gets another Lurking Assailant. But he already has 1 in hand, so yeah, no floating memory. It's really weird to be in this situation as a water player. Just don't have the floating memories.
Yeah, it's sort of just sometimes the way this water deck goes. You can't control what's on top of your deck most of the time, and so you just sort of have to live and die by it.
Yeah. Now, there are 2 snow. Is it 2 snow fairies in? Two snow fairies in Kilodus' hand, so he can leverage them to definitely lock this down a little bit more. So yeah, he's kind of signaling he's probably wanting to play 1 snow fairy and maybe potentially even the second one, because again, that Sea Sprite Diver, however strong it is, without any floating in the graveyard, it's just not as useful here.
Yeah, and notably the Polaris has been used, so snow fairies are a little bit more protectable. They do have stealth, which makes them hard to shift.
Yeah.
So if he can deploy a couple of those, they will keep these Frostborn Paladins locked down for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, normally keeping extra cards, I mean, the thing is, do you deploy 1 or 2? Because if you deploy 2, you effectively have emptied your hand. Because on your opponent's turn, you have to deal with the Viridian Trinket.
Yep.
Yeah, and you won't have enough to activate any of your water responses.
And so, yeah, it's a question of the bluff. So we see the Snow Fairy choosing any of the Frostborn Paladins, whichever you choose. But there's not a whole lot of interaction in the form of like Negates or Song of Frosts in Killy's hand. He does have an Incapacitate, but he sort of shields down. So it's whether or not he wants to bluff having interaction or just apply more pressure to these Frostborn Paladins.
I think he has to go for the second one. Yeah, knowing what he knows. Now hold the Incapacitate, and that's going to be his 1 interaction, passing back to his opponent's turn.
Yeah, maybe a little bit deceptive, representing something like a Frostbind that is not castable through Viridian Trinket, but Incapacitate being a normal card allows him to still represent some amount of negation, although a little bit restricted, but through that Viridian Protective Trinket.
Yeah. Snow Fairy coming in for 2 damage, and then pass the turn. We got one of the Frost Paladin. Yeah, that's the one that's not locked down.
That's the one that's coming in for lethal.
Yeah,
Eventually.
Eventually. Yeah, the unfortunate part again is just that Jofacha doesn't have floating, so stratagem is not an option here. Yeah, and milling out right now is also not an option. You need basically 2 fractal polar depths.
Right.
Yeah, and you need to be able to clear the Lancer. So in a weird way, I think Kildis did the best thing he could do, which is lock down the actual like win con in the current board state from Jofacha, which is the 3 Frostwind Paladins. Locked down 2 of them. 2
Right.
of them. Yeah.
Yeah, and surely with some amount of allies, one of these several lurking assailants he has access to, he can pressure that 3rd Frostborn Paladin as well.
Yeah.
So Jofacha looking pretty slim on ways to close out the game unless he can find some more floating memory.
Actually, I mean, wait. He had an Icebound Slam. Could he have just Icebound? Oh, no. It doesn't. It does not work with a Lancer out. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. It's
just an attack for 3. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just 3. It's not enough. Yeah. 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 So again, not a lot of options there. Yeah. And Water Frost coming out just to kind of shift the cards a little bit, get more cards into Jofacha's hand here.
At least a couple of cards with floating in Jofacha's hand.
Yep.
So you can maybe deploy some of those, maybe a refracting missiles or 2. Can use these refracting missiles to clear the Snow Fairies, essentially, when he gets access to 1 more Fantasia.
Yeah, and this is the other problem, too. Just not enough access to Fantasias. So while he does have Lost in Thought and Refracting Missile for 2 potential floating memory, right? Yeah, not having the Fantasia makes the Refracting Missile do almost no damage.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. But I think you're right. If he can somehow navigate a way to clear the Snow Fairies, that unlocks that very obvious path for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to see a level up to Xander Deft Executor the hard way, losing 2 cards. Has that trigger to gain some prep counters, and then you may remove a prep counter to return an Assassin attack card or action card from your graveyard to your hand.
Yeah.
Does not have any targets, so just Xander for flavor. Maybe he wanted that extra prep counter.
Yes. Extra prep counter
to enable a Slice and Dice line.
Yeah, so that prep counter number went from 2 to 4, and then of course that helped him to get to pull a Mercenary Blade out for 1, and then he's gonna attempt the Slice and Dice. But there's Solemn Frost. You can't do it.
And even Wand of Frost too. It just makes it so hard to want to cast the Slice and Dice for a theoretical 1. The problem with Wand of Frost is not that it makes the first attack -3 attack. It makes that unit's attacks for the turn -3. So it would turn this attack for 4 into attack for 1. And even if this were to hit, the next one would only be for 4. But we do see a Song of Frost in retaliation.
We're going to see it in cap, though, in response.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is where the Tidal Lock comes in.
Oh.
Yeah. It's still, yeah.
He's going to pay 2.
Yep. There you go.
I'll pay the 2.
Yeah, that's good. And then still hits for 1, right?
Yeah. And then slice for 7.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Cool. It's enough.
And then he's gonna pick those up and say, all right, you got some Frostborn Paladins. Those will get the job done.
Yeah. Maybe last game or last round or last turn, Jofacha holding the Frostborn Paladin up instead of swinging with the 1 would have been better. Waiting for a way to navigate his option to free up and clear up the Frostborn Paladin would also be good there too. Yeah. Yeah.
6 minutes, 30 seconds.
So it looks like only 6 minutes left for a tied-up match. Hopefully, I mean this could send 2 more ties into for our 2 undefeated players too. Yeah.
It's these water mirrors, Mark. They just take so long.
Hey.
Like there's nothing you can do about it.
They printed Scepter, but they also printed Fracturize. So I mean,
Scepter was here to speed them up, and
Yeah.
we saw over the course of 2 games, 4 Fracture Eyes cast targeting 4 Scepter of Luminas to stop them from speeding up the match.
Yeah.
These players want to be in for the long haul.
Yep, they giveth and they taketh away.
All right, so looks like Killy's going first. Does have a pretty powerful turn 1 in Nia. Looks like he's going to choose to not go for that, opt for the Trapper instead. Then we will pass it back over to Joe Faccia. We'll see if they can have a bit more of a fortunate floating memory situation this game. See a cell converter pulled to the front.
Yeah.
Start generating some power cell tokens.
Yeah. What's up? It's very, very, very cool. Interesting card to have, right? If you're here for the long game, it's a 0-3, but,
Right.
you know, yeah, gets at least one cell into play.
Yeah, I mean, they do start to add up, and the way that power cells work is they have that activated ability to give +2 power to a automaton ally, and you can activate that in your recollection step. So
Yep.
you can, like, deceptively make this 0-3, like, pretty large if you have a power cell every turn for the rest of the game.
Yeah, there's a couple good targets as well here. Awakened Deacon being one of them on the Joe Faccia side. So, you know, there's a lot of options now too. Again,
right.
I love how interesting this deck is to have its, you know, ability to, again, close out the game in just many different ways. Yeah. The Paladin played on Kill of the side, of course, totally making sense here, even if it's not enough, really just needing to clear the cell converter.
A 3-cost 2-3 is still pretty good. That's the stat line that most people look for, and even when you don't get that bonus off Frostborn Paladin, it can still get the job done.
Yeah, just got to figure out a way to get rid of it. So, okay. You know, the other thing that's interesting too, Kill does have a level 3 possible as well, but again, it's more of a defensive play, right? Because he's running the Korhazi's Chosen, so the Spell Shroud, level 3, granting him Spell Shroud and Stealth.
Right.
Yeah.
And also that damage off of the Scepter of Lumina really does add up if he's ever able to level up with it in play.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so Recollection and the draw for turn. Polaris comes in. Polaris, yeah.
Sounds similar.
Okay, Joe Faccia also has his own Frost Paladin here, and the Cell Converter now is a valid target.
Yeah.
Because of the class bonus is unlocked with Arasana.
I raise your Frostborn Paladin with a larger Frostborn Paladin, likely sent to kill the aforementioned Frostborn Paladin.
Yes, yes. There can only be one.
There can only be one.
Or 3 if it's on my side. Yeah.
But we'll see if that's what he goes for. It is indeed.
Yeah.
Frosty to the graveyard.
Yeah. Honestly, the other option too is Korhazi Trapper, right?
Right.
That option to kind of reduce damage is very, very powerful as well. But yeah, I think just Prosper Paladin represents too much of a threat on the board. So getting rid of that first is probably, you know, ideal.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these ally matchups do come down to correctly identifying threats and in which order you need to deal with them. And so we did see a little bit of a pause from Joe Faccia as he considered his options. But
We have a balanced skill list now.
That's
This
a good
is going to be
start.
fun.
Yeah.
There you go.
Some actual damage.
Yes, and it does also kill a Frostborn Paladin nicely too. I think Joe Faccia is thinking about a Primordial Ritual here. Yeah. Well, if I'm going to lose it anyways, get some value out of it.
Right. Might as well be on my terms.
Yeah. Okay, so 1 floating, 2 floating total
floating.
into
Not bad.
Graveyard. It's not bad, yeah. All right, Trapper coming in for 1 more. 2.
2 floating memory.
Yeah.
And it looks like Killy holding up a Frostbite and an Incapacitate.
Yep.
Oh, no, still Spirit. So not an Incapacitate. but
Yeah. Incap's not going to
Frostbite is.
work.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he was trying to think if maybe potentially Diver is an option, but not with that many cards.
Right.
I guess he could pop the GCR, but again, it lowers your influence down to a point where you have no options, right?
And your Gildas math is super important while she's still on the board.
Yeah, that's true. Chofash is thinking, okay, what's your hand size? So this might be the turn that you're talking about, where we bring in the trinket, right?
Right.
Okay.
Would lock him out. Looks like a Terrafring instead.
Okay.
Really depends on the context of the hand, right?
Yeah.
If Jofacha is not looking to resolve something costly or important this turn, he doesn't really care. He's going to put this Rhyme Soul Bishop down, and if Killy wants to fight over it, I think that's probably a fine trade.
Yeah.
He is going to get the on-enter, banish a card with floating memory to draw a card. Very powerful in Cleric decks. His Rhyme Soul Bishop has class bonus floating memory and that similar Frostborn Paladin text without the buff counter involved.
Yeah, but the cool part about Rhyme Soul Bishop is it powers itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when the Rhyme Soul does eventually die, it also gives way for the second Rhyme Soul Bishop.
The next Rhyme Soul
which
Bishop.
we are looking at in Jofash's hand as well.
Yeah, true.
So eventually, if there comes a case where maybe Kildis wants to remove the Rhyme Soul Bishop, then Jofacha can Primordial Ritual that one and then play a second Rhyme Soul Bishop. Yeah.
And it looks like we are coming up on time in the round, so Killidis is going to be our turn 0 here in Grand Archive. There are 3 additional turns after the turn that time was called on, or 5 minutes, whichever comes first. So we have 5 minutes for these players to come to a conclusion. I think that's kind of a tall order, Mark.
Yeah, it's going to be really tricky in a water matchup here, where both players can stop things, potentially even heal things. So, yeah. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to be possible.
We will see. We will see what the case is.
Okay. So we have, of course, the dungeon guide's not going to be as useful.
How many dungeon guides was that? It looked like several in the front of Killy's hand.
There's 2 of them. Yeah.
3 maybe?
I think it's Dungeon Guide, Lurking Assailant, Dungeon Guide.
Okay, sure.
But yes, there's still quite a bit of them.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Yeah. He does have a balance. Does he have a balance?
I believe he has 7 cards in hand, so he should have a balance line. Also, something to note, the Scepter of Lumina, we forgot that they're allowed to stay on the board. It is still in play from Killy, so these Dungeon Guides could add up some damage if he can find a quick way to power out some extra levels with that Scepter.
Yeah. Okay, show the memory. Fractal. Arizona level 2, just preventing them from getting to the next, Yeah,
points at Ari, assumingly names Arisana Master Alchemist, to stop any leveling shenanigans from Jofacha.
Yeah. Because if Kildis prevents the level up here, that could keep Arsana potentially low enough in health to be able to navigate a kill, right? So we're really looking just for 14 damage here. 2 Dungeon Guides with Scepters is going to be 10 damage. Right. Yeah, and the board's pretty good. Yeah.
Especially when Jofacha removes his own allies from the board.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really unfortunate that there was a Terrafring, right? But the Terrafring was what essentially prevented this from even happening. Yeah.
Right.
Looks like Frostbind is going to come in for the Primordial. Cool. So the sacrifice is going to be paid, but the activation of Frostbind is going to be negated here.
And that's basically just what you want to see as Killy, a way to slow down your opponent a little bit, especially after that Nia. So we are seeing 2 floating memory and a 3rd card to level up to Arisana Master Alchemist, as she does cost 1 more from that Nia Mistveiled Scout.
So that's gonna put Jofacha at 17. And yeah, yeah, wipe the board, heal it, shuffle the deck. Yeah.
Yep.
I think this puts it out of the range. I don't know if there's an option for Kildis here.
Yeah, so this should be our turn 1, right? And so Killidis will get turn 2, and then turn 3 will go to Jofacha. So I think Killy's going to have a tough line here, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that Jofacha finds some miracle stratagem to sort of get over the finish line like he did in the first game.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I think he has spent a decent amount of those floating memory in the graveyard. So that plays out. He's just going to pass because, hey, going for the draw here.
Right.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Says, I'll play around your Verde and I'll keep 5 cards in hand so that I can play this 2 cost.
Not much.
And they shake on the draw.
Exactly. Yep. GG. Oh,
man. It's a tough one to navigate. It's the water mirrors go so long, and so many of the tools that you have, like you're supposed to be the one slowing down your opponent, and so the deck like usually isn't designed to be slowed down itself. So we're seeing what the resolution was. We did see a handshake, but I believe the players have come to the conclusion that the match should be a draw.
Yeah.
1-1.
Yeah, I believe there was no way that Killers can navigate, and of course, Joe Facha is playing defensive, burning almost all of his different options there as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, match did end in a draw. We got confirmation from production. So these players are going to be moving on to 5-0-1. And we said this just the last round that those players also took a draw at 4-0-1. But, like, not a bad place to be in. A draw is not a loss. It does still give you a match point. And so these players are sitting on a pretty good record. Only 3 rounds left in our tournament for today until we cut to top 32. And I wouldn't be upset being at 5-0-1.
Yeah, of course. I think 501 is a really, really strong position. Again, a lot of times, taking that one draw is not actually a problem. Usually the issue comes in when you have 2 draws or more, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, 1 draw essentially is equivalent to it's better than a loss for sure.
Right.
And it's almost as good as a win. Almost.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle there for sure. So nothing to be unhappy about for these players. And, we saw smiles on their face as they came to a draw. A natural conclusion, just really hard for anyone to get any sort of traction in those water mirrors.
Yeah, especially this matchup too. It's just, it's really tough. Every single thing they do, right, it either costs more or you have to really think about what other counterplays your opponents can have. So the things that, the lines that are super clear are just super murky going to this water matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we probably saw an amount of cards activated that we can count on our hands that did not have a response from the opponent, right?
Yeah.
Like either a Frostbind or a Song of Frost or something. Very few things are just allowed to resolve in that sort of water mirror.
And then your bigger cards like Icebound Slam, where it's supposed to help you, accelerate the game, do some damage. You actually just can't play them.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I think it's the best water card that you can't cast. I think that is a perfect way to put Icebound Slam, especially in a matchup like this.
And I think, honestly, the sideboard of Mystic Purifier, I mean, you got to give it instantly when Gildas saw the Fractal Rain, the Fractal Polar Depth, these other cards that are, again, offering the tertiary options or just endless value. Gildas said, hey, we're not going to let that happen. We're going to, go ahead and get rid of it right away.
Yeah, sniping that Fractal Rain was so huge, and we're going to get a chance to talk to Killadus about it as well.
Yeah.
He's obviously, a seasoned player, as we're both in our feature match, so it'll be interesting to see how he feels about this deck that he's playing. And, as we mentioned before the match, not a deck that he was playing even, at the last large event where he was playing Fire Exia Jin, so he's been sort of finding his place in the meta and seeing, what sort of deck he wants to bring to a tournament like this.
Yeah. Water is definitely one of those much harder, difficulty level of playing card or decks, for sure. So, man, just again, it's like you sit down, right? Normally you're thinking, hey, I'm just going to disrupt their deck. No, but this is like dual disruption on both sides.
Right.
How you sequence your actions really matter. Throwing cards like Incapacitate into the mix, right?
Of course.
Where, Kildus has access to it, and for cheaper because of Xander, whereas Joe Facha does not.
Right.
So being able to kind of throw a different sequence in there, even when the matchup is slightly, pretty much mirrored, right? Viridian Trinkets on both sides, backup charge at the same time, Scepters, and the Scepters being fracturized. Yeah, it's very, very interesting.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit easier if it was literally a mirror, right? But like introducing 2 different card pools, the Cleric card pool, the Assassin card pool, there's way more things that you have to think about. Incapacitates, Torrential Blasts, these sort of, little niche edges that each deck has to be considered by both the player and the opponent. So that is obviously why we lead to these sort of longer drawn-out games that are it's hard to find a conclusion.
Even Cell Converter, right? Like, what an interesting card, right?
Yeah.
'Cause, we normally don't see it because it's a more aggressive card because you're going to get power cells. That power, but it's also a Cleric card because of the class bonus on the floating memory. So there's only really a weird niche that you can put it into, which is kind of like a aggression Arsana, or at least have a way to spend your power cell, right?
Yeah, and we saw the respect, right? That he immediately removed the Cell Converter. So much respect for that.
Yeah.
Pretty anemic 0-3 that generates just a little bit of advantage every turn.
No infinite value on that Cell Converter for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're getting our players set up, and we'll have Jim down in the feature match area talking to Killy, but just a few more rounds to go. Mark.
Yeah.
We're starting to get down to the wire. 3 more rounds. We're going to be reduced to, I guess now, at least those 2 technically undefeated players from our feature match. And then there was one other match of undefeated players that we'll see if it had a definitive conclusion. But we're getting down to very few undefeated players in our tournament.
So it looks like Duck Hats took the win against Steven in that other side of things. So I think Duck Hats is now, if I'm not wrong,
true 6-0.
The true 6-0 going into round 7.
Yeah. And again, can't be surprised. A Nationals winner is Christian, so it's definitely no surprise to see him playing at the height of his game this weekend.
Yeah. So I'm actually really curious. Do you believe in the aura, the champion aura?
I do. I really do. It really makes people nervous.
Yeah.
I mean, me, I'm just a normal person. I sit down across from Christian Tom, and I'm going to be nervous. I know he's been to the highest possible stage, right, and come out the victor. So
playing at the highest level, you know, you really and consistency too, right? It's not about topping one event; it's topping a lot of events and just always being in that range. So that is really 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 cool about. The players that we have, of course, in this field here.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. Like, it's not just playing the game well. You can play the game well in the safety of your own home with one of your closest friends, but it's playing the game well at this high-pressure situation in these really tense matches, sometimes in front of an audience like we have our feature match players.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Duck Hat's records right now. He is one of the best players that we know that has not taken down an Ascent.
Yeah,
he has multiple store championships, of course, multiple regionals championships, right?
A nationals championship,
of national, of course. But has not gotten an Ascent. So, what a true fairy tale story.
That's true.
And Christian's looking really good going into day 2 here.
We're a little far off, and Mark, I think this is what they call the commentator's curse.
Oh no! Okay.
So maybe
I will
maybe
say
we
no
should,
more. I will say no more.
No more. Good luck to the rest of our players this weekend. But
Yes. Of course. Yeah. So it's really. I mean, I'm just so excited for this too. Looking really good. This field. Yeah. A lot of different options here too.
Yeah, a lot of interesting decks. I mean, of course, we've seen Sylvia a couple of times, but we've had a really diverse sort of matchup spread throughout the day so far. And from the looks of it, it seems like that's not us sort of fudging the matchups.
No,
like we should have
it's
a
a
pretty
5-0, 4.
Right.
I mean, and this is the coolest thing, right? So look normally at round 6, right? It's like a bunch of similar 3-4 deck rotation type of thing. We're still seeing new decks. We're still seeing new variations of deck. We're still seeing new flavors of what we want to do. Yes, there are some repeats, of course, but even this Kill the Xander, it's different.
Right.
Yeah. So there's, I'm really looking forward to what happens next. I think, maybe we're going to see Christian on stream probably next, right?
I would assume so. I think he's probably on our short list. So yeah, we'll see what he's playing, and it's great to see such a fresh meta, like 2 months into the format, and we're sort of right around the corner now from a reinvigoration of the format when ALC Alter launches on January 10th. We'll get a little bit of a bump into the AMB format, but even now it still feels so fresh.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Again, it's like I'm just looking at this list of players, man. It's pretty cool. And I'm gonna check on a couple other players and their current standing here.
There's some killers here. There was for Worlds last year, and we can see one in the back. I think maybe that's can't tell who it is, but they had the Sean Zhang.
Lift Drizzle. Yep.
We had these Worlds jackets, and so all of these Worlds players come to the event, and they wear their Worlds jackets because of the champion aura, of course.
It's the buff, dude.
Yeah,
it's the buff. Yeah, they sit down and buff. Just, it's the oppressive presence,
the oppressive presence.
If you play against these players, you have to pay 2 extra to draw your card or whatever,
Basically,
to attack. Yeah, oppressive presence. That's literally what it is.
But I see so many of them in the room. Like, we have such a stacked room this weekend.
Oh, for sure.
Huge event, but also, very talented players.
I want to say, instead of counting how many of the world champion competitors came to this event, I want to honestly say, maybe which of the world champion competitors did not show up to this event. Yeah.
I think we're outweighing them, for sure. I think there are more world's competitors here than there are not.
For sure, yeah.
Which is super impressive, but also frightening if you're one of those normal people playing against their, their oppressive presence.
Yeah. Kind of looking at the field here, since Sean is here, I'm going to look up. Sean's record right now is, I think, going into round 6, so the one that we just finished. He was at a 3-2. Yeah.
But it looks like we have our interview ready, and we'll head down to the feature match area with Killis.
Cool. Looking forward to it.
Hello, I am here with Kilidus, one of the players of the last round. Congratulations so far. After that round, your record is 5-0-1. How are you feeling about your tournament progress so far?
I'm feeling pretty good about it. Thank you for having me here. Actually, I was kind of surprised. Like today, I just played 6 rounds of water. So that was the 4th time I played Polar Depths today. 1 Nico player and 1 water calming deck. And my brain's a little fried right now. I got 3 more rounds.
That is a lot of water mirrors. Were you prepared for that much water?
Actually, no, I wasn't. We were really expecting a lot of allies and slime and like Razor Gale, but some of my teammates did face against slimes, but not. I don't know. I faced water all day today, so.
I did see that you had a main deck lantern. So does that kind of factor into your expectations about the meta?
Yes, I was respecting Kongale because on the last online regionals I didn't do too hot, and one of my losses was to Kongale, which I thought should have been a good matchup, but I ended up losing that one during online regionals, and that's why I decided to put in the main deck, material deck, and also for the Nico decks. I respect those decks too. They're really strong right now.
So back to the game at hand. Back to the game at hand. Round 1 didn't go so well for you. What was your plan to turn that around in game 2?
In game 2 is honestly my sideboard. So I was, again, kind of like a fluke. I had Mystic Purifiers, Sea Sprite Divers. Those were mostly for like either Nico matchups or Merlin and Razor Gales. And so I was just kind of lucky that I brought in those cards because Polar Depths Fantasias, right? If you can stop the first Fractal Rain, it's a pretty big help in that regard. So for the sideboard, Water Trinket as well to make them not be able to counter for the important turns you need. But yeah, it's just mostly it's a game of attrition. Just trying to do resource denial and using Nia, but I drew Nia, but like it was an inopportune moment because my opponent leveled up sooner than I wanted them to, and so those were kind of dead cards. They're usually good for the first level 1, but after that it's not too great.
So 6 rounds in, how are you feeling about the meta? Is there anything that you would change about your deck if you could do it again?
Oh, good question. I would still play this deck. I guess at heart, I like to play water, and I've had a lot of success with water in prior seasons, and so there's too many decks right now. There's a wide variety of decks to consider, and I felt like playing something you're really comfortable and strong at was my choice or my mindset going to this tournament.
Great, thank you. Well, good luck at the rest of the tournament. I know you'll do well, and I think that's it for us for now.
ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた似てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた似てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Reaper of Souls. All right.
Couldn't tell you myself.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So the players are mic'd up and always at the check. And they're rolling dice to see who goes first. So we're going to start a little bit early because the player's ready to go. So, yeah.
So I guess they're already mic'd up. They're already got the
and they're looking like
headphones on. So we're safe to talk about them is the important part.
yes, of course. Yeah, so they're ready to go. So looks like we're gonna go right to the game here. Yeah. So Glenny Boy, no surprise that probably anybody is gonna be on Merlin, Fire Merlin.
Famous for it.
Yeah. Crux package, your standard. Still runs Ascension though. That's really interesting there too. Yeah, Prismatic Edge Ascension. And then Thanatos, what do you have there for us?
So we have our very first Razor Gale on stream. We have Kong Ming, of course, Razor Gale.
Yeah.
And a lot of the usual package here. We're seeing some 3 visits. We're seeing Tempest Downfalls. We're seeing the Slime package. We're seeing Escape the Wreckage. All of the stuff that you expect to see, I think, out of Razor Gale.
Yeah, I'm assuming 12 slime cards total, gray, green, and then the.
So down on 1, he's gone down to 3 slime shields.
Okay.
And actually made some other interesting kind of sort of pre-board choices: 2 stifling traps, 2 zephyrs, kind of splitting the difference there.
Okay, that's actually not bad going into this Merlin, who's gonna definitely want to turbo to 3 as much as possible, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Vanguard and Cremation. What your typical play? Get those value in the graveyard early, and then get that set up and ready to go.
Yeah, Merlin just doing Merlin things, right? Getting the floating going, getting the cremation rituals.
Yeah.
And we'll see how Thanatos decides to play into this.
Yeah, and Glenny Boy is really, comfortable in this deck. I mean, this is the deck that he took all the way to become the national champion, right? Or sorry, world champion. World champion, yeah. National champion, also the world champion. And I think he's just, feeling really good about this deck. I mean, slight modification variations here. But honestly, Merlin, such a commanding champion. Even now, 4 sets later, still commanding a, performance here in another Ascent. And Glenn Boy, 401 is not a bad score to have in this, situation here. So 2 Razor Gales on the board, though. That is looking pretty scary.
That is a heck of a start. Yeah. Going kind of influence down, right? Getting these Razor Gales out, spending a lot of time on this that could be spent on building up influence, but this is costing him cards. So this is a hole that he's going to have to dig himself out of. But every time he tries, every move he makes is going to be another 2 damage to his opponent.
Okay. Glenny Boy materializing his Lorraine, CUR, of course, on stream. I think this is the first. Is this the first CUR we've seen on stream?
I believe
I haven't
that's
seen
correct.
one personally.
Yeah, we saw an Ascent Spirit, but I think this is our first CUR.
Yeah, and actually, really interesting too. On Thanatos' hand, he has actually pretty much the right package that he's looking for. There's a 3 Visitor in hand, also a Fairy Whisper, and of course, is that a Verdigris Decree? Yes. Yeah, as the 3rd card. I believe.
Could be a Verdigris. Yeah, he does have 2 of those in his main as well.
Yeah.
None of those really any cards that are going to bring him up in influence. I guess he's relying on his materials in order to get him those extra cards.
No, yeah, but those cards are pretty key for the Razor Gale. Just to be able to cantrip, don't lose cards while activating the Razor Gales, and then just getting those damage in, right? And I'm looking through here. Yeah, and Glenn is going for the traditional Merlin, right? Going Lorraine. A lot of the popular, Merlin builds out there recently I've seen actually are going for example, utilizing the combing as the first champion. Now losing, of course, the sword materialization from the Lorraine 1, but giving you options to heal, and healing quite a bit. Yeah, with Harmonious Mantra. But yeah, Glenny is going for the traditional style.
And here we have Thanatos on end step showing off the power of these 3 visits.
Yeah.
Taking his first visit of 3.
Yeah, so that visit is going to go directly into the graveyard, but it's also, damaged directly into Glenny Boy right away.
And we'll see what he ends up doing with this Glimpse. Both cards back on top, so both cards apparently important here. I don't think we got the chance to see any of them. Banishing the 3 visits?
Okay, GCR is going to be pulled here for the materialization. And then he's good to recollect.
And the Grand Crusader's Ring here is going to be pretty key to his strategy.
Yeah.
One of the things that Kongming Razorgale really wants to do is go up on influence. He wants to have a lot of cards, wants to have a lot of options, wants to be able to do a big Veiling Breeze when it ends up mattering later on.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, is pretty much just going to be spinning his wheels, kind of staying influence neutral and trying to go up.
Yeah. Here we go. So this is the
Fairy
things like...
Whispers is exactly how it starts.
Yeah, Fairy Whispers. Does he also have a cyclical breeze in hand as well? Is that another Fairy Whisper on top as well?
Probably. I mean, Fairy Whispers into Fairy Whispers is the classic.
I mean, and he does know what's on top of his deck, so he, I'm sure Thanatos, set it up so that he has the right cards to draw into hand. Now, there's a Stifling Trap, another Fairy Whispers. They're all going to stay. Stifling Trap is the one that he's going to choose to draw into hand.
Definitely wants to make sure that that Glenny Boy's not getting any value out of any future dungeon guides here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Also stopping the Pendragon, the Ghost of Pendragon, potentially.
Many, many different good options for the Stifling Trap, for sure. Yes. Yeah. In most decks, right, you want to stifle the dungeon guide, and then that's about the end of it. But in this deck, even after they go to Merlin 3, there's still many good options for Stifling Trap. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to discard the Ignite the Soul and, of course, do 2 damage because Creative Shock. Discarding a Fire Element card with Merlin being a mage actually gets extra value.
And Thanatos just passing the turn, keeping his hand up, keeping his options open.
Yeah. Kalani Boy is holding 2 Flame Sweeps, but realistically, though, against this deck, those are going to be a little less interesting and important here. It's not really... any allies that you want to sweep? I mean, maybe some Baby Greys?
There might be a few, yeah. Baby Greys with those intercept. There's Ace and Protectors in Thanatos' list, so that's the direction he's chosen to go with this Razorgale Kongming.
True, yeah.
And
I mean,
those can be a pain to deal with. So a Flame Sweep might get him some value.
Yeah.
Especially Flame Sweep on those even turns, hitting for that base 4. That's exactly enough.
Yep. Okay, so we are going to go to Merlin 3 here. Yeah,
just naturally leveling up.
It's actually really interesting too, right? So Glenny Boy decided to use the dungeon guide to go to Merlin 2 to be able to speed up the transition of the 3 visits from the graveyard directly into banishment.
Right.
And now naturally level into Merlin 3. So it's a really interesting decision making here. Yeah.
Oh, that's why the 3 visits moved. I completely missed that.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I actually missed it too until I realized the Merlin's tapped, and I'm pretty sure Merlin was not hitting with a sword. So, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so Glenn's going to draw, and he has one of his water cards that he can use for his Ascension, but no actual Ascensions in hand to do something with it. So,
not being able to hit any floating memory with his Merlin 2.
Yeah.
So no acceleration on those counters, starting at level 4 instead of level 5.
Yeah. Yeah, Glenny Boy actually does also have a dungeon guide in hand too. But again, seeing the Stifling Trap basically said, hey, I'm not gonna play this card because there's no point in doing this. All right. So it looks like Combing 1 is gonna be the level up here. Shifting Current is in play.
Shifting Current is currently set to north, and as soon as this turn ends, Kongming will journey to the west and never come back.
Yeah, basically the west, it gives the Bagua of Cardinal Fate, which Thanatos just drew, the ability to become almost like another Fairy Whisper. Yeah.
And any Razorgale deck definitely wants to run 8 Fairy Whispers.
Yes. As many cantrips as possible in wind.
So we'll see if Thanatos, just passing the turn, and this is kind of what you want to do with Razorgale, right?
Yeah.
You just want to leave your options open. You don't want to commit too much to the board. You don't want to commit too much influence into your memory. You want to be able to do most of the things you can do at fast speed anyway.
Yep.
So doing it at your opponent's end step, doing it in your recollection is the best bet.
Yeah. The other cool thing is I believe Thanatos currently has, is it 1 or 2 Tempest Downfall in hand? I think I saw definitely 1. I mean, there will be a turn where, that beautiful 1 of 1 Grand Crusader Rings Apotheosis right. But it's a GCR.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a GCR with extra fancy text and
yeah.
Honestly, just all of the respect to Glenny Boy. Like, this is, if anybody is going to show off like this, he should be the one.
Yeah. He has all the cards in hand. He's going to pre-rec, cast his Creative Shock here.
Getting a little bit more damage onto his opponent.
Yeah. I believe he's going to try and, okay, so resolves. He's going to draw 2. Dungeon Guide, yeah.
So many dungeon guides.
At this point, you could probably just throw away one of them.
Yeah.
Okay, so it decides to throw the flame sweep because he does have 2 of them. So maybe that using it for more damage is okay.
Yeah, I think he really wants to accelerate his damage here.
Yeah.
He must feel like, with 2 Razor Gales on the board,
Yeah, still
Thanatos
pretty
has
rare
a bit of an
collection.
advantage there.
Here's the Ascension. We're ready to go. The water element card is already in the memory, and I think for a while Glenny Boy was trying to bait potentially a wind card as well into on Thanatos' side, but Thanatos has no memory, so there will not be any sort of banishments there. Yeah.
And this is exactly why you want to wait with Razor Gale.
All right. So Prismatic is the choice, of course. There's not really that many other choices for this deck, but yeah, reveal, fire, and water. Okay.
So that's
2
3
guys.
damage plus a card.
Yeah.
Pretty effective. Of course,
Very
if you'd
good.
been able to reveal any wind cards out of Thanatos' memory or his own memory, that would have been a card removed from Thanatos' memory, a card banished. Of course, Thanatos with no cards in his memory isn't vulnerable to that particular plan.
Yeah. Now, Glenny Boy is sitting in a position where while he has a lot of cards in hand, he doesn't have the crux cards that he wants. And so it's a little bit of a tricky situation. I mean, Dungeon Guy's going to come in, punch for 1. And then is that enough for Incarnate? Let's see. So there's going to be 8. Merlin efficiency 5.
He'd have to go
sword,
completely
6.
hands down. Oh, no.
No,
Yeah.
he's good. He can do it. I mean, he's probably going to Incarnate. And so Thanatos doesn't really have an answer for that line of play there. And once the Incarnate Majesty comes out, it actually makes it really hard to deal with Merlin.
Yeah. Razor Gale doesn't do any damage through the Incarnate, since the Incarnate cuts damage in half that would be dealt to your other Crux units, including Merlin. And also gives Merlin Spell Shroud, which means that any Razor Gale triggers would have
Literally
to
can't-
target Kong Ming.
Yeah.
He'd have to bounce back on himself.
Literally can't target it. So it's a pretty good situation to be in here as Glenny Boy. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So Merlin Force goes in for 5. Now.
Yeah, breaking that sword in order to get the extra discount on the deer.
Yeah. Slime Shield. Okay.
Slime Shield, preventing 3 damage and also dealing 2 damage back to Merlin because of the Razor Gale.
Take 2. Sword breaks. And here it comes. Incarnate.
This is not what Thanatos wanted to see. Look at his face.
For
Not
6.
happy about this at all.
He's going to hold the Resolute Stand just in case, but yeah, probably doesn't need it. But yeah, 6. Get a deer out. Nice.
So Thanatos' options in this situation are pretty slim. With a Ventus out of the material deck, he could cast enough spells in order to get a suppression out of that. If he has a Zephyr in hand, I haven't been watching his hand too closely.
He does have a Zephyr in hand. Now, the key is, does he have 2 Tempest Downfalls? There are ways to navigate. I mean, the Combing deck can actually dish out quite a bit of damage because Tempest Downfall activation is normally 3 damage, right? However, and you can activate it for free if something has been ally has been suppressed. In addition, you get 2 Razor Gale triggers too. So that's 5.
Yeah, each of those Tempest Downfalls 5 damage.
It's quite a lot of damage, yeah, and it
is
comes
quite
really
a lot
fast.
of damage. If you have a Cyclical Breeze, you could get one of those Tempest Downfalls back, deal even more damage.
And don't forget, he still has 3 visits in the graveyard, in the banishment as well, so that he can, utilize at any time for 2 more damage. Again, he has to make sure the deer is gone before he does this. But yeah, there you go. Vertigrous Decree, it works as well.
Also a suppression. Suppressed up to 1 target ally.
Yeah. So
has to target himself with the 2 Razor Gale triggers here, which I think means he's going to have to pop the Safeguard Amulet in order to survive, given that he has 2 damage away from death right now.
I know, it's just... sorry. Yeah, I'll put a banish.
But if he sees that option, then he'll be fine here.
Yeah. Yep.
Or was he at 15? He already took the 2 damage? I must have missed it.
I believe that's true. But again,
Okay.
like, I hope he doesn't forget that he has the so Fairy Whisper's here. Bago comes in, but he still has the 3 visits in the banishment as well. Yeah.
But yeah, he's not going to have a lot of opportunities past this, so he's really looking for the chance to burst Merlin out right now.
Unfortunately, I think I just see one Tempest downfall here. I do see a Bagua, but the Bagua is only just going to be able to give you more cards. It's not really going to...
So starting with that Tempest downfall.
5 total, yeah.
Still needs to get through another 14 health on this very chunky Merlin.
Yeah.
That's what you get for being a warrior.
That's right. A warrior mage, actually. Even more interesting, too, right? Again, like I said, you know, Galeni Boy's build here only runs 2 fast gear. So realistically, there's really no other healing option, right? So damage will stick pretty well against his build. Okay, Deers comes back in.
Passing the turn, the Deers come back, and this might spell defeat for Thanatos. We shall see.
Yeah, it's not a good situation for him, for sure.
Oh, he took so much damage earlier on, and now the Deers coming in for another 4. Very threatening position for Glenny Boy here.
Yes. So actually, you know, I think it was 15 damage, right, on the combing, and then turned into 17.
I know that the judge sort of intervened and pointed out the spell shroud.
So yeah, so the way that works is when you resolve the Verdigris Decree, right? He was using it to suppress a deer, but you know, as the activation is happening, the Razor has to have targets. Because you cannot target the champion, then the damage does actually have to go on the combing. Yeah. So it's really interesting. There's a lot of these weird situations where, because of the sequencing of when Razor Go happens, things like Spell Shroud, you have to actually target, unfortunately, yourself.
Thanatos seeing the deer coming in, activates the Bagua of Cardinal Fate, and takes the Razor Gale damage onto himself, going out on his own terms. Well, that was a decisive round 1.
Looks like the players are going to shuffle up and start looking at their options here for sideboard. Looking at Glenny Boy here, he does have 2 incap in the sideboard, 1 nullifying mirror, but I don't think, I mean, he could utilize it too to be able to maybe, for example, disrupt some of the situation with the windmill engineers. But the real key here is going to be the Blanche in the sideboard for Glenny Boy. Those are definitely coming in. And he's probably thinking about potentially the other ones, the other cards that could happen. I do like, I do personally just like Incap there. Resolute Stand in this case, again, he hasn't seen any allies, but he has to think there are possibilities there too. Because, I mean, these decks are fairly, you know, standard, right?
Yeah, fairly well known. He has to know that there's going to be some allies in there.
Yeah, so the incapacitate are still pretty good here too. Yeah.
Thanatos, not exactly sure what direction he's going to go. There's the option for 3 Eternal Magistrates out of the board, which definitely hurts here. You know, that's going to shut down all of the dungeon guides. That's going to shut down the
Ascensions.
Plan.
Absolutely.
So Eternal Magistrate, obviously very good.
Very good.
Also has the option to go to 4 Stifling Traps, or to 4 Verdigris Decrees, or to 4 Zephyrs.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how much he'll value the suppresses after running into the deer, right? Because that's really his only way out of that situation if that happens again.
Yeah, I think the surprise is very, very key here. Yeah, and it's just, yeah, absolutely. Surprise is super key in this matchup. To be able to not only, you know, get rid of the deer so that you can actually use your Razor Gale and not have to target yourself, but also it activates and enables the Tempest Downfall and those kind of options there too. So
if I counted that right, that was 11 cards coming out. He might have actually just sided out the entire slime package.
Oh,
in order to make room for all those extra suppressions, in order to make room for the Eternal Magistrate. Also, Cleansing Reunions, potentially good out of the board in order to knock out some of that extra floating memory from Merlin.
Yeah. You know, it's really interesting, right? Glenny Boy almost sided out all of his Flame Sweeps, but I think he's actually making a decision to change his mind here and instead going back and grabbing the Resolute Stance. Yeah.
Man, I'm really curious to know what Thanatos sided out if it was that big of a change. I hope we get the chance to ask him afterwards.
Yeah. So it looks like two Resolute Stands and 2 Flame Sweeps are coming out.
Glenny Boy being nice and providing the camera a good view of the cards he's bringing in and out.
I wonder if this is a good idea. Partially because like you were saying too, right? There is always the possibility that you have to deal with allies, right? So
Yeah, we saw a very spell-heavy side of the deck from Thanatos, but this next game could easily start with Windmill Engineer, Ascent Protector,
yeah, exactly.
and that'll be a very different game without Flame Sweeps.
Yeah. Well, actually, no. I think he did put the two flame sweeps back in.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me double check here. So maybe only one of them came out. Let's see, flame sweeps. Yeah. So there should be only 3 in the total in for Gillian Boy here. So I'm wondering probably maybe just one of them came out and then yeah, he put the
Could
rest.
be, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, again, key one here just being that it's going to be Blanche coming in. Blanche is going to play such an important role here against Coming.
Yeah, Blanche, such a strong card in this meta. There's so many decks that want to win through spell-like effects.
Yeah.
Blanche is good against Slimes, Blanche good against Merlin, Blanche good against Razor Gale.
Yeah.
Quite the powerful card.
Yeah. But on the other hand, too, Glenny Boy has no way to deal with Razor Gale Calling, right? Because that's a Fantasia Cleric spell. It's not an item. It's not, something that you can reduce to ash. So, unfortunately, he just has to let that stand. But maybe that's okay, right? Because, again, once you get the deer out, as you saw in last game, that's like full protection. That deer, it's your guardian spirit, man.
Absolutely.
You incarnate the majesty, and you could just kind of sit back and relax. And that's the other thing, too, right? On Thanatos' side, wind is a tempo. It can temporarily suppress the deer, but it can't permanently remove it very easily.
Absolutely.
And so you can get rid of it for the turn that you want to potentially kill, but otherwise, it's always going to come back. And Glenny Boy doesn't have to get another Incarnate Majesty to do it.
Yeah, Wind only able to deal with threats temporarily, as you say, and when that threat comes back, it's I think you described it perfectly. It's a wall.
Yeah.
It's so hard to get through.
And Glenny Boy has a really good hand. I mean, he has the Dungeon Guide, he has the Incarnate Majesty, 1 Pendragon, 1 Ascension for the Crux package. I believe there's also a Fireball, too, in there. And also a Star Wars Shieldmate for the early floating. So
what a great start.
It's options in mid-game, late game, and how to get there. Should be
That's
really
exactly
good.
what you want to see as a Merlin player.
Yeah.
Getting that float into your graveyard early in order to power to level 3 early.
Yeah.
The sooner you get to Merlin, the sooner you can take over the game.
Yeah. Thanatos here, choosing the Fire Bubble.
Visits in his hand.
Yeah.
Looks like an Ascent Protector in the middle.
Okay, so we're going to start with the Windmill.
Revealing a 3 visits and a Slime Shield.
Yeah. I think he has another 3 visits already in hand, right?
I think so,
Yeah.
yeah. So the Windmill Engineer getting 1 damage off of the Razor Gale and then coming in for another damage.
Yeah. The fact that he already opening hand 2 3 visits and also a Razor Gale and, a lot of cards again to cantrip, it's really good. That's a Cleansing Reunion, actually,
That
right
is
there.
a Cleansing Reunion, along with a Baby Green
Yeah.
and another 3 visits in his hand.
Yeah.
So definitely a lot of wind cards, as you would expect from a Razor Gale deck.
Yeah. Again, Cleansing Reunion is a pretty interesting card because here you could potentially utilize it to banish a bunch of floating memories away from your opponent's graveyard.
That is exactly what he's planning on doing here.
Yeah. Cool. And of course, still pings more with the Razor Gale while he's doing it too. So
Scavenging raccoons at home.
That's right.
Although this one's fast, so that's
it's very
that's
good.
actually a really major stumbling block to
Yeah.
Glenny Boy here, right?
Yeah,
he was
yeah.
planning on using that floating memory to level up right now, and instead
Yeah.
he has to pull from his memory if he wants to level up.
Yeah.
Does it make sense for him to take an off turn here? Or do you think he could go for GCR instead?
I think the problem is, with this deck, again, like I said, right, that deer's your wall, but you can't get to the deer if you're not at level 3, right? And he has the Dungeon Guide also in hand, so unfortunately, I think you just have to keep going.
Yeah, it looks like he agrees with you, taking that hit in order to get that level up speed, in order to maintain that velocity for his deck.
And what's worse is that Glenny Boy probably wasn't expecting the Cleansing Reunion, which is why he probably put down cards like his Crux package into his memory. So he was not expecting, for example, a banish on the Ascension, right? And luckily it wasn't Incarnate Majesty or the Pendragon, which I would say in a lot of different ways could even be more valuable in the current hand. Yeah. So got a little lucky there. But yeah, most players I teach who are pretty new to Grand Archive, I teach them as a fire player. You want to, the reason why you may want to create a shock at the end step of your opponent's turn rather than earlier, right? And the whole idea here is, of course, is like, hey, you get the floating in at fast speed. They have to react at fast speed. Of course, with Cleansing Reunion at fast speed, you can actually respond to Creative Shock at that moment, and it's a really powerful play.
Yeah.
Normally, we just kind of assume it's free. Like, that's exactly probably what Glenny Boy was thinking, too, when he laid down 3 Crux cards to Creative Shock and discard his Star Wars Shieldmate.
Yeah, and I think Cleansing Reunion, not that common an option. Very good out of the board in this situation, you know, but I think people generally going to be unprepared to deal with something that gets rid of their floating memory at fast speed like that.
Yeah. There's just a lot of cool cards that I've seen this weekend that really makes me think about, like Cleansing Reunion is a good example of this, right? A card that we've not really seen much play, and we've seen a lot of Raccoons, but how many of these win decks are running Cleansing Reunion in this way, right?
Right.
But it is very punishing into the right matchup.
Yeah. Super effective in the right situation.
Drawing 2 cards here immediately with the Grand Crusader Ring and also the Bauble.
So, what kind of options does he have available to him, right? I see that Windmill Engineer coming down, doing another extra damage from that Razor Gale.
Yeah, and he has 2 Tempest Downfalls in hand.
That's a great start.
Yeah.
At the moment, still has to deal with only 20 health out of Lorraine.
Yeah.
Instead of the 28 health out of the level 3 Merlin. So if he gets that damage early on, that's going to be a lot better for him.
Yeah, swing with him. Windmill Engineer.
Trying to shortcut and getting slowed down. Let's do 1 attack at a time. All right.
Yeah. So Glenn's asking for the miss trigger here because the first Windmill Engineer, when cast, did not actually draw a card into memory. He immediately went to cast the second Windmill Engineer. Yeah.
So the imbue is visible, but it is still a trigger.
Okay, cool. Would you like to appeal that? Yeah, I mean, if that's okay. Yep.
So, not quite sure how this is going to get resolved yet.
Yeah, I think the reason is that when you imbue, right, you do have to. It's part of the card, so you essentially just have to draw it. It's a game state thing. Technically, you could have a situation where both players potentially eat a warning for not maintaining game state.
Right. And in this case, they caught it early enough. It's not really too difficult to maintain the game state by just putting the trigger on the stack right when it's noticed.
Yeah.
See and ignite the soul from Glenny Boy, preventing one of those damages, knocking out one of the Windmill Engineers. Very cheap floating memory option. Deal 1 damage to target unit. And pretty helpful in this situation on this board. Knocking out one of those Windmill Engineers. Otherwise, they're just going to keep attacking turn after turn.
Yeah. You know what? I think I'm wrong. I don't think those are Tempest Downfalls. I think those are 2 baby greens in Thanatos' hand. Maybe it's one of each. I don't know. But yeah, he definitely would lay down 1 baby.
That is a baby green and a Veiling in his hand.
Yeah. So there's 2 baby greens here for Thanatos.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not a lot of burst options. So he's gonna be looking for ways to draw some extra cards, looking for ways to move through this board before Glenny Boy sets up that Majestic Spirit, before Glenny Boy sets up anything that's going to prevent him from dealing damage.
Yeah. I believe the second draw from the Windmill Engineer is the Stifling Trap, right? So that's going to be very important, too, coming up soon.
Yeah, if he wants to stop those dungeon guys, it's going to be very helpful.
Yeah.
And going into, the post-level 3, Merlin has a lot of allies that are potentially dangerous.
Discarding a Sudden Steel. Honestly, this is the best time to go for a dungeon guide because okay, the second hasty.
Hasty pretty effective here. Again,
discarding
being able
Flame
to
Room.
get that extra floating memory into the yard.
Yeah. Looks like maybe just going for natural level up here. And then
Blanche just on the board, because what is Razor Gale going to do about it?
Yeah, and you've lost all your allies here. Exactly, yeah.
This makes a lot of sense. Usually there's the consensus of you play Blanche in response to the effect to make sure that you hit the right effect and they don't get rid of your Blanche. But what is Razor Gale going to do against Blanche? Suppress it?
Yeah, exactly.
You're not going to burn a Tempest Downfall. We might see a Stifling Trap.
There's Stifling, but I think the Stifling, there's a better target here to go for the Dungeon Guide. Yeah.
Although it would prevent the damage. The damage isn't going to kill a Dungeon Guide anyway, so that's not a big deal.
Yeah. It's interesting that Glenny Boy decided to go for this line of play instead of maybe potentially just going for the Dungeon Guide instead. Of course, he doesn't know what's in the hand, so maybe he was looking and thinking, okay, this is a Stifling Trap hand. I don't really want to, risk it here.
Yeah, I wonder if that was actually a deliberate. You see the little chuckle from Glenny Boy. I wonder if that was deliberate drawing out the Stifling Trap to make sure that he could Dungeon Guide later.
Yeah. Now again, partially because again, last turn he saw 3 cards. He didn't know what they were. Now we knew there was Stifling Trap was in the actual memory, but Glenny Boy didn't know that, so it was not clear. Yeah.
And another Razor Gale coming down for Thanatos. So kind of a repeat of last game. 2 Razor Gales. There's a lot of potential for burst here, and it's just a matter of whether or not Thanatos has the right cards to start speeding through his deck.
Yeah. 3 Windmill Engineers and then Stifling Trap and also a Cleansing Reunion in the graveyard. Really valuable cards actually in Glenny Boy's memory. He kind of doesn't want to potentially lose any of them. And this is so great. I mean, he's going to eat the Ignite the Soul here, put the counter on.
Getting that extra level counter, yeah. This is
wake up.
the usual turbo for Merlin.
Yeah.
Going to level 3 on 1 level counter already so that your first recollection speeds you into that even slot, drawing you a card and giving you the extra attack power.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think this is the right time to go level 3. He's going to be risking a lot, and he won't have a lot of cards afterwards. So he has to kind of go for a different option here. Yeah, there you go. Goes for the ring, which is good because it gives you, the Dungeon Guide potentially more targets for banishment. And in this situation, right, even if you Dungeon Guide potentially get Stifling Trap, it doesn't matter. You can just burn the Dungeon Guide and then burn some other card, with it. Burn the Dungeon Guide and use the 3 that you put down for the Dungeon Guide to go naturally level up as well. That's not another option.
Right.
So,
yeah. Glenny Boy definitely very low on influence here. If he Dungeon Guides, he'll be down to what, 4 influence? 3 influence?
If he Dungeon Guides right now, he'll be down to 4 influence.
It's not the best position to be in, but Merlin very, very good at bouncing back from those low influence hands.
Yeah, so Merlin's going to go and dig a little bit. Here we go. Do it again.
Shooting 1 Dungeon Guide into the yard.
Yeah. Draw a card. Yeah, I don't know. I personally...
Honorable Vanguard now getting some more floating memory into the yard.
Yeah.
Still Dungeon Guide on their Dungeon Guide.
You got to do it. Yeah. In worst case scenario, if they get rid of it, now we have an Honorable Vanguard as well. There's more floating.
Sorry. This one?
Yeah. So keeps the card.
This is, I think, a pretty good position for the Merlin to be in.
Yep.
He definitely needs to turbo to 3 like this. He needs something to deal with that extra Razor Gale damage because that's just going to keep coming in.
Yeah, and what a cool banish too. So the card that was left from the Dungeon Guide is actually the Ascension.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very nice pull.
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, honestly, though, Ascension in this specific situation isn't that really that useful right now either, though, because, you don't really have any water cards ready to go. And, on Thanatos' side, he could potentially just put himself in the situation where he doesn't care, doesn't put any wind cards down, and, what are you going to do, right?
Yeah, that's kind of a roll of the dice for Glenny Boy to fire off an Ascension. He knows he can get 3 damage out of it, but anything else is up in the air.
Yeah, he actually currently can't even get 3 damage because it's all Crux cards. It's the 3 Crux cards I noted from his opening hand that he has left: the Ascension, Pendragon, and Incarnate Majesty. Yes, those 3 cards did survive all the potential banishments all the way across until he's level 3. Yeah, it's really interesting here too, right? Because if Thanatos puts stuff down, it actually makes the Ascension a little bit valuable to be able to reduce the influence size from Thanatos' side. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thanatos needs to be careful about how he puts things into his memory, especially if he's expecting that Ascension to come. He might try and put, as you said, some Norm cards down instead of Wind in order to lure out that Ascension and see if he can force an Ascension with lower value for Glenny Boy.
Yeah.
But he's also in a position where he can just pass the turn, and that's pretty good for him.
No. Yeah. At this point, Glenny Boy can burn the Veteran for Drawn Blade. And this is really good. I love 2 Sword Merlins because it gives you options for Ascension, right? One of the things that you hate to see is when you Ascension and then the opponent, for example, maybe suppress on the stack, and now you don't have a sword that you can. You tuck the sword away, but Yeah. So you don't want to be stuck in a situation where maybe you potentially don't have a sword available to you. Yeah, but 2 swords also makes the Pendragon play available as well. So it's really, really fun.
Yeah, Pendragon very good on this board. Being able to put that drawn blade back and then use it again later to draw another card, very powerful.
Yeah.
One of those plays that Merlin is kind of known for.
Yep.
So sending in a couple of damage here. We're going to keep cycling through the deck with those hasty messengers.
Yeah. Reduced ashes. Let's discard it here. Fireball. Okay, not bad.
All right, getting into a position where maybe he could deal some real chunky damage here.
Yeah, that's
Merlin currently level 5, so a fireball would hit for 6.
6, yeah. Now, Thanatos does have his Veiling Breeze, but he does have to put down a lot of wind cards to make that work.
Absolutely, and that is an opening for Glenny Boy to really rip apart his hand with that Ascension.
Yeah.
On attack.
We have another hasty messenger coming in.
Discard the Ascension, yeah, exactly. Because without the water card, it's really hard to play the Ascension in this situation. Yep.
Not a lot of value if you can't draw that card. Ascension kind of dangerous to use in there.
Yeah, I think he wish he could discard the card that he actually drew instead, but hey, yeah. I think, Merlin's going to swing for sure here because, again, this is just extra value on even counters. And then be able to send potentially the Seeking back with Pendragon, and then now you still have 1 sword available on board. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Swinging with a drawn blade. Okay, knocking that out in order to get the discount on the deer, presumably.
Yes.
Get that Majestic Spirit out a little bit sooner.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually a really good point. Yeah. So.
And does he have the influence to get
6.
there? It is
That's exactly why he did it. Yeah.
That's so good for him here. What is Thanatos going to do in this situation? It's a repeat of game 1.
Oh, he can't do it. He is 1 off. It's 6
1 off?
required. It's 6 required. Yeah. Oh shoot! So
he
actually,
has 6 influence, and he's at level 5. So with the sword, it's discounted by 6. So he needs 6 cards to put down in addition to the incarnate.
7 cards total. Yeah.
Yep.
So in this case, he should have swung with the Seeking because the Seeking could have just done the 3 damage and then used Pendragon, send it back, and now you're in a much better position. He's probably still gonna have to cast the Pendragon now because
he's absolutely gonna have to cast the Pendragon
and get the influences flowing here.
Unfortunately, he's not gonna be able to put the drawn blade back, but the Seeking at least comes out freely.
Okay. Pendragon comes in. Okay, Cremation and is a fast cure. Okay.
Looks like he also has a Crux Sight in hand.
Yes. Yeah, Crux Sight, not too bad.
Yep.
I mean, he can always bring back his Ascension if, there's a time for it. If the Pendragon gets removed, he can bring it back. And worst case scenario, if he needs another Incarnate for any reason, he can bring that back as well.
And now we're seeing Thanatos do Kong Gale things.
Yes, and this is the problem, right? So how many cards does he have?
So there's 1 for 2 damage to Merlin.
Yeah.
And still going. He found a Fairy Whispers, so do it again.
I think, is that 2 Fairy Whispers on top?
That looked like...
yes, it's 2.
I think I saw a Tempest Downfall in there as well. He put 1 on the bottom, so I guess if it's 2 Fairy Whispers, then he'll Fairy Whispers into Fairy Whispers.
Yes, I think that's exactly what he's going to do.
And he's going to be completely happy about that. That is just free velocity as well as extra damage on the opponent.
Yep, Fairy Whispers.
Looks like another Razor Gale on top.
He doesn't need the Razor Gale now. He also can't really cast it.
A third Razor Gale would be difficult to get onto the board and take advantage of.
Yeah.
So really, he's just looking for the cards to speed him through his deck. He's looking for a Suppress in order to get free Tempest Downfalls. And he's looking for, of course, those Tempest Downfalls in order to deal the real big burst. And firing off 1 more visit.
Yeah.
Glenny Boy looks like he's...
Glimpsing 2. There's a... Yeah. Doesn't really need any breezes right now, though. Honestly, even a Veiling Breeze can just hit for extra damage.
Right? Veiling Breeze is just 1 more spell, just 1 more activation for the Razor Gale Callings. Is not bad.
Yeah,
and a Cyclical Breeze here, I mean, you could just Cyclical Breeze for Fairy Whispers, and that, that feels okay.
Yeah.
I believe he is still in Glenny Boy's end step right now.
Yep.
There's the Materialize. He's bringing out Ventus. This makes a lot of sense. Bringing out Ventus early to make sure that he has the ability to cast the spells before the deer comes out.
Yep.
He knows the deer is coming thanks to Glenny Boy accidentally revealing it. And this is exactly what he needs to set up for a big turn even after that deer is in play.
Yep. Exactly. All right, Fairy Whispers.
Another Fairy Whispers in Recollection.
Is that that is Tempest Downfall. Okay, so this is good
Downfall.
because these are some of the cards he actually wants to see.
He really wants to get that Tempest Downfall for the burst damage. Are those all 3? Nope. One on the bottom. I didn't quite see. Did he put? He didn't put the Tempest Downfall on the bottom, did he?
I think he put the Razor Goat Calling on the bottom.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Okay, so this Bagua Cardinal Fate here. Oh man, look. Yeah. Here we go. Tempest Downfall.
It just keeps moving.
Reclaim and Fairy Whispers again. Oh man.
Another Fairy Whispers. He only needs 4 more cards, and that's the game.
He's gonna be able to chain the whole thing. I think he still has also. I mean, this is.
Doesn't have to reveal, but he was revealing anyway, firing off yet another Fairy Whispers. Incredible here.
And he knows his Tempest Downfall up top, so... And, sorry, 2 Tempest Downfall now, right? So is that a baby gray? They look very similar.
Looks like a baby green.
Okay, so it's 2...
Yeah, the baby green going to the bottom.
Okay.
Revealing that Tempest Downfall on the top.
Okay, good. Yeah. So all he has to do is get a suppression, which he already has with the Ventus.
Yep, Ventus already set up to get that suppression.
These Tempest Downfalls are free. Yeah. So even with any other potential options here, I mean, look.
He doesn't even need that. He recollects, he casts 1 more spell, and then he just hard casts the Tempest Downfall, paying for it, no problem, and that's lethal.
Yeah. And
the power of this Razor Gale deck.
Yeah, and Thanatos kind of knows too, right? Because if Gunny would actually had like a Blanche in hand response, then he would have cast it earlier to be able to, prevent all of those damage. But yeah, he's been taking damage all the way through. So, yeah.
Glenny Boy dropping that Crux Sight, paying 2. Looks like he's going to try and get that Ascension back.
Yeah.
And picking up. Recognizes that that's the end of the game.
Yep.
And all of those Razor Gale calling triggers did their work.
Trigger, yeah. Yeah, exactly. All the work that went in there. I mean, this is the power of the Coming deck, right? You saw, he was coming from like 5 or 6 damage and went all the way up to 28, and honestly probably could go even further. So, having free cards that cantrip directly into hand, basically as long as you have some amount of resources, right, you can essentially have almost like 2 full turns on that, beginning, mode where, again, on Glenny Boy's side, he's kind of short cards.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, just being able to fire, Bagua Fairy Whispers, essentially 8 draw spells on top of the 4 3 visits. Well, 3 visits in this deck.
Yeah.
Being able to glimpse to the top of the deck so you can stack your deck and get all of the cards you need. And to, all you need is 1 Tempest Downfall at that point. If you've already, cycled through 8 cards, that's 16 damage off of 2 Razor Gales.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. What a series of plays by Thanatos.
Yeah, we can't forget the Tempest Downfall by itself is going to do 5 damage too. So it's a pretty beefy deck here.
Yeah, when things line up, it works out really well.
Yeah.
And then you look at, how things went in game 1, and Thanatos couldn't pull a draw spell to save his life. I mean, literally. Would have saved his life if he had gotten a draw spell.
Yeah, I wonder if that Blanche was a little bit too eager and too early, right? Had he kept that Blanche in hand, just waited a little bit longer, and had that option later on to be able to leverage the Blanche for, again, the damage protection.
Yeah,
so.
Glenny Boy's in a very interesting position when it comes to those stifling traps, especially because he's got so many targets, so many good targets for stifling trap. He might want to sort of hold some of them in hand in order to lure out a trap with some of the other targets.
Okay, pretty good draw still here. I see a DG, I see a Blanche opening hand as well. So, yeah, we're just gonna go very easily.
And just immediately cremating that Honorable Vanguard.
Yeah,
very nice.
Vanguard cremate.
And we'll see what Thanatos has. I'm expecting another first-turn Razor Gale. I mean, why mess with a good thing?
Why not, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it. There
it is.
It's the first card drawn too. So, yeah.
Looks like 3 baby grays. What
baby
looks like a
greens.
reclaim, another one of those cleansing reunions.
Yeah.
So that could potentially be really painful.
It's very punishing right now too, because again, Glenny Boy probably put down cards that he would actually want to have.
So I'm not actually sure. This is a fascinating decision because this is actually a hard choice for him. By putting down that Razor Gale Calling, he doesn't leave himself. Oh no, he leaves himself barely enough influence to play the Cleansing Reunion. So this is actually a very, very good position for Thanatos.
Yeah. Yep.
And we'll see if he decides to go. Yep, fully cards down. Got to get rid of that floating memory.
And Glenny Boy is like, is there a game where he doesn't start with a Razor Gale? The answer is, I'm sorry, no.
The sort of disbelief combined with resignation on Glenny Boy's face. Unfortunate.
Yeah. The other problem also is that Dungeon Guide is in the memory.
Ooh.
So
yeah, so that's a really painful level up here if he has to take it out of his memory.
yeah.
But
Okay.
oh yeah,
That's-
going
see,
for the ring.
Can't take that risk. Can't take that risk. Yep. Draws the Creative Shock. Great card. But well, I mean, the thing is, there are not that many cleansing reunions, so doesn't have to navigate through all of them. So may not be that bad, right? Yeah. But
So-
again, this deck, you do want to try to get to 3 as fast as possible because, as you can see from game 1, having the deer out makes such a huge difference.
Such a huge difference.
Yeah.
So Glenny Boy probably going to be a little bit more careful with the kinds of cards that he's putting down into his memory here.
Yeah.
If his plan is still creative shock up and get that floating memory at the end of Thanatos' next turn, which it looks like it is.
Yeah. Now,
That
Glenny,
looks like a pass.
Yeah, Glenny Boy does have a Creative Shock into a discard for Ignite the Soul. So, yeah, there's options here.
Yeah, fully expect him to go for the same plan, get rid of that, drop that floating memory, and hopefully use that to level into 1.
Yep.
But also, especially having already run into the cleansing reunion, probably going to be a little bit more careful about what cards he puts where in case he has to naturally level.
Yeah. I think
And-
we're okay. So Fairy Whispers here.
Getting that Razor Gale calling trigger.
Oh, I see a Razor Gale right in the middle with a Veiling Breeze. So, yeah. And
That Razor Gale right on top. He knows exactly what he wants here.
yeah, so want to make sure that the card ordering is correct there. Yeah, that card was on the bottom, so it doesn't want to get pushed. Yeah.
So do we see Razor Gale number 2 here?
I think so. I mean, that's just too valuable. And again, Glenny Boy has no way to deal with it. So every Razor Girl on board sticks. So why would you not do it?
Absolutely. And Thanatos knows that he's not going to have a lot to respond to right now. At the most, there's going to be a floating memory that he has to deal with. But for the most part, these turns are basically free for Razor Gale to set up however they want.
Okay, not bad draws-wise for Glenny Boy here. Draws the...
Is that Potion Infuse?
Potion Infusion Seal. Sorry,
Yep.
yeah, it took me a little bit to think about the card. I just think about it as, it's the blue,
it's
the
the blue
blue
float.
floating mana memory that no one can use, right? Even if
Uh-huh.
they steal it from me.
You got your blue float and your green float.
That's right. Yeah, but and also the Incarnate Majesty was pulled in that Creative Shock as well.
Okay, so he's in a good position if he
Yeah.
makes it to 3 in time.
And also a fast cure. So I mean, there's a lot of options here that also gives him a couple items available to be able to use the Merlin to go ahead and eat the memory to get an extra level counter as well. So yeah, there's I mean, at this point, basically, he's kind of all set up hand-wise for what he wants to do going in the future.
he's got pretty much all of the options he wants, and Thanatos is kind of giving him free reign at this point. There's a little stumbling block at the beginning with that early loss of the floating memory, but not a lot that the Razor Gale deck is going to do to stop him from going through his game plan.
Yeah. So we're going to go with DG here.
DGing up to 2,
Yep.
just to make sure that floating memory is still there for later.
Yeah. So
And does he
Pendragon.
have another dungeon guide to go to 3 with?
No, that was his dungeon guide. Yeah, but he did DG and lost 1 Pendragon. There's 2 Pendragons in. I guess he had 3 in hand total. Wow, what a great hand! Yeah. Okay, so he does have a Blanche though. This time maybe just holding the Blanche a little bit more.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what decision he makes. So notably, he brought out that dungeon guide. It didn't eat the stifling trap.
No.
So he has to think that the way is clear at this point, right?
Yeah.
Who wouldn't stifle a dungeon guide?
Right, but Thanatos only has 2 cards in hand, so yeah, stifling should not be a problem here.
But yep, running that Blanche out.
Okay. Yeah, I think maybe the way that Glenny Boy is kind of navigating this with the Blanche is just simply let it be on the board, right? And then as long as you don't have a way to directly deal with it, I'm just gonna not take any damage. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's stifling trap, Tempest Downfall, or nothing.
Yeah.
I think Thanatos. I'm not sure if Thanatos actually sided out his Ace and Protectors. He might have.
Yeah.
But Ace and Protector would have been one way to deal with it.
Yeah, I haven't seen any allies this game, but
Yeah,
lots
really
of
haven't. We've
ways
seen
to cantrip.
some engineers. We've seen some baby grays or baby greens rather.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
Yeah, but not those big allies that can really swing the board here.
So what are we seeing here? There's a baby gray. All right, so the baby gray is there. I think the Asen is right next to it. Is that Fairy Whispers on top?
No, that's going to be a Zephyr. there.
Zephyr,
Yeah.
okay.
That's a SP2 Zephyr. Or SP1 Zephyr. Yeah, supporter pack 1. special art Zephyr. Yeah. The funny thing about a lot of these supporter pack cards, because the border's kind of missing, it's actually sometimes kind of hard to tell the element too.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. So he was trying to think whether he does the stifling trap here, but he actually just decided to, pass, let it go.
Yeah, thinking really hard about his options. He can always stifle later. That's absolutely something that was within his power. And if he needs to do something in between now and then, he won't mind the extra 1 or 2 damage that he takes from Blanche here.
Yeah. So there's that banish to go to 3. It's going to be a fast cure, ascension, and a I don't know what fire card that is on the bottom. Is that Ignite the Soul, I think. Maybe Ignite the Soul?
Could
Okay. Dungeon guy goes in for 1. It's good.
Blanche comes in for 1. Also good.
Yeah, lots of options here. Yeah, first swing with the sword, and then probably a Pendragon. Send the sword back, draw some cards. Set up really nicely for next turn, where Glenny Boy will have the option to probably incarnate.
And this also a very tempting stifling trap target.
And this is why Thanatos didn't do it earlier, because had he targeted the Blanche, right, he wouldn't have the ability to kind of potentially use it here. So,
but decides to let it go. Now we have a 3/4 Ghost of Pendragon, and of course those extra 2 cards into Glenny Boy's memory off of that Ghost of Pendragon ability, putting away those sword to draw 2.
Yeah. One thing that we have to really think about here too is normally, right, the combing deck doesn't have a lot of health. Health pool is pretty low. You're really relying on the fact that 3 visits heals, but Thanatos doesn't have 3 visits in hand, so
he sure doesn't. Yeah,
he's a little bit stuck there.
Stuck right now. 8 damage, over half of his health gone. There's the stifling trap on the Blanche.
Yeah, I think you just want to see what options are available before making a decision on which what to kind of pick here over here. Yeah.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. There's a lot that you can do reactively out of this deck, especially if you're trying to leave room for a Veiling Breeze in case you see some major damage out of Glenny Boy.
Okay, go ahead and just recollect here and draw a card. A 3rd Raise Go. Now, he doesn't really need it, but yeah, especially given that currently the way that where they are with the deer, he doesn't really need it now. Okay, he's just gonna turn it and then pass because the Baghua's set up. He has a bunch of cantrips, and yeah, like you said, also there's the Ascent right there, but no good targets to use the Ascent with.
No good targets. Not a lot of opportunity to play it either. There's a lot of influence. You have to commit a lot of influence to memory in order to get that Ascent Protector down.
Yep. Okay, so Merlin goes for the Seeking here.
And this is probably setting up for yet another dungeon, or not dungeon guide, Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay, draws on the even counter. Cremation Ritual. Yeah. Goes into a blind. Let's see what happens. Prereq. Okay, it's going to result. Dungeon guide, I think. Okay, yeah. Throw away the Flame Rune Swordsman for 2 damage.
Getting 2 damage, getting that float, setting himself up to bring up a drawn blade later.
Yeah, recollect. Swinging in with the Pendragon for 3 damage.
And this has to be a Veiling turn. Even though he's on Kong Ming now, with that extra 9 health, or that extra 4 health that he wouldn't have otherwise, he has to feel threatened here. Only 9 health away from death, and Merlin very capable of dealing 9 damage off of an empty board, let alone a board that already has a Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah, exactly. He's just laying down as many cards into memory as possible before getting to the actual Veiling Breeze here. Yep. Okay. Another Baghua. Baghua of Cardinal Fate. What a very, very good looking card and very powerful card for our Coming player here.
Thanatos digging, and I think that's the Veiling Breeze that he was looking for.
Yeah.
So got what he needed, and then taking the 3 damage, that is bold.
Yeah.
An extra 1 from this dungeon guy, just going to take it.
Yeah, I don't think he has a Veiling Breeze in hand.
What is that on the way on the right?
All the way on the right. This is an Ascent. This, I think, is a Windmill.
Oh, it's a Windmill.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, yeah, no Veiling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
This is the
so
problem.
that's what he was digging for, and he couldn't find it.
Yeah.
That's really dangerous for him.
Yeah.
Spirit Blade Ascension coming down, and this is potentially lethal. The blade coming out would be 3 damage from the fire card that Glenny Boy probably put down, as well as 3 damage from the sword itself on the swing, plus 2 from Merlin.
Yep.
That's far more than 5 damage.
Yeah, so he's going to lay down some cards here first.
Responding to the on-enter from the Prismatic Edge.
Yeah, correct sight here. Grab his other Ascension. Or grab the Ascension, yeah. That was resolved just now.
Thanatos thinking hard about this. I think he's not happy about his options.
I mean, there's not much that he can do, right?
Yeah, that's what it seems like. I think he's got a whole lot of cards, and they're all either slow or not particularly effective in the scenario.
Yeah, 2 in hand. He's asking how many cards do you have in
I
hand?
think that's a Slime Shield on the far right, 2 Tempest Downfalls, what looks like a Baby Gray? Slime Shield here is going to do a little bit for him. And that is 2 more Razor Gale triggers.
And of course, suppressing. Suppressing the,
Suppressing the Prismatic Edge.
It's very, very strong here, yeah. Okay, so while Ascension does go to hand, unfortunately, though...
yeah, the Prismatic Edge on enter trigger is still happening, and it's going to happen again.
Yeah. So 3 damage, and of course, a bunch of wins. But now Galini Boys knows the way is clear. There is no defense cards here. Yeah. So go ahead and banish 1 here, but also 3 damage to the face.
Yeah, we do have the fire card out of Glenny Boy's memory.
4th card, okay. Windmill Engineer. Not inconsequential card here. Well, I mean...
any influence is important for Thanatos right now.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
down to, what, 5 cards in hand? That's a dangerous place to be, even if he wasn't already facing down imminent death. And just the overwhelming might of Merlin going into a low health champion.
Yeah.
Passes the turn. Where is the Prismatic?
The Prismatic comes in
There it goes.
on enter. Yep. Reveals again.
3.
Yeah. I think it's good, right? Because I think the I don't know if the okay. Row 4. Okay, cool. Vanished 1 of them. Okay, good. One
So
of the
down
Tempest
to
Downfall.
4 cards in hand for Thanatos.
There you go. Ascension again.
And there's another Ascension.
Yeah.
Yep,
Flip,
that'll do it.
blink. That's it. Good game. Yep.
And Glenny Boy wins that 2-1.
Yeah.
On the strength of some very powerful cards, but also just a couple of unfortunate bricks for Thanatos.
Yeah. It's I mean, like when he had the Veiling Breeze, he didn't want to use it, right? But when in this game, for example, he really wanted Veiling Breeze, he didn't have it, right? And on the Glaming Boy side, it's really interesting, right? So like we saw the Blanche really baiting that Stifling Trap, because how many different ways are there to, for example, for Glenny Boy to deal with, a Stifling Trap, right? Or sorry, for Thanatos to deal with a Blanche. There's not that many. Like you said,
really
Tempest
isn't,
Downfall. You got maybe like your Stifling Trap, and that's it. So it's gonna bait one of those cards options, and that's really where the power is. The other fun thing is, of course, Glenny Boy. This is Merlin, right? So Merlin's run Fireball.
They sure do.
Didn't cast a single one.
It
didn't need
to.
it.
Didn't need it. Honestly, Glenny Boy's Merlin very consistent.
Yeah.
You know, he had a game plan and he followed it through and executed very well.
Yeah.
And a lot of it was down to whether or not the Kongming deck could stand up to that assault.
Yeah.
And one game the Razor Gale deck ran super hot, and honestly, like I don't know what anybody does in that situation. You just lose. You just lose.
I mean, part of it too is looking at the situation and realizing that you actually don't have enough for deer, and that made a pretty big difference there for sure.
Absolutely, yeah, that definitely made a difference. But the other 2 games, the Kongming deck played kind of an average game. It didn't run hot, didn't run cold.
And that's enough.
That's just not enough.
Yeah.
Showing off the power of that Merlin.
Hey, Crux is fine.
Crux is fine.
I just want, hey, Merlin. Just letting everyone know, Crux is fine, right?
Absolutely. That's what I've heard. I've heard the Crux is fine.
Yeah, but also, we have to say, right, like, part of the reason why Glenny Boy is doing so well is honestly this is his deck, right?
Absolutely.
He's been running it, consistently for a long time. Of course, kind of adjusting the flow of what Merlin does, but here and there, still just consistently having the deck, running with it, getting that experience, right? And also understanding what he's playing against, the field. Doing fun things like using the blanch to bait out, cards that are actually things that he doesn't want to see later. Those kind of pieces are really, really interesting here too.
Yeah, absolutely. Glenny Boy, he's world champion for a reason, right?
Yeah.
Obviously a very skilled player.
Yep.
But also, like you say, the reps, he knows his deck inside and out.
Yeah.
And he knows the matchups against other decks.
Yeah.
He knows what he's up against, and he knows how to deal with it.
Yeah. The other card that I, didn't see Glenny Boy play at all was also Sun Steel. Right?
That's true.
It's in the deck. It's available. You can use it for efficiency, basically play for free. But again, not necessary. There were even times when he discarded the Sun Steel to hold a fire card in hand to discard to Cremation Ritual later. And this is where it's like, Glenny Boy is looking at the specific interactions. He's looking at the different lines and saying, you know what? I can get more value, not, for example, like, using an attack here. Just honestly, for the cards that I'm already kind of using to cantrip, I'm doing essentially my own Razor Gale.
Absolutely, yeah. He recognizes that the value here is not in the big hits.
Yeah.
Because those are easily defended against. Those are telegraphed. But just the little chip damage here and there, and eventually it all piles up. It's not like Kongming has that much health to go through.
Yeah.
Only stuck at level 1, so 19 health. That runs pretty quickly eventually.
Yeah. I was actually looking at some of the potential top cuts here. I think as for this event, if you're X2, you're fairly safe.
I believe that.
Again, we have to account for the high number of ties, but I think X2s are pretty safe. And X3s, there may even be some X2s that make it. Very, very little, but there's, maybe 10% of the X3s will make it.
Interesting. Yeah, I'd have to look at the field in order to get a sense of the numbers. I figure X2 and 1 is... There are probably enough X2 and 1s that X3s have to be very, very careful.
Yeah.
But I'm sure some of them will make it in on tie breaks. I mean, there's a lot of players.
Yeah. The other part, too, is like, if some of the players who are at the top tables, if they clutched out their matches, for example, Doug Hats has defeated Joe Facha as well, which means that puts Doug Hats at 7-0. He can essentially take IDs for the next 2 rounds and
7-0 and 2 practically guaranteed.
Yeah, exactly. 7-0-2, he's going to be in for day 2. Now, there is a little. Do you fight for it to get a better seeding for day 2 on top 32? That could be a thing. But otherwise, he's guaranteed for day 2. It's very exciting.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Our local boy, get in there, Christian.
Yeah, you get him. But yeah, I mean, we've seen. I think every single match that we've shown on stream so far, we've seen at least one deck that we haven't seen so far. So
absolutely, it's been a
sometimes
incredible
two.
showcase of the health of the meta.
Yeah,
just so much variety.
So much variety. Yeah, and it's continues to. I mean, I think as the game grows, as we introduce more champions, more options, right? I expect the future we're just going to see more, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and we still haven't seen a Wind Allies.
I think you're right. Or I remember it was like pre-game, or I don't remember if we were on stream or not. But I did mention like, hey, that like maybe the Wind Allies matchup is a thing that like I would see. But you're right, we haven't seen him.
Yeah, not one yet.
Yeah, I guess.
Very curious.
Hey, maybe I was.
I think it's just the feature matches.
Yeah. There's that too, of course, but also the fact that there's a lot of like slime packages have intercepts. Other decks have ways to deal with it. Dude, honestly, Water Allies oftentimes they just have more options against Wind Allies too, right? So if you don't get your nuts draw, you kind of just don't have it. Yeah.
We know there was a lot too, right? We saw the champion breakdown. There was a surprising amount of Tony, and I think that is almost exclusively Wind Allies.
We haven't seen a single one of them. Yeah, and they exist. They do exist out there somewhere. Yeah.
Definitely represented in this field.
Yeah. So it looks like we're setting up an interview with Glenn coming up soon. But yeah, so man, this tournament, I'm ready. I don't know what we're gonna see next, but we have 2 more rounds to go.
I'm very excited
before we're done with this night. And yeah, and a couple things. If you're in the actual room right here, don't forget to turn in your cosplay. Voting. If you have them with your package, take a look at the cosplayer wall and then make your choice. Audience choice voting. In addition, Path of Puzzle I think is finished. So if you have a Path of Puzzle like entry card. Make sure you fill that out as well for the pricing over at Path of Puzzle table. Yeah, and let's see. Lastly, again, the things that we don't show on stream, Path of Silver. It's very intense. I mean, last time I
That's true.
checked,
I'm sure there's a lot of trading going around right now, and
Yeah.
people are getting their submissions in order for tomorrow.
the trading, but more importantly, the guessing. Path of Silver is not you just show up and you know exactly what to do, but there's quite a bit of guessing as well. So at this point, actually, majority of the sets have been revealed. I think we were looking at just maybe 9 more left, so that's really good. Looks like while I've been on stream, there has been really good positive progress made in all the guesses, so I'm really excited about that too.
Excellent. Yeah, you're gonna have some work to do there, I think, once it's all put together.
Yeah, there's it's really fun. It's one of those things where I encourage you guys. A lot of people probably kind of think of Grand Archive as just this game that's all about the one-on-one, the actual Path of Steel type of play.
Right.
But there's a good chunk of it that's not that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But speaking of Path of Steel, I think we're headed into our interview with the winning player.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, I am down on the floor with our reigning world champ, Glenn. How you doing, Glenn?
Oh man, I don't even know anymore. I'm tired. I want to go home and sleep.
Well, you can't yet. It's been a long day, but you're at 5-1-1 now, which is a very good record. That was a really tight game that you just got out of.
To be honest, I feel like I had no business winning that. That was Razor Gale, opening Razor Gale every single game. That was absolutely nuts. But hey, we got there somehow.
Well, something I wanted to ask you about is I know that in this tournament, Merlin has been a little bit underrepresented. She's down to like 4%, which is not something we're used to. And the last time we saw you playing Merlin, you were kind of the underdog as well. Do you think that she still has a place in this meta?
Merlin's bad. Just don't play her. Like seriously, she's just so you cannot play Merlin while slimes are around. Like seriously, just don't even bother.
I heard from a somewhat reliable source that people were trying to convince you to not play Merlin this weekend. Is that right?
Hey, I played slimes like all throughout the Airbnb training. It came to a coin toss, so it's like 50-50. I play slimes or Merlin, and to be honest, I'm not playing slimes. I may have rolled it a few too many times.
Well, it seems to be working out for you. 5-1-1 is pretty good. We got 2 more rounds to go before day 2. You think you have a pretty good shot the rest of the way? Is there anything you're worried about seeing? Any decks you don't want to see?
Well, I've faced up against Scam, I think, 4 times. So the mill decks, they're actually horrible. Sometimes they just high roll you and you lose. But that's just the nature of GA right now. High roll or you just lose, yeah.
Well, hopefully that doesn't happen. One thing I wanted to have you explain to the audience, for anyone that doesn't know, this is our reigning world champ. And what are you wearing around your neck, Glenn?
So we've got the actual Grand Crusaders ring. It's a ring. It's nice.
Do you think that gives you some like intimidation over your opponents? They feel nervous when they're playing against the world champ?
I mean, a lot of people don't know who I am because a lot of people are quite new. Like I've met like people and then like other people be like, oh my god, he's a world champ, and then they'll start freaking out. But like I try and like ease my opponents as much as possible because I like to have fun, and if people are nervous, it gets a little bit skittery, Yeah.
That's what it's all about. Well, yeah, we have a couple more rounds. Good luck the rest of the way, Glenn, and we hope to see you again on the future match.
失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの新 whenever ready.
Good job, team. Good job, everybody. Right now, who wants to flip it?
How many?
Oh, no, don't flip again.
Hello and welcome back to Ascent Santa Clara. Cam and I are here ready to start round 8 off of the back of that incredible win by Glenny Boy.
Our reigning world champ taking down another one. Nothing but humble words from Glenn. He's
That's
like,
true,
yeah, I shouldn't
honestly.
have won. My deck's bad.
He's incredibly humble. Yeah, just an incredible person. I've never even spoken to him, and I already know he's just an incredible person to talk to.
Yeah, wonderful guy. And hey, we saw that wonderful Path of Puzzle completed as well, which is exciting.
Yeah, I love that art. Lorraine and Sylvie like that. Very festive, adorable.
Yeah, very, very classic Grand Archive art. And I think as part of the Path of Puzzle being completed, we're doing some like raffles of some festive Lorraine playmats. I think there's going to be a sealed copy of the Lorraine puzzle raffle as well, which is pretty cool.
Excellent.
For all of you
that would be really
merchandise.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Little holiday theme to Ascent Santa Clara as we are coming up on those holidays here in December. So
I heard good things about December holidays.
Right, they're okay. They're okay.
Yeah, there's a couple of them here.
There's a big tree. Maybe we've seen it on camera a couple of times.
I think we have
but
seen.
it's-
I think we have
it's
seen it on
out of
camera a
shot.
couple of times.
We're very, very festive here, even though it's palm trees and sunny weather outside.
We got our festive slime.
True.
Why isn't festive slime a card?
Maybe. We got to push for holiday promos. I think that's the way. Festive Lorraine was the first. Could not be the last.
Absolutely.
But yeah, we are coming up on our 8th round, our penultimate round for day 1. Really gonna have our players locking in for these last couple of rounds. These are the ones that really matter.
Absolutely. These are the important ones, and they're against the hardest opponents.
Right, of course. Yeah, even as early as round 8, players are going to be looking at these sort of winning in situations that put them into a position that make the day 2 cut top 32 of 313 players who are cutting down to just like a tenth of that.
Yeah, an incredible sized event.
Yeah.
And only the top of the top are going to be able to make it past day 1.
Right. And so these last couple of rounds will be the ones that matter the most. So tension is high. Still trying to keep that, very friendly atmosphere for Grand Archive, but there's a lot at stake. $15,000 in the prize pool, those coveted national qualifier point cards, an Academy Guide, and of course the top 8 spirits. That is really every GA's player dream to win one of those.
Naturally, yeah. I want to take a chance to look at some of the standings and sort of see where people are at. I haven't had the chance yet.
Right. Yeah, hopefully we can get those up, and we will hopefully bring you guys the top 32 after round 9. We'll give that conclusion to our day 1 before we close out for the night. But looks like we are getting some players seated, and we'll be with that shortly with deck lists and see what's going on. But yeah, we're definitely going to be covering around that sort of X and 2 bubble. That's where people are looking to stay. I think, listen, I'm not an expert. I'm not a mathematician. So none of you out there, none of you in there, take my word as gospel. But I think that X2 is a pretty safe record to be at for that top 32 cut.
I think so. That's the usual kind of consensus, right? The general wisdom about the matter.
Yeah, maybe you can sneak in with a draw, so X2 and 1, I'm not sure, but X2 is definitely where you want to be, so we're going to be covering those players that are in that sort of X2 bracket trying to stay there for these next 2 rounds.
Absolutely.
Players at 5 and 2 are looking to pick up 2 more wins, go up to 7 and 2, and lock in that day 2 spot.
And with how big this field is, how competitive this field is, I'm sure those last few spots are going to be really contentious.
Yeah,
if your record is close, you're going to want to be very, very careful about taking those IDs.
Yeah, there's so many talented players here. We've seen so many of them on camera, and this is it's a very global event. We're seeing players come from all over the place. Lots of SEA players flew in. Of course, we just had the world champ from New Zealand. Like there is the best of the best are here to play Grand Archive, so it's no easy feat.
No, not at all. And I am just so thrilled to be able to sit here and watch them.
Of course, yeah. Great games all day, and I wouldn't be shocked to see those continue into, of course, today and tomorrow.
Honestly, I can say that every once in a while there's going to be a game that's like not exactly perfect. This Ascent, nothing but bangers.
Sure. Hopefully we don't jinx it, and no commentator cursing up here for us.
Yeah, really.
But yeah, we'll get our deck lists shortly and get our players settled in. As you guys know, we're working with a complicated feature match area, which we're very proud of, but it does mean that we need to do some setup for our players to get all situated.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And, a little bit of explanation for the players. Not a lot of players have been kind of through this situation with the headphones and the noise isolation, so...
So yeah, excited. Any decks that you're looking forward to seeing? Anything that we haven't seen yet that you want to take a look at?
We haven't seen Wind Allies yet.
Right.
We haven't seen any flavor of Wind Allies. Uyung at Christchurch did really, really well with sort of an old school flavor of Wind Allies. The Oath of the Sakura Wind Allies with the unique allies is also sort of fairly popular. I would love to see somebody coming in with the automaton allies. That was sort of the cards that wake up the ally again in order to get a second attack.
Yeah, rally advance, second wind.
Yeah. I would love to see that make a resurgence. That would be very neat.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely a good shout. It's surprising when we looked at our champion breakdown that Tenoris was in third place, 9% of the tournament playing Tenoris, and so we haven't really seen any of that representation in the feature match, so I'm curious if maybe those players got weeded out from these slower water decks that seem to be in the hands of many talented players this weekend, or maybe we just haven't seen them yet.
That's true, and with all of the Arasana around, Polaris very good at dealing with allies. It turns out.
Very, very powerful tool to keep the board clear. And so, yeah, I would assume that those traditional Wind Allies decks are having a bit of a tough time. But I know there's some folks out there playing that Oath of the Sakura unique Allies deck, and that deck is extremely powerful. Doesn't matter if you have your Polaris, if they're presenting 15 damage on turn 2.
Yeah.
So.
I would love to see one of those. I would love to see Oath of the Sakura go off on the feature match stage. That would be great.
For sure. Yeah. So we'll see what our players are working with. Looks like they're shuffling up, getting their headsets situated, and we don't want to give any spoilers away until they're locked in their cone of silence.
Absolutely.
That can't hear us talk about their decks.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to this match. Both of our players at the feature match stage 5 and 2.
Yeah.
So very much looking to keep that record as it stands. No more losses. I think another loss would probably knock them out of the running. And even a draw is going to be really, really dangerous.
Right. Yeah, definitely. No way to know that you're safe, especially in this penultimate round. It's maybe a little bit easier to do those calculations in the last round, but in this 8th round, it's a little bit harder to lock those in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like we should be getting down there in just another minute or so as the players get set up.
Giving them a little bit more time, but we've got the die roll coming on, so...
Yeah, looks like we are ready to go down to our players.
Fantastic.
So we will bring you guys down there for the action, and we'll see what we're working with. That looks like a Spirit of Wind. I promise it is, even though there's no art in it. That is that SP2 Spirit of Wind on Sky-Sama's side. And hey, look, ask and you shall receive, Jim. It looks like we have a Wind Tenoris Allies deck in the hand of Sky-Sama today.
Excellent. Sky-Sama, one of the local NorCal players, so I'm definitely, no commentator bias whatsoever, but no, I'm rooting for him. Don't tell anybody.
We won't.
Okay,
It can be our secret.
Excellent. Yeah, Bobo on the other side running one of these Arasana decks. So actually 2 different Spirit of Waters in his material deck. Has the option to go Fragmented or Sabrina, as you can see, the official Spirit of Water. This looks like it is one of those Penguin-style Arasana decks. So we've got the Fractal of Polar Depths. We've got all of the fractals.
Your Imperial Recruit.
I'm trying to make something happen with either the Stratagem, the Myriad Ice, or Icebound Slam. A lot of avenues to victory for this deck.
I think Icebound Slam looks like a pretty good avenue to victory here. We see it on just turn 2. As soon as it passes over to Bobo, he's going to fire off that Icebound Slam. And
quite a few floating memory
cards. Yeah, a few there. Yeah, I think it was a good haul from the first Icebound Slam of the game. And that's, I think, probably going to be the only time that he's able to resolve something like that. So it's good to get it out of the way, and then the rest of the game he's probably going to have to worry about keeping up interaction for this very aggressive Wind Allies deck.
Absolutely, yeah. He's going to be on the back foot. I think Polaris is going to help out a lot, but Polaris is not going to be able to do the trick on its own.
Right.
Every turn here, we're going to see a extra card out of the material deck. Kind of the Wind Allies always runs on these baubles, getting a second draw out of the material deck. And every draw is another ally, and every ally is another threat.
And yeah, a little bit shields down here, so we'll see if Sky-Sama can start putting on some of that pressure. Water, Arisana, not necessarily known for her great ways to deal with the board immediately. She does have to sort of rely on that Polaris, which is usually a little bit slow out of the gate. So if these Wind Allies decks can apply a lot of pressure early, they can really put the pressure on Ari to pop that Polaris probably sooner than she wants to.
And in the meantime, just a lot of 2 damage allies. So 2 and 2 and 2.
Yeah, definitely a good start. And it looks like pressure is indeed forcing a level up here to Arisana immediately to probably grab that Polaris.
Yeah, we'll see the Polaris come out here almost assuredly immediately, unless he's worried about a Zephyr or some other way of dealing with the card.
Right.
But I think Wind, it is fairly safe to bring out the Polaris as part of your main activation, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're only really worried about cards like Zephyr, which sort of set you back a turn if you're trying to stack up counters. But I would say it's generally pretty safe to get it against a Wind deck, and we do see him do that here as well.
Yeah, the Wind doesn't really have any way to destroy Regalia the same way, right?
Right.
So no Reduce to Ash here, no Fracturize. Cauldron should be pretty safe.
Yeah. And we'll see what the follow-up is. Many cards in hand. And looks like we're going to start by activating a Chilling Touch. Going to grab one of those cards from the memory and keep it hostage for a little bit.
And this is a great way to set the Wind Allies deck back a little bit. Wind Allies seeking out the sweet spot on influence, right? 7 influence, 8 influence, letting you play 2 cards in a single turn, letting you activate those allies.
Right.
But the Chilling Touch, dropping that influence down, even just by the 1, is a pretty big setback.
Yeah, I think so for sure, especially in these opening turns where, as we said, you really have to come out of the gate swinging. It's going to be pretty detrimental to be down 1 influence for the entirety of this turn.
Backup Charger coming out, so that 1 extra draw. Next
sort of
turn
offsets that, right?
Yeah, next turn, expecting the GCR, but for this turn, we have the Backup Charger coming out. And up to 7 influence with the Backup Charger plus the draw for the turn.
And that will hopefully allow them to deploy a threat or 2. They do really want to remove this Frostborn Paladin from the board. It can really become a sort of a blocking piece against these Wind Allies that usually don't, by themselves, have the ability to get over that 4 life threshold on Frostborn Paladin.
So depending on what is in Sky Sama's hands here, we might be able to see 2 allies. I believe there are a couple of 2 reserve cost allies that could come out and clear the difference. But for now, we are seeing some difficult decisions here, trying to figure out what's going into memory for Sky Sama.
And it looks like we do have that Oath of the Soccer in hand as well. Obviously not set up here, but something for us to keep a lookout on for Sky Sama. If he does manage to find several uniques, he can really put the pressure on his opponent. Actually, it looks like this deck is sort of similar to that deck from Christchurch, not playing Oath of the Soccer for any reason other than to get the buff counter.
Which makes sense. Oath of the Sakura strictly better than Attune with the Winds.
Better art,
yeah,
for
absolutely.
sure. We're going to see an Unrelenting Warden come into play, which is not one we often see. It is a 2/3, and at level 2, I believe it gets Vigor.
And I am not expecting Sky Sama to ever hit level 2.
Right.
That taunt potentially useful, but I think it's more useful just as a 2/3.
Right. Yeah, I think Taunt really does come into play in such an allies-heavy meta, but against this Arisana deck, definitely not where Taunt is going to be at its strongest.
No. Sky Sama wants to be turning his allies sideways. He wants to be attacking with those allies and really making main deck Taylor here feel the pressure from his life total.
Yeah. Looks like we're contemplating imbuing an Eternal Magistrate as well. Can be kind of a pain for Arisana traditionally, but this sort of penguin deck, as you've coined it, really only wants to activate Polaris as its out-of-sequence materialization. So Eternal Magistrate not going to have a whole lot of value anymore.
Yeah, Eternal Magistrate probably not going to hit too much. We're not trying to get to level 3 with this Arisana deck, so not a lot of dungeon guides to trip up.
Right, of course. But we are making quite a few herbs as we go to Arisana Master Alchemist, and that will leave a pretty healthy 4 age counters available for this Polaris to sweep away any troublesome allies. I'm curious if Sky-sama will commit more to the board. Maybe Taylor can accept taking 2-4 damage a turn while he tries to ramp up his graveyard and also wants to get as much value out of this Polaris as possible.
Yeah, this early in the game, with how he's been able to keep the board mostly clear, he might be in a position where he can take one more turn of hits in order to force Sky-sama to commit a little bit more to the board, get a little bit more value out of that Cauldron.
And we do see that namesake penguin out of this Arisana deck, Fractal of Polar Depths, a huge piece for Taylor to be able to fill his graveyard and get off that very large stratagem of Myriad Ice to finish the game.
And I think it bears repeating, there's so many different avenues of victory for this deck. Fractal of Polar Depths enables self-mill as well as milling your opponent. And then the self-mill enables Stratagem of Myriad Ice, which allows you to burn your opponent out. And, Icebound Slam also setting up some big damage on your opponent directly. And you can do a convincing Water Allies impression with the Frostborn Paladins. Really a lot of different things that this deck is doing.
Yeah, versatile kit accessible to Arisana. And speaking of which, we're going to see that Inherited Effect put to use and 2 of those herbs sacrificed to draw a card. Just adding a little bit of extra value to a game that is really going to be predicated on keeping as many resources as possible. We're going to see a Zephyr target the Polaris. So this is what we had talked about a little bit earlier. This is Sky-sama's one way to sort of alleviate the pressure, at least for some time. The way that Zephyr works, or the way that Suppress works very specifically, is that card that is Suppressed comes back at the beginning of the next end step. So this Zephyr was cast in main deck Taylor's end step, which means we won't see this Polaris come back until the end of Sky-sama's turn. So he gets one whole turn, do whatever he wants, doesn't have to worry about a potential Polaris activation.
And notably, this eliminates the age counters on it too, right? It comes back as a fresh object. So the age counters that it might have had are completely wiped away. And that means that if main deck Taylor wants to sweep the board with it, he's going to have to find a couple more herbs.
Right. It looks like what Sky-sama wants to do is grab a Grand Crusader's Ring, start working on building that influence up, and that'll put him to, after his draw step, 8 cards, which will allow him to activate 3 cost allies, which is usually the curve that these Wind Allies decks want to operate on.
Yep, exactly like you said, those 3 cost allies, this deck very full of them. 8 being the sweet spot, allow you to pay 3, put down a card, pay 3, put down another card, and go to the races.
And we could even see this Oath of the Sakura activated if he wants to beef up his board a little bit. As you said about those age counters removed from Polaris, there's only 2 herbs accessible to main deck Taylor, and so it's going to be really difficult for Taylor to find a way to clear this board now, as this Arisana deck does not have a whole lot of herb generation other than Arisana level 1 and 2.
Interesting to note, this version of the Arisana deck does not include the Fertile Ground that we saw out of one of the previous Arisana decks, obviously being a water deck. So not a lot of options for additional herbs past the herbs that come out of Arisana's level up abilities.
And it looks like that is what we are going to see. See an Oath of the Sakura activated to put a buff counter on each of these allies, making them a little bit more threatening and definitely making them harder to remove from a card like Polaris. We're going to see a Water Barrier activated in response to this attack for 5 with this slightly buffed up Shimmercloak Assassin. An additional 2 coming in from Eternal Magistrate, and then 3 from this Unrelenting Warden.
Water Barrier, a pretty good defensive trick here. That would have been just a massive amount of damage otherwise.
And the floating memory helps, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Helps alleviate a little bit of pressure, but also adding to that hopeful stratagem. Definitely in these matchups, as soon as the board sort of gets out of control, which it seems to have for Taylor, he's going to look to try to close out the game as quickly as he can, realize I can't control this board anymore. I'm going to have to find my win condition before you close the door.
Yeah, and it's very unfortunate that his Polaris got Zephyred when it did, so that the kind of the main stumbling block that he's hoping to put in front of these allies is that Twinkling Cauldron. And without the age counters, it's not going to be doing a whole lot.
And we see the results of that. We've got a full board of allies, each of them with a buff counter. This is a lot to be staring down. This is very threatening for main deck Taylor here.
Yeah, it's a real risk to leverage that inherited ability on Arisana Master Alchemist. If you sacrifice both of those herbs at the same time, it will create 2 triggered abilities to put age counters on Polaris, and that's where we saw that Zephyr cast, where if he just had left his herbs on the board in response to any sort of interaction, he could crack them and then crack his Polaris, but sort of put himself into a position where he wanted to get that extra influence from Arisana's ability, but it did end up biting him here, I think.
And here we see that stratagem.
Maybe this is enough. Maybe it didn't bite him enough. We see a stratagem. We don't have the float count. We're going to have Taylor count it out for us, but he seems pretty confident that this is his route to victory. At the very least, if this is not enough to get the job done, he can use this stratagem sort of to clean up the board. This is 3 damage to target unit for each floating memory that's banished from Stratagem of Myriad Ice. So we'll see what the plan is. Looks like 4 is the number. 5, 6 is the number. That should be enough.
That's enough. Yeah, only 5 floating memory necessary to close out the game here. 15 damage to the face. And then move on to game 2.
takes a quick look at his memory, at the 1 card in hand, says, yep, that'll do it. That'll be enough damage to deal with it. And I think, you had mentioned the various avenues that this Ahri deck can take to victory, but we also can't discount the sort of like surprising speed at which it can accomplish that from nothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
0 damage had been dealt.
I would like to tangent a little bit. The timing is very technical here with the Fractal of Polar Depths. So main deck Taylor used the reservable ability on the Fractal of Polar Depths in order to help pay for the Stratagem of Myriad Ice. And then retaining priority after getting that Stratagem of Myriad Ice activated, he sacrificed the Fractal of Polar Depths in order to use its ability. So kind of getting double value out of that Fractal.
Yeah, definitely really smart. Shows a mastery over this deck from Taylor. Very notably that Stratagem of Myriad Ice does not target any cards in your graveyard. So it allows, as long as it hasn't resolved yet, anything that is put into your graveyard prior to it resolving can be used as fuel for the ice, I guess, as they would say.
Exactly. So what do you think Skysama is going to bring in out of the board to try and turn the table here?
Well, he does actually have some pretty reasonable choices here. There is 1 Nullifying Lantern, which will shut off the Fractal of Polar Depths. There's 2 copies of Scavenging Raccoon, which will do a good job at eating that floating memory. There is 2 copies of Innervate Agility, if he's worried about either Icebound Slam or Stratagem of Myriad Ice, both of which target. So Spell Shroud or Stealth would be helpful there. Yeah, I think that's about it. We do see 2 Displaces as well, which could be taken in with those Scavenging Raccoons to add some value.
So main deck Taylor over here, we have potentially some Song of Frost coming in. Revitalizing Cleanses also potentially really valuable in this matchup. Cerulean Decrees in the sideboard, which I think is a very interesting way to kind of include them in the deck list. Cerulean Decrees usually used for their negate ability, but also they have the ability to reduce the power of reduce the attack of a creature. So maybe those will come in as well. I didn't quite catch exactly how many cards Taylor brought in or out. But those are my expectations in terms of what we'll see.
Yeah, I think it is definitely sort of Skysama's game to dictate the pace, right? He really wants to be in the driver's seat, and it is more so about Taylor weathering the storm, I think, than being the aggressor. So we'll see if Skysama can find a bit more of a fast start here to put enough pressure on Taylor that he has to sort of make subpar decisions.
So Skysama taking the lead again, going first in this game. I expect to see at least 1 ally, maybe even 2 allies out of this first turn, but 1 seems probable. And leaving a Lurking awake here is actually a great play, since that can't get slammed. We saw Taylor slamming the Foster unit in the previous game, just in order to keep the board clear. And by leaving the Lurking Assailant awake, it has stealth, so no way to clear that with a direct attack.
Yeah, I would say this is probably right up there as far as perfect starts, but also looks like right up there as perfect starts with Taylor finding that Icebound Slam in his top 8 cards. He's going to flip over 5, see if we can get a quick float count. Looks like Icebound Slam, Awakened Deacon, Cerulean Frostworn Paladin. That's a pretty brutal hit. A lot, not
that is pretty unfortunate. Yeah.
Yeah, not what he saw last game with that couple of float.
For sure. Awakened Deacon is the only floating memory of that, and even that is situational.
Yeah, class bonus. Yeah, so not exactly what he wants to see. 8 damage coming across, and that does not mean nothing. Just 15 life currently from Sky Sama, but we're gonna bring that up to 20 with Tenoris Lone Mercenary getting materialized. And most importantly, in a matchup like this where the board is so important, Tenoris does gain taunt. So any of the allies that are put on board by Sky Sama cannot be attacked by allies or by main deck Taylor himself. He'll have to deal with them in other ways, such as actions, cards like Stratagem, Mirrored Ice.
So Sky Sama usually trying to keep his influence up here, right? Using those baubles, using the Grand Crusader's Ring in order to draw extra cards and get double plays in a given turn. Saw that Icebound Slam hit the face and just immediately snap went to level 1. Very worried about taking that extra damage here.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't risk it that he has another one, right? He plays that second Icebound Slam, 8 + 8 is 16, and that's enough to get the job done. So really respecting that. And also really respecting Polaris with this Eternal Magistrate imbued. As long as she's imbued, cards can't leave your opponent's material decks unless it's their materialized phase, so this stops the out-of-sequence activation of Polaris once Taylor levels up to Arisana.
Exactly, and that is going to slow down those materializers by a full turn.
Yeah.
We saw what happened when slowing down Polaris just by 1 turn using Zephyr, so this is going to be a pretty massive change to the pace of the game.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that taunt's going to go a long way as well. Nothing that Taylor can do to remove these couple of threats that Sky Sama has presented, but something that you mentioned is Sky Sama's influence is looking a little bit low, so he's going to need some staying power to keep applying the gas to this game.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous position for him. When a Wind Allies deck gets low enough on influence, they're only playing 1 threat a turn, and most decks in the field can deal with 1 threat a turn.
Right.
This is a kind of a dangerous position for our Wind Allies player.
For sure. And we're going to see Arisana grabbed here. Going to grab a Spring Leaf and a Razor Vine and Recollect. Can't quite see what's in the hand. Looks like Taylor's brought a nice shiny foil deck, so it makes it a little bit harder to read his hand. We do see a Fractal of Rain, which could give him some value over the course of the game, but does end up being a little bit slow, right?
Absolutely. Seeing that Water Barrier also very effective defensive trick from last game.
Yeah, we'll see what he opts for. I believe we do have, looks like a Stratagem pulled to the front of the hand. Not time for that yet, but it's good to know that that is on standby. 1 floating memory available now from that Awakened Deacon, and we'll see if Taylor can find some more ways to send some cards into his graveyard.
Taylor deciding to just pass the turn here. No Fractal of Rain, nothing. So this is... I'm really curious to see what his defensive options are if he's opted not to play anything proactive here.
Yeah, that's the Waterway, holding up a bunch of Cerulean Decrees or other fast spells, Fracturize, Lost in Thought, things that he can do on his opponent's turn. Sky Sama grabs a backup charger, just increasing that influence and going to try to increase the pressure that he applies with no Polaris looming from main deck Taylor until at least next turn.
This does mean that the Polaris is going to come in awake instead of rested. So while it is kind of behind a turn cycle, or at least costing an extra materialize, it's not exactly behind in terms of the tempo.
Right. Yeah, Taylor just has to keep in mind that he's only going to have 2 damage on offer from his Polaris until he can get up to Arisana level 2. And so until then, these 3 life allies are going to be pretty safe. Speaking of 3 life allies, we have an Unrelenting Warden, 2/3 Taunt, level 2 Vigor, which is not going to matter a whole lot, but yet another 3 cost 2/3 going to add to this pile of allies.
And bringing out that Taunter in order to keep himself defended. And a Revitalizing Cleanse coming out of Taylor's hand. This is, in fact, the defensive trick I was looking for. Recover equal to the amount of water in your hand, in your memory. In this case, recovering 5 from main deck Taylor. Quite the play.
An excellent draw as well,